Chapter 361. Early morning. Mu Xing was awakened by a knock on the door. Bigwood, go open the door. I sleep for another 3 minutes. The girl pushed his arm lazily. Mu Xing got up and opened the door, looking at the two people outside with surprise. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Mom had already stretched her head to look inside. Where's Xiao Xia? Inside. Go away, you little brat. Get out of the way. Your mom and I are here to see our daughter-in-law, not you. Dad started to squeeze into the house. Then he heard a little wild cat-like figure wrapped in a blanket rushing into his room in the living room and slamming the door shut. Xiao Xia. Mother called her with a smile. Annie, let me change my clothes. The shy voice of a girl came from the room. Mu Xing quickly welcomed the two into the room, then picked up the clothes thrown everywhere at the fastest speed and carried them into his room. Young people nowadays. Mom began to help clean up the garbage bags and food boxes on the table and coffee table. Mom, I do it. Mu Xing pulled her mother to the sofa and started to get busy. By the way, didn't we agree on the engagement last time? Now that Xiao Xia is back, you should go get the certificate. Ah? Mu Xing was confused. What? My in-laws and I have already booked the banquet today and are planning to hold a wedding for you too. Just then, the girl came out of the room, graceful and elegant. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hey, okay, come here, Xiao Xia, come here, auntie, let auntie take a good look. The girl sat over obediently, and her mother began to talk about family matters. Finally, she asked about getting the marriage certificate. Xiao Xia, how did you two discuss it? I will listen to Mu Xing, she said with a red face. In that case, then listen to auntie, today is a good day, let's get the marriage certificate first. Mom, there's no need to rush. Banksia just came back. What? You don't want to? No. If not, then today. Mu Xing took a deep breath. Okay then. Okay, you two should pack up and get ready to go out. You will definitely have to queue up at the Civil Affairs Bureau today. Stinky boy, why don't you change your clothes? Mom looked impatient, while Dad laughed as if watching a show. Until the two were kicked out by their parents, Mu Xing was still in a daze. Mu Xing touched his pocket awkwardly. Well, do you want to have some breakfast first? Let's go there first, get the certificate if possible, and then have dinner. Hey, little girl, I didn't expect you to be more anxious than me. The girl looked up and hummed. Isn't our relationship just a formality? Mu Xing looked as if he had realized it. That's right. Open the car door casually, then, princess, please get in the car. They were lucky. Although today was a good day, and there were many people in the Civil Affairs Bureau, many people were unable to come in the morning because of the snow last night. When the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, one of them was holding a red book in his hand. Hey, can I call you wife from now on? Mu Xing looked proud. Yes, call me wife. Call me husband first. I'm hungry, let's eat first. Just call me husband. She shyly pushed Mu Xing. Oh, why are you so annoying? Ha ha ha. Mu Xing took her hand, walked across the street, and went to the breakfast shop across the street. Mu Xing, why is the snow black? And it seems that there are not many people today. Mu Xing turned around and looked at the street in the distance. He saw black marks on the white snow. Some of the black marks were in the shape of people. Maybe it was the sewage truck, Mu Xing said. But for some reason, he seemed to see a big battle on the snowy street. Mu Xing. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a snowball coming towards him. He subconsciously reached out and broke the snowball. Okay, you dare to attack me. Look at my snowball bomb. Mu Xing grabbed the snow on the roadside and rolled it into a snowball, throwing it at the attacker on the opposite side. Ah, Mu Xing, I fight you. More snowballs flew over from the opposite side. In front of the breakfast shop. Wait for me. Before the girl could reply, Mu Xing had already run away. Hey, what are you going to do? Stay here and don't move. About 10 minutes later, the girl holding the hot buns was still standing there waiting for him. Suddenly, she felt someone patted her shoulder. She turned around and saw a bouquet of roses in front of her, with a fragrant smell. Wow! She took the flowers with a look of surprise. When she turned around, Mu Xing was already kneeling on one knee, opening the box in her hand, revealing an exquisite diamond ring. Banksia, marry me. Instantly, her eyes were red, and tears fell unconsciously. Hurry up, say I do. Mu Xing blinked on the other side. She cried, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. How can you be like that? Propose after marriage. What do you mean? She stretched out her hand. Of course I am willing. Mu Xing suppressed his excitement and put the ring on her ring finger. Wife, come and hug me. Mu Xing opened his arms. The two looked at each other, and at this moment, there was only each other. However, just when the two were about to hug each other, everything around them froze. The wind stopped, the snow stopped, and the vehicles and pedestrians on the road also froze in an instant. Although I really don't want to disturb your romantic moment, but if I don't wake you up now, I'm afraid you won't wake up in the future. A crack was torn in the space, and Trix, dressed in avant-garde style, walked out of the crack. A huge dark golden Oris appeared behind her. However, just as she approached Mu Xing, the snow was flying, and a masked man wearing a long windbreaker and a cowhide hat blocked her way. What? Are you stopping me? This is the only beautiful dream he has ever had in his life. Are you sure you want to disturb him? He is my savior, and the friend that Trix has recognized. Of course I have to save him. And who are you? She pointed with her right hand, and a heavy hammer emerged from the dark golden Oris behind her. The tall man slowly took off his mask, revealing an extremely ugly face. What do you think, Trix? Trix frowned. You are the Blood Moon? No. You are his dream. Just then, a big cat jumped down from the tall building next to him and landed lightly behind him. The big cat stared at Trix vigilantly and exhaled lightly. Okay, Jelly Bean, she's not an enemy. The man held the cat's face with one hand. Trix folded his arms across his chest. So, what do you want to do? Let this beautiful dream continue. Just then, beside her, a black nightmare wearing a suit and a felt hat appeared, and then gradually condensed into a solid body. He bowed slightly, took off his hat, and greeted, Nice to see you again, Mr. Blood Moon. The man nodded at the resurrected Freddy, and then looked at Trix. I will wake him up in my own way, and it can only be me. Why? Trix frowned. Because it's not just the forest that's eyeing him, there's also a guy who hasn't given up on making a comeback. Trix narrowed his eyes, and slowly uttered two words, Evil Spirit. Chapter 362. Trix's expression changed several times, especially after hearing that Mu Xing had boldly set a trap for the evil spirit and sealed it in his body. He could no longer control his surprise. So how do you want me to help you? Trix knew that since Mu Xing sent a message to summon her, he must have a plan. The man in front of him pointed to his head. Let his dream continue. Are you crazy? If he continues, his consciousness will sink forever, and he won't be able to get out. Next to Trix was the Dream Master Frandy, who was naturally aware of the dangers of dream sinking. There is a saying that you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. When the real body resists waking up, it is difficult to wake him up even if you force him to wake up. Hearing this, Trix was stunned. You mean, he is sinking voluntarily? The man was silent for a moment. I said, this is the only beautiful dream he has ever had in his life. If so, let this beautiful dream continue until the day when his dream is shattered. Trix was about to retort when Freddy next to him spoke up. Master, he meant to create another layer of deep dreams. Is that what he meant? Trix looked at the ugly man in front of her. That's right. Huh. I understand. I thought you were really going to let him sink. Trix breathed a sigh of relief. She waved her hand, signaling Freddy to act. Leave it to me. Freddy politely nodded to the two of them, then walked to the frozen Mu Xing. Pointing at Mu Xing's forehead, he opened a deeper dream. And beside him, the ugly man turned into a beam of light and disappeared between Mu Xing's eyebrows. In a trance, Mu Xing felt himself regain consciousness and looked around in confusion. What's wrong? The girl in his arms asked puzzledly. Maybe I'm too happy. I always feel like I'm dreaming. Okay, don't think too much. I will always be with you forever. She held Mu Xing's face with both hands, and the love in her lover's eyes surpassed everything. Not far away, next to the man in a windbreaker and a mask, a black nightmare slowly emerged. Let's start. Freddy began to speed up the dream, as if he was pulling a progress bar. This was a dream he created, so he could easily speed it up 10 or 100 times. And in the dream, Mu Xing's life continued to evolve along with that beautiful dream. Marrying and having children, getting promoted and getting a raise, living a happy life. His life was extremely smooth. But he would dream every day, dreaming of a masked man wearing a windbreaker and a cowhide hat. He kept calling out to him in his dreams to wake him up. In his bizarre dreams. Sometimes he would appear on a lonely spaceship, being chased by monsters. He would try his best to escape from a laboratory full of zombies, and then be reduced to ashes by a falling nuclear bomb. He would also become a mental patient, enduring mental torture again and again. In one absurd dream after another, He could always see that man. He always stood in the distance, quietly watching him. Then he appeared when he was in mortal danger and pulled himself out. He gradually became his dream friend. The man would tell himself the story of a survivor named Blood Moon. The protagonist experienced one dangerous world after another in that bizarre survival world. He kept getting stronger and breaking through. He had relied on his own wisdom to pass through the lonely spaceship, and had also killed powerful enemies in a laboratory full of zombies. He walked on a lonely spiritual journey, overcoming the threats of the dark world, and seeking hope in terrible despair. He saved his companions, and also achieved success for himself. What happened next? Mushing asked. Later, he fell into a dream called A Beautiful Life, and could never wake up again. Here, he made up for all his regrets and gained unprecedented happiness. Even though he had noticed it, he still didn't want to wake up. Mushing looked at the mask. The story is very interesting. If I were the Blood Moon, I would definitely not want to wake up. At the same time, Mushing showed a puzzled expression, but he clearly set the alarm. Why didn't the alarm ring yet? Come to wake him up. The man shook his head, because no one can wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Perhaps only when he finds out that all this is just a false dream, he will see the reality and wake up for real. Then can I stop dreaming about you? Of course, as you wish. The man disappeared and never appeared in Mushing's dream again. But as time went by, Mushing began to find clues. He found that his world had boundaries. He once drove from the north of the city to the south of the city, but when he continued to move forward, he could only return to the starting point infinitely. He saw that there was only nothingness at the edge of the world. He was terrified and fled back to his home. He told himself that everything was an illusion and continued to live his small, but happy life. But gradually, he felt that this world was more and more strange. When he dug into the ground and broke through the soil, he found that there were twisted tree roots under the soil. Everyone treated him with respect and met all his needs. When he occasionally looked in the mirror, he saw that his face had turned into an extremely ugly monster. The lover beside him suffered from mental illness, repeating the memory of the wedding day. Then, the building turned into a forest, entangled and crawling all over the city. White slime mold filled the room and trapped him. He struggled madly, escaped, and roared at the void, "Wake up!" The masked man appeared again, but this time he did not appear in his dream, but stood in front of him. "Why? Is this the truth you said?" Mushing stretched out his hand, but found that his body had turned into wood, and his right hand gradually solidified into a branch. Or is this just a nightmare of mine? The man slowly approached, holding the mask on his face with one hand, and slowly took it off. "No, this is not your nightmare, it is my nightmare." The moment he took off the mask, Mushing was stunned. He saw his face. And when Mushing looked at himself, his body turned into a collection of slime mold and tree roots. His ugly face was reflected in the glass window next to him. The other person became himself, and he became him. Everything is false. It's time to wake up, Mushing, or should I call you another name, Blood Moon? Crack. The world around him shattered like a mirror. Tree roots, slime mold, fake world, everything was disappearing. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. He was standing on the snow. He opened his hands, ready to hug the girl running towards him. Just when he was glad that this was really just a terrible nightmare, he saw a man in a windbreaker and mask looking at him quietly on the street in the distance. He began to panic and backed away. A moment of hesitation and doubt also made him see the truth in front of him. Just as he closed his arms, the girl turned into a group of flying snowflakes and passed by him. He turned back suddenly. The girl seemed to hug herself, who did not exist in the air, with a happy and sweet face. Mushing staggered back, but was held down by a strong right hand on the shoulder. Chapter 363. No, I must still be dreaming. Everything is fake. It's a nightmare. He turned his head and looked at the man behind him. I'm still dreaming, right? The man didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. No, you lied to me. It's a prank, right? Mushing pointed at the girl behind him. Look, she's right there. He took out the marriage certificate. Look, my marriage certificate with her. He flipped open the marriage certificate in his hand, and was stunned on the spot. On the red background photo, there was only him. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it's a dream. He ran over, grabbed the girl's hand, and drove home in a hurry. It wasn't until the car drove away that Trix jumped from the roof of the building next to him, landing like a snowflake, as if he had no mass at all. Is this your way of waking up? It's even more cruel than my way. Is it necessary? I know him very well. Although he is easygoing and seems to be indifferent to everything, He is as stubborn as a stone when it comes to some things. Such a solid stone cannot be broken from the outside. Meanwhile, on the way home, the girl looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled look. Big Wood, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Mu Xing held the steering wheel with one hand and couldn't help but hold her hand tightly with the other hand. Is it ridiculous or not? Just now someone told me that everything was fake and it was all a dream I imagined. Hey, is he a liar? Isn't he a liar? I guess he will try to sell me sleeping pills later. Don't worry, I will always be with you, Big Wood. She always shows her most gentle side. Banksia, I'm glad to have you. You should call me wife now. She smiled sweetly. Mu Xing felt the warmth in his palms and felt relieved. Be careful, the girl suddenly exclaimed. Mu Xing looked up and saw a speeding red truck coming towards him. Just when he was about to hit it, he saw countless memories. He saw the long tree-lined road, the speeding truck, and the bright blood flower in front of the truck. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car rushed sideways and hit the roadside guardrail hard. Beep! The shrill sound of the horn whizzed past his ears. He turned back quickly. Wife, are you okay? I'm fine. Blood. Mu Xing pointed at the red liquid on the table and chair in panic, feeling like the sky was falling. No, it's the watermelon juice I just bought. After Mu Xing confirmed it, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked back, the road behind him was empty. Where was the red truck? There wasn't even a tire track. But when he got in the car, he saw the girl sitting weakly in the passenger seat. What's wrong with you? Big Wood, I feel so uncomfortable. She covered her abdomen, her face pale. It's okay, it's okay. He hugged her and comforted her. Take me home, she whispered. Okay, I take you home. He wanted to start the car again, but the engine seemed to be dead and couldn't start. Ah! He broke down and slapped the steering wheel with both hands. But at this moment, a strong right hand reached in from the car window. He turned the key gently. The car recovered miraculously and started. You? Mu Xing stared blankly at the windbreaker masked man in front of him. Let me protect you for the last time. Mu Xing was about to say something. He suddenly heard a shrill scream behind him. He saw countless monsters pouring out of every building on the street. The monsters with cracked heads were exactly the same as the ones he saw in the alley. The pedestrians, even the cars, turned into hideous tree monsters. The man in the windbreaker turned around without hesitation, and the axe slipped from his sleeves and was caught in his hand. The moment the axe chopped out, the wind became stronger. Boom! The rolling air wave blew away all the monsters that approached. Go! The man shouted, and rushed towards the endless monsters with his back to him. Mu Xing quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove towards home. At this moment, various monsters appeared in front of him, trying to pounce on his car. The buildings turned into big trees full of nests. He glanced at the girl in the passenger seat. She seemed to be getting weaker, and her face was getting paler. It's okay, we're almost home. Suddenly, another red truck came from the front. The truck was very fast, and he had no way to avoid it this time. However, at this critical moment, a giant cat descended from the sky and slapped the truck away. Meow. The giant cat turned around and meowed at Mu Xing. Tondo? Mu Xing exclaimed, recognizing at a glance that the giant cat in front of him was Tondo. Tondo flicked his tail, and all the monsters around were thrown out. The cat pointed forward with its paw, and the meaning was very clear, follow it. Mu Xing stepped on the accelerator hard, and with Tondo leading the way, the car also sped all the way. However, there were too many monsters around, and it was inevitable that Tondo would be left with scars. Sugar beans. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and continued to speed up. Boom! The giant axe fell from the sky and landed in the monster group, blowing away all the surrounding monsters. Then, the masked man fell from the sky. The wind and snow blew the corners of his clothes, cutting off the street next to him and blocking countless monsters. Mu Xing resisted the urge to stop the car and drove all the way. I am an ordinary person. What can I do even if I get off the car? Finally, he approached his community, and he rushed to the elevator with the girl in his arms. If everything is a dream, I hope everything will be fine. But wherever he passed, the floor tiles lifted up, revealing the winding tree roots. The wall skin cracked, and mold began to grow. He wanted to take the elevator, but when he looked into the gap of the elevator, he saw only a beating heart inside. Seeing the creeping tree roots surging upward in the elevator shaft, fear spread in his heart, fear, uneasiness. He rushed up the stairs and carried her all the way to the 9th floor. We're here, we're here. Only then did the girl open her eyes slightly and asked weakly, "Big Wood, are we here?" "We're here." He began to knock on the door vigorously, until the door was opened. "Son, what happened to you? Oh my God, what happened to Siosia?" Mu Xing looked at the two people in the room, but he was not happy at all. "Dad, Mom, you." The two tree people in front of him wearing their parents' clothes were obviously two tree people. He saw countless tree roots gathered in his room. After hesitating for a moment, he rushed into the room with gritted teeth. He suddenly felt dazed. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him. He put the girl on the sofa, and he saw roots wriggling in the gap of the sofa. He wanted to pick up the girl, but found that the roots were entangled with the girl. In a trance, he saw that there was nothing in the tree roots, only an old photo frame. A bright smile was frozen in the photo frame. Mu Xing staggered back. "Sleep, sleep, just sleep." A hazy voice sounded in his ears. Everything around was shaking. The roots of the whole room gathered together to form a comfortable big bed. Chapter 364. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Everything is false, only peaceful dreams are real. Go to sleep, all your loved ones will meet you again in your dreams. Mu Xing saw a white light rising from the big bed. The white light began to materialize, condensing into creeping tentacles of light. He tried to wake up and resist the sleepiness. Looking sideways, he saw Tang Do fighting in the community, and the windbreaker masked man being besieged. He took a step back. A striped fat cat appeared beside him, holding the cat's eye pendant in its mouth. The blue cat's eyes sparkled. "Boy, don't hesitate, this is your last chance to wake up." The striped fat cat actually spoke, just like a snowy night. He took the necklace with one hand and took off the cat's eye with force. He saw the cat's eye changing and turned into a small blue pill. "Don't eat that." A cry of surprise rang out. In the distance, a girl dressed in avant-garde clothes was flying quickly, trying to stop Mu Xing. The striped fat cat glanced out the window, waved his claws, and time and space continued to extend far away. Even if the opponent used space folding to get closer, the speed of space extension was much faster than folding. "Trix, you little traitor, I trusted you so much, but you chose to betray me." "You know, I taught you this space folding ability," Trix shouted anxiously. "Evil spirit, you have done so many evil things, and now you want to take over his body. I don't agree." The striped fat cat showed a humane smile. "This is not up to you to agree or not. He now has only two options. Either go to sleep and sink forever, or take the pill and become my puppet." Then it turned to look at Mu Xing, and continued to bewitch his mind. "Take it, unless you want to sink into the dream forever. Waking up is your only way out." Mu Xing nodded confusedly, grabbed the blue pill, and fed it directly into his mouth. "No!" Trix shouted. Seeing Mu Xing completely swallow the blue pill, the striped fat cat began to laugh. The next second, endless darkness gushed out from Mu Xing's body, which was infinite and extreme despair. In the striped fat cat's body, a burning sun struggled to break free and flew towards Mu Xing's body. It wanted to jump into the endless despair, so that it could create hope with despair and be reborn. However, when it jumped into Mu Xing's body, it soon realized that something was wrong. "Wait, this body is wrong. This is wrong." Suddenly, this body began to turn into a mixture of slime mold and tree roots. This scene made the evil spirit never expect it, and it couldn't understand what was going on. At this moment, the door was kicked open. A man in a windbreaker and a mask walked in step by step. Then, he slowly took off the mask in front of the evil spirit, and it was not the ugly and twisted face of a man, but a fair and slightly melancholy young face. You actually swapped bodies." The evil spirit, realizing something, struggled desperately, trying to escape from this body condensed by slime mold and tree roots. However, at this moment, the two consciousnesses flew out and returned to their respective bodies. Mu Xing, wearing a windbreaker, slowly opened his eyes, looking worried. He recalled what the masked man said to him when his dream was broken. Observers always observe the fate of others, but before becoming an observer, you must first learn to examine your own fate. "Mu Xing, you are me, but I am not you. I am your observer consciousness, another you born after you activated that special potion. My existence is your tool for observing the essence of the world, so I can see the truth that you cannot see. I know you are hesitant and worried, afraid that all this is a lie. In that case, why don't you use your own eyes to see the truth of all this?" "But what should I do?" Mu Xing asked. "Use my body and my eyes, and you can see the truth of everything." So, the moment before Mu Xing woke up, the two exchanged bodies. And just as the man in the windbreaker said, he really saw the truth of everything and the danger hidden behind the beautiful dream. Now, both parties have returned to their own bodies, and they can use this body-swapping trick to trap the evil spirit that intends to rebel. The evil spirit regretted it very much at this time. It didn't expect that this guy who seemed fragile and would easily sink into his dream and didn't want to wake up actually had such a deep calculation. It wanted to break free. The body condensed by slime mold and tree roots dragged it to the big bed covered with white tentacles without hesitation. Damn it, you can't do this. The evil spirit screamed. If it was Mu Xing's body, after swallowing the blue pill, it would be absorbed by the body instantly. However, the body in front of him was just slime mold and tree roots, and could not absorb the blue pill. In this way, he could not become its puppet. The pill turned into a cat's eye stone and rolled out of his stomach. Don't even think about it. The evil spirit roared, and its original consciousness turned into a terrifying big mouth, trying to swallow Mu Xing in front of him. However, Mu Xing just picked up the cat toy on the table next to him. The terrifying mouth shrank instantly and turned into a cat. Damn! What did you add to the bonfire? You bastard! You actually added the consciousness and hope of Tondo, the stupid cat, ah! Don't move, don't move! The evil spirit roared, but still chased the cat toy uncontrollably. Mu Xing grabbed the ball of yarn again. The evil spirit instantly shook its tail excitedly. Mu Xing threw the ball of yarn towards the big bed opposite. The evil spirit's body also rushed over uncontrollably following the ball of yarn. Following the slime mold tree root body, it fell into the big bed. Countless white tentacles instantly entangled, trying to drag them into the big bed. And looking under the bed, it gradually condensed into a bottomless spiral tree root abyss. Before the Windbreaker Man completely disappeared, he waved his right hand, and a ball of bright white light flew out. Mu Xing, your observer consciousness does not need self-awareness. My birth was accidental, and also an accident. But now, my mission is completed. Mu Xing, you have to rely on your own efforts to continue in the future. Remember what you have lost, don't hold on, don't be sad, move forward, try to move forward. For some reason, Mu Xing suddenly felt very sad. He grabbed the light with one hand, and in an instant, countless memories came out from the depths of his sealed mind. He remembered everything. Looking at the familiar room in front of him, the parents in the dream, who stood like trees, and no longer moved, and the photo frame on the sofa entangled by tree roots. Tick! A tear fell from the corner of his eye. The tears instantly turned into endless flames that shot up into the sky. It ignited everything, and the whole world began to burn. Trix finally arrived and grabbed his arm. Hey, brat, are you awake? Mu Xing nodded. Trix, thank you for saving me. Now is not the time to reminisce. Everything is not over yet. She shouted behind her. Freddy, take us out of this dream. The black fog surged, and Freddy emerged from behind them. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and pressed the ball of light directly into his forehead. Everything in front of him turned into illusion. Chapter 365. Blackness in front of his eyes. Mu Xing returned to the familiar tower. He was still in a trance for a while, and after several minutes, he finally digested all his memories. The tall observer tower made of ancient bluestone. But it was different from what he remembered. This tower looked like part of a larger multi-story tower. Around this tower was not the void, but a psychedelic colorful world. It was like a pool of thick oil poured into the water. The familiar Arte was slowly looking up, and the white eyes of Oris were flickering and changing in front of him. The whiskey with ice in his hand was gently shaken. As if sensing their arrival, he showed a long-lost smile. See you again, Blood Moon. Mu Xing was a little shy. Sorry, I had to send you a message. The situation is indeed a bit tricky this time, and it hit my weak spot. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Behind. Trix punched him in the vest. What are you talking about? You are my lifesaver, so we are willing to help you with this little favor, she said, carelessly, sitting down in front of Art, and hooked her finger at his Oris. Give me a glass of Manosha. It's boring to stay in that observer council every day. Now that the evil spirits have been eliminated, it's a good opportunity to come out and relax. At this time, Nightmare Freddy also appeared beside her. She quickly looked at Oris. Oh, by the way, add a glass of tequila. As soon as the words fell, 2 glasses of wine fell on the table. Blood Moon, what do you want to drink? I don't need it, I have to go back. As he said that, he looked around. By the way, where is this place? It doesn't seem to be the void. He lowered his head and touched his translucent body. This is my consciousness, not my body. Alter said, don't worry, this is the Alea land of this world. Alea? Collective consciousness world. That's right, what you see is not our body, but our thinking. which has entered the Alea land of this world from a higher dimension. Muxing knew that they were definitely not here for no reason. He quickly ran to the balcony and saw a pale mass on the edge of this colorful ink-like world, as if a large piece had been bitten off. The pale mass was like countless tangled and twisted roots, constantly devouring this world. That is, the culprit who pulled you into the dream. It is trying to devour the Alea land of this world. Muxing frowned. No wonder the dream produced by the forest was so powerful that he could hardly resist it at all. Why doesn't Alea resist? Muxing frowned. Because the Alea land of this world has not yet given birth to the Alea consciousness that can coordinate countless collective consciousnesses. So for the forest, this is like a virgin land that has never been developed and can be expanded at will. Alter explained. Muxing frowned and looked at the expanding white mass. How can we stop it? From the inside. From the inside? First of all, congratulations on giving birth to your own observer consciousness. So what exactly is this observer's consciousness? Muxing recalled the previous scenes, the self-sacrificing windbreaker man, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. If Alea consciousness is the ultimate collective consciousness, then observer consciousness is a kind of ultimate individual consciousness. Observer consciousness is a special consciousness that only those who have inherited the observer are qualified to have. It is your support to see through all falsehoods and illusions, and it is also the cornerstone of future spiritual ascension. It can help you stop being confused, see the truth, see your own destiny, and lay a good foundation for becoming an observer in the future. Muxing was silent. Although this was something worth celebrating, he was not happy at all. Alter continued, let me tell you the conclusion directly. After I came here, I observed your plan and actions. Your overall idea and strategy are correct, but you did not realize the most important point. What? Muxing subconsciously raised his head. You don't realize that you are always in a dream. Muxing was choked by his words. Of course, because of the special nature of the thing in the forest, it has mixed reality and dreams by devouring the land of Raya. There are also evil spirits inside to mess things up. Before, you didn't have the consciousness of an observer, so it's normal that you can't distinguish between reality and dreams. Then how to break the situation? As I said, from the inside? Can it work with that black mucus virus? No, it is also a product of dreams. It can only destroy the forest's dream, but not the forest itself. Here. Trix patted Muxing on the shoulder. Brother we are here. I let Freddy help you. Thank you. Muxing thanked him sincerely. He had no good way to deal with the overlapping dreams between the forest and the evil spirits. Alter continued, Blood Moon, you are different now. You have the observer's knowledge, and can directly find the forest's body. Besides, your absolutely exquisite arrangement should have a decisive effect. Muxing understood instantly. You mean the evil spirit? Yes, although the evil spirit was sealed by you, it is still an evil spirit after all, and it still retains its powerful strength. Now, it has been pulled into the dream by the forest, and it will definitely launch a counterattack. When the two sides fight fiercely, your chance will come. Muxing felt much better after hearing this, and he already had some direction in his mind. Do you need help? Trix was already eager to try. Muxing shook his head. No, it's already very troublesome for you to summon you this time, and there is also a survival system watching above. By the way, the survival system didn't stop you from entering here? Ah, survival system? I didn't see it, Trix said. Muxing narrowed his eyes and slapped his forehead. No wonder, it turned out to be another native world. He really didn't know whether to be happy or complain. He could find a native world wherever he went. And this native world was not the Silent Hill derivative world that Trix had transformed. It was a real native world, and the danger level was far beyond the ordinary survival world. By the way, you came here this time for the evil spirit, right? Muxing asked. Alter did not hide. Yes, we detected the evil spirit's fluctuations, and we just received your message, so we rushed here directly. This time we must make sure to completely eliminate the evil spirit. Muxing shook his head. According to my research over the past few days, the evil spirit cannot be eliminated, and locking it under the supervision of the survival system is the best choice. He looked up at the two people. So, this time I hope you can help me seal it completely. Art and Trix looked at each other and nodded directly. Of course, no problem. In fact, this is also the opinion of our Observer Council. By the way, how is Vigo? Muxing thought of Vigo. He is in a miserable situation now. He is undergoing the Observer assessment. He has endless books to read and endless knowledge to learn every day. I am about to cry for him, Trix laughed heartlessly. Chapter 366. Just as the few people were talking, Mu Xing noticed that there were new changes in this colorful ink-like world. A wriggling living sun squeezed in. But it was always wrapped in the white spore area. It occupied a corner of the edge and was trying to break out. The wriggling tentacles tried to pass through the barrier and penetrated into the ink world. It was like a breathing tube stretched out by a drowning person. It began to greedily absorb the power of the Alea land. The living sun expanded very quickly. In just a few minutes, it expanded to 1/10 the size of the white spore area. Trix said seriously, "This is the terrifying thing about the evil spirit. As long as it is given any opportunity, it can grow rapidly and recover quickly." Mu Xing next to him was not in a hurry, because he noticed that although the evil spirit was expanding, it could not escape the control of the forest. The two sides were wrestling and fighting. "Mr. Art, do you know what that thing is?" Mu Xing pointed at the area of white spores that were growing rapidly. Alt said, "It should be a powerful dreamlike life form that will continue to wander in the universe. It becomes powerful by constantly merging and devouring the dreams of living things, constructing dreams, assimilating reality, and finally devouring the Alea land of this world. When the Alea of a world is completely drained, it will leave to find the next prey." Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this the same nature as evil spirits?" Alt glanced at Mu Xing. "You can see it too. The forest and the evil spirits actually have the same essence, because they are both products of chaos from the void." "What is that?" "According to the ancient book of the Observer Chaos, the void is not empty, but there is the birth of primitive chaos. Some chaos will give birth to the material universe planes you and I are familiar with, and some chaos will give birth to self-consciousness. Although these self-consciousnesses have no entity, they can invade other worlds to absorb nutrients, and by devouring the real universe, they can obtain entities that descend into the real world. Over time, these chaotic consciousnesses continue to grow and become terrible monsters like evil spirits. For countless epochs, the observers have carefully observed these terrible void chaotic wills, carefully recorded them, and then sealed each record in the library of the Observer Council, which is never passed on to others. The observers observe and study them, and find countermeasures to protect our world from threats. This has always been what our Observer Council is doing." Mu Xing heard this, and couldn't help but respect those observers. These terrifying beings can drive mortals crazy just by looking at them. And they have to conduct observations, and research day after day, and year after year. No wonder many observers gradually go crazy over the long years. "Alter, send me back. Since they have already started fighting, I should also take action." Mu Xing has made a decision. As he said this, he handed the plan he had just customized to Alter. Art took the plan. "We will cooperate with you on the periphery, and the main goal is to seal the evil spirits. By the way, there is another favor for you," Mu Xing said. "You say." "This." Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the structure projection of the original honeycomb appeared in the air. "This is..." "Oh my goodness, brother, you haven't become an observer yet, and the tower has already been built to 4 floors? Trix squatted in front of the projection, with a surprised look on his face, fiddling with his fingers. "Not yet, this is just one of my special world props, which contains the layers formed by the rules of different worlds." Art was also examining the original hive. It has a prototype, but the most basic observer tower frame has not been built yet. "Oh, I already have this." A basic frame shadow appeared in Mu Xing's right hand. "Is this a universal observer tower frame? Oh my god, Art, look at this perfection. How can there be such a perfect frame?" Trix exclaimed. "Did you build it yourself?" Art couldn't help but move closer. "I bought it. You should know that I rely on the survival system." The two of them understood Mu Xing's meaning at once. Their eyes widened, and some were speechless. Trix grabbed Mu Xing's arm and asked expectantly, "Brother, is your survival system short of people? Why don't I become a survivor?" I'm afraid it's unlikely. The survival system will not invite an observer to become a survivor." "Humph, boring." Trix angrily put his hands on his hips. "By the way, Trix, where is your observer tower?" "It's not finished yet, but those old scholars keep pestering me to help me build the tower. I have to stay there every day to build the framework. It's so annoying." She waved the sledgehammer in her hand. "How can a broken tower be better than a hammer?" Alt smiled and shook his head. "Don't pay attention to her. She doesn't know how lucky she is. A genius like her is favored by many seniors, and they all want to take her as their apprentice. She didn't want to, and rejected them all. As a result, a group of seniors discussed becoming her common mentor. Trix is now a hot commodity in the Observer Council." Hearing this, Trix was not happy. "I don't want to be an apprentice. You force me to attend classes every day. It's annoying." Mu Xing and Art looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile, and shook their heads. Art said, "Do you want us to help you install the frame?" Mu Xing nodded. "This is one reason. The second reason is that I want to expand the 5th floor. So at the critical moment, I hope you can help me." "No problem." Art agreed readily. "Brother, you leave it to us." Trix put his arm around his shoulders, looking like a good brother. Just as Mu Xing left the Alea land, he saw that the size of the evil spirit had grown to 1/5 of the size of the spore area. Obviously, although they are both products of chaotic consciousness, the new forest is obviously not as experienced as the evil spirit, and now it can only rely on the advantage of fighting at home to suppress the evil spirit. If time is extended, the balance of victory will eventually fall to the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit suffered a heavy blow before, and now it is hastily responding to the enemy. Even if it wins in the end, it is estimated to be a miserable victory. This is exactly what Mu Xing wanted. He plotted against the evil spirits in order to drive the wolf to devour the tiger, so that both sides would suffer losses, and he could take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Mu Xing and his companions went all the way to the top of the tower, and he saw the familiar super time and space engine again. Art put one hand on the super time and space engine, and the other on Mu Xing's consciousness. "Are you ready?" Mu Xing took a deep breath. "Come on." I saw the auras around Art constantly flickering, and a vortex that could leave the Alea land gradually formed between the links of the two sides. The vortex continued to grow and become larger, and finally formed a portal. "Enter!" Mu Xing nodded and stepped into the portal. He was like walking through a passage made of colorful ink. He saw various consciousness images flickering around him. This is the gathering place of consciousness of all living beings. Chapter 367. Opening his eyes again. Mu Xing felt that he was in some kind of sticky and warm liquid. The moment he woke up, Mu Xing did not rush to act, but carefully observed the surroundings. This is a lantern fruit-shaped container with a diameter of 2 meters. It is filled with warm liquid. He used the observer's consciousness to scan the surroundings and confirmed that this was no longer a dream, but a real world. And around him, some kind of dream power was still surrounding him, and a hypnotic sound was rippling, as if it was ready to pull him back into the dream at any time. But now Mu Xing has awakened the observer's consciousness. He can penetrate the illusion and see the truth. So he will never be trapped by this psychedelic dream again and stay awake. He feels his physical state. A sense of weakness comes over him. This is really not a good place. The forest is pulling him into the dream, while also using the dream to absorb his power. Fortunately, his skills are all in the spirit, various props and summons, and the loss of the body's power has a limited weakening effect on his strength. Not only that, the dark gold core in his body also closed automatically after he fell asleep, and did not lose too much dark gold energy. It seemed to sense that Mu Xing had woken up. A white thread extended from the top of this lantern fruit. The thread stretched out to him like a tentacle, wanting to check on Mu Xing's condition. Mu Xing's mind moved, and his consciousness penetrated into the sea of consciousness to call for the divine seal. "Master, you finally woke up. What's the situation now?" Mu Xing asked. "The dream has begun to become chaotic, but the backup plan you left in the dream has not been lost. Before, the forest pulled the master into an independent dream, and the evil spirit took the opportunity to attack and prevent me from following into the dream. I simply continued to stay in the dream of the forest and developed secretly. The divine seal projected the results. In the dream world of the forest, in the cracks and corners of the forest, under the cover of Alessa's inner world, the corpse matrix is spreading and growing secretly. You did a good job." Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Although he had been tortured along the way, Shan'in and Alessa did not disappoint him. Now, under the erosion of the forest, the gap between reality and dreams in the forest has become very small, and there is almost no difference between the two. Reality can affect dreams, and dreams can also affect reality. "Make me a clone." Mu Xing returned to the first layer of the original honeycomb. He could not let the forest know that he had woken up and left the dream. This clone does not need self-awareness, and uses a simulated brain directly inside. As long as the forest can think that he is still in a dream, it will be fine. It is easy to create such a clone seal. After all, there are countless clones of Alice and Matt in the laboratory. In front of gene printing technology, it does not take 10 seconds to create a clone, and a clone of Mu Xing can be successfully printed. It always feels weird. Looking at the identical self in front of him, Mu Xing couldn't help complaining. He thought of the windbreaker masked man again. He could have such a sweet dream, and he had been protecting the beauty in his heart. Retracting his thoughts, now is not the time to sigh. Mu Xing directly replaced himself with a clone. When the white threads fell, he activated bullet time and replaced himself with a clone. Then his limbs were granulated and passed through the lantern fruit little by little. The white threads were wrapped around the clone, quickly pulling his simulated consciousness into a deeper dream. Mu Xing examined the dream scene set back by the clone. This time, the forest superimposed 5 layers of dreams for him, and there was a 10-fold time difference between each layer. This was intended to trap him in the dream forever. Little did he know that his real body had already escaped. When Mu Xing came out of the lantern fruit, he turned into a physical body again. As expected, as he had guessed, the lantern fruit was a big red heart. This big heart was like a fruit, hanging on the towering human skin tree. Looking further away, they were always in the forest, on this huge 10,000-meter tree, overlooking all the mountains, as if standing on the top of the world, and reaching out to pick the stars. And he was at the highest point of the giant tree. And on the slightly lower branches, there were 4 other lantern fruits. You don't need to guess who is inside. Mu Xing glanced at the survival terminal, and the task was still stuck at task 2. Obviously, they did not walk out of the forest, and were intertwined with reality, making it difficult for them to distinguish between reality and dreams. The others were still immersed in their sweet dreams, and could not wake up. The only one who was still struggling was Yi. As a cultivator, she had a strong spiritual consciousness, and seemed to have realized that she was experiencing a dream. So she is also the easiest one to wake up. A white light flashed on Mu Xing's right hand, which was the observer's consciousness. It went directly through the big heart and entered Yi's consciousness, awakening her. After all, Yi is a veteran. Although she was reborn once, she has experienced all kinds of storms and waves, and her resilience and acceptance are very strong. The moment she was awakened, she quickly adjusted her mentality. Sister Yu, let me make a long story short. I will launch a general attack on the forest. When the time comes, you will protect the others first. When I kill here, it will be time for us to cooperate inside and outside. You want to fight the forest alone? Yi frowned, not quite agreeing. Don't worry, Sister Yi, I've asked for external help and have a backup plan. External help? Yi looked puzzled. Anyway, Sister Yi, don't worry, it won't take too long. Yi nodded and chose to believe Mu Xing. I will also start preparing here. This damn forest has trapped me in the dream for so long, I won't let it off easily. After negotiating with Yi, Mu Xing retreated quickly, away from the towering tree. He saw 2 suns in the sky. One was dim, while the other was very active. The sunlight materialized into wriggling tentacles, and the war between the forest and the evil spirits had begun. Above the sky, Mu Xing also saw a huge luminous body. It was a huge ball of white slime, and there was a vague human face in the big ball of slime. Of course, if the holes on the big ball of slime can be called facial features, it looks like a huge round human face. They fought in the land of Alea, and did not affect the real world. However, both the real world and the dream world are madly alienated, providing the forest in the battle with the power to fight against the evil spirits. The battle between the 2 sides is also very primitive, devouring and counter-devouring. However, dream attacks are ineffective against evil spirits, which directly destroys most of the forest's combat power. However, the evil spirits can use the power of despair and hope generated by dreams to continuously strengthen themselves. The 2 sides are in a difficult fight, and no one can suppress the other for a while. However, the experienced evil spirits are experienced. Although they are weaker than the forest, they are not at all inferior, and are constantly pulling the balance of victory. Now that the forest is restrained by the evil spirits, both sides have invested almost all their energy, and this just gives Mu Xing the opportunity to grow in the cracks. He came to a place in the forest, and as soon as he landed, the scattered inner world around him quickly connected into one. At the same time, the worm-like corpse mothers began to gather. Chapter 368. The seeds that were once sown in the forest have now taken root and sprouted. Although they have not yet grown into towering trees, those small streams have already penetrated into every corner of the forest. Mu Xing gave an order, taking advantage of the fact that the forest's energy was attracted by the evil spirits. It expanded rapidly. Countless wild men, deformed people, and split-headed monsters in the forest fell into a deep sleep because they needed to provide power to the forest. They were suppressed by the power of the living sun in the sky, which extracted hope and despair, causing them to be extremely weak. All these materials were cheap for Mu Xing. He hadn't fought such a rich battle for a long time. Master, are you sure you want to fully activate the Blood Moon talent? This may lead to unknown consequences. The Divine Seal reminded. I have no choice this time. I can only fight against the forest and the evil spirits. Moreover, as the heir of the Blood Moon, I have never tried to actively release this power. I always had concerns, and kept vigilant against it. Now I understand that only if I actively accept this power will it actively accept me. This is a mutual process. The divine seal flickered beside Mu Xing. It seems that the master has gained a lot from this dream. Yes. Mu Xing opened his hands. I have experienced the beauty, so I will not have any regrets. The other one is right. We should forget everything in the past, learn to raise our heads and move forward, and work hard to move forward. Countless worms began to gather around. Next, there were the corpses transformed by the corpse mother. They gathered from all directions, from every corner of the forest. A huge ball of flesh is growing rapidly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In less than half an hour, the huge ball of flesh has grown to 1,000 meters high. This has exceeded the limit in Silent Hill. But Mu Xing is not satisfied and continues to expand and grow. Until the height of the ball of flesh exceeds the general height of the giant trees in the forest, it begins to squeeze the space of the surrounding giant trees. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. When it grows to 5,000 meters, the huge ball of flesh has reached nearly half the height of the 10,000-meter giant tree. Master, I'm almost at my limit. I can only maintain this size now. Not enough. Mu Xing shouted, letting more corpses gather to complete the aggregation with him. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand and input the Blood Moon essence. The new divine seal began to expand and turned into a huge red eye of 100 meters. Then it was directly embedded in the huge meat ball. Following. 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 8 kilometers. Finally, both the forest and the evil spirits noticed the huge meat ball aggregation. The forest was distracted by the evil spirits and had been fighting in the Alea land. He didn't expect that his hometown was stolen. Almost all the replicas and mutants in the forest had their genes changed, becoming corpses, and finally aggregated into a ball. When it was almost 9 kilometers, Shanine asked, Master, with our power, I'm afraid we can't hatch the aggregate. If you don't hatch, just borrow this invincible body. Mu Xing growled, grow for me. Finally, the huge meat ball grew to a huge length of 10,000 meters. This is Mu Xing's limit. If it gets bigger, even he can't control it. Transform. Mu Xing roared. He was in the core of the huge meat ball at this time. With the blessing of the observer's consciousness, he could barely control this huge aggregate. The huge meat ball began to deform. The bottom was alienated and turned into legs, and the left and right were alienated and turned into hands. There was no head, only the huge eyes transformed by the divine seal embedded in the belly. The tumor giant that once helped Mu Xing crush Caddis in the Silent Hill world reappeared. And it was an upgraded and enhanced plus version. On. Mu Xing just let out a low roar, and the whole forest was shaking. With one step, the indestructible trees collapsed one after another. Mu Xing wanted to overturn this forest and push down that big tree. In the eyes of ordinary people, this forest is huge, but for Mu Xing, who is 10,000 meters tall, this vast forest is nothing more than that. With one step, the ground cracked, and the shock waves spread layer by layer. Wherever it passed, the forest within a radius of dozens of kilometers was instantly destroyed. Mu Xing turned into a huge meat ball and rolled dozens of kilometers in one circle. He wanted to flatten the forest all the way. Mu Xing summoned Alessa and Triangle Head, and with a flick of his hand, the fourth-generation hunters appeared. With a flick of his right hand, hundreds of meat balls fell to the ground, and then the sharp blades cut through the skin, and the fourth-generation hunters emerged from them. The combat power of a fourth-generation hunter is beyond imagination, let alone hundreds of them. Master, you must speed up. Your Blood Moon origin will not last long. The divine seal reminded him. Mu Xing then noticed that controlling this invincible giant also came at a price. The Blood Moon essence in his body turned into control power, and continued to flow into the giant's body. Without the Blood Moon essence, although he could cultivate this thing, he was powerless to control it. The Blood Moon essence is the cornerstone to ensure the aggregation of the corpse, otherwise such a huge meat ball would have collapsed due to its own mass. Obviously, the Blood Moon essence offset the gravity of the planet to a certain extent. How long can it last? 10 minutes. Mu Xing calculated the area and distance. Enough. With a wave of his right hand, hundreds of fourth-generation hunters turned into logging machines and madly cut down the entire forest. Although the forest has almost unlimited growth power, Mu Xing intends to cut the grass and root it out this time. Just like wildfires can't burn the weeds on the hillside, because they have strong roots deeply rooted in the ground. This time, Mu Xing directly pulled out the underground roots under the forest. The tree roots that are 1,000 meters deep were caught by Mu Xing. Then it was directly lifted from the underground rock layer. The twisted and entangled tree roots rely on the foundation of the earth to have a strong regeneration ability. When these foundations were overturned by Mu Xing, the big trees on the ground suddenly lost their ability to regenerate and began to wither. Boom, boom! Mu Xing violently destroyed all the way, and those tree roots tried to entangle him and control him, but they were all easily torn off. He walked unstoppably towards the 10,000-meter giant tree in the middle. Seeing this scene, the master of the forest was obviously anxious. When the forest could not stop Mu Xing, it began to dry the dream and spore area. At this moment, Mu Xing looked up at the living sun in the sky. Evil spirit, why don't you and I cooperate and defeat the forest together? I will leave the forest to you, and the land of Alea will be given to you to devour. How about that? The living sun in the sky transformed into a huge cat face. Damn, little liar, I believe your lies? I can kill this guy by myself without your help. After I kill the forest, I will swallow you, the little liar. Mu Xing seemed to have been prepared for this, and said with some disappointment, Is that so? He looked at the big white slime ball next to him. Hey, big white ball, how about we work together? Let's kill this evil spirit together. After it's over, I don't want anything. Just send us out of this world. Believe me, this evil spirit is cunning, and you can't beat it. Hearing this, the big white ball seemed to be interested. Chapter 369. Hey, you little bastard, stop fooling around. I've swallowed enough power from the Alea land and am invincible. Even if you join forces, you can't be my opponent. The evil spirit cursed and yelled. Oh, really? Mu Xing sneered, and a striped fat cat appeared in his palm. The last bit of your true spirit is here. As long as I use this body to restrain your true spirit, I can limit your strength. Fuck you, little bastard, I eat you alive. The evil spirit roared, and the living sun waved its tentacles, trying to rush over and swallow Mu Xing in one gulp. However, before Mu Xing could do anything, the big white ball took action, trapping the evil spirit tightly and preventing it from escaping from its control. Human, I can cooperate with you. This evil spirit is too dangerous, and my power cannot resist its erosion. However, I need to communicate with the existence behind you. An emotionless voice sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Obviously, the big white ball is interested in cooperating with Mu Xing. Mu Xing glanced at the big white ball. This guy actually aimed at the survival system behind him. He wanted to surrender at the last minute and rely on the survival system. How could Mu Xing let it do what it wanted? If the survival system intervened, he would not be able to eat meat or drink soup. At the same time, the voice of the evil spirit also sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Little bastard, let's cooperate. Just as you said just now, this big white ball belongs to you, and the land of Alea belongs to me. Let's sign a contract now. When it's over, you return your body and true spirit to me. From now on, you will be your survivor and I will return to my void. How about we don't owe each other anything? Mu Xing's eyes turned. Okay, but we still have to sign a contract. You can never hurt me. If you agree, I will cooperate with you. Don't push your luck. The evil spirit growled. Evil spirit, I don't believe a word you say, unless it's an oath of true spirit and origin. Otherwise, what if you go back on your word and swallow me in the last bite? The evil spirit bared its teeth for a while. Okay, I agree. Mu Xing was delighted and quickly drafted the contract. At the same time, he replied to the big white ball. I agree, but I need to contact the existence behind me. Give me a minute. Okay. The big white ball said without hesitation. Mu Xing took the opportunity to contact Art. What? You want me to pretend to be a survival system? Art couldn't help but exclaimed. In fact, there is no need to show any ability. Anyway, this big white ball is just a bumpkin and has never seen a survival system. You just help me hold it back. Then I make it clear. I'm just trying my best. If I get caught, don't blame me. Of course. Soon, the big white ball connected with the survival system behind Mu Xing. And Mu Xing drafted a pledge to the evil spirit. After he sent the pledge to the evil spirit, the other side roared again. Little bastard, not hurting you is enough. What other terms did you add? Mu Xing said expressionlessly. You can't control, imprison, and plot against me and my family and friends. Or do you not want to keep your promise at all? Finally decided to go back on your word? The evil spirit choked. Of course not, how could I? But what does your last sentence mean by including sugar beans in brackets? Do you know that I have an irreconcilable relationship with that stinky cat? Mu Xing looked calm. That's none of my business. Whether you agree or not, I will help the big white ball kill you if you don't agree. To tell you the truth, it is ready to surrender to the survival system behind me. You should know what this means. Hearing this, the evil spirit immediately cursed. Fuck, you are so cowardly that you want to be a dog for the survival system right after the fight? It's so embarrassing. So what do you mean? Sign! The evil spirit gritted its teeth and signed it directly. When the oath was established, it turned into light and flew into the bodies of Mu Xing and the living sun at the same time. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was successful. Go! The evil spirit suddenly shouted and started to fight back. Mu Xing also started to lift the tree roots without any hesitation. Rumble. The whole forest was shaking. They were fighting in the Alea land, while Mu Xing was destroying the real world. The big white ball was communicating with the survival system, and suddenly found that Mu Xing and the evil spirit had joined forces directly. Why do you want to help that terrible monster? The big white ball asked puzzledly. Mu Xing responded bluntly. Compared to the evil spirit, who is a real villain, I hate you, a hypocrite, more for manipulating dreams and playing with fate. What I can't stand the most is that you actually use my parents and Penelia Tornata to control me. Anyone who touches my taboo must die. Mu Xing's face was grim, with only murderous intent in his eyes. He pounced on the giant tree. The forest also quickly activated the entire tree, trying to turn into a huge tree man to deal with Mu Xing. However, the evil spirit was like a skilled old driver, easily cutting off its connection with the tree. At the same time, Yi Wei, who had been prepared for a long time, took action. After rescuing a few newcomers, she directly detonated a large black skull on the tree. The skull exploded, and the giant tree screamed in pain. The giant tree, which seemed to be alive, swung its branches and lashed out, but was blocked by Mu Xing. Mu Xing snorted coldly and swung his fist like a mountain. On his fist, the energy generated by the aggregate was gathering. Crackling. That was red lightning. The lightning jumped, generating terrible high temperatures. When the fist hit the soft bark, it had turned into an orange flaming fist. Boom! The giant tree was almost broken by the punch. The animated giant tree had considerable flexibility and resilience. It did not break in this punch. However, Mu Xing would not let this giant tree go, and punched it again. This punch left a huge fist mark on the soft bark, burning with high temperature. Countless faces on the tree howled in pain. The thick roots entangled, trying to drag Mu Xing underground. Mu Xing saw. There was a huge root abyss under the tree. This abyss was estimated to be tens of thousands of meters deep. How could Mu Xing let it do what it wanted? Evil spirit! He shouted. The living sun in the sky burned fiercely, and a terrifying white light fell. Mu Xing raised his hands high to receive the blazing white light in the sky. Even though his hands were already burning, he still couldn't withstand the burning of this blazing white light. He felt that his aggregate body would be burned to ashes by the high temperature of billions of degrees. This was the power of the evil spirit after it was weakened by tens of millions of times. If it was at its peak, a little white light could burn the entire planet. Mu Xing fought hard, wrapped in red lightning, trying his best to isolate the white light, and rushed out holding it. Boom! He slammed into the giant tree, knocking it sideways, revealing the abyss of tree roots below. Mu Xing threw the ball of light in his hand into the abyss without hesitation. Then he rolled and crawled, trying to get away. Buzz! The sound of the entire forest disappeared, and only a bright white light was seen illuminating the horizon. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the giant pit. Mu Xing grabbed the giant tree, and used it as his shield to resist the terrible impact. Chapter 370. Layers of ripples were mixed with high temperatures and burning. Wherever they passed, the forest was set on fire, and the earth turned into charcoal. A shrill scream sounded from deep underground. Like the desperate wails of countless wronged souls and evil spirits after suffering a devastating blow. The giant incarnation of Mu Xing tightly grasped the giant tree as a shield. He could clearly see the process of the surface of the human skin tree being continuously carbonized. The shock wave and high-temperature air flow whistled past both sides of the tree trunk. The giant tree also screamed strangely, facing the impact of the explosion. This was the second time that Mu Xing faced the white light of the explosion. The first time was in the initial land, when the battle between the evil spirit and the Lord of Lorenberg destroyed the entire city in an instant. At that time, he was defenseless and unavoidable, and finally turned into ashes. The power this time was obviously much smaller, and he had a huge body to protect him, and the human skin tree as a shield. After being blown back several kilometers by the airflow of the explosion, it successfully exhausted all its power. Mu Xing punched out, breaking the almost carbonized human skin tree into 2 pieces and breaking it completely. Except for the core, which still retained a little vitality, the whole tree was basically burned to death. The most important thing is that the core system of the forest was destroyed by the explosion, which made the giant tree lose its supply and recovery ability and completely collapsed. The soil around the big pit in front was crystallized by high temperature. Mu Xing walked to the edge of the pit, just glanced at the abyss where the tree roots used to be, and jumped in without hesitation. Evil spirit, you hold the forest with all your strength, I will destroy its core. Hurry up, kid, this guy is going to fight to the death. The situation reversed, and the forest suddenly became a disadvantageous party from an advantage. Originally, it could rely on the home advantage, and the huge system of the forest to provide a continuous supply of power. However, now, most of the forest has been destroyed, the roots on which it depends for survival have been uprooted, and even its core has been hit by a big shot. Mu Xing has jumped into the abyss, intending to completely destroy the core of the forest in the material world. Once he loses contact with the material world, he will undoubtedly lose the battle with the evil spirits in the land of Alea. So the big white ball wanted to break through the Alea land like crazy, and descend into the material world by force. But the evil spirit would not let it do so. Now the evil spirit has grown to 1/3 of the size of the big white ball. The tentacles of the living sun are entangled with the fungus-like tentacles on the big white ball, dragging it tightly. It is like a piece of sticky candy that cannot be thrown away. After Mu Xing jumped into the abyss, his hands turned into huge shovels and began to dig down. He lifted the carbonized root layer, dug the rock, and finally, he saw a huge spiral structure of tree roots swirling under the forest. Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the core area that the protagonist finally reached in the game? It's just that this place is different from the game. All humans are strictly controlled and protected. He saw hard cages growing on the huge tree roots, imprisoning a large number of humans. The number is difficult to estimate. Hundreds of thousands? Or millions? Their dreams are combined to build a framework of the forest dream world. In the center of the huge spiral structure, there is a crater of medium size. This is obviously a crater formed by a meteor falling into the forest. It gradually sank deep into the ground as the forest grew. This huge tree root abyss was constructed in the interweaving of dreams and reality. It has a similar nature to the evil spirits, and they both have the tendency and ability to construct an abyss. But compared to the abyss of despair of the evil spirits, the tree root abyss of the forest seems a little immature. In the center of the crater is the core of the forest. It was like a huge white slime, emitting a faint light. The power of the dream formed a jelly-like entity in reality, giving it facial features. The main tree roots around it overlapped to form bones. The tiny roots intertwined to form muscles. In the white halo bubble, it seemed as if a huge baby was being nurtured. But everything was not yet completely completed. The baby's facial features were still blurred and distorted, the bones were embedded in the ground, and the muscles were not fully formed. In short, it felt like a semi-finished product. Obviously, the forest didn't have time to be born into this world. If it had been fully developed, Mu Xing would have been a giant standing in the deepest part of reality and dream. It had a huge head and a deformed body. Roots were entangled around it, and the abyss was its home. However, all this was interrupted by the sudden arrival of an outsider. Mu Xing saw that the black eyes of the baby were staring at him, and endless nightmares were pouring out of the eye holes, intending to devour Mu Xing. However, Mu Xing, who was protected by the blood moon origin and dark gold energy, was not affected by this erosion. The observer's consciousness also allowed him to remain absolutely awake. He continued to destroy the twisted tree roots, and quickly approached the core of the forest. Please don't do this. I am willing to surrender to the existence behind you. The core made a baby-like sound. After it tried all means to stop Mu Xing, it began to beg for mercy. Want to surrender to the survival system? Are you worthy? I give you 2 choices, either surrender to me or die now. The white baby was silent, as if it was thinking about the pros and cons. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with it, and continued to destroy the tree roots that intended to block him. Mu Xing cut off the huge tree roots one by one, and was already very close to the core. Wait, I can surrender to you, but you have to ensure that my consciousness remains. I have wandered in the void for countless years, and it took a lot of effort to gain memory and consciousness and learn to dream. I don't want to disappear just like that. Obviously. This core already has the most initial reason and consciousness. Okay. Mu Xing just agreed and broke the last layer of obstruction. He jumped down without hesitation and stepped on the big face. Lightning entangled, generating a terrifying high temperature. It was already seriously injured after the explosion, and now it was kicked again, and it lost half of its life. Mu Xing continued to attack. Survivor, I have agreed to surrender. Why do you want to kill me? Just to teach you a lesson. Mu Xing summoned his original hive in reality for the first time. The 4-layer honeycomb was several hundred meters high, but it looked very small compared to his 10,000-meter body. I give you the last chance, go in by yourself. Mu Xing grabbed the giant baby's neck and said viciously. At this time, the original honeycomb began to absorb the unique rules of this world crazily, and it seemed to have a tendency to build a 5th layer. The giant baby seemed to understand what Mu Xing meant, and did it without hesitation. The faces constructed by dreams, slime mold, and tree roots began to pour into the original honeycomb. Then it was transformed into the foundation of the 5th layer by the original hive. The earth began to form, slime mold grew underground, and then a forest grew on the ground. The core of the forest collapsed into a root abyss, which was exactly a miniature version of the forest today. However, as the forest expanded, the entire original hive began to become unstable. Chapter 371. Survivor, your special container cannot hold my core. It is not stable enough. The voice sounded again. Don't worry about it. I will stabilize it. Mu Xing secretly contacted Trix and Art. After receiving the message, the two opened a space-time crack and arrived. Wow, brother, you are so big! Trix exclaimed, looking at Mu Xing's huge body of 10,000 meters. His eyes were full of stars. Art narrowed his eyes. This power is very strange. I have never seen it in any observer's records. Hey, you two, stop sighing and help. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the basic frame of the observer tower flew out. The two observers looked at each other and took action directly. They were professionals, especially Art. He began to help Mu Xing merge the basic frame with the original honeycomb. At the same time, they noticed the core underground. The juvenile form of the void chaos. This is a rare existence. What is a juvenile form? Mu Xing asked. I told you before, there are two possible evolutions of chaos. Remember, you said one would become the material universe, and the other would give birth to self-consciousness and become a powerful and terrifying existence. That's right, so I said it was rare. I rarely see an existence that starts wandering in the void before it has a consciousness. It turned out that it was a consciousness born in this world. Any questions? Mu Xing asked. This is a phenomenon that is very worth studying, but I'm afraid it's too late this time. When it comes to research, Art is eager to do it. However, he still suppressed the throbbing in his heart and helped Mu Xing merge the framework. Then he said, because of this, it is highly bound to this world. Even if it successfully completes its growth and transformation in the future, it will never become an existence like an evil spirit. Because its core is bound by this world, it has relative weaknesses. Alter touched his chin. Perhaps, this is a new option to control those void chaotic consciousnesses. Let them become gods of a certain material world, rather than evil spirits wandering in the void and devouring everywhere. Mu Xing sighed. Obviously, this was not the direction he should focus on. At least, he was not qualified to discuss these major events related to the safety of the void. As he was talking, the process of their fusion framework was almost over. With the transformation of the original hive into the observer tower, both stability and scalability were greatly improved. Done! Trix clapped his hands, very satisfied with his masterpiece. In front of him, the original hive seemed to have a vague tower shape. The 5 layers of space were clearly separated. As the underground core input power into the 5th layer, Mu Xing's 5th layer of space was completely formed. The huge baby was now less than 10 meters long, having shrunk to the extreme. Now it seemed to be lying in the crater pitifully begging for mercy. Survivor, I have done what you asked. Can you let me go now? Mu Xing looked up at the sky. His sight seemed to pass through the abyss of tree roots and reach the land of Alea. Although he solved the core of the forest material world, the big white ball in the land of Alea was the embodiment of its original will. Raise 3 fingers. Now you have 3 choices. First, be eaten by the evil spirit. Second, be captured by the 2 observers beside me. Third, you can sign a true spirit and origin oath with me, just like the evil spirit. It glanced at Mu Xing, and then at the 2 observers next to it who were staring at it. I choose you. Obviously. It knew very well that whether it was eaten by the evil spirit or captured by the observer, there was no way to survive, and the only way to survive was to follow Mu Xing. Hearing this, Art was slightly disappointed. I thought it would choose us. Mu Xing took out the oath that he had prepared long ago. Of course, it was more stringent than the oath signed by the evil spirit, and it was completely a master-servant contract. The forest had no choice now, with the evil spirits above and Mu Xing blocking its retreat below. If it hesitated, Mu Xing would explode its core without hesitation, and then it would be swallowed up by the evil spirits in the land of Alea. So, it chose to sign the oath prepared by Mu Xing. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand and inserted it into the ground, digging out a gray meteorite with a bumpy surface and shaped like an egg from the underground rock layer. The color of the meteorite is very similar to that of the moon, a pale gray, without any vitality. This is its core. Its interior is composed of a squirming chaos, and the outer skin is covered with a layer of stone skin. It barely maintains its material form. Mu Xing threw it into the fifth layer of the original honeycomb, and it fell into the abyss and grew rapidly, turning into a giant tree. With the oath binding it, it could no longer make any waves. How do you plan to deal with the original consciousness of my Alea land? The other party asked. Next, help me suppress the evil spirits, and I will give you a new body. Okay, master. The forest has begun to change its words and enter the state very quickly, which makes Mu Xing very satisfied. At the same time, after sensing that the core of the forest in the material world was destroyed, the evil spirits in the Alea land began to devour the big white ball without hesitation. The huge white ball was swallowed up in just 3 minutes, leaving only 1/10 of its original size. And its size also increased several times. At this moment, Mu Xing also slowly climbed out of the abyss and looked up at the sky. Evil spirit, you promised to leave the big white ball to me. Why don't you keep your word? Ha ha ha, word of mouth? What do I have? I only signed a vow with you not to harm or plot against you, but I didn't sign a vow to keep my promise. At this time, the evil spirit looked like a villain who had succeeded. What can you do to me? Evil spirit, are you sure you want to break the agreement between you and me? The huge living sun squirmed its tentacles and kept approaching. Mu Xing's 10,000-meter body was as small as an ant in front of the sun. So what, if you have the ability, just destroy my stupid cat body, so that my true spirit will be completely free, ha ha. The evil spirit laughed unscrupulously. Really? No wonder I didn't give you a chance. Mu Xing snorted coldly. Let's start. As soon as the words fell, only 1/10 of the original white ball began to fight back. Stupid guy, do you think you can still shake me? The evil spirit saw that the white ball still wanted to resist, and couldn't help but sneer. However, the white ball kept approaching, with the momentum of dying together with the evil spirit. The evil spirit waved its tentacles, pierced the white ball, and began to devour the last strength in its body. The white ball's emotionless voice sounded, Evil spirit, do you think that the Alea consciousness you swallowed is yours? The evil spirit had a bad feeling. What do you mean? I don't need these powers now. Everything will be returned to this world. Suddenly, the colorful ink-like Alea land trembled, as if something began to wake up. The evil spirit couldn't help but curse. Fuck, you bastard. How dare you awaken the Alea land and give it consciousness? The big white ball said calmly, Evil spirit, don't struggle. I advise you to submit to the master. This is good for both you and me. Master? The evil spirit subconsciously looked at Mu Xing on the ground. No longer able to control his emotions. I hack you, UI. Chapter 372. No matter how the evil spirits insulted him, Mu Xing still attacked without hesitation. His mind moved, and the huge aggregate began to collapse. It had completed its mission. But this time, something strange happened. Before the collapsed flesh and blood fell to the ground, a red light suddenly appeared on his hand. He felt that his Blood Moon successor talent was automatically activated, and he began to frantically devour the essence of the aggregate's flesh and blood. For the first time, Mu Xing saw so clearly how the origin of the Blood Moon was generated. In the past, the activation of talents was to absorb the space-time energy of the singularity and expand the total amount. This time, it expanded not the total upper limit, but the concentration. It turns out that the Blood Moon origin is the essential power born from flesh and blood. Mu Xing muttered to himself, without stopping it, allowing it to absorb quickly. At the same time, he felt that his body was also being transformed by the Blood Moon, and every blood vessel and every cell was becoming more thick. When he landed, although the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin was only increased from 180% to 200%, the concentration was doubled. It can be understood that the same unit volume of the battery stores more electrical energy. This is not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. It is just that such a huge body of flesh and blood can only extract such a little Blood Moon essence, which really makes Mu Xing feel a huge contrast. After most of the flesh and blood lost their essence, they all burned out and turned into ashes. Without time to experience the changes in his body, Mu Xing returned to the land of Alea with the help of Art and Trix. At this time, the big white ball awakened the land of Alea and gave it consciousness, and began to return the power it had absorbed. Don't even think about it. The evil spirit screamed. However, its scream was powerless, and the huge living sun began to lose power in the opposite direction. The consciousness of this world woke up, and it began to take back its own power. At this time, Mu Xing appeared. He cooperated with the big white ball to use the evil spirit's striped fat cat body to involve the evil spirit. "Aw, you little bastard, how dare you!" It spit out a ball of white light and flew towards Mu Xing. But the light ball dissipated automatically before it got close to Mu Xing, and then the evil spirit suffered a terrible backlash. "You forgot, I made a vow." Mu Xing's mouth curled up, making the evil spirit feel cheated. It finally understood why Mu Xing signed the vow with it, just for now. It's time to come back. Mu Xing took out the blue pill given to him by the evil spirit and stuffed it directly into the striped fat cat's mouth. The evil spirit was suddenly in a trance, as if sinking into a dream. The big white ball reversely extracted the power of the evil spirit and returned it to the land of Alea. The living sun shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, no, no. When the evil spirit woke up, it was already powerless. It quickly shrank to a size of only a few meters. At this moment, Alt and Trix appeared. "Trix, you little traitor, you still dare to come, and Alt, you old man, I spared your life at the beginning. How dare you treat me like this?" Alt didn't say anything. Trix stuck out his tongue at it. Luyulu. It almost made the evil spirit explode. The two joined forces, and Mu Xing used the striped fat cat's body to support it from below. "Go back, evil spirit." The evil spirit struggled. "No, I won't go back, I won't go back. I don't want to be that stupid cat, I don't want to." Amid the strange cry, the evil spirit that lost its power was suppressed and finally sucked into the body of the striped fat cat. Seal. The two observers branded a unique observer mark on it. When the striped fat cat opened its eyes again, it meowed at the two observers. Even if you don't understand cat language, you can roughly understand how bad its curse is. Mu Xing lifted the striped fat cat by the scruff of its neck, and the striped fat cat suddenly lost the strength to struggle, and was thrown into the first layer of the primitive honeycomb by Mu Xing. Tangdo was sleeping in the cat bed, and was suddenly awakened by the hit. When he saw that it was the striped fat cat, he was furious and began to punch it with his cat fist. Mu Xing looked at the white ball in the sky that had shrunk to a small enough size. "You two, do me a favor and seal it again." This time Mu Xing was going to change the container from cat to dog. Husky? Too stupid, Teddy. Too small, a pastoral dog. It doesn't fit the temperament of the big white ball, and finally Mu Xing decided on a Samoyed with long white hair. The two observers took action again. With the experience of sealing evil spirits, they were more familiar with sealing the body of the big white ball. When the light faded, a Samoyed that was almost as fat as a ball ran out of the light, wagging its tail at Mu Xing, and it was obviously sealed successfully. "Brother, you are really a genius. How did you come up with this sealing method?" Trix asked in surprise. She noticed that after the evil spirits and the forest were sealed into the body, the seals became extremely stable, comparable to the extremely sophisticated cages in the observer prison. Mu Xing said bluntly, "At that time, I just wanted to make the evil spirits behave, that's all. I didn't expect it to be so effective." Trix looked at Art. "Art, do you think this is a new way to deal with those chaotic consciousnesses?" Art shook his head. "This method is only suitable for survivors, because there is a survival system to help suppress it. If we follow suit, the outcome will probably not be very good. An observer has tried a similar method, but it was not stable. Not long after, the powerful consciousness escaped." "Is that so?" Trix was a little disappointed. She ran to the Samoyed and pinched its ears, and it smiled and wagged its tail at Trix. "So cute, Art. Can I keep a dog when I go back?" "Come on, miss. You can't even support yourself. Why waste your life?" "Who said that?" Trix refused to do it after hearing this. "I don't care. I want to keep it. I think the dog on the third floor of the prison is good." When Art heard this, he quickly stopped him. "My aunt, that's a start-devouring beast. You are not allowed to do anything reckless." "Here." Mu Xing rubbed the dog's head, and after successfully sealing the big white ball, he sealed its consciousness in the flesh. Although it has lost its former powerful strength, it can still exert quite strong strength with the fifth layer of the honeycomb. And it is more obedient than the evil spirit, so the restrictions can be appropriately relaxed and occasionally used as a thug. As a deal, when Mu Xing is strong enough, he promised to release the flesh seal for it, and further help it improve its self-awareness. With the promise written into the oath by Mu Xing, the forest chose to compromise and recognize Mu Xing as its master. By the way, let's give you a name, Mu Xing said. The Samoyed tilted his head and wagged his tail. Let me think about it. Since your ability is dreams, I call you Huanming. The Samoyed shook his head and scurried around at Mu Xing's feet, seeming to like this name very much. Isn't this name too casual? Trix couldn't help but say. Mu Xing looked up. It's already very good. In our hometown, pet names are generally favorite foods, such as burritos, corn buns, etc. So your cat is called Tondo too? I'm glad you understand. Just then, the Alea land began to surge. Alter reminded, we should go out. The Alea land of this world is about to awaken the Alea consciousness. Mu Xing looked up and noticed that the colorful ink world around him suddenly gathered into a huge eye. Chapter 373. The huge eye stared at Mu Xing and the others. It was just that the eye had just taken shape and looked very empty. For some reason, Mu Xing always felt that the eye seemed familiar. He thought of the big eyeballs he saw when he traveled through time and space. Maybe. As Mu Xing was guessing, a portal suddenly opened next to Trix and Art. What's wrong? Mu Xing was puzzled. Art's expression was solemn. Blood Moon, the survival system has begun to take over this world. We have to leave. Mu Xing was stunned. They had just finished fighting, and the survival system came up? Trix came over and gave him a hug. Brother, if there is anything fun, remember to send me a message. Mu Xing knew that this unreliable girl was thinking about how to run out and play all day long, and she was not at all restless. Don't worry, I will. Mu Xing gave her a thumbs up. Okay, in that case, let's retreat first, brother you, bye. As she said that, she jumped directly into the portal. Art looked at Mu Xing. Blood Moon, be careful. I have secretly observed the huge system under the jurisdiction of the survival system. The huge system you rely on may have new actions recently. New actions? What do you mean? I don't know. Even the old scholars in the Observer Council dare not discuss anything related to the survival system casually. I can only remind you to complete the spiritual dimension upgrade as soon as possible and complete the construction of the 7-story observer tower as soon as possible. Mu Xing nodded seriously. He knew that Art was not joking. Thanks for the reminder. Alter was about to step into the portal, but suddenly he stopped. By the way, the evil spirit is an ancient existence, and it may have knowledge related to ancient observers. Mu Xing was stunned. What does this mean? Alter did not explain, stepped into the portal directly, and then disappeared. Until then, Mu Xing reacted. Wait, I haven't got on the car yet. But soon, Mu Xing was no longer anxious. Because the survival system is here. The familiar white roots penetrated the space-time dimension and directly entered this world. Although Mu Xing was in the land of Alea, the roots ignored the barriers of time, space, and reality, and were directly reflected in Mu Xing's pupils. However, the system did not appear to accept this world, but targeted the land of Alea. Or rather, the consciousness of Alea that was awakening its own consciousness. At this moment, the roots were directly inserted into this world of consciousness, and the consciousness of Alea that was condensing suddenly collapsed. Then it was gathered by the roots again, and the entire land of Alea was constantly gathering and condensing. Mu Xing was wrapped in a white light and thrown out of the Alea land. He saw that the Alea land began to manifest in the real world. It condensed into a huge ball in front of Mu Xing's eyes. Or a huge eye. This eye was 1/10 the size of the moon. When the flesh membrane on the surface of the eye opened, the color like colorful ink stretched rapidly. Finally, it gathered in the center to form a pupil. The huge eye began to leave this world under the control of the white roots. Mu Xing stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He finally knew the origin of those big eyeballs. They were born from the world consciousness and transformed by the survival system into big eyeballs. But Mu Xing still didn't know the specific role and responsibility of these big eyeballs. Just when the big eyeballs left, Mu Xing sensed that the God Seal seemed a little nervous. What's wrong? Master, is that thing gone? Gone! Mu Xing released the God Seal. You seem to be afraid of the big eyeballs? It is like the eyes of the survival system, used to monitor the entire operation. The master was surrounded by these monitors before, and they must have discovered something. Will my secret be discovered? Mu Xing couldn't help but said. Don't worry, the power of the blood moon can block the observation of these monitors, and even if they are discovered, the survival system will not do anything to the master. Why? Mu Xing was puzzled. Because compared to the survival system, The master is, how to say, as small as dust, maybe more than that. Mu Xing glanced at the divine seal. I think you are scolding me. Just then, Yi Wei was rushing over with a few newcomers. They witnessed this epic battle with their own eyes. Although most of the details of the battle were not seen clearly, the oppressive feeling of the 10,000-meter giant really overturned their worldview. When they saw Mu Xing again, there was not only awe but also fear in those eyes. Blood Moon, are you okay? Yi Wei asked. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong. He looked at the two newcomers. Are you all right? The two shook their heads quickly. Mu Xing suddenly approached, and the divine seal began to clear the memories of the two newcomers. When the two sides crossed each other, Sun Qian and Wang Zi were already stagnant in place. Blood Moon boss, they? Qigu looked nervous. I just cleared some of their memories. Qigu hurriedly said, Blood Moon boss, please help me clear my memories too, I won't leak the secret. Mu Xing shook his head. After returning to the real world, come to Kowloon City to find me. Qigu understood what Mu Xing meant and nodded excitedly. Okay. Beside him, Yi Wei narrowed her eyes, secretly sighing that Mu Xing did a perfect job. You want to erase my memory too? Oh, Sister Yi, you are embarrassing me. You are my sister-in-law, we are all family. Hey, don't yell. Yi Wei reminded seriously. Mu Xing noticed that although Sister Yi was still somewhat resistant, she was no longer as determined as before. It should be that the love letters from the madman took effect. She quickly changed the subject. What should we do next? Obviously. After seeing Mu Xing's strength and trump card, Yi Wei now focuses on him. The forest has been destroyed. We can leave directly. Mu Xing looked relaxed, looking beyond the devastated forest and into the distance. Soon, outside the forest. As soon as they left the forest, they received a reminder from the survival system. Guardian Mission 2 completed. Guardian Trial Mission completed. Guardian Qualification System certification obtained. Specific serial number will be issued at settlement. At the same time, Mu Xing and Yi Wei looked at each other, and it was obvious that the other's mission was also completed. This survival mission has been completed. Return to the real world after 3 hours of countdown. Mu Xing glanced at the message. There are still 3 hours left. Sister Yi, we can still go into the forest for a run, fight elite monsters, and maybe get some equipment. Yi Wei was puzzled. Didn't you destroy the core of the forest? How come there are still monsters left? Don't worry, I only destroyed the center of the forest, and there are still many monsters in some corners. Mu Xing looked at the two newcomers. If you are willing to go, I can take you to get some equipment for free. If you don't want to go, just wait here. The survival system will pick you up in 3 hours. The two newcomers looked at each other, although they felt that they had forgotten something. But they still said in unison, Big brother, please take us. Chapter 374. When the Alea land was transformed into a big eyeball by the survival system, the system seemed to have directly given up control of this world. The white roots were shrinking back into the void. Master, the survival system is really good at this trick of catching the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. Shen-Yin couldn't help but sigh. Yes, who would have thought that the evil spirits and the forest fought for a long time, but in the end the survival system picked the peach without any effort. Mu Xing waved the moonlight sword in his hand, and the blue moonlight blade flew out, killing the hideous giant pig in front of him. Without the blessing of the forest, this mutant giant pig can't stand up at all, just like a lamb to be slaughtered. Congratulations on obtaining the item. Crown of the Pig King, huh? Gear dropped? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a strange-shaped crown fell into his hand. Crown of the Pig King. The crown contains the powerful breeding power of the Pig King, which can summon a mutant wild boar to fight for you every hour. Edible in this strange world, even the dropped equipment seemed so strange. After dealing with the Pig King, they continued to rush to the next location. Along the way, they killed a large number of deformed monsters and split-head monsters, and dropped a lot of props that can be taken out of this world. Mu Xing didn't like them, so he gave them all to a few newcomers. The werewolf, who was ambushing in the destroyed sawmill, was found. Without the protection of the forest, this plot elite monster that Mu Xing and his team had never encountered from beginning to end was also killed with a sword. You get special equipment. Werewolf shotgun. The mediocre shotgun is not a top-notch one, but it is a good equipment for a newcomer like Guts. He held the shotgun with some reluctance. This shotgun could not only fire powerful shotgun shells, but also summon the werewolf shadow to attack the target. Finally, while there was still time, they came to the radio station at the edge of the forest. Before they got close to the radio station, they saw a huge snail shell lying on the side of the road. The giant shell had been broken, and the snail man inside was eaten by those bird-like mutant forest banshees. Obviously, the snail man finally failed to find a way home and died tragically on the way forward. It seems like there are props? Mu Xing actually found a ring in a snail shell. Snail shelter. After use, you can build a snail shell shelter, which lasts for 8 hours and has a cooldown time of 8 hours. This is also the first time that Mu Xing has seen this kind of building props. He tried to use the props to directly build a spiral snail house on the spot. The defense is average, but it is windproof and waterproof, and has a certain camouflage effect, which is better than nothing. In the last time, Mu Xing killed his way through the radio station and reached the end of the road. From here, you can go through the tunnel and leave the forest. But now it is no longer necessary. When the countdown ended, a transparent beam of light fell, covering a group of survivors. Mu Xing subconsciously touched the barrier of the beam of light, and after confirming that it was not fake, he breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding time and space began to stop, and the task began to be settled. You have completed the Guardian task and obtained the Guardian number 0513. Although there is no ranking for Guardian numbers other than 500, it still shocked Mu Xing that he could get such a high number. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, Dark Forest. Rating, 98. Note, full score is 100. Obtain items that cannot be taken out of this world. Makarov pistol, forest specimen, military map, special potion, wild dog meat, white slime mold branch, snail man's key, pig king's fangs, werewolf head, banshee feather. Obtain items that can be taken out of this world. Twisted heart, pig king's crown, snail's shelter, split head monster blade, replica AK-47, doctor's hypnotic potion. Please choose the items to take out of this world. Mu Xing casually clicked on the first 3 items. For him, except for the twisted heart, which is a purple outfit, which has some value, the other items are just icing on the cake. After all, he had gotten everything he wanted in this survival journey. He successfully built the 5th layer of the original hive, integrated the basic framework, conquered the forest, awakened the observer's consciousness, and completely solved the potential big trouble of the evil spirit. In short, his gains far exceeded the props that could be seen on the table. As the settlement was completed, the transmission of the survival system started. His sight kept rising. He saw the vast forest, the isolation zone built by the Alliance and the Federation outside the forest, and a world that remained in the 1980s. He noticed that the survival system seemed to have completely abandoned this world, and completely evacuated. Obviously, after the Alea land was taken away, this world had completely lost its value in the eyes of the survival system. Then, his sight was stretched to a starlight. Mu Xing saw a huge eye as a newcomer, paying attention to the stable operation of the transmission channel. A strong sense of weightlessness came over him. Mu Xing did not fall asleep as usual, and he remained awake during this transmission. The observer's consciousness made him ignore the impact of the long-distance transmission. But he soon understood why the survival system had to stun them during the transmission. This was a kind of protection for the survivors. When the transmission passed through the starry sky and left the universe and reached the void, Mu Xing found that there was something crawling in the void. When he wanted to see clearly, he suddenly felt a strong pain in his brain. Unrecognizable things seemed to invade from the end of his sight. The observer's consciousness was automatically cut off, forming a protective barrier. Mu Xing no longer forced himself to stay awake. He knew that the survival system was doing this for his own good, so he closed his eyes and chose to faint. When he opened his eyes again, he looked up and saw the familiar ceiling. Although the journey was difficult, he finally returned safely. He noticed a note on the coffee table, which was left by the madman. "I'm going to the Black Mountain Canyon and will be back tomorrow." Mu Xing glanced at the time. The note was dated yesterday. Obviously, the madman returned to the real world faster than him. It seems that he successfully passed the nightmare battlefield, which made Mu Xing, who was still worried about the madman, feel relieved. As long as the person is safe, everything will be fine. He quickly used the observer communicator to contact the madman. In the real world, this communicator can almost achieve unlimited communication. Soon, a familiar and surprised voice came from the other side. "You are back? Well, where are you?" "I am doing something in the United States." "Did you go to find Arena?" Actually, I just came here to repay the favor, and also came to the Black Mountain Canyon to exchange the Black Mountain coins I saved before for Terra coins." "By the way, did you survive this time smoothly? Did you get the Guardian qualification?" Mu Xing said, "Everything is fine. I will tell you in detail when you come back, And you will never guess who I met this time. Yi Wei. Mu Xing was choked. How do you know? I saw her at the registration office before, but I didn't dare to go over to recognize her. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Mu Xing wanted to tease the madman. Chapter 375. Then, let's talk about the bad news first. The madman stuttered when talking about Yi Wei. The bad news is that after all my efforts, I still couldn't help you get your wife back. The madman got anxious all of a sudden. Hey, don't mess around. Look, you're anxious again. I'm not anxious, I just choose to respect her choice. Since she has a new beginning, there's no need for me to continue to bother her. The other party seemed to have chosen to compromise. Don't you want to hear good news? There is good news? The good news is that she didn't lose her memory. What? The madman's voice suddenly increased dozens of times. Then there were waves of apologies from the other side. Obviously, his sudden loud voice scared many people. Can you say it again? The madman seemed to have found a corner where no one was, and tried to suppress his emotions and asked. I said, she didn't lose her memory. It's impossible, she obviously. Madman, I think you should really keep your romantic personality. You still don't understand women's minds. I still don't believe it. She remembers that you have 3 moles on your chest. Crazy, eh? Oh, by the way, I printed out the thick stack of love letters in your memory and gave them to Sister Yi. What? Crazy's tone increased tenfold. Don't thank me, come back quickly, I have an appointment with Sister Yi to meet in Kowloon City. After that, Mu Xing hung up the call directly. He seemed to have seen the confused expression of Crazy on the other side of the ocean. I am looking forward to Crazy's mood after his return. Mu Xing stretched his body and stood up from the sofa. With a wave of his right hand, 2 fat cats who were fighting fiercely appeared in the living room. Although it was called a fierce fight, it was completely a one-sided beating by Tang Do. Aw, dead cat, I will fight you. The evil spirit screamed and pounced on him, but was directly knocked to the ground by Tang Do. This guy was not convinced and rushed forward again, but was beaten up again. After Tang Do saw Mu Xing, he ignored the evil spirit and seemed to be tired of fighting, and came over intimately. Good boy, Tang Do. Mu Xing stroked the cat's head, took out some cat food and started feeding it. He looked at the evil spirit that was beaten black and blue. Although it recovered quickly, it was still painful to kill it, so it angrily cursed at Mu Xing. As a result, Tang Do waved his claws, and the evil spirit was timid. Little bastard, I fell into your calculations this time. You win this round, but I won't admit defeat. The evil spirit shouted in dissatisfaction. Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to it, and pointed to the ground again, and a fluffy samoyed was summoned. As soon as it came out, it excitedly wagged its tail at Mu Xing, quickly adapting to the sense of oppression brought by the rules of the real world. Let me introduce myself. This is Huan Ming. We will be a family from now on. Mu Xing said. The evil spirit immediately roared and rushed over. Damn, one stupid cat is not enough, and there is also a stupid dog. It recognized that this was the big white ball that fought with it in the land of Alea. It was immediately furious and scratched at the samoyed. Although the samoyed has a size advantage, it seems that it was scared by the evil spirit before, and has a natural fear of the evil spirit, so it was directly suppressed. Soon, he was suppressed and fell to the ground, begging for mercy from the evil spirit. Fool, you actually recognize this little bastard as your master. You are blind. Where is your dignity as the will of chaos? Mu Xing couldn't bear it anymore, so he patted Tang Do's butt. Tang Do understood what he meant, and immediately rushed over to beat up the evil spirit. After beating him, he didn't forget to meow at the samoyed, then licked its fur, and the meaning was very clear. Big brother will protect you from now on. Samoyed immediately stood up happily and wagged its tail at Tang Do. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing felt that the preliminary ranking pattern of the family had been revealed. Sugar Bean is greater than the evil spirit, and the evil spirit is greater than the dream. Evil spirit, no matter how awesome you were before, you should behave yourself from now on, or I will lock you in the cage forever. Of course, if you don't accept it, you can beat Sugar Bean first. Sha! The evil spirit breathed at Mu Xing, and his hair stood on end. But soon, it was like a deflated balloon, knowing that it was no longer a threat to Mu Xing. He looked a little aggrieved. I am a demon, but I have fallen to this point. How pathetic and lamentable. Mu Xing glared at this guy. Apart from his foul mouth, Mu Xing felt that he still had a chance to train him. At this time, Alessa, who seemed to have just woken up, opened a portal by herself and came out of the hive. She started looking for candy beans in her pajamas. Then she saw Huan Ming, who was tilting his head to look at her. Wow, what a cute dog. She rushed over and hugged him, looking back at Mu Xing. Did you buy it? This is the forest, now called Huanmeng. Alessa was startled at first, and then after confirming that Huanmeng was not dangerous, she immediately became friends with the cat and the dog. Humph, a bunch of idiots. The evil spirit jumped onto the sofa in a cold manner and laid down in a far corner, seeming to be sulking and disdaining to be with this person, cat and dog. Mu Xing looked at the harmonious scene in front of him, and a sense of relief as an old father arose spontaneously. He walked to the counter and picked up the slightly dusty photo frame. Carefully wiped the dust. Then, gently put it down, and Mu Xing's relieved smile was reflected on the glass of the photo frame. In the afternoon, Mu Xing went to the fat company. Hey, the emperor is back. How come you have time to go out incognito today? Are you here to sympathize with me because I'm working hard? Get lost. Mu Xing raised his middle finger at the fat man, who was pretending. Ha, you disappeared for almost a week without saying anything, and you don't want me to complain? Okay, I brought you a gift. Mu Xing slapped 2 bottles of wine on the table. Wow, good stuff. The fat man picked up one of the bottles and tasted it carefully. Is this wine not cheap? It was given by my partner, just drink it. TSK, I can't bear to drink it, so I put it up first. The fat man grabbed the 2 bottles of wine and wiped them, then solemnly placed them on his collection shelf. Is it that serious? Hee hee. The fat man grinned, looking very proud. By the way, what's the matter? The fat man turned around and asked. If nothing's wrong, can't I come back to bring you some wine? I agree to bring you some wine. You must have something to ask me in broad daylight. Mu Xing sat down on the fat man's boss chair without any hesitation. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Do you remember the car accident my parents had a few years ago? Of course I remember. I remember it was an accident caused by a landslide during a heavy rainstorm. The fat man looked at him. What's the matter with you? Is there something hidden? Mu Xing shook his head. No, I just don't remember the specific place. Although my parents have a cemetery, I also want you to take me to the accident site to pay tribute. That's easy to say. He grabbed the key on the table. What for? Mu Xing looked at him. Let's go. Now? What else? The fat man was decisive in his work. After saying hello to the company, he took Mu Xing straight to the destination. At the beginning, the area was almost flattened by landslides, and many people died. It is said that the engineering team was dispatched to dig for 2 or 3 days afterwards, but they could not dig out all the bodies. Chapter 376. Mu Xing remembered that day very clearly. The sudden downpour seemed to have submerged the entire city. He was working overtime when he suddenly received the bad news. His parents, who were driving home, encountered a large-scale landslide when passing along the mountain road. The car rushed out of the guardrail and slid down the cliff. When he received the bad news, he fainted. Later, he was seriously ill for 3 days. If it weren't for the fat man's help, he wouldn't even be able to handle his parents' funeral. Later, he was always worried and wanted to go see the accident site. But the place had already collapsed completely, and was buried by the collapsed mountain. To this day, many bodies of the victims are buried under the collapsed mountain. Later, the place was designated as a high-risk area and blocked off. When Fatty drove Mu Xing to Shuangyang Mountain, where the accident happened, he could see the huge mountain that had almost collapsed in half from a distance. Shuangyang Mountain used to be named because it looked like 2 goats, but now there is only 1 goat left in Shuangyang. In fact, many years ago, a geological survey team issued a warning that the mountain had become extremely unstable due to crustal movement. It's just that the newly planned road had not been completed yet, and the accident happened that day. The fat man stopped at the parking lot closest to the Shuangyang Mountain accident site. Further ahead was the collapsed mountain. The road ahead was blocked, and the newly built road directly bypassed Shuangyang Mountain and passed from the left. Fatty, I want to go in and take a look. The fat man grabbed him and said, just worship outside. Although the mountain has collapsed for many years, safety is still the top priority. Mu Xing said, wait for me here, I go in and take a look. Mu Xing was determined to go in and take a look. Fatty hesitated for a moment and hurried to follow. Climbed over the guardrail and went deep into the accident area. Mu Xing looked at the devastation in front of him in a daze. His mental power spread out to scan, and the observer's consciousness also observed all the details. The divine seal was also helping to scan. After a while, Master, according to the scan and measurement, it was the movement of the Earth's crust that caused the internal tearing of the mountain, and the years of internal water erosion, which caused the balance to be destroyed and finally collapsed. Mu Xing was silent. He did not find any supernatural interference. Master, I know what you are worried about, but judging from the detection results, it is indeed not man-made. The survival system will not use this method. Although the survivors can retain some power in the real world, it is very limited. The real strong are never allowed to take action in the real world. Otherwise, with their destructive power, it would only take a moment to destroy the entire world, so they can't be survivors. Mu Xing took a long breath and came to a collapsed area that had been excavated. Old Mu, this is it. The fat man took out his mobile phone and found a photo for comparison. Here, Mu Xing saw a lot of traces of burnt yellow paper. There were also plastic flowers inserted nearby for worship. Apparently, there were people who had lost their loved ones in this accident who came to pay their respects. Old Mu, are you okay? The fat man asked worriedly. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Please pay your respects. This is my first time here, and I just feel a little emotional. After experiencing the dream of the forest, Mu Xing's heart knots were untied a lot. Now that he came here, he has let go and completely accepted the fact that his parents have passed away. The future will continue, and he will walk his own path. The fat man burned yellow paper and scattered paper money in front. Mu Xing put his hands together. Dad, Mom, don't worry, my son will be fine in the future. If you know about it in the afterlife, please rest assured. He lit 3 incense sticks and kowed out heavily to the place where the incident happened. After returning home, Mu Xing was teleported directly to Kowloon City. Now the major cities have just been upgraded and have not yet been fully connected. The singularities in the relevant areas still require the survivors to go to the main city of the singularity target area to obtain. The prototype of the forest is in Poland, so it naturally belongs to Lorenberg in Europe. So he plans to go to Europe after the madman comes back. As soon as he arrived in Kowloon City, the phone rang directly. The first caller was Chigu, who had already arrived in Kowloon City. Go to the address I gave you in Satellite City number 3. I've authorized you to enter the room. Just go in. I go to the trading area and be back soon. Okay. After the other party hung up the phone, Mu Xing tried to call Yi Fei, but the results showed that the person was out of service. Obviously, the boy should still be in the survival world. Then, Mu Xing called Yi Wei. Who? The other party's tone was a little cold and alert. Sister Yi, it's me. Are you back to Kowloon City? Sister Yi, do you have time? Let's have a meal in Kowloon City? The other party seemed to know what Mu Xing wanted to do and refused directly. No, I have something else to do. Then let's meet in Lorenberg tomorrow. The other party hesitated for a moment. Okay, but don't bring the guy. Obviously, she hasn't figured out how to face the madman. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she agreed first, and then created an opportunity for them to meet, it was estimated that some misunderstandings could be resolved. After doing all this, Mu Xing came to the potion shop in the trading area. Before he even entered the store, he was shocked by the long queue. Oh my god, so many people? Mu Xing roughly estimated that there were at least 10 to 20 people in line. He walked to the door and looked inside, and immediately heard an unhappy voice from the side. Hey kid, go to the back of the line. Do you understand the first come first served? The eyes of the people in the line swept over, warning him. But at this time, Zhang Ting in the store found Mu Xing, and immediately ran over, with an excited look on his face. You are finally back. He quickly waved to the people in line. Okay, don't line up. Today's serum has been sold out. Come back tomorrow. Hey boss, how much have you sold today? We've been queuing for an hour. That's right. Isn't this a waste of time? A group of people shouted, very dissatisfied. Zhang Ting hurriedly said, everyone has misunderstood. Today our store is preparing to adjust the purchase volume. I can promise that starting from tomorrow, the shipment volume will double. As he said, he handed a coupon to everyone in the queue. Everyone, as compensation, with the coupon, all the goods you buy in our store tomorrow can be discounted by 95%. Only after getting the coupons did these people stop, otherwise they would have made a fuss. Zhang Ting hurriedly pulled Mu Xing to the back hall after everyone was driven away. Oh my god of wealth, you are finally back. I was almost worried to death these days. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the business? Mu Xing frowned and asked. There is a problem, a big problem. I thought the serums you left could be sold for at least half a month, but I didn't expect them to run out in 3 days. He excitedly held Mu Xing's arms. God of wealth, do you know how popular your serums are? Not only is it safe and controllable, but it also has no side effects. My god, Those people are just going crazy for it. Mu Xing was not surprised. This is the serum that has reached the ultimate balance after countless experiments by the Divine Seal. Not only is the serum 100% successfully fused, but there are no side effects and the amplification strength is also high. It is very friendly to newcomers. Chapter 377. It looks like the market response is good, Mu Xing said, touching his chin. It's more than good. Although the sales volume was average in the first 10 days of the preparation period, since you, Brother Blood Moon, entered the survival world, the sales volume has exploded. Mu Xing was not surprised. It was probably because the buyers who bought the serum before had a good response. These people became the living advertisements of this batch of serum. The popularity has also been promoted in the past few days. Zhang Ting's expression was exaggerated, and he danced with joy. Oh my god, Brother Blood Moon, you don't know the enthusiasm of those people. At first, it was just some individual players and newcomers who came to buy serum, and later some more groups also came. They even asked for a large supply, but Brother Blood Moon only kept half a month's supply. How could I dare to promise them? So I started to raise the price, and even limited the purchase. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I organized a free physical examination on the grounds that the serum was customized for each person's unique physique. Mu Xing's mouth twitched, a little speechless. Does anyone believe you when you say that? It can't be helped, but your serum is so amazing, with a 100% success rate. Of course, I can set it up however I want, but more people will trust me. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. No wonder so many people are lining up. Zhang Ting came over. Brother Blood Moon, what? Look at this serum. Mu Xing waved his right hand. There were both primary and advanced serums, a total of 1,000 serums. Not only that, he also took out dozens of serums of different colors. Zhang Ting was grinning from ear to ear when he saw the thousands of serums neatly laid out on the table, but he soon noticed the new serums. Brother Blood Moon, what are these? I have divided the G-Virus serums into different categories, such as those that enhance defense, those that enhance flexibility, those that enhance underwater survival, and those that restore mental strength. Take these things out, and try to sell them to see how the market reacts. Zhang Ting suddenly became excited. Yes, yes, Brother Blood Moon, give me 100 of each of these serums. And the one that restores mental power, 10,000 first. Mu Xing rolled his eyes, and waved his hand to throw out 200. Why didn't you say 100,000? Ahem. I'm just excited. By the way, Mu Xing looked at him. When selling, you must remind customers that all advanced serums and branch serums can only be used after injecting the primary serum purchased from our store, especially the mental recovery serum. Zhang Ting, a smart guy, immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. Brother Blood Moon, I didn't expect that you were not only first class in serum manufacturing, but also first class in business. As long as they buy the primary products, there is no need to worry that they will not buy the advanced products. When the time comes, add various branch enhancements, mental recovery, physical repair, etc. Won't it sell like hotcakes? I can also apply to the higher authorities for exclusive counters and open a chain. Zhang Ting has already begun to imagine a beautiful vision for the future. Then he turned his head with an embarrassed look. Sorry, Brother Blood Moon, I'm too excited. Mu Xing knocked on the table while thinking. How about this? I increased the supply of basic serum from 100 to 300 per week. Hearing this number, Zhang Ting frowned. 300? Can it be increased to 500? He gritted his teeth and said, if the supply of basic serum increases to 500, I can apply to the higher authorities to try to reduce the store's share by another 2%. Mu Xing remained calm. He knew that this was far from Zhang Ting's limit. This shrewd businessman was arguing with the customer, so why not also arguing with him? They were all striving for the greatest benefit for themselves. Mu Xing said, I can give you exclusive agency rights and sign an agency contract. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Ting fell to his knees. Brother, you are my brother. So, if the basic serum is increased to 600 per month, I will help you apply for a reduction of the commission to 10% even if it costs me my life. Mu Xing pulled him up. Don't worry, what if I increase the amount of serum to 1,000 per week? 1,000? Zhang Ting was also stunned. Wouldn't that be 4,000 per month? Mu Xing soon dropped another bombshell on him. Moreover, the new version of the G-Virus serum I provide is no longer classified as a bloodline serum, but an amplification serum. What? Zhang Ting couldn't help but scream, and then quickly covered his mouth. What? Is there a problem? No. Of course there is no problem. If the bloodline attribute can really be changed to an amplification serum, not only the newcomers, but even the veterans can't resist the temptation. As we all know, the biggest limitation to the large-scale sale of bloodline serum is the incompatibility between bloodlines. The bloodlines purchased by survivors when they are weak have a growth limit, and when they want to change their bloodlines, they have to spend a lot of money to wash away the original bloodline. Therefore, people tend to be careful when purchasing, which limits the sale of large quantities. However, there is no such trouble with the amplification serum. It does not affect the user's acquisition of other bloodlines, and can even be superimposed with other abilities to greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Zhang Ting walked around the room excitedly. If it is an amplification serum, let alone 1,000 a week, 2,000 or 3,000 a week is no problem. He suddenly stopped and said a number, 8%. Brother Blood Moon, this is the limit of my level. Mu Xing stopped when he saw that it was going well, and nodded with satisfaction. 10%, of which 2% is your commission, we do as you said, and you go and draft the contract. Zhang Ting didn't react for a moment when he heard this, and he was completely stunned. Brother Xueyue, are you serious? Can I lie to you? I go right now. Zhang Ting almost rushed out laughing. The waiter outside looked at him in confusion. Brother Ting, are you crazy? He grabbed the other person's shoulder and said, I'm going to be rich. I, Zhang Ting, am going to turn over a new leaf. In less than 10 minutes. Mu Xing hadn't even finished his tea when Zhang Ting came back, holding the official contract and agreement certified by Kowloon City. Mu Xing didn't expect that Zhang Ting would really help him reduce the official commission to 8%. After happily signing the contract, Mu Xing also took out a simple contract, which was the 2% share promised to Zhang Ting. Don't underestimate this 2%. For him, as the person in charge of an official store, it is definitely a huge income. The more he sells, the more he earns, so he will be more responsible. If it sells well, I will increase your commission. After signing the contract, Mu Xing did not forget to paint a rosy picture for Zhang Ting, pushing his expectations to the limit. Okay, I leave first if there's nothing else. I have Kowloon City Express deliver the follow-up serum to you. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Zhang Ting walked Mu Xing all the way to the street corner, and then returned to the store with a red face. Chapter 378. The survival world has been determined. The next survival world will start in 18 days. Please prepare for survival. Note, with the Guardian status blessing, you can get 3 more days of rest time. The survivor singularity has been formed. Please go to the main city of the area, Lorenberg, to obtain it. Mu Xing just returned to the satellite city and heard a reminder from the survival system. Then, another voice sounded. Survivor Mu Xing, Guardian number 0513, identity has been successfully registered in Terra City, and the Guardian badge has been obtained. This voice is different from the survival system. It should be a message from Terra City. He spread out his right hand, and a little light gathered in his hand, forming a Guardian badge. The shield-shaped badge reflected silver light, and after careful observation, it was discovered that the back of the badge was actually Terra City. It seems that the special identity of the Guardian should be inextricably linked to Terra City. At the same time, there was an additional Guardian task column in his survival terminal. Opening the page, a guidance task appeared in front of him. Guidance Task 1. Carefully read the Guardian rules and regulations. This is not difficult. Mu Xing quickly scanned it with the observer's consciousness. There are 3 chapters, 10 sections, and thousands of regulations. Mu Xing read it quickly and memorized it. Guidance Task 2. Register as a Guardian. A registration form appeared in front of him. The registration form contains real information to facilitate Terra City's management of Guardians. Of course, it is limited to basic information and does not include personal trump cards, personal abilities, etc. Mu Xing waved his big hand and quickly filled out the registration form. Soon Guidance Task 3. Please complete a new Node Guardian task. Note, after completing the task, you can obtain the entry and exit qualifications of Terra City. It looks like I have to go to Poland again. Mu Xing muttered to himself. Blood Moon. Just then, a familiar voice sounded, attracting Mu Xing's attention. Looking back, who else could it be but Crazy? Mu Xing rushed over and punched him in the chest. Good guy, you came back without saying a word. Ha ha, isn't this a surprise for you? Mu Xing looked up and down at Crazy, checked his condition, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, no missing limbs. I'm lucky this time. I met a big guy in the nightmare battlefield, otherwise you might not be able to come back alive. The madman said with lingering fear. Mu Xing was a little surprised. How strong must someone be to be called a big boss by the madman? From Terra City? Yes, although I was mentally prepared from the beginning, I didn't expect the difficulty of the nightmare battlefield to be higher than I thought. I died many times, but fortunately there were enough resurrection items. This time, Terra City dispatched several counselor-level big bosses to quell the chaos on the battlefield. Tell me about the nightmare battlefield quickly. Mu Xing's curiosity was already burning. However, the madman shook his head. I can't say. What do you mean? Literally, all news about the nightmare battlefield cannot be said, which is equivalent to a gag order. So exaggerated? Mu Xing knew that the madman had no reason to lie to him. The madman nodded seriously. I can only say that the survival system has trained so many survivors, and at least half of them are for the nightmare battlefield. Although Mu Xing had guessed it long ago, now that he was sure of it from the madman, he was a little dazed. The survival system is not aimless in training survivors, but has other purposes. So, after completing this nightmare battlefield trial, will you go there again? Yes. You need to enter the nightmare battlefield once every 3 survival worlds. Mu Xing frowned. Won't it be endless? And the nightmare battlefield is so difficult, you will die in the battlefield sooner or later, right? The madman nodded, then shook his head. How about the nightmare battlefield? Although it is difficult, as long as you can survive and adapt to that place, you can also grow very fast. Besides the most intense main battlefield, the other branch battlefields in the nightmare battlefield are not that difficult. When we enter the nightmare battlefield later, we will most likely enter the branch battlefield instead of the meat grinder-like main battlefield. Mu Xing subconsciously lifted his sleeves and found that the skull on his arm had cracked by 1/3. Why did it crack so quickly? The madman also noticed the situation of the skull on his arm. I don't know. Mu Xing shook his head. The madman looked serious. It seems that the rumor is true. What's the rumor? A big decisive battle is about to begin in the nightmare battlefield. The survival system is preparing for war and quickly absorbing fresh blood. But I don't think it will be that fast. Judging from the cracks on your arm, the survival system has high hopes for you. I've heard that some talented survivors will enter the nightmare battlefield for training at a faster speed. Mu Xing noticed that the madman was talking about training. What do you mean by training? The survival system attaches great importance to these geniuses, and will not directly pull them over like the fill-in babies on the front line of the battlefield. Mu Xing was stunned. He was not sure if he was the genius that the madman said. The madman held his arm and carefully observed the mark, and concluded, it looks like you will enter the nightmare battlefield in 2 worlds at most. I can accompany you to the battlefield in advance. Can it be in advance? Of course. Anyway, you must go to every 3 survival worlds, which is equivalent to a fixed task. It's the same whether you go early or late. As he said, he looked at Mu Xing. By the way, have you completed your guardian mission? Mu Xing pointed at his badge. 0513? So far forward? Crazy was also a little shocked. Let's go home first, and I tell you about this trip to the forest slowly. When they got home, Crazy hadn't even taken out the key when the door was pushed open from the inside to the outside. Who is this? Oh, let me introduce you. Bones Picker, a potential newcomer I found in the survival world this time. Bones Picker on the opposite side seemed to recognize Crazy at a glance. This is Crazy Boss, right? Nice to meet you, my name is Chi Gu. Oh, hello. The madman stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. By the way, where is Wei Wei? As soon as the madman entered the room, he began to look for people everywhere. Don't look for her. Do you think she will come here? Mu Xing was speechless. Ahaha, yes, she won't forgive me so easily with her temper. You should be able to meet her if you come with me to Europe. Mu Xing patted the madman on the shoulder. I have created an opportunity for you. Don't say I didn't remind you. Be sincere. Sister Yi is not an unreasonable woman. After meeting, you should apologize and comfort others. Don't be stupid. After hearing this, the madman nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Mu Xing had never seen him so attentive and excited in front of other confidants. As expected, Bai Yueguang is the most powerful weapon of destruction in this world. I'm going to change clothes. The madman hurriedly ran into the room. By the way, do you think I should wear a suit or casual clothes? Should I get a haircut first? Should I spray perfume? The madman poked his head out of the room. Chapter 379. Europe. Lorenberg. Mu Xing also came to Lorenberg for the first time. Unlike the depth of the Black Mountain Canyon in the United States and the domineering Nine Dragon City in Dragon Country, Lorenberg is a medieval castle exuding a classical atmosphere. It's just that this castle is huge, and the huge fortress is surrounded by cities and walls. Like other main cities, it has its own special space. The space will filter ordinary people, and only survivors can enter here. The central castle is huge and magnificent. Although it is not as good as Terra City, it is also the tallest among the main cities. The outlying towns are mainly accommodation areas, and the main city is concentrated in the huge castle. It is divided into 6 floors, each with its own characteristics. It is equivalent to concentrating all the building facilities of Kowloon City in one building. So it looks relatively shocking. And at the top of the castle, there is a huge clock, like the 9 dragons of Kowloon City, shining down and illuminating the whole city. Is this Lorenberg? It was also the first time that Che-gu saw such a large fortress, and he was a little surprised. I still prefer Kowloon City, it's majestic and domineering. This place looks magnificent, but it can't compare to Kowloon City in terms of defense or functionality. The madman commented. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and summoned Alessa to let her learn more. She held a cat leash and a dog leash in her hand, tying up Tondo and Huameng. Wow, what a big castle! Are there princesses and princes living in it? She asked curiously. Damn, why are we in this broken place? It's the lair of that bastard. The evil spirit appeared, cursing. It saw the big clock on the top of the castle. It clearly remembered that it was the Lord of Lorenberg who fought with it. It immediately got angry and wanted to retreat. Don't run around. Mu Xing brought it back by the scruff of the neck and put a cat leash around its neck. Alessa was happy, leading 2 cats and a dog. The madman next to him was surprised. It's been a long time since we last met, and you have made the evil spirit so obedient? Although Mu Xing told him about the experience in the forest along the way, he still found it incredible. I obey your uncle. The evil spirit meowed and pounced on the madman, but the madman flicked his finger, and a fire exploded on the evil spirit's forehead, giving it a small lesson. Ouch, it hurts so much, what the hell is this? The evil spirit covered its head and screamed. Mu Xing also looked at the madman's finger curiously. What was that just now? The power of the god of war, of course, is only a pseudo-divine power, and I only mastered a little bit of it. Comprehension from the incomplete divine pattern? Mu Xing thought of something. Yes, although it's not much, it's a good start. Even if there's only a little bit, it can greatly enhance my fighting power. Although the evil spirit was still cursing, he didn't dare to provoke the madman again. Let's go into the city. Alessa couldn't wait any longer. When they stepped into Lorenberg, the combination of 2 cats and 1 dog did attract a lot of attention. But there were many people on the street who were more exaggerated than them. Some rode lizard-like earth dragon mounts, some turned into tall werewolves, and some sat on magic brooms. Compared to the strict rules and regulations of Kowloon City, Lorenberg seems to be much more relaxed, and you can even use mounts and summon pets. Because of this, Mu Xing summoned these cats and dogs to relax. Soon, they arrived at the gathering point, Lorenberg Central Square. From a distance, they saw the 2 newcomers waving at them excitedly. Yue squatted in front of a fountain and fed the little goldfish in it. Madman. Mu Xing grabbed the madman who wanted to escape. Don't be scared. Can you take it slow? No, if you run away today, I will complain to Sister Yi that you don't want to make peace. The madman gritted his teeth and was about to rush over. Mu Xing grabbed him again. What's wrong? Any questions? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a bouquet of flowers appeared in his hand. Take it. Is it unnecessary? She shouldn't like these fancy things. Just take it if I tell you to, and give it away when you get a chance. Mu Xing was speechless about this guy, who was quite domineering. Why did he become cowardly here? Mu Xing waved at the 2 newcomers, and then pushed the madman over. Big Boss Blood Moon. The 2 newcomers were a little dusty, especially Sun Qian, who was still wearing his work clothes when driving. Beside him, Wang Zi was still shy, but there was a little more smile on her face. Congratulations on becoming official survivors. The 2 of them returned to the real world and came to Lorenberg. They realized how lucky they were. Understand that not all newcomers can have a big boss like Mu Xing to lead them at the beginning. Many newcomers can't even pass the new level. My gratitude towards Mu Xing naturally increased. By the way, have you 2 refreshed the singularity? Blood Moon, about 10 hours left. Mu Xing came here on time, and after calculating the time, it was just enough for them to reach the singularity. At this moment, Mu Xing's terminal suddenly lit up and sounded a reminder. There is a new survivor node guarding mission nearby. Do you want to accept it? Mu Xing glanced at the information. The information of the newcomers has been marked above. and the ones at the front are Wang Zi and Sun Qian. He directly accepted Sun Qian as the object of protection. Soon, Wang Zi's guarding mission was also taken away by someone. There is no need to think about it. It must be Yi Wei, who is not far away. Mu Xing is close to the water and gets the moon first. He doesn't need to look for newcomers all over the world to take the guarding mission. The two newcomers in front of him are ready. Master Blood Moon, the survival system asked us to go to Poland to obtain the singularity. What is that? Sun Qian asked. Don't worry, Sister Yi, and I will be your guardians to help you get the singularity, don't worry. Thank you, Blood Moon. The two hurriedly thanked him. There's still enough time. You can take a stroll around Lurenberg. Mu Xing was talking. A man wearing full body armor and carrying a big sword appeared in front of him, riding a huge golden lion and approaching. It wasn't until he lifted his mask that Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaimed, Bruce? And this time, there was a golden statue like two-tailed lion under his crotch. It was 3 meters tall, majestic and domineering. Blood Moon, we meet again. He jumped off the lion. Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here. Bruce pointed to the badge on Mu Xing's chest. Congratulations on becoming a guardian. Mu Xing stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. Are you here to get the singularity too? No, actually my main city is Lurenberg. I took a patrol mission, responsible for maintaining order in the city. He patted the golden lion behind him. Isn't he handsome? This is the reward. As long as you keep patrolling for a month, you can get this combat-capable golden lion statue mount. Is this exclusive to Lurenberg? Of course, but other main cities should have similar tasks. He pointed to the huge fortress in front. Are you interested? Take you to visit the castle? Will it disturb your patrol? Don't worry, it's okay. Anyway, patrolling is pretty boring. Thank you. Mu Xing did not refuse. It was better to have someone lead the way than for them to run around like headless flies. Chapter 380. Mu Xing and the others left the space to Crazy and Yi Wei, and everyone entered Lurenberg under the leadership of Bruce. Several people registered and then got the main city token, which allowed them to be directly teleported to Lurenberg at any time. Bruce began to act as a qualified tour guide and introduced the situation of Lurenberg to them. Lurenberg is divided into 6 floors. The lower 3 floors are various commercial and entertainment trading areas. The 4th floor is the training area. The 5th floor is the auction, and the 6th floor is the competition area. The famous Golden Roman Arena in the survival system is on the 6th floor, open to all survivors, and holds a survivor competition every year. Survivor competition? What is that? Unlike the survival competition held every year in the survival system, the survival competition is more like a competition held by the survivors themselves. At first, it was just a group of survivors entertaining themselves, but later it became a formal competition after being officially certified by Terra's City. Young talents from all over the world compete for rankings and win rewards. The annual competition has higher standards and richer prizes. There are also various ranking lists, including the Genius List, the Strong List, and the Potential List. The higher the ranking, the more attention you will receive. What are the benefits of this ranking? Mu Xing asked. Of course, the various rankings of this competition have become an important channel for the survival system to select people. The survival system will give more resources to newcomers, who have won the title of genius for training. Even if you enter the nightmare battlefield, there are many preferential treatments. Hearing this, Mu Xing immediately became interested in this competition. When will this year's competition start? Next month. So soon? You just caught up with the right time. If you sign up now, you can directly participate next month. Are there any restrictions to participating in the competition? No, you only need to rank in the top 10,000 in the arena of each major city to be eligible to participate in the auditions. As long as you have been a survivor for no more than 2 years, you are considered a newcomer and can participate in the challenge of the Genius List. Of course, if you feel you have the strength, you can directly challenge the Strong List. Mu Xing looked at Bruce. Isn't there a potential list? The potential list is not a competition, but an estimated list compiled by the statistical authorities based on the various ability data displayed by the contestants during the battle. This list has nothing to do with strength. The evaluation method is similar to the famous Kowloon Tower in Kowloon City, but it will be more rigorous here. Mu Xing understood that this potential list is just a reference list, and it looks more like a reference card for external spectators to bet against each other. The bone picker next to him couldn't help but ask, "Can a newcomer like me participate?" Bruce smiled and said, "Of course, the competition is open to everyone. If you are interested, you can go to the ladder and challenge the leaderboard now." Mu Xing didn't say anything, thinking about the pros and cons of this competition, and asked the madman what he meant later. What a boring human being. The evil spirit licked his paw and expressed contempt for the competition. This cat can actually talk? Bruce was surprised. I am. Before the evil spirit could finish the next sentence, Mu Xing covered his mouth. Bruce, these are my pets, Tangao, Tongdo, and Huanming. Fuck my Tangao. The evil spirit cursed in Mu Xing's mind. Don't shout. This is Lorenberg. You don't want the Lord of Lorenberg carrying a big clock to find out your true identity, right? The evil spirit was choked by his words, and dared not refute. It is no match for the Lord of Lorenberg now. Meow meow meow. The evil spirit meowed at Bruce. The two cats look quite similar, haha. Bruce laughed. They are twins. As he spoke, Mu Xing did not forget to rub the head of Huanmeng's dog next to him. The fluffy fur felt great. The evil spirit started to chirp again. Hee hee, this time I will sneak into the enemy's lair. Sooner or later I will find the guy's weakness. After the episode, Bruce took them from the first floor to the 6th floor. At the top of the castle, there is a huge open-air arena, which can accommodate 100,000 spectators. It was just a little deserted at this time. Except for a few staff responsible for maintaining the equipment and sanitation of the arena, there was no one there. And around this huge arena, the small arenas were fighting fiercely. At least in terms of competition, Lorenberg was professional. Various special built-in small spaces could prevent the fighting from spreading outside. Free resurrection service was also provided. That's right, in Lorenberg, there was a unique deathmatch arena, where all the competitions were real people, not virtual battles. Until one side kills, it is considered a victory. Everything depends on the time control field of the Lorenberg clock, which can go back in time and revive in the arena. So, Lorenberg is qualified to be the real city of competition among all the main cities. Mu Xing began to have a strong interest in this place. It is not impossible to try this competition. After they walked around, when Mu Xing was about to collect his singularity, he ran into a somewhat dejected madman. What's wrong? What else can I do? I've explained it, but she still doesn't seem to have forgiven me. Where are the flowers? Have you given them away? Yes, but she threw them in the trash can. Mu Xing suppressed her laughter and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. This has already taken a big step. Let's take it slowly from now on. Hey. The madman sighed, looking depressed. Where is Sister Yi? Inside. The madman pointed to the gate next to him. This is the special building in the main city of Lorenberg, where the singularity is obtained. Don't worry, I go and ask for you. Mu Xing flashed into the gate. Other newcomers were blocked outside. The space-time anomaly tower is also called the Singularity Collector. All non-newcomer singularities in the area of the main city will be collected and stored here. Just like the Singularity Bank, survivors can extract singularities after certification. This tower is spiral-shaped, with layers of vortices embedded in the wall. Enter the vortex, submit the certification, and the singularity can be condensed in the exclusive space inside the vortex, which is convenient and fast. The vortex with people in it is red, and the one without people is blue. Roughly speaking, there are thousands of vortexes in the whole tower, so there is no need to queue up. Mu Xing randomly chooses an unoccupied vortex. He puts one hand on the vortex and raises the authentication. Identity confirmed, survivor Blood Moon, allowed to enter the exclusive space. He took a step forward, and his body appeared directly in an empty black space, with only the central area illuminated. You have a singularity to claim. Do you want to claim it? A hollow synthetic female voice came from the surroundings. Yes. Mu Xing nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the space in front of him begin to distort. A small vortex gradually grew larger, and the singularity began to take shape. The estimated condensation time is 3 minutes. Please wait. Mu Xing sighed. I didn't expect it to be quite humane. Chapter 381. As the vortex continued to expand, it finally formed a brilliant golden color. The brilliant colors, like starlight, rippled in the center of the vortex. Mu Xing grasped the star cluster with ease, and the voice of the survival system suddenly came to his ears. Please choose a baptism talent. Talent 1 Dreamer. Gain the ability to control dreams. Choose to obtain a professional dreamer, and open the dreamer's exclusive skill tree. Talent 2 Slime Mold Replicator. Gain the bloodline of slime molds, and the ability to replicate the forest. By devouring the corpses of organisms, you can choose to replicate their appearance and abilities for a period of time, except for non-living organisms and survivors. Talent 3 Forest Manipulator. Gain the talent of Forest Manipulator. Can manipulate forests and plants as a means of combat, and passively opened the talent of plant body. Mu Xing stared at the 3 talents in front of him, and suddenly fell into entanglement. All 3 talents are very powerful: dream control, slime mold replication, plant manipulation. No matter which one you choose, there is great potential. Just as he was struggling, a voice came. Because of your excellent performance in survival this time, a special reward talent is now issued. Talent for Chaos Will Inheritor. Obtain the Chaos Will Inheritor talent. Gradually transform your own will into the Void Chaos Will, and open the ability to communicate with the Void. The ability is unknown, and the result is unknown. Note, this talent is the only talent. After choosing, it cannot be revoked, forgotten, or reset. Please choose carefully. Mu Xing was stunned. What kind of talent is this? Could it be that he would transform himself into an evil spirit or a being like the forest white ball? I am just a human being. Is this possible? When this talent appeared, Mu Xing could not move his eyes away. This talent is like the first special gold talent he got, the Blood Moon Successor. There is no effect description. And here is a key reminder that the result is unknown, so it may be good or bad. 50% of the chance to bet on a possibility. It may be a powerful trump card like the Blood Moon Successor talent, but it may also cause trouble. Mu Xing hesitated. He wanted to ask the God Seal for his opinion, but during this election period, time and space were stagnant, and calling the God Seal would not work at all. Damn it, give it a try. Just for this uniqueness, Mu Xing made up his mind to choose this talent. His finger pointed at talent 4 without hesitation. Do you choose the Chaos Will Successor talent? You cannot change it after choosing, are you sure? Yes. Mu Xing nodded. As soon as the voice fell, the starlight in his hand suddenly turned into deep chaos, and the space in front suddenly shattered, reflecting the terrible void. Mu Xing saw something in the depths of the void that was unexplorable, unknowable, and indescribable surging towards him. A bit of chaotic light flew from the distant void. It hit his forehead with a buzzing sound. Mu Xing flew out and hit the invisible wall. In an instant, he had a splitting headache, as if the whole world was spinning violently. He saw the crack in the void getting bigger and bigger. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Mu Xing instinctively realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, he heard a clang, a loud bell sound coming from a distant time and space. A huge round clock suddenly appeared in the turbulent void. He felt that time was flowing backwards around him. Rumble, 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 as if the whole of Lorenberg was shaking violently. Mu Xing's eyes turned blood red, and he looked at his hands, which seemed to be covered with blood. His body began to twist and mutate. He felt as if he was about to turn into an indescribable monster. Ah! Mu Xing exploded with a bang. But the next second, the Blood Moon origin on his body started to work and began to reverse. Then, the time reversal of the Blood Moon origin conflicted with the time reversal of the huge clock. At the same time, he saw the chaos in the void crack approaching, and the chaos looked like the thing he saw in the teleportation. It actually followed him to the real world and invaded the main city and the time and space tower. Mu Xing realized that the talent was not issued by the survival system, but came from the void. It locked onto him and wanted to follow him. Mu Xing's body kept changing and exploding. Then he was retraced by the Blood Moon origin, and then by the big clock. In the conflict between time, Mu Xing died and resurrected thousands of times in an instant. It was as if he had returned to the day when he absorbed the Blood Moon origin of the Divine Seal. But this time, it was even more terrifying, because the thing in the void was targeting him. Mu Xing held the Guardian badge on his chest tightly, trying to communicate with the survival system. In another moment, he died countless times again. In the reversal of time, Mu Xing felt that his consciousness was about to be completely wiped out. Plop! This time, while his body exploded and gathered again, Mu Xing used the observer's consciousness to wrap himself up and escape, and jumped into the rolling red ocean. No matter how fierce the storm of the void and time outside was, it could only cause huge waves on the red ocean at most, but at the bottom of the sea, it was still calm and peaceful. Mu Xing went downstream and finally returned to a familiar place. Looking up at the rolling red ocean above his head, Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the awareness of an observer, which gave him that moment of opportunity. Otherwise, he would be completely wiped out if he held on for a few more seconds. He touched his forehead, which had been infiltrated by something. This feeling was very similar to the spiritual invasion of the forest or evil spirits, but it was a million times more terrifying than them. What should I do? Now that kind of erosion is in an absolutely static state because of the red ocean, but once I go out, what will be waiting for me? This time, Mu Xing thought about all the terrible consequences. He squatted on the reef on the seabed, covering his face with his hands, feeling a little desperate. In the face of absolute power, any resistance he had was futile. No, it's not time to give up yet. Muxing looked at the red ocean above his head, showing that there was still 100% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon essence. However, since absorbing the Blood Moon giant before, the concentration of his Blood Moon essence has doubled. So the 100% upper limit at this time is equivalent to 200% of the original. He looked at another ocean, where there were 2 time nodes. One was the node saved when he returned from the survival world, and the other was the node saved just before he entered the space-time tower. He tried to click on the first node. Do you want to consume 500% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin to go back? Muxing quickly clicked no. He only had 200% of the Blood Moon origin in his hand. Then he clicked on the second node. Do you want to consume 200% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin to go back? Although I don't know why it is so expensive, I think it is probably related to the terrifying existence in the void. This time he chose without hesitation. His strategy was simple. Since he couldn't defeat the thing with his own strength, he would try to ask for external assistance. He didn't believe that the survival system couldn't stop that kind of invasion. So how to contact the survival system? Muxing thought those big-eyed supervisors were just right. What he had to do was to attract the attention of the group of supervisors again. Chapter 382. This time, the noise was obviously more powerful. The entire ocean trembled, forming a huge vortex. This time the vortex continued to move downward, even affecting the seabed beneath his feet. It was the first time he saw the situation on the ground. It turned out that in addition to the reef under his feet, there was a larger ocean hidden below. Now the ocean below was affected by the ocean above, forming a huge vortex on the ocean surface. Looking into the vortex, it seemed to lead to the unknown depths of the void. Muxing took a deep breath and jumped directly into the huge vortex. He sank again. Following the vortex, he continued to sink into the deeper ocean. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar breath. A huge eye suddenly appeared at the edge of the vortex. The big eyeball stared at him and observed him. Muxing recognized this big eyeball. Wasn't it the new supervisor that had just formed in the forest world? Muxing stretched out his right hand and sent a distress signal. At this moment, the vortex suddenly disappeared. It was like the engine stopped due to lack of stamina. He then noticed that the Blood Moon essence in his body had been completely drained. He instantly understood that the 200% upper limit required for backtracking was the 200% upper limit. The red ocean was just faithfully carrying out Muxing's choice and order, and directly started the car, but there was no guarantee that it could take him to the finish line. If it were any other time, Muxing would have probably cursed, because the red ocean did not remind him that the backtracking would fail. But this time, it was a lucky coincidence, and it just stuck him in a position where he could neither go up nor down. The big eyeball seemed to be connected to something. Suddenly, the next second, huge eyeballs appeared out of thin air in the void. They formed a circle and stared at Muxing. This was not over yet. More big eyeballs appeared, this time not in a circle, but in a ball. Muxing opened his arms, and the unknown chaos on his forehead had already eroded half of his brain. It could be seen clearly from the outside. He tried to grab that bit of chaos and pull it out. The chaos seemed to be activated, and went crazy into Muxing's head. The surrounding void became extremely unstable. The chaotic thing had discovered him, and was about to follow the traces to find him. A large hole suddenly appeared in the void opposite Muxing, and a mass of unrecognizable things surged in and invaded this unknown land. The thing seemed to stretch out a hand and force its way in. But soon, it realized that something was wrong. The large eyeballs surrounding it stared at the mass of things. Muxing only took a glance, and received a lot of incomprehensible information. As if to carry this incomprehensible information, his body began to frantically proliferate strange and twisted body tissues to adapt to and process this information. In an instant, a huge brain and tangled neurons grew out. The chaos that was constantly eroding his forehead took root and sprouted, trying to completely occupy his body. But at this moment, the survival system came. Muxing saw the reassuring white roots, emitting a bright glow in the darkness. At the moment the roots fell, the originally soft roots seemed to have suddenly turned into the trident of the sea god. Tough and sharp, it pierced through the mass of chaos that invaded here. Just like a good fisherman's steel fork accurately pierced a big fat fish. No matter how the big fish rolled and struggled, it was still nailed to the steel fork. At the same time, as the steel fork was lifted, a large mass of huge things was pulled out from the void. When the originally indescribable thing was pulled into this void by the steel fork, it seemed to be affected by some rules, and began to have substance. It looked like a huge red spore ball, with hideous protrusions all over its surface. It tried to struggle, but the big eyes of the supervisor seemed to have found prey, and projected invisible ropes from their eyes. Helped the steel fork to drag the prey into the fishing net that had been prepared long ago. Muxing looked at the scene with a dull face. Is this still a terrifying existence that cannot be looked at directly in the void? At this time, it has become the prey hunted by the survival system. Muxing used the observer's consciousness to observe the huge spore body and found some clues. It looks very similar to the main body of Wuming. Is this thing the mother of the forest? For some reason, such a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. If so, it is not difficult to explain why it followed him to the real world and tried to invade him. Because he captured its cub, is it here to seek revenge, and the survival system seems to be using him to fish. When this chaotic thing launched an attack, the survival system suddenly rushed out and started hunting. After figuring this out, Muxing was no longer in a hurry, and quietly waited for the survival system to finish hunting. When the thing was completely dragged out of the void hole, a large number of white roots stretched out from the steel fork and penetrated the body of the chaotic thing. The roots greedily extracted some kind of origin, and the big guy shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop this process. Muxing sensed that the chaos at the center of his eyebrows was turning into rootless duckweed after losing control. His blood moon air talent actually activated itself, and his body also started the adaptive process. With the help of this alienated body, he began to reversely devour this bit of chaos. Muxing felt that his observer consciousness seemed to be undergoing some strange changes. As the saying goes, the survival system eats the big meat, and he took the opportunity to drink the small soup on the side. When devouring this bit of chaos, it even extracted a little bit of origin from it and the giant spore red ball. The survival system did not seem to care about Muxing, the greedy little cat who stole food, and continued to eat all the origin of the chaotic thing. When the huge corpse fell, it had turned into a shrunken orange peel. It slowly disintegrated into ashes during the fall. Oh, it would be great if I had left that thing. What a waste. Muxing watched the huge shrunken corpse falling and then disappearing completely. He took the opportunity to speed up the time to completely absorb and integrate the chaos that had lost its resistance and completely turned it into a part of his body. In his status bar, there was also a new permanent talent, Chaos Will Successor. This talent is gray in the survival system, but I can clearly feel its existence. It is no longer an abstract concept, but has become an origin in my sea of consciousness. I seem to have formed a new origin. Muxing is not sure about the purpose of this thing, whether it is good or bad. But I finally escaped this disaster, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After eating it all, the roots of the survival system began to shrink and disappear. Those big eyeballs sank into the void one by one. Finally, only the last supervisor was left staring at him. What are you doing? Muxing looked at the big eyeball. Of course, the big eyeball didn't speak, but opened a vortex channel in front of him. Muxing knew that this was to send him back. Thank you. Muxing waved at the big eyeball and stepped into the vortex. Chapter 383. Through the vortex. Muxing has returned to the special space of the time-space tower, and his right hand is still holding the singularity. As if nothing happened. Obviously, the survival system reset everything. The talent selection is over, and now it is time to strengthen. Without any surprise, he obtained 30% of the original body data enhancement. This is not over yet. Muxing reached out and grabbed the singularity vortex and began to extract the power of time and space. This extraction is quite fierce. I don't know if it is the compensation of the survival system for itself, and it forced itself to draw enough. The singularity completely disappeared only after the blood moon origin was replenished and expanded to a new limit. This time, the upper limit of his blood moon origin increased by another 50%, reaching an unprecedented 250%. Muxing took 2 steps back, and the vortex swayed for a while, and disappeared completely. The blue vortex behind him opened again, which was the passage to leave this special space. Muxing stabilized his mind, and felt the origin in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness penetrated in at once. The surroundings were in chaos, the space was narrow and urgent, and his consciousness could not even stretch out. However, this little bit of chaos made him seem to be able to communicate with the void, unaffected by space and the material world. Muxing was not in a hurry. He planned to go out and ask the dream and the evil spirit. Maybe he could get information about this chaotic consciousness from them. Taking a step back, Muxing returned to the time and space tower, and saw Yi Wei walking out of the vortex not far away. Sister Yi. Mu Xing waved his right hand. Did you get the singularity? Sister Yi, I'm sorry about the madman, I was reckless. Yi Wei shook her head. You don't have to blame yourself, I just don't know how to face him. Then, don't interfere in this matter. If he is really willing to let go of the past and start over, let him prove it with his own actions. Yi Wei left this sentence and walked directly out of the tower. Mu Xing tasted this and knocked his ears. Crazy, did you hear it? After a moment, the voice of the madman came from the other side. I understand. No matter what, I have to thank you for matchmaking for me. Why are you talking about this? We are all brothers. Mu Xing quickly followed Yi Wei's footsteps and left the space-time tower. Outside, several people were looking forward to it, but Bruce had already left. Madman hurriedly came up to them. Are you all right? I just felt that the space-time tower seemed to be vibrating. You felt it too? Mu Xing was a little surprised. The divine pattern on my body felt it, and it trembled for a while, but strangely, the feeling disappeared quickly. Seeing that Madman didn't stick to her, Yi Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. I also felt it, especially when I was collecting the singularity just now. I clearly felt that the singularity was vibrating. At this moment, Mu Xing grabbed a survivor who had just come out of the space-time tower. Did you feel the vibration of the space-time tower just now? The other person looked at Mu Xing in confusion. What the hell? Who are you? What vibration? It's okay, let's go. Then, Mu Xing stopped another person. Did you feel the vibration of the space-time tower just now? The other person glared at Mu Xing. What vibration? Are you sick? The madman couldn't help asking Mu Xing. So there was really a vibration? Well, something unexpected happened, but it's not a big deal. Mu Xing was saying. Suddenly he saw a big clock suddenly appear on the time-space tower. Tick-tick. At the same time, a transparent triangle fell and covered the time-space tower. The big clock dropped the curtain of time, completely blocking the time-space tower. Mu Xing and his friends quickly retreated and mixed into the crowd of onlookers. Everyone pointed and talked, not knowing what happened. At this moment, the clock suddenly became 3 times larger, time and space rippled, and a majestic figure walked out of it. It was the Lord of Lurenberg. The space-time tower is under unknown influence and is temporarily blocked. I apologize to all the survivors in the tower who are extracting singularities. At the same time, please leave here as soon as possible. A loud voice sounded, echoing throughout the entire area. Let's go! Mu Xing pulled a few people away quickly. Fortunately, he got out quickly, otherwise he would have been detained inside. The Lord of Lurenberg glanced around, and his pupils turned into golden clocks with hands spinning in them. Mu Xing quickly let the observer sense protect himself, and only then did he successfully avoid the glance. Obviously, the shock just now was not an illusion. As soon as the abnormality occurred, the space-time tower automatically activated the time defense mechanism of Lurenberg. If it weren't for the big clock blocking the chaotic object at the moment, I would have been successfully invaded and become a part of the chaotic object. Mu Xing remained vigilant. The survival system didn't care about his behavior, but these powerful survivors might not think so. They didn't stop at all. After seeing the space-time tower blocked, they began to leave Lurenberg quickly. As for whether the city lord can find some clues, it is not Mu Xing's concern. It was not until they drove for several hours towards Poland and confirmed that no one was catching up that Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The madman asked with concern, what happened in the tower before? It's okay, it's just some accidents, don't worry. Mu Xing looked out the window. They had entered the familiar yet unfamiliar Highway 50. Compared with the lush and exaggerated towering trees in the game, the forest in the real world seems much more normal. Seeing that Mu Xing didn't want to mention it, the madman stopped asking. He believed that Mu Xing could handle all the troubles. From time to time, he looked at Yi Wei sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. She was holding Tongdo and petting the cat, and Alessa was beside her, strangling the neck of the evil spirit who wanted to escape and kissing its head. The evil spirit couldn't break free and looked like he had no desire to live. Huanming sat quietly, with his head leaning on Alessa's legs. In this piece, Mu Xing's nervous mood finally relaxed slowly. With a grab of his right hand, a flying bird fell from the sky and landed in his palm. He quickly read the bird's memory and checked the situation in the forest. Just 3 kilometers ahead, turn right and enter the forest path. It was not until then that the voice of the divine seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Master, I'm really worried about you. What do you think of the talent of the successor of the Will of Chaos? Master, I'm not an expert in this area. I can feel that the talent does not seem to be under the control of the survival system, but no danger has been found for the time being. I will help you keep an eye on it. Leave it to you. With the words of the divine seal, he felt relieved. By the way, Crazy, I plan to participate in the competition. Mu Xing suddenly spoke. Competition? Are you talking about the competition held in Lorenberg? Yes, I want to challenge the new talent list. At this time, Crazy turned the steering wheel and drove directly into the forest path next to him. There is less than a month left before the competition starts. If you really want to participate, you have to hurry up and play the ladder list. Chapter 384. It is very quiet in the depths of this primeval forest. However, when they passed through the forest path, a forest resort with good architecture and decoration appeared in front of them. Compared with the dilapidated village in the 1980s in the game, the village here has been transformed into a quiet resort. Although this season is not the peak tourist season, there are many tourists who come here to experience the tranquility of the forest. I didn't expect there are so many people here. The madman got off the car with some surprise and looked at the forest resort in front of him. Chigu, go ask if there are any vacancies. It's getting late. We rest here for the night. Okay. Chigu got out of the car to ask, and they found a place to park, and then locked the singularity of several newcomers. It was less than 3 kilometers away from here. After a while, Chigu returned. Blood Moon Boss, there are vacancies. I rented a whole suite directly. He pointed to the 5th house, in the 2nd row in front. Mu Xing looked at Fengzi and Yiwei. Do you want to go and rest first? I am enough for the new node. Yiwei shook her head. It is better to go for the first guarding mission in person. The madman next to her also said, well, they have 3 newcomers. How can you 2 guardians be enough? Count me in. So, a group of people began to march into the forest in a mighty manner. It seems there are node hunters. Yiwei sensed the surroundings. She did not expect that there were node hunters in such a remote area. Mu Xing also sensed that there were hidden node hunters in the surrounding forests. Some were transformed, some were invisible, and they thought their disguises were perfect, but in fact, they had already been exposed in front of Mu Xing. A few newcomers were curiously observing the surroundings. 1 on the left, 2 on the right, and 5 or 6 in front. Mu Xing pointed at the woods. These people were all Polish local survivors, and they seemed to think that snatching singularities was a common thing. Alessa led one. The evil spirit lay on it. Silly dog, don't shake your head. When they were approaching the singularity formation area, more and more node hunters gathered around. They held the node detection compass in their hands. As the singularity took shape, the compass's sensing of the node became clearer and clearer. The newcomers began to feel a little nervous and took out their weapons one by one. In front of them, the 3 node vortices began to solidify and take shape, getting bigger and bigger. The nodes of the 3 people were all golden nodes, and the golden light illuminated the surroundings. As the sky began to darken, these golden lights became more and more dazzling and attractive. In the center of the vortex, the brilliant star cluster flickered, which was very beautiful. At this moment, a node hunter could not hold back and rushed directly to one of the nodes. He was probably carrying a 3-dimensional mobile device from the giant world, and he moved quickly with the help of the surrounding trees. When he got close, he suddenly pulled out 2 sharp long swords. The magic power on the long sword surged, and magic runes lit up. With a whoosh, a dazzling flame lit up. Sizzle. The 3-dimensional mobile device spewed out thick steam, and its moving speed increased several times, rotating and slashing towards the node protection shield. At the same time, in the woods, a fire lit up, and the first spiral sniper bullet hit the shield of the node. The shield rippled and trembled violently. At the same time, the flame double swords fell, and with a clang, although the golden shield did not break, countless cracks appeared. Then, a person drilled out from the ground, like some kind of earth-drilling magic, rushed from the ground, and the ground spikes surged, carrying out multiple high-density attacks, completely shattering the golden shield. These node hunters were very professional and acted quickly. Before Mu Xing and the others approached, they took the lead in launching an attack, of course, on the node shield. The shield was broken, and the golden vortex and the star cluster in the center were already in sight. A man rushed out from the ground and grabbed the star cluster. However, at this moment, the man's body froze, including the node hunter who was moving with a 3-dimensional mobile device and preparing to attack the singularity next to him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots, the spinning bullets came over, and after approaching the area within 10 meters, they were like sinking into a transparent quagmire, constantly slowing down. I killed that sniper. Yiwei rushed into the forest with a sword. Wei, I help you. The madman hurried to catch up and act as a flower protector. Mu Xing walked towards the two node hunters step by step. At this time, there was only fear in their eyes. It was the first time for Mu Xing to be a guardian, and he finally understood why the node hunters could not beat the guardians. Because the guardians could break through the suppression of the real world in this area and exert stronger power. Guardians. The two node hunters were frozen in midair by telekinesis and could not move, and cold sweat kept oozing from their foreheads. One threatened, "Guardian, this is the territory of our forest wolf regiment. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." "Are you threatening me?" Mu Xing stared at the node hunter in front of him. The man's eyes began to fill with blood and his head began to swell. Some energy around him rippled, trying to break free. With a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. You killed Neef. The wolf of the forest will not let you go." The companion next to him screamed. "Who do you say will not let us go?" The madman came back, holding a limp corpse in his hand. All 206 bones in the man's body were crushed to pieces. "Captain." The node hunter who had just tried to threaten Mu Xing was frightened and cried. That's right. The body the madman brought back was the captain of the so-called wolf of the forest. Soon, Yue also came back, and the green flying sword flew back and circled above her head. At this moment, two node hunters in the forest locked onto Alessa, seemingly ready to attack this little girl, who seemed to have no threat. "Don't!" The double-bladed node hunter yelled and tried to stop it. Alessa raised her head while holding the sugar bean, and looked at the two people rushing towards her with an innocent face. Boom! Triangle head fell from the sky and crushed one person to death on the spot. The big knife slashed across, and the second person, and dozens of trees behind him were split in half. Triangle head landed and turned around, protecting Alessa behind him like an iron tower, blocking the splashing blood. The node hunters who had just arrived in the forest were all scared. How dare they stay here? I wish I could put wheels on myself and flee the forest at high speed. Mu Xing grabbed the node hunter in front of him with his right hand and crushed him into pulp. With this, all the so-called forest wolves that were entrenched in one area were wiped out. Go absorb the node and receive baptism. Mu Xing looked back at the newcomers, who had put on kind smiles on their faces. The newcomers couldn't help swallowing their saliva. You have 3 talents to choose from. You must be cautious. This is related to your future development. Mu Xing reminded. It was only then that the few people could not wait to extract the nodes. The surrounding node hunters had already run away without a trace. Just as the 3 absorbed their own nodes, Mu Xing received a call from Yi Fei, who seemed to have just returned from the survival world. "Brother, I seem to be targeted." Mu Xing frowned slightly. "Who?" "It should be the Iron Legion." "Where are you now?" "My sister and I found a place to hide. They seem to have a prop that can block the main city's teleportation, and we can't teleport." Mu Xing thought for a while. "Hold them, I'll be back soon." After hanging up the phone, Mu Xing looked back at the madman. "It's the Iron Legion." The madman looked up. "You came just in time. Go back and kill those dogs." Chapter 385. "Leave it to me. I go back and check the situation first." Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Alessa, 2 cats and a dog were taken back to the original hive. "Blood Moon, do you need help?" Yue asked beside him. "No, you guys can chat." Mu Xing had already taken out the main city order of Kowloon City. Teleport. The next second, Mu Xing teleported directly from the small forest and Poland to Kowloon City, and then flew from Kowloon City to the direction of the rescue coordinates. Although Vard's talent is average in combat power, it is good for traveling. In less than half an hour, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and approached Yi Fei. He quickly dialed the number, but as soon as the call was connected, a strange voice came from the other side. "Communication fluctuations detected. They are over there. Fei, retreat to the back mountain." "Understood." After a brief conversation, Mu Xing directly cut off the communication with Yi Fei. He didn't expect that the Iron Legion was so well prepared. Not only did they set up a transmission shielding area, but they also monitored all nearby communication equipment. It seemed that they came prepared. This place was the place that Yi Fei and Yi Ling rented before the end of the last world. Unexpectedly, it was also targeted by the Iron Legion. Mu Xing stood on the back mountain of this 8th-tier town, overlooking the entire area. The observer's consciousness was activated, and with the blessing of the observer tower that built the primary framework, he entered the observer mode. In an instant, everything in front of him changed. Cities, mountains, trees, these tangible substances are separated from the invisible energy fluctuations such as sound, electromagnetic waves, and light. Mu Xing saw a huge isolation cover with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. The isolation cover disrupted the space and cut off all transmission capabilities. I think the Iron Legion also spent a lot of money to deal with Yi Fei. It should be some very advanced disposable props, otherwise it would be impossible to use it in the real world. Mu Xing switched the perspective and saw a huge electromagnetic signal monitoring network covering the entire city. There were 9 groups of light that were obviously stronger than ordinary people's auras surging in the city. 2 of them were approaching the back mountain of the city, and the other 7 were encircling from 2 directions. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a white Samoyed appeared at his feet. This time, Alessa was not asked to take action, but to test Huameng's ability. Set up the dream area, divide the safety boundary, and prepare to build a forest dream. Mu Xing gave the order, and the 5th floor of the observer tower was open to Huameng. The originally cute Samoyed in front of him suddenly began to swell, and turned into a spore ball with a diameter of 3 meters. With it as the center, the spores spread rapidly around, quickly controlling the entire back mountain area of the city. Set up a cognitive isolation zone invisible to mortals, and construct a forest dream. At the same time, Yi Fei and Yi Ling were quickly breaking through the back mountain. Suddenly, a survivor from the Iron Legion stopped them. He was tall, wearing power armor, and holding a heavy axe in his hand. The brother and sister looked at each other and attacked at the same time in tacit understanding. Yi Fei took the initiative to move forward, and while running, he directly transformed into a G-Virus tyrant. In order to enhance his defense, he covered his body with a thick layer of armor. His right hand transformed into a huge bone blade, leaping high and slashing at the target. The opponent grinned cruelly. The power armor roared, adding powerful strength to him. The axe in his hand hummed, and the axe blade vibrated rapidly, heading towards Yi Fei. At the same time, Yi Ling made a move, transforming into a flexible catman, throwing 2 crystal blades fiercely, controlling them with superpowers, and stabbing the man's back. The man snorted coldly, stomped his feet fiercely, and the ground trembled. A layer of translucent orange force field shield rose up to block the flying blades. At the same time, it collided violently with Yi Fei's giant blade. The hard bone blade could not withstand the sharpness of the axe, and was cut in half. The axe continued to advance, trying to split Yi Fei in half. At this moment, Yi Fei's mouth curled up, and his body suddenly expanded and became larger, transforming from a tyrant directly into a huge alien queen. The power suddenly increased dozens of times, and the man was caught off guard. He was pushed out by the violence of the alien queen. Not good. He had a premonition that something was wrong. Not far away, the little cat girl who only knew how to play with a knife suddenly transformed, and a set of thin alien suits appeared on her body. The shoulder gun on the shoulder expanded rapidly, turning into a giant sniper rifle about 2 meters long, mounted on the slender arm. She squatted down, squinting her left eye, and locked him with her right eye through the scope. The giant sniper rifle was emitting jumping blue light, and she pulled the trigger fiercely. With a bang, a blue pulse particle beam attacked instantly. The man twisted his body hard, but he avoided the vital point at an incredible speed, and his shoulder was pierced instantly. With a puff, the high-energy particles almost turned the entire arm into ashes. Ah! The man fell to the ground with a scream. Yi Fei's cold voice sounded. He rushed forward, cutting off the man's retreat, and Yi Ling aimed again and fired the second shot. But this time, the enemy's teammates arrived in time. A woman wearing a slender power armor raised the mechanical long staff in her hand. A blue light fell, covering the teammate whose arm was evaporated. The blue light formed a protective barrier like a honeycomb. Yi Ling fired another shot, but it was instantly dispersed into dozens of small particle beams by the honeycomb-like protective barrier. The energy cannot be concentrated, thus losing its killing power. Fuck, I kill you. Yi Fei growled. He was going to use other trump cards. However, at this moment, Mu Xing's voice rang directly in his mind. Don't fight, his teammates are coming, retreat. After hearing this, Yi Fei rushed to the man with the broken arm without any hesitation, and the action turned instantly. The slender tail swung sideways, and caught Yi Ling, who just jumped up. He rushed into the back mountain with her. Stop them! The man with the broken arm endured the pain of the broken arm, and pointed at the brother and sister and roared. The woman raised the mechanical staff in her hand again, and a blue barrier fell, trying to block Yi Fei. Go! Yi Fei lowered his head, and directly confronted in the form of the alien queen. Yi Ling kept shooting forward. Yi Fei rushed forward. With a bang, he directly smashed the barrier. Chase! How could they give up? Hurry and chase into the back mountain. However, the moment they rushed into the forest in the back mountain, They instantly lost the trace of the brother and sister. One of the young men, who was wearing glasses and had a virtual keyboard and display in front of him, quickly said, "Captain Carter, something is wrong here." Next to him, a man in golden power armor walked out from among the others, looked around, and quickly gave an order. "Retreat!" The others quickly retreated, wanting to leave the forest. However, when they ran back a few hundred meters, "No, our retreat has disappeared." When they looked back, where was there any retreat? There was only an endless forest. "Collier, send an emergency call to the headquarters, quickly." The young man with glasses quickly tried to establish contact. But soon, he raised his head with difficulty and shook his head at the captain. Carter's face became extremely ugly. A black man holding a shield next to him said, "Captain, do you want to build a steel position on the spot?" "No, this is a trap. Building a steel position means waiting for death. Everyone follow me and rush out to break through this forest." Chapter 386. The 7 members of the Iron Legion were indeed elite, and they immediately formed an offensive formation, preparing to force their way through the forest. They targeted the mountain in the center of the forest, which was only 100 meters high, and planned to occupy the commanding heights first. Carter looked around, and the equipment on his helmet quickly scanned everything around him. "Enemy attack!" he suddenly shouted. The next second, countless monsters, like black shadows, rushed out from the surrounding forest. "Open fire!" All members of the team immediately opened fire, shooting at the black shadows rushing towards them at a high speed. At the same time, the team rushed forward quickly without any pause. The 7-man team's ability to cooperate in combat was perfect, without any unnecessary movements. This was a tacit understanding honed in the battle of blood and fire. "Captain, something is wrong. These monsters can't be killed at all, and there are more and more of them." On the monitoring screen, the dense red dots around were almost endless. "Cease fire." Carter raised his right hand, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Those black shadow monsters also pounced on them, but they really passed through them like shadows, without any lethality. Carter sneered, "It's just some confusing means. This is not Yifei's method. It must be someone else. Captain, what should we do now?" "Pull him out for me, just in time to catch him." He looked around. He patted the shoulder of the young man with glasses next to him. The young man nodded and took out a disc from the storage space. The disc was placed on the ground, and the steel needle was ejected into the ground. At the same time, the disc bounced open, and a long rod extended upward, and the small disc on the top unfolded. Then, he threw out a large number of micro-drones, which flew out in all directions. The drones were suspended in the air, forming an array. After the arrangement was completed, the small disc suddenly vibrated, spreading ripples visible to the naked eye. When those ripples met the drones became nodes, reflecting and spreading the ripples. The area covered by the ripples began to tremble violently. Accompanied by a click, it seemed that a layer of illusion was shattered around, revealing its original appearance. Captain Carter walked to the edge of the curtain and kicked the illusion completely to pieces. "Huh, a mere illusion wants to trap our 3rd elite team?" He looked at Mu Xing, who was standing in front of Yifei, and Yiling not far away. "I guess you are their backer, and you killed Ide, right?" The 3 people on the opposite side immediately became alert. Carter waved his right hand, and his teammates attacked and surrounded the 3 people. "Wait, I think this is all a misunderstanding. We can talk," Mu Xing said. "Misunderstanding? You killed the soldiers of the Iron Legion, and the Iron Legion never negotiates. Kill them!" Carter gave an order, and his teammates launched an attack together. "You guys think you can kill me? I fight you." Yifei roared and transformed into a huge alien queen. Carter sneered, grabbed with his right hand, and a steel sword fell into his hand. The blade vibrated and could decompose hard tangible substances in an instant. He took an attacking posture, took a step forward, and crossed with the alien queen. The huge alien queen roared unwillingly, and her body fell to both sides, and was split in half by the sword. "Brother!" Yiling cried and screamed, rushing towards Carter. But before he could run a few dozen steps, he was pierced through the heart by a sword from the assassin, who rushed out of the shadows. Carter grinned and grabbed Yiling's neck. This is the fate of going against the Iron Legion. With a snap, he twisted Yiling's neck directly. "Damn it!" Mu Xing retreated at a high speed, waving the scepter-like weapon in his hand, casting layers of illusions. Want to run? How could Carter let his opponent do what he wanted? Instantly accelerated, bang, and a huge sonic boom sounded. The teammates behind him immediately gave him various buffs, pierced through all illusions, and quickly caught up with Mu Xing. The opponent suddenly turned around, and the scepter in his hand burst out with dazzling glare. Carter was in a trance, as if he was trapped in an illusion. Humph, what a shitty third elite team of steel, as incompetent as Naid. He condensed the spiritual power spear in his scepter, and stabbed it towards Carter's vitals. However, Carter grabbed the piercing spear head. Carter raised his head, and his eyes burst out with spiritual blue light. Mu Xing's face suddenly changed. How is it possible? Stupid guy, no one should have told you that my trump card is actually a powerful mental power. I have long seen through your clumsy illusions. Mu Xing let go of the scepter, and was about to escape, but the big sword was faster and pierced through him directly. Bang! His body turned into smoke directly. It was fake. However, Carter was prepared, and his powerful mental power burst out, forming a strong pulling force and mental cage. No! Mu Xing screamed in fear, but he still couldn't escape. With a swoosh, the sword slashed across his neck, and his unwilling head flew high. Oh! Captain is mighty! His teammates in the back whistled and cheered for him. He grabbed Mu Xing's head. That idiot I died in the hands of a rubbish who played with illusions. It's a shame for our Iron Legion. Mu Xing was beheaded, and the illusion covering the entire back mountain was instantly shattered. The 7 members of the Iron Legion returned to reality. Except for one person, who lost an arm, there was almost no loss. Captain, it's time to retreat. This is Dragon Country's territory after all. If we kill people here, we won't be able to explain if Kowloon City investigates. The teammate next to him reminded. Carter nodded, and threw a few balls of fire to ignite the bodies. He lifted Mu Xing's head, and looked at the pair of unwilling eyes with wide pupils. Let's go back and collect the reward. Back at the Iron Legion headquarters, they were cheered and praised by the members of the Legion. Even the leader, who never showed up personally, issued a commendation. In the following days, the third team completed one superb task after another, and the ranking continued to rise. I am old, so I decided to pass the position of leader of the Iron Legion to Carter. Everyone applauded. Voila! At the new round of election meeting of the Iron Legion, which has expanded to 10,000 people, Carter got the support of the vast majority of members, as he wished, and became the leader of the Iron Legion. At this moment, life seemed to have reached its peak. However, gradually, he found that the teammates who had shared life and death with him began to alienate him, and even betray him. Some people coveted his position as the leader, and some formed a small circle in the battle group to fight against him. How could Carter let others threaten his current position? So he decided to strike first. First, he killed the team's auxiliary Yanina, and then executed the team's meat shield and assassin for treason. Set a trap, set up a Hongnan banquet, and attacked and killed the doctor and scout in the team. Finally, he personally killed the vice-captain who intended to rebel against him. Captain, why did we come to this point? That's because you are greedy. The position of the leader is mine, and no one can take it away. I was really blind to believe you. I should have listened to other teammates and rebelled against you. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Carter grinned, pinched his neck, and stabbed his sword without hesitation. Carter, you will not die well. The vice-captain screamed crazily. Chapter 387. In an instant, Carter seemed to suddenly wake up. No, what have I done? He looked at the blood on his hands, rushed into the headman's office like crazy, smashed the glass with a punch, and grabbed the shriveled head from the specimen chamber. It's you, it's all your fault. The dry head suddenly opened its eyes. Carter, it was your ambition and suspicion that killed them. I don't believe it, this is fake, it's all an illusion. He suddenly raised his head. No, this is not an illusion, this is a dream, my nightmare. Oh, finally found it. Not too stupid. Mu Xing's dry head smiled. But, how are you going to leave this nightmare? Carter pointed a gun at his forehead. Death. With a bang, he shot through his head. Pa pa pa. Crisp applause rang out. Not bad, not bad. You actually managed to break free from the dream. Captain Carter, congratulations. Mu Xing, who had been beheaded by himself, stood there unscathed, as if he had watched a good show. Humph, it's just a trick. Although this dream is realistic, I finally saw through it. I have a strong mental power to back it up. Mu Xing shook his head. Then you should look behind you. Carter looked back in his dream, and saw corpses lying on the ground behind him. Some were beheaded, some were shot, and some were pierced through the chest by a big sword. How could this happen? Carter was stunned. All the killings he dreamed of in his dream became reality. The fact is that whether or not you have a strong mental power has nothing to do with whether or not you can dream. No, I don't believe it. It's all fake. This must be a nightmare. He grabbed the sword in his hand and chopped off his head without hesitation. Carter opened his eyes again, looking at Mu Xing in front of him proudly. "Ha, it's just a double dream. Do you think you can fool me?" Mu Xing shook his head, and Yi Fei and Yi Ling next to him frowned at him. Carter looked down and realized something, and found that he was left with only a head hanging on the tree. This tree was even more weird, growing out of his headless body, like a white slime mold. No, it's fake, all fake. He looked back and saw that his teammates behind him were almost the same as him. All of them turned into slime mold trees in a horrible way. "I'm sorry to tell you that you thought you were dreaming, but in fact, this was a collective dream of the 7 of you, and your dreams will be directly projected into reality. So, betrayal is real, and killing is also real." Mu Xing killed people and broke their hearts, which made Carter completely collapse. It's not like that. He felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. And at this moment, he saw a slime mold clone that looked exactly like himself emerge from the body that grew out of the tree. His body was not delicate enough at first, and his whole body was pale. But soon, he gradually grew bones, muscles, and skin. Finally, he even put on his golden power armor and took his shot-cutting sword. The clone walked step by step to Carter, his expression grim, and he looked even more like himself than himself. "From today on, I am you, Carter." The clone put his right hand on Carter's forehead, and Carter felt his consciousness being taken away, and all his memories were taken away. When the clone opened his eyes again, he knelt on one knee respectfully towards Mu Xing. Behind him, 6 clones knelt down and bowed their heads at the same time. "Master," 7 clones said in unison. Beside him, Yi Fei couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pinch the clone Carter. "So realistic, sister. Can you tell whether they are real or fake?" Yi Ling shook his head. "The body shape, mental fluctuations, and memory consciousness are exactly the same as the original body. If you don't split him in half, it will be difficult to find him. I didn't expect him to die like this." Yi Fei is still immersed in shock. What Yi Fei and his sister saw was completely different from what Carter saw. They saw that after the group rushed into the forest, they began to spin in place, and then they solidified into statues and stopped moving. Then, they were wrapped, penetrated, and devoured by mycelium. In the middle, they also killed each other. Carter wanted to get rid of the dream by dying, but this was not an ordinary dream. Suicide in the dream was also reflected in reality. The brother and sister saw Carter cut off his head and hung it on a branch. Finally, clones grew out of their bodies. At this time, a huge white ball of spores slowly fell from the sky. Countless mycelium around it quickly gathered towards it, and gathered into the big white ball. When it landed, its body deformed and turned into a cute Samian. There was something in the dog's mouth. As for the surrounding back hills and forests, it was as if nothing had happened. The weirdness was even more terrifying than the combination of the inner world and the dead space that Kildide last time. In the inner world, they could at least resist, but in the dream of this forest, it was impossible to tell what was a dream or reality. A powerful elite team was inexplicably wiped out in the blink of an eye, and they couldn't even launch an effective resistance. Wang ran to Mu Xing and handed him a dark golden disc. "What is this?" Mu Xing looked at it. "Time and space blocker. Time and space blocker pseudo-legend. When used, it can release a time and space blocking area with a diameter of 3 kilometers and a height of 3 kilometers, which can cut off the ability of time and space transmission. Times that can be used, February 3rd. Mu Xing was shocked. It turned out to be a pseudo-legend prop. The Iron Legion really spent a lot of money to get revenge. He couldn't help but feel a little murderous in his heart. This Iron Legion will become a trouble sooner or later. Although the combat power of this so-called elite team could not threaten him, the unity of the Iron Legion still made him secretly alert. This war group will never give up, and will pursue any grudge. It seems that we have to find a way to root out the problem. Mu Xing looked at the clones in front of him. Go, break into the Iron War group, and kill them by surprise. He didn't expect these clones to succeed. What he wanted was to attract hatred and attract the main force of the Iron War group. It would be best if he could lead them to the survival world and kill them completely. He didn't dare to think about it before, but now with the improvement of his strength, he began to have the confidence to fight the Iron War group. If they don't completely destroy this Iron Regiment, they will be like sticky candy, chasing them relentlessly. Not only can they not guarantee Yi Fei's safety, but they are also a trouble that they can't get rid of for themselves. Beside him, Yi Fei was still studying those clones. Brother, is your dream really completely unsolvable? Why are there a few people with strong mental power, but still powerless to resist? Because it is not mental power that can resist dreams, but the tenacity of one's own will. Strong mental power does not mean strong willpower. There is no necessary connection between the two. Yifei nodded, not quite understanding. Then how to prevent dream erosion, and how to break it. First, set an alarm clock that only you know about, so that you can wake yourself up when necessary. Second, logical verification. Dreams generally do not follow the logic of reality. Third, trust your intuition. Of course, whether you can break free from the dream depends on the strength of the dream controller and your own willpower. Just like you can't make a stone dream, it's the same principle. Chapter 388. After dealing with the third elite squad of the Iron Corps, they teleported directly back to Kowloon City. Mu Xing thought that Crazy and the others would have a good rest at the forest resort, but he didn't expect that they would return to Kowloon City as soon as he left. Crazy was relieved to see that Mu Xing and the others were safe and sound. Where's Sister Yi? Mu Xing looked into the house, but didn't see Yi Wei. I sent her home. Does she live in Satellite City too? In District 1, Taoist Qingju's villa. The madman had a blank expression, as if it was a matter of course. TSK. Sister Yi is indeed the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. You still have to work hard to make money, madman. Mu Xing couldn't help but tease. I'm going to work 10 jobs in Kowloon City tomorrow. You're serious? What else can I do? Who made me so poor? How about I become a mercenary? Or a bounty hunter? Mu Xing covered his head, and he mentioned it, but he didn't expect to make the madman anxious. Wait, have you resolved the misunderstanding? Mu Xing suddenly realized. In fact, there was no misunderstanding between us. It's just that I did a lot of ridiculous things. I am more proud, and she is more stubborn, so we just had a quarrel. But time will tell. I believe that one day, she will accept me again. It has to be said that after a trip to Europe, the spirit of the madman is different. By the way, how did the Iron Legion deal with it? The madman turned to the main topic. We have eliminated an elite team, but I think it is not enough. After all, the Iron Legion has hundreds of people. It may be difficult to kill them all. So what do you want to do? I sent a few copies back to test the bottom line of the Iron Legion. It would be best if we could introduce the leader of the Iron Legion into the survival world. We should capture the leader first. The madman touched his chin. It is said that the leader of the Iron Legion is quite powerful. He was ranked within the top 100 on the genius list. Although he has not shown much in recent years, he should not be underestimated. If we want to deal with this guy, we must be fully prepared. Yifei next to him looked guilty. I'm sorry, brother, if it weren't for the trouble I caused, you wouldn't have to offend the Iron Legion. Mu Xing shook his head. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it's inevitable. I want to see the foundation of this Iron Legion. He looked at the madman. Can you help me contact Arena? I need more information about the Iron Legion. This? The madman hesitated. Forget it, I contact you. You and Sister Yi are at a critical moment, so I won't make it difficult for you. Mu Xing directly dialed Aelina's number. Huh? It's Brother Shuiyue. How come you have time to call your sister? A numbing voice came from the other side. Mu Xing couldn't help but shiver. No wonder even a man as strong as a madman couldn't stand it. He calmed down. Mu Xing coughed. Aelina, do you have detailed information about the Iron Legion? The more detailed, the better. Iron Legion. I have a semi-partnership with the Iron Legion. The voice on the other side was tactful, hinting at Mu Xing. I pay more. Mu Xing said in a deep voice. The voice on the other side rose a little. I suddenly remembered that I have to go to Kowloon City to discuss cooperation with my partners tomorrow. Brother Shuiyue, see you then. Obviously. Olina took on this job. Mu Xing sighed. Olina is indeed a qualified businessman. There is nothing that cannot be sold as long as the price is right. The madman next to him frowned. I just heard Yifei's battle report. I wonder if Aelina leaked the information about Yifei and his team. Mu Xing shook his head. I don't think so. Do you trust her so much? It's not a question of belief or not, but a question of value. How much money can you get by betraying us? Besides, it was she who provided the information about the Iron Legion. If it wasn't Aelina, I might have run away. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can ask her in person when she comes. The madman crossed his arms over his chest. I ask. Mu Xing looked at Yifei and Yi Ling. In case of any accidents, stay with us in the next world. Yifei was so excited that he almost jumped up when he heard this. Really? Yi Ling next to him expressed contempt. Didn't we agree to have backbone and do something big to let Brother Shuiyue see it first? Yifei said, as a matter of course. This is a special situation, force majeure. Mu Xing was trying to hold back his laughter when suddenly, another strange phone call came in. Who? Blood Moon boss, it's me, Hongwei. Mu Xing was stunned. How could this guy have time to call him? Could he have run into trouble and wanted to ask him for help? Something? Blood Moon boss, I got the invitation letter for the war group. Can I join it now? No trouble, right? Mu Xing asked subconsciously. What are you talking about? I spent a lot of effort to get it while completing the mission. It's absolutely clean. I didn't kill or rob people. Okay, I give you a location. Come over by yourself. Okay, I be there right away. Li Hongwei hung up the phone excitedly. What's wrong? Crazy asked curiously. Li Hongwei got the invitation letter for the battle group. So you plan to start a battle group? Mu Xing nodded. I have this idea. After all, there is strength in numbers. Many things cannot be accomplished by the two of us alone. Okay, since you are sure you want to do it, I support you 100%. The madman said without thinking. Here. Yi Fei and Yi Ling were getting to know each other. Your name is Qi Gu? What a good name. My name is Yi Fei. You can call me Brother Fei. I will protect you from now on. Hello, Brother Fei. This is my sister Yi Ling. You can call me Sister Ling. Hello, Sister Ling. Yi Fei nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Qi Gu was a promising talent. Come on, as a gift, this is for you. He took out a sharp mechanical blade and handed it to Qi Gu. This mechanical blade can be used for close combat, and can also fire bullets for long-range combat. Thank you, Brother Fei. Hey, good young man, you have a future, I'm optimistic about you. Yi Fei patted his shoulder with satisfaction. The next second, Mu Xing grabbed his ear. You want to be a big brother before your hair grows out? I'm an adult. Yi Fei screamed in pain. Fight, I want to see a river of blood. On the sofa, a striped fat cat, who had just woken up, saw this scene, and waved his claws and screamed provocatively. Beside, Tondo raised his head stupidly, and the evil spirit immediately became timid and shrank his head. When Yi Ling saw the two cats, he immediately rushed over with stars in his eyes, and began to stroke and rub them. He, the kitten is destined to be eaten by Auntie. Sister, can you be more reserved? Even Yi Fei couldn't stand it anymore. The evil spirit jumped and escaped from the clutches. Tondo wanted to run away, but he was caught by Wu Si before he ran 2 steps. At this time, Li Hongwei rode the zombie directly to the balcony. Big Brother Blood Moon, good evening to everyone. Mu Xing looked at his mount with a strange expression. Is this the latest cosplay? Chapter 389. In the living room. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the invitation letter of the battle group that Li Hongwei took out. Primary Battle Group Invitation Letter. You can apply to the survival system to establish a primary battle group, and you can invite up to 20 members to join the battle group. That's not right. Why is the primary battle group only capped at 20 people? I remember that the primary battle group used to have a maximum of 99 people. The madman asked subconsciously. Mu Xing said, I checked it out. The upper limit of the primary battle group was indeed 99 people, the intermediate battle group was 499 people, and the advanced battle group was 999 people. But now, with the emergence of the main city and the restrictions issued by the survival system, large-scale war groups will be swept into the garbage dump. The nearly 5-fold reduction rate has greatly reduced the size of subsequent war groups. The madman was puzzled. Wait, what about the previous large war groups? Mu Xing said, according to the latest news I have received, war groups with more than 200 people will be split up. Split up? From a large war group to several small war groups, and they are not subordinate to each other. The madman touched his chin. It seems that the scale has only been reduced. It should not affect the members of the same large group to continue to maintain the existence of the organization, right? Mu Xing shook his head. First of all, the first thing to be cut when a large group is reduced is the group's welfare and income. Without huge income and welfare, who would be willing to be of the same mind with you? Secondly, splitting a large group is equivalent to dividing strength and building small circles. Over time, the collection of small groups will inevitably become disunited. Also, I've seen the new rules. The once popular warband bases will be cancelled, and all warband bases will be moved to major cities. The enclosure game that the major warbands have been playing for so long will be completely abolished. Yi Fei next to him couldn't help but say, is the survival system so cruel? This is to completely abolish the warband system. Yi Ling took over the conversation. I heard that it was launched after the joint decision of the bigwigs of the Terra City Council. It should be to gradually transition the focus from the warband mode to the main city mode. Mu Xing nodded in agreement. Yes, this is to eliminate the private middle circle centered on the battle group, promote the large circle centered on the main city, and at the same time start to promote the small circle centered on the elite team. In short, the survival system now requires the main city to be large and comprehensive, and the elite team to be small and refined, rather than the battle group to be neither good nor bad. Yi Fei muttered to himself. It feels like preparing for a large-scale war. This made everyone silent. Mu Xing said, I created this battle group not to expand my power, but mainly to provide like-minded people with a stable rear base. So, raise your hands if you agree to join the battle group. As soon as these words came out, everyone present raised their hands quickly, especially Yi Fei, who raised his hand the highest. By the way, Mu Xing raised his head. The battle group application requires at least 5 signatures. Please sign it. Mu Xing put the invitation letter on the table. A few people looked at each other and signed and stamped their hands on it. Mu Xing was applying to the survival system, but a prompt came from the survival terminal. Please go to Terra City to apply for the battle group. Mu Xing was stunned. It seems that the survival system has completely restricted the development of the war group. Without the qualification to enter Terra City, you can't even apply for a war group. I go with you, the madman said. The two did not stop and went straight to Terra City. Last time, they only stopped in front of the gate of Terra City, but this time, Mu Xing will enter Terra City as a member of the Guardian. At this time, the magnificent Terra City. Mu Xing stood in front of the huge gate full of historical traces. It was the first time that Mu Xing looked at this gate directly. Cast from ancient bronze, one door is engraved with the brilliance of the sun, and the other door is engraved with the coldness of the moon. Under the sun and the moon, there is an entire epic of mankind. The marks carved by knives and axes seem to come from scars on the battlefield. The bronze rust adds to the heavy feeling of civilization. Just standing here, Mu Xing felt an inexplicable shock. Madman, is this door usually closed? Others can only enter and exit through the portal? Mu Xing asked. Madman shook his head. In fact, the state of the gate of Terra City seen by everyone is different, and it is independent, but the first time you enter the door, you have to push the door yourself. It is only open for qualified people. Those who are not qualified will never see it open. Mu Xing took a deep breath and put his hands on the door. He saw the sun and the moon shining at the same time, and under the sun and the moon, the lifelike carvings seemed to come alive, showing Mu Xing a great picture. But at this time, there were countless scars, craters and cracks on the door, as if the mud door would collapse at any time. However, such a dilapidated scene was stabilized by the arms raised high on the carvings. Let this door become heavy, solid and indestructible again. Rumble. The door slowly opened to both sides, gradually revealing a great and magnificent Terra City. Mu Xing looked at the madman who was about to push the door behind him. By the way, I have another question. You say, why are those who participate in the Nightmare Battlefield eligible to enter Terra City like the Guardians? The madman was silent for a moment. One day, after you enter the Nightmare Battlefield, you will understand that those who can come back alive are also eligible to be called Guardians. As he said this, he pushed open the gate of Terra City that belonged to him. Mu Xing looked up, and was immediately attracted by the giant city in front of him. It seemed that everything here was a magnified version, and they entered the city of giants. The steps, gates, and houses were 10 times larger than those used by normal people. Mu Xing looked at the high steps in front of him with a strange expression. If you don't have some strength, I'm afraid you can't even climb the steps. The madman put one hand on his shoulder, and the two took a step forward at the same time. Everything seemed to have returned to its normal size. The steps no longer seemed unreachable. What's going on? Terra City is at a higher latitude and has its own physical rules. Everything in the outside world does not apply here. He led Mu Xing to the city. Compared with the bustle of the major cities, Terra City seemed much quieter. There were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street. In addition, the buildings were tall, so it gave people a strong sense of loneliness. The buildings in the city were stacked on top of each other, and the spaces were intertwined, making it unfathomable. It's easy to get lost in Terra City when you come here for the first time. And the interior space is even larger than what he saw outside. It makes people wonder if there is a whole world hidden here. I just asked an old friend. The war group application office has moved to a new location. Follow me. The madman pointed to the fork in the road next to him. Old friend, the gatekeeper? What do you mean by gatekeeper? Young man, don't be so arbitrary. Just then, a familiar voice came from the side. Mu Xing turned his head. Isn't this the guy at the Guardian registration office before? Are you free? The madman frowned and looked at him. He ignored the madman and approached Mu Xing and stretched out his hand. I forgot to introduce myself last time. You can call me Gu Yin. Blood Moon. Mu Xing stretched out his hand. Chapter 390. Why are you running into the city instead of guarding the registration office? The madman glared at Gu Yin with an unhappy look on his face. Gu Yin picked his nose and said, although there are many new people coming in recently, fewer and fewer people are willing to become guardians. He sighed. Young people nowadays are becoming less and less responsible. As he said that, Gu Yin showed his ID. Mu Xing and the madman came over at the same time. The person in charge of the battle group application? Yes, are you surprised or not? The madman couldn't help but mutter, all the people in Terra City died? Why do I feel that Terra City is just a huge lone goose? What are you talking about? It's because I'm good enough that the higher-ups are willing to assign me to multiple positions. The madman rolled his eyes and raised his middle finger at the lone goose. Don't think I don't know that Terra City has made a big move recently. Most people have gone to the nightmare battlefield. Only people like you who have no strength are left in the city to do odd jobs. Madman, I want to duel with you, now, immediately. Gu Yin yelled. Seeing this, Mu Xing quickly pulled the two apart. Mr. Gu Yin, please take us to the regiment to apply for an office. Thank you. Gu Yin snorted at the madman and patted Mu Xing on the shoulder. Young people are still very sensible. Follow me. Gu Yin is worthy of being the local snake in Terra City. He knows Terra City like the back of his hand, and takes them through the streets and alleys of Terra City quickly. The interior of Terra City is like the vicissitudes of the Bronze Gate, and it also has a strong sense of history. The ancient buildings seem to have existed for tens of millions of years. In the center of Terra, a huge torch burned, keeping the light on for 24 hours. We're here, we're here. Finally. They stopped in front of a 3-story building that was out of tune with the surrounding tall buildings. Pushing the door open, a violent gust of dust hit them in the face. Paw paw paw. The lone goose waved his hand to disperse the dust, and spit out the dust that flew into his mouth. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other. They took a step back, and took a serious look at the plaque at the door. The regiment applied for an office. What the hell? Gu Yin, are you kidding me? The madman said unhappily. Oh, this is not the reform that has just been completed. There is a lot of work to be done. Terra City is also short of manpower. You see, I have multiple duties. How can I have the energy to clean the room? This office was just approved less than 3 days ago. Gu Yin waved his hands, and it seemed that a pair of wild goose wings really grew behind him. The flapping of his wings created a gust of wind, which rolled up all the dust in the room. Go! He pointed with his right hand, and the dust flew out of the door like a ball and flew into the trash can across the street. As he cleaned up, he muttered, the new trend has come down. The survival system is determined to abolish the battle group system. I guess not many people will come to apply for a battle group in the future. My place may have more symbolic significance than practical significance in the future. As he said, he looked at Mu Xing. At this time, why are you still applying for a battle group? Create a group to facilitate chatting. What else can you do? Do you really expect to become bigger and stronger? Gu Yin was choked up. He didn't expect Mu Xing to be more open-minded than him. Thumbs up, good idea. He rubbed his hands. Brother Xueyue, what do you think of me? How about adding me? On the side. The madman stopped Mu Xing and refused decisively. Our small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Don't rush to refuse, think about it. Gu Yin blinked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing didn't say anything. The madman must have a reason for stopping him. It's better to listen to the madman at this time. After a while, Gu Yin cleaned up the counter and kicked the robot on the wall next to him. Get up and work. The robot looked like R2-D2 in Star Wars. The indicator light on the robot flickered, as if it had slept for a long time and was suddenly awakened. Then it started up slowly. Welcome to the war group to apply for services. Everywhere. Gu Yin grabbed the back of his head. This broken robot, it's time to replace the language module. He took out a form and handed Mu Xing a pen. Old rules, fill in the form and leave the rest to me. Mu Xing was already familiar with filling out forms, so she filled them out quickly. Just then, a weak female voice came from the door. Hello, is this the battle group application office? Mu Xing looked back and saw a cute and sweet-looking girl looking inside cautiously. Yes, yes, sister, you can find me if you need anything. Gu Yin approached with an attentive look. I'm here to apply for the battle group, but I'm not very familiar with the process. It's okay, I'm the person in charge of the office. You can just call me Brother Yin. Come on, come in, are you thirsty? I'd pour you a cup of tea. The madman on the side said contemptuously. See, this guy is like this, stay away from him in the future. Mu Xing said. He seriously suspected that Gu Yin was a like-minded friend of the madman when he had split personality. This attentive and flattering look, I think he should be a friend of the romantic personality. After pouring a cup of hot tea for the girl, the Gu Yin suddenly came over with tears in his eyes. Madman, have you forgotten that I am your most reliable wingman? Back then, we walked through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on us. When we went out on the street, we were loved by everyone, flowers bloomed when we saw them, cars had flat tires when we saw them, and we charmed thousands of girls. Now that you have cleaned up your act, are you going to abandon your brother? Get lost. The madman pushed the guy's big face away. The past is the past, and the present is the present. It was all done by my secondary personality. Go find him. The lonely goose pursed his lips. Sure enough, the coldest person is the one who breaks his heart. What the hell is going on? It's as if I dumped you. If you keep pushing me, I beat you up. Gu Yin quickly took a step back. Hey, I can't hit you. You can't hit me. The madman was so angry that he laughed, and Mu Xing was also trying to hold back his laughter. Where did this funny guy come from? He suddenly became quite interested in this Gu Yin. He quickly filled out the form and handed it over. As a result, Gu Yin grabbed his arm and said sincerely, Brother Shuiyue, go back and think about it carefully. I wait for your reply. Ah, well, I think about it carefully. Mu Xing coughed dryly and broke free. The girl holding the cup next to him said, Brother Yin, can you give me a form? Ah, here I come. Gu Yin instantly turned into a diligent flower protector. What's your name, sister? Is there any room in the team? Add me. Don't underestimate me, I'm quite capable. Mu Xing shook his head. This guy was really unreliable, as the madman said. After Gu Yin stamped the form, he and the madman pushed the door open and walked out. Madman, I won't see you off. Remember to come and play often. The madman kicked the door and left with a gloomy face. At the same time, Mu Xing received a reminder from the survival system. The application for the war group has been submitted and is expected to be completed in 1 day. Done! Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. There was no trouble as imagined. I take you to visit Terrace City. The madman next to him said. Chapter 391. Crazy is a former guardian, and he is quite familiar with Terrace City. Terrace City is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The outer city is wide, and ordinary guardians, those who have passed the nightmare battlefield, those who meet the requirements, and those who pass the application are eligible to enter. Unlike the major cities, Terrace City does not have a real commercial area, only various official stores. However, every week, the survivors in the outer city of Terrace City will gather together to hold a trade fair or something. He pointed to the shops around him. In the past, you could buy all kinds of high-end equipment and high-end potions that you couldn't buy in the main cities. At the same time, these shops also provide consignment services for survivors. If you are interested, you can come here to visit at ordinary times, and you should be able to gain something. Then he pointed to a church-like building in front, the meditation room, where you can increase the meditation speed by a certain amount of Terra coins, at least 1 time, and up to 100 times. As long as you can afford the price, the meditation speed is great. There is also a spiritual time house in front, which can customize time acceleration. Gravity Tower, a holy place for various physical training. Soul House, to train the strength of the soul. Walking along, Mu Xing was overwhelmed by what he saw. These training buildings were like upgraded versions of the major cities. Does it cost money to use these facilities and buildings? Mu Xing asked. Of course not. In Terra City, everyone's weight is different. The higher the weight, the more free services you can enjoy. Just like you as a guardian, the weight you hold can at least enjoy 3 to 5 times the free acceleration of the Spirit Time House. Isn't that good? With such high benefits, why are there so few guardians? Of course, it's because the survival system will assign some mandatory guardian tasks, and you have to deal with them. Too many tasks will be very troublesome and delay your practice. Then wouldn't I lose out as a guardian? In the past, there was no main city, and it was inconvenient to travel. Now with the improvement of functions, guardians can go back and forth quickly. Maybe in the future, exclusive guardian transmission can be opened, which is not unacceptable. Okay. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. What about the inner city? Mu Xing pointed to the inner city, where the buildings seemed even taller. It was hard to see the inner city from here, because the inner city was isolated from the outer city, separated by a foggy area that looked like a moat. Don't try to cross the fog to reach the inner city. No one can cross the foggy area. You can only enter through the inner city. What's in the inner city? Mu Xing asked curiously, looking at the sky-high torch burning from the inner city. I don't know. The madman shook his head regretfully. That's where the Terra City Council is located. It's not a place that ordinary people can enter. Then how can you qualify? Military merit. You mean the nightmare battlefield? Mu Xing understood something at once. That's right. If you accumulate enough military merit, you will be eligible to enter the inner city. He stood at the intersection and looked out for a long time before turning back. Let's go, I take you to continue walking around. Forget it, I won't walk around anymore. There are still many things to do outside. I still have to try to fight the ladder in practice. Time is running out. Are you really going to participate in the competition? Is there a problem? It's not a big problem, but I'm not a newcomer, so I'm afraid I can't team up with you. It's no big deal, I go up alone. By the way, don't you want to challenge? I can only lock in the strong list, which is more difficult, but I can try to challenge it. The madman's eyes were dazed, and no one knew what he was thinking. After leaving Terra City, Mu Xing told others the good news that the battle group's application was successful. Then he went straight to the Kowloon City competition area. Although it was not his first time to come to the competition area, he had only watched from a distance and watched a few peripheral games before. The competition area is divided into 3 levels: casual competition, ring competition, and octagonal cage. Needless to say, casual competition is open to everyone, similar to street competition, and it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Ring competition is relatively more formal, with a special ranking list, exclusive ring venue, inner audience area, and peripheral betting. Finally, there is the octagonal cage, the peak battlefield for all the competitive masters in Kowloon City. All the comers are masters, and there are many strong ones. The octagonal cage is a challenge mode, generally challenging from the low ranking to the high ranking. The winner goes up, and the loser goes down. The octagonal cage is also the only life and death arena in Kowloon City. Although Kowloon City does not have the time rewind function of Lorenberg, it has a unique blood lock mechanism. In the octagonal cage, when you are on the verge of death with 1 drop of blood, your blood will be locked directly, and you will enter an unattackable state. The blood lock mechanism is of course not as convenient as time rewind, but it is the competitive mechanism closest to a real death fight in the other 4 main cities except Lorenberg. Mu Xing's goal is directly locked in the octagonal cage level. Only if he enters the octagonal cage ranking list, he will be eligible to participate in the competition auditions. Wow, it's so lively here. Yi Fei, who came after hearing the news, looked at the crowds of people in the arena in surprise. You haven't been here before? No, how dare I play in a competition with my small physique? I rarely watch competitions. Mu Xing looked at Yiling next to him. What about you? I don't play much, just enough to rank in the ring area. Fei, are you interested? Mu Xing pointed to the registration point for leisure competition in front. I don't need it, right? Mu Xing glanced at him. Go, I'm not going to register. Li Hongwei came over with a smile. Add me. How can I be absent from such an interesting competition? Shi Gu seemed to be planning to give it a try. Although he was weak, he was much braver than Yi Fei. We want to register? Li Hongwei leaned on the counter and yelled at the registrar. Please swipe the card, the system will automatically register. So convenient? Li Hongwei took the ID card and swiped it. After a while, a white competition card came out of the machine. It had his head and name on it. On the back was a series of numbers. Oh my god, Kowloon City ranks over 30,000? Mu Xing glanced at him. You've never played in the arena? No, I thought it was boring before, but I heard that the rewards for the competition were generous, so I have to try it this time. Mu Xing shook his head. This guy really came for the competition. He also moved his ID card closer. After a while, he also got a white card. Blood Moon, rank 35,722nd. This is the competition ranking of Kowloon City, which means that there are 35,721 competitors who have registered in the arena before him. Because he has never participated in the competition, he is directly ranked last. Just like Li Hongwei is number 35721. The card number will change with the ranking, and the card color will also change with the ranking. If you rank within the top 10,000 in Kowloon City, you will be eligible to participate in the ring competition, and if you rank within the top 2,000, you will be eligible to enter the octagonal cage. So his first goal is to improve his ranking from more than 30,000 to within the top 10,000, and then challenge for the octagonal cage qualification. And the best way to improve your ranking is to challenge high-ranking masters. This card is also a small terminal that can be used to query Kowloon City competition rankings, online number of people, and other information. Chapter 392. Do you want to start the casual competition matching mechanism? On the virtual arena, Mu Xing looked at the constantly changing scene around him, and a huge arena with a length and width of 100 meters quickly formed under his feet. This is a virtual arena. Casual competition can only use the simulation system. The consciousness of both parties is connected to the virtual system to conduct simulated battles. Although the simulation degree has reached 99%, it is not a real battle after all. Only those who enter the arena competition ranking are eligible to fight in the arena. Match. Mu Xing nodded. Just after the words fell, within a few seconds, green numbers flowed across the center line of the ring and turned into a human form. Your opponent has been matched. Number 35042, Li Weiyu. As the green numbers disappeared, a tall man with bare upper body and wearing steel boxing gloves appeared. Newcomer, where did the bean sprout come from? He looked Mu Xing up and down, his hands clasped in the middle, his face full of contempt. At the same time, a 10-second countdown lit up above their heads. This competition is about to begin. The rules of the game are, the game ends when one party is knocked out of the ring, surrenders, or loses the ability to fight. As soon as the voice fell, the countdown began. When the countdown reached 0, the muscles of the man on the opposite side instantly tensed. He took the initiative and rushed forward with a heavy iron fist towards Mu Xing. Facing the man's iron fist, Mu Xing saw through his strength at a glance, pointed with one finger, and the spiritual ripples in the air were rippled. It just happened to touch the other party's iron fist. The steel boxing gloves burst instantly, and the surging telekinesis shattered his arm. With a scream, Mu Xing kicked him away. Ah! The opponent screamed and flew out of the ring. Player number 357222 won the game, and got the opponent's no. 35042. The virtual ring around him disappeared in an instant, and Mu Xing opened his eyes, and he was still lying in the white simulator. He took off the consciousness linker on his head with one hand. How does it feel? The madman next to him asked. It feels light and fluttery. Although the simulation degree has reached 99%, I still feel that something is missing. Entertainment competition is like this. First, the arena is limited, and second, Kowloon City is not a competitive city like Lorenberg after all. Then I will play a few more games, and try to get as many rankings as possible today. I'm afraid that's not possible. You can challenge at most 10 games today. Why? Discrimination against newcomers? There are restrictions on the first day for newcomers, and you don't even check the time? Mu Xing glanced out the window, and realized that it was already evening. Okay, I log off after playing 10 games. As he said that, he put on his helmet and entered the virtual arena again. With his strength, he could easily crush these low-ranked competitors. The battle was basically over in less than 10 seconds. There was only one invisible assassin, and Mu Xing spent 10 seconds looking for him and kicked him off the stage. After he finished 10 games, his ranking reached more than 28,000. When he took off his helmet, Yi Fei and the others were still fighting in their respective arenas. I'm going to the 9 Dragon Tower. Do you want to go? Mu Xing looked at the madman. I do some ranking and go later. Then I go first. The 4th level of the Valrid profession is about to be unlocked. Mu Xing's 4th level proficiency of the Valrid Awakener talent is less than 1/10 left. Seeing that he is about to unlock the 4th level skill tree, he is already a little impatient. But before entering the 9 Dragons Tower to practice, he has something to ask the evil spirit. At this time, the striped fat cat was napping in front of the bonfire on the 4th level of the primitive beehive. After Mu Xing came in, he found that the grass on the 4th level seemed to have grown a lot, expanding to 6 times the previous size, reaching about 600 square meters. The bonfire in the center was getting more and more intense. Mu Xing sat down next to the evil spirit, took out the sausage, put it on a bamboo stick, and started to grill it. The evil spirit twitched his nose and opened his hazy eyes. Boy, don't try to corrupt me with sugar-coated bullets. Did I say I grilled it for you? Mu Xing ignored it and started to sprinkle cumin on the sausage. Gulp. The striped fat cat next to him swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ask any questions you have. If I'm happy, I might be able to answer 2 of your questions. Mu Xing remained unmoved and continued to grill his sausages. He didn't eat one after it was grilled, but put it aside and continued to grill the second one. He let the sausages sizzle and ooze oil. No, you are really looking for trouble, right? The evil spirit was about to get angry, but Mu Xing stuffed a sausage into its mouth. Chew chew chew. The evil spirit looked very happy. As a result, the sausage was taken away just after the first bite. Meow. You are bullying me too much. Let me ask you, what exactly is chaotic consciousness? The evil spirit stared at Mu Xing, or the sausage in his hand. What? Are you interested in chaos consciousness? I'm in some trouble. Mu Xing tapped his right hand on his forehead, and a little chaos flickered. Beside him, the striped fat cat laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Ha ha ha, kid, you got this day too. You're dead? There's a guy in the void eyeing you. It rolled on the grass for a while, then crawled to Mu Xing. Beg me, maybe I can show you a way out, and let you live a few more days. The sausage is gone. Mu Xing was expressionless, and was about to take back the sausage. The evil spirit rolled his eyes. So calm, it seems that it has found a way to suppress chaos, but I remind you that as long as you leave the protection range of the survival system, it will come from the void and turn you into a vessel for its arrival. Wow, there will be a good show to watch then. If you die, I will be completely free. Mu Xing waved a grilled sausage in front of it. So, is there any way to completely solve this problem? Yes, there is. It deliberately kept it a secret, boy grilled sausage. Mu Xing handed it over and fed it himself. After chewing the first stick, the evil spirit shook its head in satisfaction. First, strengthen the seal. Multiple layers of seals can weaken the perception of the chaotic will. Second, hide it. Use concealment to hide this bit of chaos in a place where the chaotic will can't find it. But these two methods are only temporary solutions. The third method is a little more reliable. Third, you can find a chaotic consciousness to help you try to eliminate it. Although this method is not 100% successful, it is also a good option. When the evil spirit said this, it almost had the words "beg me" written on its face. You? Mu Xing looked contemptuous. I might as well go find Huan Ming. Then go find it. That puppy has limited ability. If it doesn't do well, it will backfire and kill you. Can you do it? Although my strength is weak, I have rich experience and can help you get rid of most of it. Why not all of it? What are you thinking? Unless you kill the chaos consciousness that planted the chaos seed, it is impossible to completely get rid of it. Or you can wait for me to recover to my prime and help you suppress the chaos will. Is that so? Mu Xing nodded in understanding, muttering in his heart, so this thing is called chaos seed, and picked up the freshly grilled sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, that's mine. Mu Xing approached the evil spirit. Tell me, if the chaos consciousness is really dead, can the chaos seed left here take root and sprout and be taken as my own? The evil spirit frowned. How is this possible? The chaos will is immortal, unless... Wait! It jumped up suddenly, and slapped Mu Xing's forehead with its cat claws. That bit of chaos suddenly spread into a rotating spore seed? Chapter 393. You killed a chaos will? The fat cat made a sharp explosion. It stared at the ownerless chaos seed in front of it, and pounced on it, but was held down by Mu Xing's head. Let me see! Let me see! Mu Xing clapped his right hand, and the chaos seed disappeared between his eyebrows. I know, it was the survival system. It was the survival system that killed the chaos will. You are so lucky, you are not dead even like this. Mu Xing continued to grill sausages and sprinkle cumin. Tell me, what is this thing for? Trade? The evil spirit stretched out its cat claws. What do you want? Next time in the survival world, allow me to absorb hope and despair. So you plan to formally recognize me as your master? Mu Xing asked back. What are you thinking? That's out of the question. I can believe in dreams, but I can't believe in you. I made a vow with you. Why don't you believe me? Because the vow between you and me only stipulates that you must not hurt me or plot against me. But if someone is against me, you are absolutely willing to watch coldly, and even don't mind giving a hand. Mu Xing suddenly approached the evil spirit. Am I right? The evil spirit seemed to have seen through its trick. Judge others by your own standards. So, unless you recognize me as your master like a dream, I would rather never use you than allow a time bomb to continue to grow around me. You. This time the evil spirit really had no tricks. This guy was stubborn and invulnerable. He was really hard to deal with. It was silent for a moment. 3 years. In 3 years, you and I will cooperate and win together. After 3 years, you and I will go our separate ways. 3 years? You've lived for countless 3 years. Are you kidding me? Bye. Mu Xing was about to get up and leave. How long do you say? 3,000 years. You kid. Then let's each take a step back. How about 300 years? Muxing said. It's still too long, I can't wait. This body can't stand 300 years. The evil spirit suddenly raised his head. 30 years. This is my lowest bottom line. Deal. The evil spirit was stunned for a moment, squinting at Muxing, muttering in his heart, You agreed so readily? Is there a trick? For you Chaos Will, 30 years is very short, but for us humans, 30 years is very long. Maybe I won't live for 30 years at all, so won't you be free directly? If I can live for 30 years, I should have the power to protect myself. What if I let you go free at that time? But during this period, you have to assist me in my growth wholeheartedly. Do you really think so? The evil spirit expressed doubt. How about I let you out now, and see if the survival system will kill you as a virus? Okay, deal. The evil spirit finally stopped hesitating, and stopped while it was ahead. It knew very well that Muxing was guarding against it like a thief all day long, and it would never get ahead. And it also knew very well that the reason why the survival system turned a blind eye to it was probably because it was controllable now. If it really killed this kid, it might be killed by the survival system in the next second. In the forest world before, it had seen the survival system of Lao Lu. So, live in the present, establish a cooperative relationship with this kid first, and recover some strength first. Besides, following this kid through the worlds is much faster than wandering and searching in the void by yourself. This may not be a bad thing. After thinking this through, the evil spirit meowed, and a bit of true spirit and origin flew out from the center of his eyebrows. Muxing also unceremoniously separated a bit of soul and consciousness, and the two sides concluded a soul contract. As a result, at the moment of signing the contract, the chaos seed between Muxing's eyebrows reacted. It suddenly turned into a pump and began to frantically extract the power of the evil spirit. Fuck, kid, what are you doing, stealing my power? Muxing was also confused. I didn't move. The evil spirit suddenly got angry and wanted to escape, but the contract was in the process of being signed and could not be cut off for a while. Ah. Bastard, you sucked my energy, I saved it with great difficulty. The seed continued to expand and grow, quickly expanding from the size of an olive kernel to the size of an egg. The seed began to crack, breaking through the seed's outer skin and starting to sprout. Boy, it sprouted, hurry up, plant it in your sea of consciousness. Muxing was confused when the evil spirit reminded him loudly. What? This is the germination of the seed of chaotic consciousness. It is now in an ownerless state. If it takes root in your consciousness, it will merge with you. With this seed, you can gradually evolve from a mortal consciousness to the direction of chaotic will. There won't be any sequelae, right? Muxing asked. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Can I harm you? We are all partners now. Okay then. Muxing directly planted the germinating seeds into his sea of consciousness. The seeds were like touching nutrient-rich soil, and began to absorb nutrients from the soil crazily. The fluffy roots quickly expanded in all directions. Muxing thought it would grow into a big tree, but in fact it grew into a huge fungus ball. Damn it, it's really the mother of Huameng, the cowardly dog, waiting in the void, insidious, really insidious. No, the survival system behind you is the real sinister one. The evil spirit cursed and then began to cry, Ah, I lost a lot this time. All the energy I saved for so long is gone. You have to compensate me. How to compensate? Cook that stupid dog Huanming for me. Muxing rolled his eyes and ignored the guy's wailing. He carefully observed the growth of the fungus ball in his sea of consciousness. As his size grew with the growth of the fungus ball, he began to form a kind of symbiotic relationship with this thing. He felt that his consciousness was undergoing some mysterious changes. He withdrew from the sea of consciousness and tried to expand his mental power. He found that wherever his mental power passed, mycelium began to spread out, and the entire space was covered with white mycelium. This scene scared Muxing, and he quickly retracted his mental power. He released it again, this time with normal invisible mental power. And when he tried the feeling just now, his mental power was like mycelium, extending and spreading in every corner of the space. Hey, evil spirit, is there any problem? Muxing touched the hyphae with his hand. It turned out that they were as if they didn't exist. Imagine turning your mental power into mushrooms. The evil spirit said. Muxing was puzzled, but still tried. The surrounding hyphae suddenly shrank and turned into a white mushroom. But the space was also distorted. The hyphae infiltrated, as if changing the properties of this space, and the fourth layer of space also turned into a mushroom shape. F***K, I seem to have created a monster. The striped fat cat stared at the side with wide eyes. What's going on? Disperse. Mu Xing quickly dispersed the mushrooms, and the surroundings returned to normal again. What's going on? Mu Xing looked confused. This is the chaotic consciousness, which can change and assimilate everything in the material world with its own will. Then I am invincible, right? Mu Xing was excited. Take a good look at your own state. Mu Xing subconsciously lowered his head and found that the fat on his body had disappeared without a trace, and even the muscles began to melt away. Remember, you are only a human now, and you cannot withstand the power of the chaotic will. Mu Xing quickly injected himself with a shot of G-Virus serum to restore his lost flesh. Then, a strong feeling of weakness came over him. Chapter 394. It took a while for Mu Xing to replenish the consumed muscles and fat. To be precise, it was not the body tissue that was consumed, but the dark gold energy contained in his body. Only the dark gold energy can support the chaotic will to interfere with the real matter in space. The release just now almost drained all the dark gold energy in the body. The dark gold core in the heart began to desperately transform new dark gold energy, and the total amount has increased. This is a pleasant surprise. Although he could exercise the core strength by consuming dark gold energy before, the speed could not be improved. And the short and rapid consumption just now was like a shot of cardiotonic for the heart. It turns out that the dark gold core can only withstand hardness and cannot withstand softness. Only great strength can produce miracles. When the dark gold energy was restored, he tried to use the mysterious chaotic will for the second time. This time he tried to control the range to half the size of the previous one. Turn the fourth layer of space into a spore ball. The dark gold energy of the core was consumed instantly. When the dark gold core was restored again, Mu Xing clearly felt that the dark gold core had become stronger and produced more dark gold energy. And a small number of the dark gold cells hidden in the body were also activated and awakened. Such an unexpected surprise made Mu Xing ecstatic. Maybe he would not have to wait until he became an observer to master the use of dark gold cells. He looked at the evil spirit with expectation. Is there anything I should pay attention to next? Stay away from me. The evil spirit cursed. The dark gold energy I saved with great difficulty was all taken away by you. You have to compensate me. Then in the next world, I will definitely find a way to compensate you. Mu Xing looked sincere. Are you serious? I swear. That's more like it. Mu Xing was about to leave the original hive, but was stopped by the evil spirit. Wait. Anything else? Leave the sausages here. All for you. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a mountain of sausages submerged the striped fat cat. In the next few days, Mu Xing had three main tasks. First, in the Spirit Time House of Terra City, use triple time acceleration to train the dark gold core. By continuously consuming dark gold energy, the strength of the dark gold core is increased little by little, so that it can generate more dark gold energy. Second, play ranking in the arena. These days, he spent a lot of energy and finally reached a ranking of about 15,000. But the further he advances, the stronger the opponents he encounters. Moreover, more and more people are joining the arena every day. In just 1 week, the latest ranking of Kowloon City has risen to 50,000. With the competition coming up, many survivors who don't play competitive games have joined. Although Mu Xing is now ranked 15,000, with the rise of various up-and-coming players and more people, he may not be able to enter the octagonal cage in the remaining 10 days. His idea is to try to get into the top 5,000, and then move towards the octagonal cage after the next survival world mission. Third, his training in the Nine Dragons Tower is finally coming to an end. Today, when Mu Xing opened his eyes, he successfully reached perfection in the third-level skill tree. Your third-level proficiency of the Valorant Awakener talent is full. Do you want to open the fourth-level skill tree? Confirm. Mu Xing clicked OK without hesitation. Congratulations on unlocking the fourth-level skill tree of the Valorant Awakener, Fusion/Parasitism. Mu Xing quickly checked the descriptions of these two skills. Fusion. Completely merge with the Valorant particles, and turn your own body into Valorant particles. Parasitism. Valorant particles carrying his own will can invade the bodies of other creatures, and perform parasitic manipulation to a certain extent. The fusion skill is easy to understand. He can finally transform his entire body into Valorant particles, just like the Red Mist Madman at the beginning. His body becomes invisible and intangible, and he can easily escape through the ground and walls. The ability of parasitism is also shown in the subsequent plot of the game. In the game plot comics, Billy, who has been Valred, is destroyed by the company using sonic weapons. However, he did not die, but parasitized in the bodies of billions of ants. It greatly enhanced the physical strength of the ants, forming an overwhelming disaster. Mu Xing was very satisfied with the two skills of the 4th level. Whether it was fusion or parasitism, they were both excellent auxiliary skills that could greatly improve his survivability. After unlocking the 4th level, he would try to gnaw the hard bone of the 5th level. Crazy said that the 5th level skills were a qualitative improvement, so he was naturally looking forward to it. However, the long proficiency experience bar also made Mu Xing's scalp numb. At the current speed, it felt like it would take at least half a year to unlock it. That's why he was so eager to earn Terra coins. With money, he could buy skilled gems and skilled scrolls, which could greatly reduce the time required. In the next 10 days, Mu Xing plunged into the arena again. This time his goal was to be within the top 10,000. At this time, in the virtual competition space, a new round of matching opponents was taking shape. This time the opponent was a competitor ranked 9,986, and was also the first competitive expert within the top 10,000 that Mu Xing had met. When the light faded, a little girl who was only 15 or 16 years old came into view. Looks harmless, carrying a huge lollipop. Mu Xing never underestimates any opponent, and quickly analyzes his opponent. Unfortunately, the observer's consciousness cannot be used in the virtual arena, because the virtual arena cannot simulate it, just like it cannot simulate the dark gold energy and chaotic will. The girl is also observing Mu Xing. The names above their heads begin to appear, and the girl's name is Chi. Are you the dark horse genius who ranked from more than 30,000 to 10,000 in 10 days? I have such a name. Mu Xing has been training these days, or playing in the arena one after another, and has no time to care about the rumors outside. Angel stared at Mu Xing. Interesting young man, but you are meeting me, and Chi, the goalkeeper of the 10,000 competitions. Let me see if you are qualified to enter the real arena. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the phoenix bow fell into his hand. He was secretly alert in his heart, and as expected, he met the goalkeeper. He had heard that these goalkeepers were specially arranged by the arena for competitive masters. They deliberately kept their rankings at the edge of 10,000 to screen potential competitors. If you can pass their test, you may be trained by the arena. Mu Xing was not interested in training, but was very interested in these guardians. The girl carrying the giant lollipop through dozens of candy boxes. Now, it's time to witness the surprise. She waved the lollipop in her hand, and hit one of the boxes vigorously. With a bang, like a clown scare box, smoke rose from the box. The first to appear is our candy rifleman. A candy soldier wearing a military uniform and carrying an old bolt-action rifle appeared. He looked harmless, but he raised his hand and shot Mu Xing. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, Mu Xing jumped back to avoid the bullet. With a bang, a hole as big as a basketball was blown out on the ground of the ring. Chapter 395. Mu Xing did not expect that a mere Candyman, relying on that funny-looking candy gun, could be so powerful. Mu Xing raised the phoenix bow in his hand, and quickly shot out flaming arrows. One arrow was shot at the candy soldier, and one arrow was shot at Chi. Chi quickly waved her lollipop and smashed two boxes again. A shield-holding sword and shield soldier, and a 3-meter-tall candy elephant rushed out of the smoke. The shield helped the rifleman block Mu Xing's flaming arrows, and the elephant swung its trunk to knock the flying flaming arrows away. Chi's voice rang out. Now the candy guards and candy war elephants are on the scene. Mu Xing shouted in a low voice. Explode! Mu Xing held his right hand in a hollow grip, and the two flaming arrows exploded directly, shattering the shield and breaking the elephant's trunk. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. This girl is a rare summoner, and he doesn't want to wait for the other party to summon a whole army before going up. Since she is a summoner, of course, he has to attack her fragile body first. Seeing Mu Xing attacking, the girl seemed a little panicked and knocked on the box quickly. The smoke exploded, and all kinds of candy summons appeared. Although these candy summons are made of candy, their hardness is comparable to steel, and their attack power is even more impressive. This time, she summoned 7 musketeers, and 1 artilleryman at once. The musketeers raised their guns and fired in unison, blocking all of Mu Xing's escape space. Mu Xing no longer hid his weakness, and with a point of his right hand, a triangular head fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the broadsword cut a blood-red gully. The red barbed wire surged out and turned into spikes, piercing all the candy musketeers through the heart. At this moment, the artillery in the rear had already aimed and pulled the bolt, and a solid iron ball shell flew towards the triangle head. When the triangle head went to cut the shell, the sword and shield soldiers, and the candy elephant next to him, had already rushed over. Mu Xing directly charged the phoenix bow in his hand, and the phoenix fury flew out to intercept the candy elephant. At the same time, he rushed forward instantly, and the longbow in his hand turned into a moonlight sword. The blue fluorescence lit up on the blade, and Mu Xing quickly broke through those candy summons and approached in chi. The sword in his hand slashed at the opponent without hesitation. When, however, this sword was blocked by the huge lollipop, Mu Xing felt like he was slashing a sword on an indestructible iron block. On the other side of the lollipop, the seemingly weak girl raised her lips slightly. I checked your combat records. I didn't expect that an excellent mind controller is also a strong melee fighter. Mu Xing had a blank expression. Aren't you the same? Summoner is just your cover, and Berserker is your real job, right? As soon as the voice fell, the girl's body surged with blood, and the sugar skin on the lollipop in her hand broke, revealing the big axe hidden inside. The huge axe swung. With a loud bang, the entire ring was shaking. At the same time, the girl's muscles swelled and her body rose, instantly transforming from a soft and cute girl into a King Kong Barbie. With a punch, the violent fist wind compressed the airflow and directly flipped Mu Xing out. She squatted slightly, holding the axe with both hands, and then suddenly accelerated to catch up. Falling air strike. King Kong Barbie swung the huge axe in her hand, jumped high, and appeared above Mu Xing. The muscles in her arms solidified, holding the axe handle, and chopped down heavily. Mu Xing was not in a hurry, and directly used the Valrid ability he had unlocked before, Fusion. His body instantly became Valrid particles, and he let the giant axe fall with great force. Boom! The 100-meter stone arena was directly split in half, showing its terrifying destructive power. Mu Xing quickly gathered his strength, hardened his fist, and punched out. The fist suddenly broke away from his arm, flew out, and hit King Kong Barbie's face. The Berserker's old strength had just gone, and his new strength had not yet been born, so he was directly hit by this punch and staggered. What kind of ability is this? Valrid particles. As expected of a senior goalkeeper, he recognized Mu Xing's ability immediately. The moment she landed, she supported the ground with one hand, flipped back to create distance, and attacked again. Mu Xing put his hands together, then pressed down hard. Buzz! The powerful mental power burst out, like a big hand falling from the sky, suppressing it, and directly pressing the King Kong Barbie on the ring. Just mental power, open it for me! She roared, and the red blood rapidly spun around her body, gathering together to form a huge blood ball. With a loud bang, the blood ball exploded. With her as the center, the ring was directly shattered by extreme violence, setting off a 12-level hurricane. Mu Xing was suspended in the air, and the telekinetic barrier blocked the blood-colored shock wave. And Chi's explosion broke Mu Xing's telekinetic suppression, and at the same time tore the ring into pieces. The air flow on her body surged, and only a large hole with a diameter of dozens of meters remained in the center of the ring. At this moment, Triangle Head rushed over with a big knife, and the blood-colored big knife chopped violently. And she swung the axe and collided with the big knife. Sizzle! Sparks kept bursting out. Angel's feet gushed blood, and with the Triangle Head as the center, the power of the inner world began to spread, and the rust cracks began to spread out. Both sides were struggling with each other, and for a while, neither could do anything to the other. Mu Xing sat cross-legged in the air, gently tapping the twisted heart hanging on his chest. A little light flew into the body of the Triangle Head. The momentum of the Triangle Head suddenly increased 3 times, and the terrifying murderous aura gushed out. The balance was broken in an instant, and the big knife in his hand chopped down heavily. The face of the King Kong Barbie, that in chi transformed into, showed a look of horror. She wanted to explode, but it was too late. She was blown out of the ring. The next second, the King Kong Barbie outside the ring turned into a petite and cute appearance again. Is this your trump card? You are quite capable. She looked at Mu Xing, who was slowly landing on the ground, and the contempt in her eyes had disappeared without a trace. She raised her little fist. Humph, don't be complacent. If I hadn't been careless and didn't dodge, your summoned creature would not have been so easy to get. Mu Xing groaned, but did not refute. By the way, this is for you. When you get into the octagon, if you are interested, you can join our team. Your team? Mu Xing took the business card from her, puzzled. When you get into the octagon, you will know that the competitive masters are divided into several large groups with equal strength to challenge each other. Joining a good group is more conducive to getting a higher ranking. The same group can also form a sparring partner and share information, which is more advantageous than being a lone wolf. Mu Xing did not reject her kindness. He could see that the girl did not use her full strength, but was just testing. Thank you. Young man, I am optimistic about you. I hope that next time I see you, you will have entered the octagonal cage. Angel waved at Mu Xing and disappeared directly in the virtual ring. At the same time, Mu Xing heard the reminder sound of the arena. Congratulations. Competitor Blood Moon, ranking promoted to within 10,000, successfully promoted to the ring competition area. At the same time, Mu Xing's number changed to 9986. Mu Xing memorized the information on the business card, and then exited the virtual arena directly. Congratulations, big brother, you have successfully advanced to the top 10,000. Yifei, this kid, has noticed Mu Xing's ranking. As soon as Mu Xing opened his eyes, he began to celebrate. What's your ranking? 28,000. Didn't you still get 25,000 yesterday? It's mainly because there are too many people coming in. It's not easy to keep a stable 20,000. Mu Xing's face was dark. Have you eaten? No. Yifei was excited. If you haven't eaten, don't eat. Follow me to the virtual training ground. I want to train you well. Ah? Yifei's smiling face instantly turned into a bitter face. Chapter 396. In a dense jungle in Pennsylvania, the United States. Are you sure this is the place? Mu Xing, Madman, and Orina have successfully sneaked into the Iron Legion's base. In order to build a base, the Iron Legion bought the entire forest, so this entire forest is the Iron Legion's base. Yes, this is one of the two main bases of the Iron Legion, with a large amount of supplies and munitions stored inside. Orina said. Okay, Miss Orina, just send it here, just pretend you have never been here, and leave it to me and Madman from now on. Mu Xing said. Orina looked at them with a worried look on her face. Don't be impulsive, the Iron Legion is not easy to mess with. You sneak into the base, and get the information you want, then evacuate immediately. Don't worry, Orina, we will be fine. Although Orina didn't quite believe Mu Xing's promise, she still slowly retreated and left the forest. Mu Xing didn't turn around until Orina was far away, but there was only cold murderous intent in his eyes. Since we are destined to become enemies, we should strike first. As long as we destroy this main base, we should be able to force out the elusive leader of the Iron Legion. The madman's hands were burning with fire, and he held two sharp chain blades in his palms. I will attack. You trap everyone and strangle everyone in this base. Mu Xing nodded. Don't rush. Infiltrate first and wait for my signal. The madman nodded, moving like a rabbit, and as quiet as a virgin, he disappeared into the air in an instant. Mu Xing didn't expect that such a violent guy like the madman would also learn to assassinate. It is estimated that he was forced out in the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing retreated. Summon the dream, and summon the Lessa and the seal at the same time. Let's get started. As soon as the words fell, Huaman began to control the entire forest, and the death space of the seal began to expand quietly. Alessa was the last to appear. After the ground layout was completed, he would summon the other world to come. At the same time, in the base, Ender, wearing an iron battle suit, was standing on the sentry tower holding an electromagnetic rifle, using the equipment to scan the situation in the jungle over and over again. Any disturbance could not escape this early warning system constructed by multiple scans. Infrared scanning, life detection, high-altitude detection, magnetic induction. Everything is available. Suddenly, a big hand patted his shoulder. He turned his head sharply, and aimed the electromagnetic rifle in his hand at the person behind him. Oh! Ender, don't be nervous, it's me. The man quickly raised his hands and took a step back. Tony, don't be like this, you know it's dangerous. Ender looked serious. Tony threw a pack of cigarettes over. Hey, don't be nervous, Ender. This is the main base of the Iron Legion. No one would dare to break in here. Have you forgotten those two guys who didn't know how to live or die last month? Now the heads are still hanging on the gate. He pointed to the steel gate not far away, and the two dried heads had ferocious expressions. Come on, brother, have a drink and relax. Ender looked around and secretly took out a bottle of wine from his arms, and put it on the table. Tonal, don't do this. Don't forget the commander's martial law order. Half a month ago, the 3rd Elite Team was wiped out, and there must be enemies targeting us. Tonal shook his head, opened a bottle of wine himself, and gulped it down his throat. It's boring. I go back and take a nap. I leave this to you. Ender looked at Tony's swaying body, and couldn't help shaking his head. Sooner or later, the Iron Legion will be destroyed by you damn drunkards. Oh. Just then, cheers came from the guard room below. A dozen people gathered together to drink and play cards, and the smell of smoke was everywhere. Ender turned his head, and focused his attention on the jungle outside the base again. Beep beep. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded from the detector. He hurried forward to check the screen. The early warning system had locked onto the target. He quickly controlled the camera in the forest to check. It turned out to be just a wild boar digging its way into the ground. He aimed his weapon at the wild boar for a while. After confirming that it was just an ordinary wild boar, he retracted his sight. Suddenly, another hand pressed on his shoulder. "Tonal, I told you not to pat my shoulder." He turned back impatiently, but saw a strange face. Then, he felt his vision spinning around, and saw his bleeding body disappearing into the air. Before his head hit the ground, it was caught by a palm leaf fan-shaped hand. In his last consciousness, he saw a face he had seen in the wanted poster within the regiment. His eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. At this moment, Tony walked out of the room. "Hey, Ander, what was that sound just now?" "Nothing, Tony, just a wild boar." He spoke with his back to Tony's figure. "Where is it?" "It's already gone." "Also, don't always think about going out hunting." Tony's face fell. "Okay then." Just as Tony turned around, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Just as he was about to resist, he saw his headless body. What should I do? After dealing with the two bodies, the madman walked into the sentry tower and inserted a USB drive into the computer. After a while, garbled characters began to appear on the screen. He put one hand on his ear. "I have shut down their early warning system. Let's start." "Okay." After a word of okay came from the other side, the sky began to roll with dark clouds, as if a storm was about to come. "What's going on?" This scene suddenly caught the attention of someone in the guard room. "It seems to be raining?" He pushed open the door to observe the sky, and when he entered again, he saw that all his teammates had turned into zombies. Oh shit! A high-powered laser gun appeared in his hand, and he began to indiscriminately shoot at the room. He shouted enemy attack. Suddenly, the whole base sounded a crazy alarm. Soon, a soldier wearing power armor and fully armed ran out of the base. "Sam, what's wrong?" "Captain, there is an enemy invasion, and all the guards have been turned into zombies." "What?" The captain's face changed, and he rushed into the guard room, only to see corpses shot by laser guns all over the floor. These guards were drunk, smoking, and playing cards, and were all shot by the guy named Sam. "Sam, what did you do? You killed your teammates." "No, they are not my teammates. They are all zombies." Just then, a woman holding a staff rushed over and touched Sam's forehead with the staff. He suddenly came to his senses. When he looked towards the guard room, where were the zombies? They were all his teammates. "No, what's going on?" Sam covered his head, unable to believe what he had done. The man next to him looked grim. "Take him away." However, at this moment, Sam crawled on the ground, his body began to mutate, his head kept twitching, and suddenly began to split to both sides. The woman holding the staff next to him quickly stepped back, then attacked fiercely, and a ball of fire exploded directly on Sam's face. However, this attack did not hurt Sam at all. Sam rushed over, roaring, "Monsters, all of you monsters, die." Behind Sam, dark red rust was spreading rapidly. Chapter 397. In Sam's eyes, everyone in front of him turned into a bloodthirsty monster. Not only him, the captain saw that the female magician next to him also began to mutate, turning into a hideous and bloated zombie. Not good. Mental attack. The captain instantly realized that he was under mental attack. While retreating, he shouted to the base, "Open the mental isolation barrier quickly." Accompanied by a humming sound, a translucent mental isolation barrier was propped up and covered the base. The fighting in the entire base suddenly stopped. The members of the base looked at each other, and it was obvious that they had just regarded their teammates as monsters. At the same time, a man in golden power armor rushed out of the base, carrying a mechanical hammer in his hand. He grabbed the soldier who was rushing towards him and threw him behind him. "Why are you panicking? Everyone, get on the sentry tower and organize defense." At this time, a loud shout came from the sentry tower. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" "How many people are there?" Coaster raised his head and asked. "Captain, there are at least several hundred." "So many?" Coaster frowned and waved his right hand. "Prepare the heavy artillery and blow up all the attacking bastards." In the camp behind him, the green containers were unfolded one by one, and the fierce muzzles were raised. Boom, boom, boom. The thick muzzles began to bombard the forest in front of the camp. These shells were powerful, and the explosions raised small blue mushroom clouds, which rose one by one in the forest. The madman who was mixed in the crowd received Mu Xing's communication. "Madman, The mental isolation barrier blocked the spiritual erosion of the divine seal. The heavy artillery is so powerful that the monsters created in the inner world may not be able to withstand it. It will take some time for Huanming to control the entire forest. I understand. I will find a way to destroy the mental isolation barrier. There are too many heavy artillery to completely destroy them. I suggest you launch an attack from underground. The madman said. Underground? I will try to dig a tunnel, but the steel defense wall of the base is 100 meters underground, so I may need some time. Mu Xing replied. He was silent for a moment, and then said, Crazy, be careful and don't expose yourself. I will use the monsters from the other world to consume their shells. After you destroy the mental isolation barrier, pull me into the camp, and I will give them a big wave. No problem, but you have to hurry. The second base is under attack, and the support of the Iron Legion will arrive soon. The communication shielding facilities we set up will probably not last long. After hanging up the communication, Mu Xing directly let Huanming go deep underground and manipulate the slime mold and tree roots to dig a tunnel deep into the base. At the same time, let the divine seal strengthen the communication suppression and delay the opponent's request for help as much as possible. This is a race against time. Before the attack, Mu Xing had carefully investigated and found that there were not many high-level combat forces in the entire second base, and the number of guards was no more than 50. There was only one captain-level war group master who was relatively difficult to deal with. They had to destroy the entire camp before the support from the first base arrived. This was the first time that Mu Xing fought against a war group level force. If it were not for the huge progress in the survival competition and the forest journey, he would not dare to attack the Iron War group. This is not. After the base blocked Mu Xing's first wave of assault, it quickly stabilized its position and began to launch a counterattack. Two teams totaling 20 people formed a commando team, and they actually took the initiative to rush out of the base to launch a counterattack. These survivors cooperated rigorously, and their combat effectiveness was also quite strong. Under the cover of the heavy artillery in the rear and the heavy rotary laser guns of the sentry tower, they killed all the monsters from the inner world that attacked the base in the first wave. The God Seal reminded, Master, these people should have some kind of group mental protection equipment on them, connecting everyone's mental power together to form a group mental shield. My mental erosion cannot break through their defense in a short time. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and saw the combat effectiveness of the regiment for the first time. The Iron Regiment can only be regarded as a mid-level regiment. It is hard to imagine the combat effectiveness of those top regiments. If the overdevelopment of the regiment did not lead to the formation of warlord forces, the survival system would probably strongly support this model. The base has command, support, division of labor and cooperation, and the combat effectiveness is far greater than that of a lone wolf fighting alone. Fortunately, the madman infiltrated into the base in advance, otherwise it would not be so easy to attack by force. This base is well equipped, not only to protect against mental erosion, but also to a certain extent against dream erosion. However, the dream protection can only cover the base. After the two teams walked out of the protection circle, Mu Xing targeted them. One of their teams aims to get in touch with the outside world, and the other team is responsible for protecting their flanks. The two teams formed a defensive formation and moved outward. Mu Xing glanced at the monitoring screen, and a disc appeared in his hand. This is the time-space blocker taken from Carter. Press the button, and a 3-kilometer giant isolation zone will quickly take shape with him as the center. In this area, all space transmission will be isolated. So even if they contact the first base, they can't support this side in the first time through space transmission. Huanming. Woof woof. Huanming received the order, and began to control the forest dream. Mu Xing planned to deal with the two teams first. However, at this moment, a green flare was raised in the base. The two teams began to retreat quickly. Mu Xing looked towards the base, and saw a man wearing golden power armor on the isolation wall. Mu Xing quickly matched the information he got from Arena in his mind with it. Koster, the captain of the 4th elite team of the Iron Legion, although his team ranking is lower than Carter, his combat effectiveness is far superior to Carter. This man is not only powerful in combat, but also resourceful and very smart. He sensed the danger in the forest and immediately ordered the two teams to withdraw urgently. But how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? Directly let Huanming raise a high tree wall. Although this tree wall could not reach the terrifying height of 1,000 meters due to the suppression of the real world, it also reached about 30 meters. The thick tree wall directly blocked the team's retreat. Quick, blow it up. Koster frowned and directed the heavy artillery bombardment. Boom boom boom. One after another heavy artillery shells fell, and the blue light produced by the explosion instantly blew up, the tall tree wall. However, before the two teams approached, the tree wall began to heal rapidly. At the same time, the dream of the forest began to erode the two teams. Their team spirit defense is their advantage, but Wanming's dream erosion can directly take advantage of this team's spirit connection. The moment of contact, the two teams were directly pulled into the dream. Attack! Mu Xing gave an order, the tree wall gave way, and Huaming immediately controlled the two teams to attack the base. It's bad, Captain, Coleman and his team have rebelled. A person next to him frowned and said, "No, it's not a rebellion, it's being controlled." Coster stared at the two teams that were frantically attacking the base, and gave orders without hesitation. Aim the heavy artillery at Coleman and his team. "Captain, they are our teammates." Coster grabbed his neck and said, "Follow orders, Sergeant." The sergeant nodded quickly with a panicked look on his face, waving the two-color flag in his hand to signal the rear. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded again, but this time it fell on the heads of the two squads. What a cruel guy. Mu Xing couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw the scene. Chapter 398. Bombs fell one after another, blowing the two assault teams to pieces. More than half of the members of the regiment, who were just immersed in the dream, were killed or injured. "Coster, you bastard, you actually attacked us. I will fight you to eliminate dissidents for my own selfish desires." After escaping from the dream, the two assault teams directly rebelled and began to attack the base. One person summoned a self-destruct truck out of thin air and rushed towards the gate of the base. "They are crazy, stop them for me." Coster continued to command the heavy artillery bombardment with a grim expression. The shells fell, trying to destroy the self-destructing truck. However, on the way, the surrounding branches extended to form an interception barrier. The shells were intercepted by the branches in advance, and although the branches were broken, the self-destructing truck was not hurt at all. "You go and stop the truck." Coster grabbed a corporal next to him. "Captain, me?" The corporal looked terrified. "You want to disobey military orders?" Bang! Coster shot him in the head with one shot. The headless body fell over the wall and into the outside of the base. This move instantly shocked the surrounding Iron Legion soldiers. You go stop the truck for me." Coster raised his gun and aimed at another person. Although the man was scared, he still jumped down. As a result, he was controlled by the dream of the forest just after leaving the base and running a few steps. He turned around and said, "Coster, you are a coward. You dare not fight the enemy yourself, and let us soldiers die voluntarily. I will fight you." The laser gun in his hand shot directly at him. "Captain, be careful." A teammate holding a shield stood in front of Coster, and the shield blocked the laser beam. Then, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the self-destructing truck crashed directly into the gate of the base. The violent explosion directly tore a big hole in the heavy steel gate. "Quick, block the gate." Coster quickly gave the order. Finally, the rear support arrived, and the two core teammates erected a defensive barrier at the gate, and began to quickly repair the damaged gate. "Everyone listen, from now on, do not leave the base. We will hold on and wait for help." Coster realized that the outside world was already dominated by the enemy. Without the protection of the base, it will be quickly controlled by unknown forces. "Captain, what should we do now?" The teammates next to him all looked at him with worry. "Hold the second base. With the base protection, the enemy will not be able to break into the base so easily, and the help from the first base will arrive soon." Coster stared at the lush forest in front of him. The empty space that had just been cleared by heavy artillery fire was now densely covered with green plants. The whole forest seemed to come alive. Suddenly, Coster looked back at his teammates behind him and said, "You guys come here? Who is guarding the mental protection device?" The teammates looked at each other. Coster was shocked and said, "Not good, hurry back for help." However, at this moment, the bottom floor of the base was suddenly breached by tree roots, and a large hole was drilled directly. Then, they heard an explosion from the base. The transparent mental isolation barrier covering the base collapsed instantly. Then, dark clouds rolled, and black raindrops began to fall. The other world had arrived. "Captain, it's raining." Coster let the black rain fall on his palm, and the rain melted. Suddenly, the rain turned into a ferocious little bug, screaming at him, revealing its sharp fangs. This scene frightened Coster so much that he quickly shook his hand, trying to shake the bug off. But as the rain continued to fall, he saw bugs crawling all over his body, and the rain in the sky turned into countless bugs. Illusions, all illusions. Coster kept telling himself. He closed his eyes and opened them again, thinking that the illusion would disappear, but the bugs began to gnaw at his armor. Damn, It's not an ordinary illusion, it's a real illusion, quick, flame! The teammate holding a flamethrower next to him sprayed flames at him, burning all the bugs to death. Coaster looked at the curled up and burnt bugs on the ground, his face becoming uglier. Captain, behind us is that madman! A teammate exclaimed. In the base, the madman came out holding a flame-chained blade. His clothes burst, and the Spartan pattern on his body lit up. Those low-level soldiers and robot guards were no match for the madman, and they were harvested like melons and vegetables. Madman, you dare to be an enemy of my Iron Legion. My Iron Legion will chase you to the ends of the earth, and never stop until you die. Coaster shouted loudly. Go to hell and say that. The madman snorted coldly, and after destroying the mental isolation barrier, Mu Xing's power penetrated directly. He attacked all the way just to attract the attention of these people. Coaster waved his right hand, and his teammates instantly surrounded the madman. The defensive weapons in the base also aimed at the madman. Kill him! The madman roared, and the Spartan battle pattern on his body was released, and flames rose all over his body, igniting everything around him. Ah! Screams rang out, and the teammates around him were ignited by this terrible flame. Puff, puff, puff. The chain blades spun, and cut off heads one by one. It was as if they had completely lost the will to resist, allowing themselves to be ignited by the flames and beheaded by the madman. Mental erosion plus dream control, double superposition, unless the mental power and willpower are extremely strong, and the abnormal resistance is extremely high, it is really impossible to withstand the terrible erosion. Coaster felt that the scene in front of him was trance, as if the entire base had turned into a hideous monster. The madman rushed forward and locked onto Coaster. As the strongest here, Coaster is indeed very capable, and has a very high resistance to abnormal mental erosion. The second base is my Coaster's defense zone. As long as the people are in the base, they are there. The golden power armor on his body roared, and the mechanical hammer in his hand began to deform and smash towards the madman. With a loud bang, the floor was torn apart, and the whole base was shaking violently. The brutal violence destroyed everything in front of him. Go to hell! He continued to smash the heavy hammer in his hand, and with a bang, it was blocked by the madman's double blades. If it was before, I might be happy to fight you, but not now. The madman suppressed his vigorous desire to fight, knowing that now was not the time for him to be willful, and reinforcements from the first base would arrive at any time. Soon, behind him, the cracked hole expanded rapidly. Mu Xing, who had not shown up, finally showed up. It's you, the manipulator behind the scenes. Coaster roared. For some reason, the moment he saw Mu Xing, he couldn't suppress his anger. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand to Coaster. Go to sleep. The dream of the forest broke out completely, and the spiritual erosion of the divine seal was instantly pulled to the limit. Coaster's eyelids became heavy. I'm so tired. The mechanical hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. I really want to rest and have a good sleep. At this moment, the madman made a move, with two flaming blades in his hands crossing, and rushed forward in an instant, cutting off Coaster's head. However, this was not the end. The blood in Coaster's chest gushed out, condensed and not dispersed, and the blood wrapped around his consciousness, trying to escape. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? One hand pressed on the madman's shoulder to form a barrier. Closed his eyes slightly. The moment he opened his eyes again, with him as the center, the entire base was instantly eroded by endless mycelium. Chapter 399. Houses, high walls, and blood in the air were all assimilated by the mycelium at this moment, turning into pale, dry slime mold. Break! Mu Xing shouted, and the entire base collapsed and turned into white powder on the ground. After doing all this, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. Just as he was about to fall backwards, he was supported by the madman's powerful big hand. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Xing stabilized his body, and the chaotic will was released in just a moment, draining all the dark gold energy in his body. Sure enough, this ability can only be used as a last resort. If used once, it will be drained and lose the ability to continue fighting. And this ability has not been fully controlled so far. There are only two possibilities: extreme release and complete release. Extreme release is to drain all the dark gold energy in an instant, while complete release may burn the body as fuel. Mu Xing defines it as a powerful and dangerous ability that cannot be used easily. The madman looked around in shock. The entire base was destroyed in an instant. Such destructive power is really terrifying. If it were him, he would probably have to release the divine runes and burst to the limit to do it. Take me away, Mu Xing said. Crazy nodded, picked him up, rushed out of the base, and evacuated along the predetermined route. In the forest, Wanmeng retracted all the hyphae and destroyed the forest around the base. Mu Xing deliberately left some vague evidence, hoping to lure the snake out of the hole. It was not until 5 minutes after Crazy and his men left that 3 or 4 bird helicopters rushed to the second base at high speed. The door of the high-altitude helicopter was opened, the cold wind was biting, and a tall figure stared at the white snow below. Without hesitation, he jumped from 1,000 meters high. Just a few meters from the ground, he suddenly hovered in the air and then slowly landed. He picked up a handful of white powder. Who is it? Then, several captains wearing golden power armor fell down, banging in the white dust. Captain, we can't track the enemy. One of them looked depressed. Search the second base and the surrounding forests carefully, don't miss any clues. An electronic sound that was not like a human voice came from the helmet. Understood. Several captains immediately dispersed, and more members of the battle group landed and began a carpet search. At this time, a master figure landed, walked into the white ash, grabbed with his right hand, and dragged a white power armor out of the white ash with his telekinesis. But before he could use it, the power armor directly scattered into white ash. He had a grim expression. It actually changed the most basic structure of matter. Just then, a squadron leader ran over holding a sealed crystal box. Deputy Captain, we found this. The crystal box contained a communication shielding device that had not yet completely turned into ash. He picked up the box and returned quickly. Captain, we found something. This is the equipment of Carter's 3rd Elite Team. The captain recognized it at a glance. I didn't expect that a mere 2-legged sheep would eventually become a big problem. It was the person behind the Kid Yifei who took action. The deputy captain next to him looked at him. Captain, what should we do now? Prepare the plane? I want to see Arena. Captain, our information may have been sold by that woman, should we? He made a gesture of wiping his neck. No, she is a businessman, as long as the price is right. There is nothing that cannot be sold, and... He glanced at the deputy captain. This woman is not simple. She has a relationship with the big shots in the Black Mountain Canyon. Don't mess with her if there is nothing to do. Yes. Until the bird helicopter left, the people next to him came over. Deputy Captain, is this a trap? Whether it's a trap or not, our captain has to make this trip. What should we do now? The split of the regiment must be completed as soon as possible. The Iron Regiment is about to change. The confidant next to him changed his expression slightly. Deputy Captain, you mean? The deputy captain threw the white ash in his hand. Where do you think this whitish comes from? I don't know. It looks like some kind of terrible explosion that destroyed everything in an instant. No, this is not an explosion. This is a power beyond the limit. A power that is not limited in the real world. Should we tell the leader? The division is about to be split, but that guy is unwilling to delegate the power of the 2nd Division and still locks me in the 1st Division. You and I both know the reason. I understand. By the way, find a time. I also want to meet Elena. At the same time, Mu Xing, who had just returned to Kowloon City, received a message from Elena. He immediately called back. Brother Shuiyue, how can you be so bold and careless? The leader of the Iron Legion is ready to find me. Will it not cause any trouble to Miss Arena? Not much trouble, but the guy from the Iron Legion is not that easy to fool. Mu Xing smiled. It's okay, Miss Arena. You can sell him the information about us at a high price. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. This is my original purpose, to lure the snake out of its hole. Olina was silent. I must warn you, that guy is not easy to deal with. Don't bring trouble to yourself. I know my limits. Miss Arena, remember the high price you bid. Just consider it as my advance investment in buying intelligence. The other side was silent again. Bailey, how is he? Don't worry, he's fine. She took a deep breath. If you really can't hold on, I can use some connections. Obviously, she's still worried about the madman. No need. The madman's voice came from the other side. Bailey, I'm just worried about you. I'm fine, and I don't deserve your kindness to me. We both have our own paths to go. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Crazy, there's no need to be so decisive, right? After all, she's infatuated with you. When you need to make a decision, make it. Otherwise, you suffer. You know this principle. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Take your time. I believe in you. At the same time, Olina's coffee shop. A man in black power armor walked into the empty coffee shop. In the coffee shop, only Olina was wearing a red dress, sitting at the table drinking coffee. On the table, there were 3 tarot cards. He sat down in front of Arena without any hesitation. Did you know I was coming? The tarot cards gave me a revelation that an important person would visit today. In that case, you should know why I came. Orina clapped her hands, and a maid came out with an exquisite wooden box and placed it between the two of them. The other party was about to reach out, but Orina pressed her hand on the wooden box. Captain, I am a businessman, and also, tell the guy on the roof opposite to get out of here. I hate people pointing guns at my store. A rage that had become real burst out like a strong wind. The person on the other side waved his hand, and all the people who were monitoring the coffee shop left. At the same time, he put a Terra credit card on the table and pushed it in front of Orina. Here is 10 million. Not enough. Orina crossed her arms. He pushed out another one. What about now? This is more like it. Orina grabbed the two cards without hesitation and pushed the box directly over. Chapter 400. In the next few days, Mu Xing spent almost all his time in the arena. After entering the arena, he finally started his competitive journey. He fought his way from 10,000 to 6,000. Although his ranking rose quickly, as more and more people signed up for the competition, the ranking rolled over very quickly. There were still many people who chose to challenge him as a dark horse. So he wasted a lot of time. In the end, his ranking was locked at 5620, and he was unable to continue to advance. Because the time has come, a new survival world is waiting for him. Are you ready? Mu Xing looked at Yi Fei in front of him. That's right, he didn't bring Yi Ling this time. If it wasn't because he needed to bring Yi Fei to attract the leader of the Iron Corps, he didn't even want to bring Yi Fei. Because this level of battle is still too dangerous for Yi Fei. Yi Ling teamed up with Li Hongwei and took the newcomer Zhu Gu into other survival worlds. I'm ready, brother, don't worry, I won't hold you back this time. Yi Fei said with a solemn oath. The madman put his big hand on his shoulder. When we can't take care of you, remember to protect yourself. This is your only mission. Understood, madman. Yi Fei was excited. At this moment, the voice of the survival system sounded. The new survival world has been determined. Countdown to teleport in 30 seconds. The three looked at each other, formed a circle directly, and held the arms of others. The moment the countdown ended, the transparent transmission beam fell and enveloped them. Mu Xing woke up to a noisy whistle. Opened his eyes. Sunshine, sea, salty cold sea breeze. Rippling waves. This is a white supply ship with hull number 76. The propeller roared. Through the porthole, Mu Xing looked up at the position of the sun. Probably winter has arrived. On the bed next to him, Yi Fei rubbed his aching head. The system is so irritable every time it transmits. Can't it be gentler? He looked up and saw a reassuring figure standing by the porthole. Brother, where are we? On the sea. On the sea? Yi Fei leaned over to the porthole and looked outside. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the upper deck to the cabin. Obviously, the madman was the first to wake up. Are you all awake? Mu Xing shook his head and pointed to the three survivors on the bed next to him, 2 men and 1 woman, who should be their teammates in this round. What's the situation outside? Still on the sea, the target is an oil drilling platform called Bellard. Berard? Mu Xing quickly searched for relevant memories in his mind. It's Awakening Abyss. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in the cabin. Looking back, a tall and thin young man wearing glasses turned over and sat on the bed. At this time, the last man and woman also woke up slowly. It seems that all the people who came this time are seniors. Even the red-haired woman, who looks to be in her 30s, should have just passed 3 newcomer trials and become a formal survivor. What's your name? Mu Xing asked. My name is Zhuge Yu. A double surname? To be honest, it was the first time he saw someone with the surname Zhuge. Zhuge Qing, brother, your ancestor is not Zhuge Liang, right? Yi Fei asked curiously. There is some connection in the family tree, but it is not a direct line. Mu Xing looked at the other 2 people. What's your name? In addition to the red-haired woman, there was a black man. Hello, my name is Thomas. The black man greeted the few people. Thomas, the little train? Yi Fei subconsciously looked at the black man. The woman next to him pointed at him. Sophie. Mu Xing nodded and pointed at the 2 people next to him. Crazy Yi Fei, and me, Blood Moon. A few people introduced themselves briefly, and it was considered a preliminary acquaintance. Just then, text began to appear on the deck. Survivors, welcome to the survival world, Awakening Abyss. This world is a surreal science fiction survival world, and the survivors' attributes have no world bonus. Magic, witchcraft, spells, and other magical equipment, skill effects increased by 3%. Technological equipment such as firearms and explosives, skill effects increased by 3%. This world has a death backtracking penalty. Each death will reduce all attributes by 10%, and 2 consecutive deaths within 3 minutes will result in permanent death. Killing monsters has a chance to obtain special equipment, and successfully passing the level has a chance to obtain a singularity. Main Survival Mission 1 released. Successfully boarded the Bellard oil rig, countdown 3 hours. After completion, the subsequent mission will be opened. Identity setting. In 1975, winter is approaching, and the Bellard oil rig is preparing for winter supplies. You will go to the oil rig as a platform supply personnel, and what awaits you will be an unknown journey. It turned out to be a nonlinear identity setting. Shugayu's voice sounded. What is a nonlinear identity setting? The black man next to him asked curiously. A nonlinear identity setting is an identity that is not set according to the main storyline. Such an identity setting will have a different mission line and story line from the protagonist. Generally, it is a derivative event generated around the protagonist. The black man Thomas continued to ask, so is this good or bad? It's hard to say. We have to wait until we reach the drilling platform. Woo! At this moment, the loud whistle sounded again. Mu Xing pointed to the deck outside the cabin. Let's go up and take a look. When they boarded the deck, the crew members were chatting and joking on the deck. A few people came out and just glanced. Then they continued their chat. Maritime warning. Strong winds are coming. Hey you guys, go and secure the cargo on the deck and check the equipment. On the second floor stairs, the first mate pointed at Mu Xing and the others and shouted. Mu Xing then noticed that the originally clear sky suddenly began to dim. Dark clouds came from the northeast, and the sea ahead had begun to stir up bigger waves. First mate, how far are we from the Bellard oil platform? Almost, less than 10 nautical miles. Everyone looked in the direction of the first mate's finger, and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a floating drilling platform in the center of the storm. It was a deep-sea drilling platform, floating on the sea's surface, with a huge floating bridge, and anchored to the seabed below. The central drill bit would first penetrate several hundred meters into the seawater, and then continue to drill towards the seabed rock layer. From a distance, it looked no bigger than a thumb, but the closer you got, the bigger the rig seemed. Even though the waves were surging, they couldn't shake the huge platform. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a cargo list flew into his hand. Burrard Oil Drilling Platform, 132 permanent personnel, 28 days have passed since the last supply. This supply is the total amount for the next month, including fresh water, fruits, meat, flour and other daily necessities, as well as replacement parts, repair tools, medicines, and some emails from drilling platform employees. He looked at Shugayu. How much do you know about the plot of Awakening Abyss? Shugayu said, the plot of Awakening Abyss is not long, and it is a new game released in June this year. I often pay attention to information in this area, so I have some knowledge of it. The plot setting is that the oil drilling platform goes deep into the seabed, and as a result, it awakens some mysterious existence on the seabed. An unknown force begins to erode the entire drilling platform, and in the end everyone, including the protagonist, is killed. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people present changed slightly. Chapter 401. This is a problem. It's a story game with a death ending. The madman frowned. Yes, generally speaking, although the process of horror games is difficult and scary, the protagonist will eventually pass the level. But the death ending means that the conditions for passing the level are unknown, and the weaknesses of the story boss are unknown. Juveyu said. Then what should we do? How to pass the unsolvable story? Black Thomas panicked. Shugayu pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Don't panic. I think we should go to the drilling platform first to see the situation. Maybe there will be other opportunities. After all, the survival system will not set up an unsolvable chess game. There will always be a way out. This made Mu Xing subconsciously look at the young man. I don't think the survival system will issue a mission that will lead to certain death. Let's follow the main mission first. Sophie on the side also nodded in agreement. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone had different thoughts. The inner entanglement must be more turbulent than the surface calm. Mu Xing looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, his eyes flickered, and he activated the observer's consciousness. At the same time, he communicated with the divine seal again. Master, I have adapted to the rules and restrictions of this world. Have you found anything? Mu Xing asked while observing the situation on the sea. Master, this place is very strange. Why? I can't see through it. We seem to be isolated. Mu Xing observed carefully, and indeed found the isolation mentioned by the divine seal. It was as if there was a huge sky curtain with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, covering the entire ocean. He kept switching his sights, trying to find a breakthrough. But his observer's awareness is not strong enough, and the maximum observation distance is only 100 kilometers. He cannot cross the border and see the situation farther away. What is it that isolates this world? Mu Xing stared at the sky, secretly alert in his heart. Here. The madman walked to his side and whispered. No one from the Iron Legion was found on the ship. Mu Xing shook his head. They will not follow the main line to break in together. This is too passive, and the number of people who can be sent in is limited. I guess they will use team invasion props. Are you talking about the special props that can be used to invade other worlds as a team? I heard that it's very expensive. I saw it in the last survival competition. It's worth tens of millions of points. The madman hesitated. It depends on whether the special props are more valuable, or the reputation of his Iron Legion is more valuable. Mu Xing stared at the oil rigs getting closer and closer, and didn't seem to worry about them not coming. By the way, what did you talk about when you met with Arena in Kowloon City yesterday? Guess. Crazy, Give me a hint. It's about the split of the regiment. Crazy understood all of a sudden. You mean, someone in the Iron Regiment wants to share power? Not sharing power, but seizing power. So brave. I remember that there is only one deputy leader in their regiment, who has some qualifications. Aren't you afraid that the leader of the Iron Regiment will fight back? Mu Xing said, some people are born gamblers. Some people think that a 99% chance of passing the level is no different from committing suicide, while some people dare to take a chance even if they have a 10% chance. Do you believe that guy? I don't believe anyone in the Iron Legion, but I believe in human nature. Mu Xing took out a stack of information. What is this? Sent from our cooperating partner. The madman quickly flipped through it, and finally locked onto a file bag printed with top secret. After opening it, he smiled. It turned out to be the top secret information of the leader of the Iron Legion. Mu Xing said, the leader of the Iron Legion is very mysterious and rarely shows up in public. Or, since he was on the genius list a few years ago, there has been no other record. Even the title of the original participant was the captain of the Iron Legion. I know this. It is said that it was from that time that the Iron Legion grew from a small legion of 5 or 6 people to a medium-sized legion of several hundred people in a few years. The madman said. I saw him quickly flipping through the information, which was quite detailed. His name caught his eye, Maxon. This name is so familiar. You should know all the standard equipment of the Iron Legion, right? Of course, the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4. What's the name of the president? Maxon? The madman narrowed his eyes. Same name? Is it a coincidence? I don't know. I guess I know only after I actually see him. Mu Xing shook his head. The madman quickly flipped through the information. How come these information, especially the ability information, are all about witnesses and hearsay? This is normal, which means Maxon is well hidden. It feels more and more interesting, but no matter who he is, if he dares to come, I will make him never come back. The madman bumped his fists together, and the fighting spirit was full. At this moment, a whistle suddenly sounded in front of him. It was the staff of the drilling platform. They were turning on the signal lights, preparing to meet the arrival of the supply ship. Their 1,000-ton supply ship was not small, but compared with the oil drilling platform in front of them, it was like a small boat. Coupled with the increasingly violent wind and waves, the disparity between the two sides was even greater. We are almost there. Everyone cheer up and prepare to dock. At this moment, the captain, who was about 50 years old, walked out of the captain's room with a cigarette in his mouth and shouted at the sailors on the deck. Then, the voice of the person in charge of the drilling platform came from the loudspeaker. Tom, you shouldn't come at this time. The weather is too bad. The speaker was the person in charge of the oil drilling platform. Rennick. Rennick, I don't want to come either. The weather changes too quickly. I have to bite the bullet and come here. Otherwise your fresh water and food may not last for 3 days. The captain took a deep puff of his cigarette and began to direct the work. First mate, you steer the boat yourself and bring it closer. Understood, Captain. The first mate was indeed an experienced veteran. After a series of operations, he actually approached the pontoon safely, anchored and began to use a lot of cables to prevent the wind and waves from causing the hull to sway too violently. Crane, lower the crane and lift these things on the deck first. In the wind and waves, everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, and the sound in the communicator was almost drowned by the waves. At this time, not only the waves, but also the rain on the sea surface. Suddenly, a huge wave rushed head-on. Be careful, the waves are coming, the captain shouted. Mu Xing and the other survivors exchanged glances. Save people first. No, we can't save people. Shu Viqing, who was wearing glasses, stopped them. What's wrong? We can't save people. It would be best if all these people died. One more person means one more danger on the drilling platform. Soon an unknown force will rise from the bottom of the sea. Its power will cause people to mutate into monsters. The more people there are, the more monsters there will be. He wiped the seawater off his glasses, his expression extremely serious. Mu Xing made a decision almost instantly. Never mind, go up. The 6 of them quickly climbed up the steel ladder. Just then, a huge wave hit. With a bang, it hit the drilling platform heavily. The supply ship's cable was broken by a wave before it could be tied tightly. The huge force directly rushed the entire ship hundreds of meters away. Afterwards, more waves hit it, and the ship lost its balance and capsized instantly. Chapter 402. Ah! Help! The sailors on the supply ship fell into the sea, scrambling their arms and screaming in panic. However, the waves became more and more violent, and several huge waves hit. Before the workers on the drilling platform could react, the sailors were swept away by the huge waves. In the end, only the captain and the first mate were quick to jump off the ship and grab the steel ladder on the huge pontoon. They avoided the impact of the huge waves and followed Mu Xing and others to climb up desperately. Brother, this wave is weird. Yi Fei couldn't help but say. Don't worry about it, let's go up first. The waves were surging, and the rain was getting heavier. Fortunately, the drilling platform was stable enough, standing like Mount Tai in the wind and waves. Although the entire drilling platform was slightly vibrating, it was fine. Even the drilling rig in the center of the platform was still operating. Hey, come here! The person in charge, Rennick, went down to the lower level of the drilling platform and opened the door at the end of the steel frame connecting the skybridge. Everyone rushed into the iron door against the wind and rain and entered the interior of the drilling platform. With a loud bang, the door closed. The sound of the surging waves instantly weakened, and a sense of security surged into everyone's hearts. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The captain's fists kept hammering on the door. Tom, don't do this. Rennick pulled him. Woo woo woo. The captain, who had always been strong, squatted on the ground and cried. I killed them. I insisted on going into the storm. Rennick was silent. Hey, listen, Tom, this is an accident. It's not your fault. I don't know if the captain couldn't bear such a blow and fainted all of a sudden. Captain, Captain! The first mate shouted anxiously. Mu Xing came over and put one hand on his neck to feel his pulse. Don't worry, he's fine, he just fainted, let him rest for a while. Hearing this, several sailors seemed to be exhausted and sat on the ground. They were wet all over and in a very low mood. Several survivors were still calm. They traveled through different worlds. What storms and waves have they not seen? This little accident did not shake them at all. Everyone, follow me to the deck first. I have prepared a lounge for you. I will contact the supply company and the Maritime Rescue Agency for you as soon as possible. Rennick sighed. He was also in a dilemma at this time. He took them to the lounge on the first floor. Mu Xing took the opportunity to observe the overall structure of the drilling platform. The deck was very large, with the work area, engineering area, including oil processing and drilling platform, all on the deck. In addition, the deck superstructure has 4 floors in total, and the central control room, pump room, office, restaurant, staff dormitory and other facilities are all in these superstructures. Because of the sudden storm and huge waves, the workers are shutting down the drilling system and checking the facilities in the deck area. Many people are still lying on the railing to observe the situation below. The overturned supply ship has been washed away by the waves for several kilometers and is floating in the waves. As for the sailors who fell into the water, they have long been swept away by the waves. They are operating the crane and are lifting a supply container up. This is the only material that was salvaged. Here. All the crew members were taken to the lounge by Rennick. Then, he hurried to make a phone call. At this moment, Mu Xing heard the voice of the survival system. Successfully arrived at the Bellard oil drilling platform, the main task has been completed. Main task 2 is started. Survive 36 hours on the Bellard oil drilling platform. As soon as the voice fell, a 36-hour countdown began to flash. The task is out. It's a survival task. But no one was happy. The shorter the survival time, the higher the difficulty. Everyone, do you have any ideas? Mu Xing looked at everyone present. Thomas said, according to the plot, the oil platform will eventually capsize. I suggest staying away from the platform and planning an escape route in advance. That's impossible. If we can really leave the drilling platform, The survival system will not issue a task for us to come up. Shuga, you rejected Thomas's suggestion. With our strength, it should be easy to find the supply ship, right? Then take the boat and leave here. Thomas asked back. Shuga, you pushed his glasses. You can try, after all, you are a veteran. Just stay where the survival system lets you survive. Do you believe it or not, as long as you leave a certain range of the drilling platform, an unknown existence will rush out from the seabed and drag you into the seabed? Thomas frowned. Are you scaring me? I'm not scaring you. I'm just stating a fact. Thomas wanted to refute, but finally shut up. Obviously, he knew that Shuga was right. Sophie said, since we can't leave the drilling platform, we should take the opportunity to control everyone on the platform. Since you said they will become monsters, why don't we take the opportunity to kill all of them and clear the entire drilling platform? Mu Xing glanced at this seemingly weak red-haired woman and didn't expect her attitude to be so decisive and ruthless. Shuga still shook his head. According to the laws of the survival world I summarized, the plot is bound to happen. If it is destroyed in advance, it will only get worse, not better. Why? Sophie was puzzled. It's simple. Follow the plot. At least we can predict the future and prepare for it in advance. But once the plot is disrupted, we will face an unknown 36 hours. Hearing this, everyone was silent. They were all experienced, and could not fail to understand these principles. Shuga, you looked at Mu Xing and the other two. Do you have any suggestions? Mu Xing said, make 2 preparations. First, monitor the situation of everyone on the platform and prepare countermeasures in advance. Second, prepare to retreat. We still have to find a way to get the supply ship back. Why? Didn't you see? In a plot game with a death ending, the survival system gave us a nonlinear identity. What does this mean? Shuga, you was very smart and understood Mu Xing's meaning at once. You mean, that ship is the breakthrough point left for us by the survival system? Mu Xing glanced at the time. Do you remember when the main plot starts? Probably in the morning. Shuga, you also glanced at the time. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I see. The survival system gave us a buffer time of 1 night. Mu Xing looked around at the others and said, so, you will form a group of 3 and be responsible for investigating the drilling platform. Collect and organize the information of the drilling platform as detailed as possible, including every room and every passage. We will form a group of 3 and be responsible for finding the supply ship. Wait, I will go with you to salvage the ship. Shuga said. Mu Xing glanced at the madman. Madman, then you join them. No problem. The madman nodded, not minding such an arrangement. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone, your clothes and dinner are ready. Change your clothes and come to the restaurant for dinner. Rennick came with 2 workers, who were holding a dozen sets of drilling platform work clothes. At the same time, Captain Tom also began to wake up. He had a dull expression, and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the reality. Chapter 403. When we arrived at the restaurant, the door was already crowded with people. The workers on the drilling platform expressed sympathy for the sailors' plight. Hug and comfort them. Mu Xing searched for the protagonist in the crowd. Sir, is there a worker named McCleary on your drilling platform? Mu Xing asked a worker. McCleary? Sorry, I don't know the person you were talking about. The man shook his head. Mu Xing frowned. Is this another world without a protagonist? Just as he was guessing, someone next to him suddenly said, Hey, are you looking for AKA? Do you know where he is? Isn't that him? He pointed to the man who was chatting happily with the bald chef, who was in charge of serving food at the counter window. Mu Xing looked back and saw a haggard middle-aged man, wearing drilling platform work clothes, with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. It was the protagonist of the game, McCleary, nicknamed AKA. The chef who was talking to him was his good friend Roy. Before they approached, the black man Thomas was the first to approach, trying to get close to the protagonist. However, both the protagonist and Roy were wary of Thomas, and did not trust the black man who suddenly came over to greet him. After a while, Thomas came back, a little embarrassed. On the table, their staple food was beef stew with potatoes and tomatoes, plus 2 pieces of dry bread. Thomas, how was the negotiation? Sophie asked. AK is very alert and difficult to approach, but I made my position clear. What position? I said I was his new neighbor. Shuga, you next to him, covered her head speechlessly. You really dared to run into the muzzle of a gun. Thomas had a strange expression. So what happened? Do you know how the protagonist came here? Is it related to the neighbor? It's about the same thing. His wife was bullied by the neighbor, and he got angry and beat the person up, and then fled all the way to work on the drilling platform. Hearing this, Thomas covered his head. "Oh damn, I ran into the gun myself." Shugayu said, "So, don't try to get close to the protagonist if you don't have anything to do." The madman took big bites of the beef on the plate, stuffing all the food into his stomach like a whirlwind. "I go out and see what's going on." He gave Mushing a look. They came here to clear the main story, but more importantly, they had to prepare to welcome Maxon from the Iron Legion, so they had to make preparations in advance. Shugayu glanced at the madman who was leaving. "You are in the same team, right?" "Yes, to be exact, it's the three of us." This matter can't be concealed at all, and Mushing didn't intend to hide it. Yi Fei was chewing on a piece of bread on the side, and he didn't know if it was too dry and choked him, and he was beating his chest hard. Mushing handed over a glass of water, which Yi Fei quickly poured into his mouth and drank in one gulp. "Damn, I'm choking to death." Mushing glanced at Shugayu opposite him. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" "No, I'm just curious about what kind of expert the Dark Horse genius, who has recently risen in the arena is." Mushing remained calm, tearing the bread slices into pieces, and then mixing them with the potato beef soup. This way it won't be so choking to eat. "Let's work together to pass the level. Don't get involved in other things." Mushing reminded, then quickly finished the meal, picked up the plate and stood up. "Brother, wait for me, I haven't eaten yet." Yi Fei picked up the plate and ate frantically, until Mushing and the others left. Thomas couldn't help but ask, "Is he a master?" Shugayu looked at him. "You don't know a madman in Black Mountain Canyon?" "What madman? I should know him." Thomas was puzzled. Sophie next to him was still chewing slowly. "I have heard of that madman. He seemed to be a guardian in the past. He was quite famous in Black Mountain Canyon. I don't know what happened later. He has disappeared for a long time." Thomas reacted immediately. "Did we meet a master?" Shugayu pushed his glasses. "More than a master, they are all qualified to enter Terrace City." The other two looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. The edge of the drilling platform deck. Mushing was looking at the gradually calming waves. He saw that the supply ship capsized, but did not sink to the bottom of the sea. It was pushed 2 or 3 miles away by the waves. "Brother, what does Shugayu mean? Expose our secrets." Yi Fei looked indignant. Mushing smiled and patted his shoulder. "With your personality, when will you be able to calm down? Why are you still like a child?" "I'm an adult," Yi Fei yelled. "Don't worry about these things. He is a smart man, and will not do anything that hurts others and himself. Moreover, strength is our confidence. We should be like the drilling platform that stands still in the storm." "Oh," Yi Fei said, but he didn't know if he heard it. Soon, Shugayu also came out. "Mr. Shugayu, I checked and there is a lifeboat on the platform. We can use it to find the supply ship." He pointed to the lifeboat hanging near the apron area. "This man has the ability to observe and remember everything he sees. We should have waited until the wind and waves were smaller, but it's getting dark, so we have to hurry." Mushing made a gesture, and Yi Fei beside him nodded quickly and ran over to lower the lifeboat. "Hey, what are you doing?" 2 workers noticed the situation here and hurried over. However, when Shugayu extended his hand, the 2 of them seemed to be controlled by the mind, and their eyes became blurred. "Go back, you didn't see anything." "We didn't see anything." The 2 workers staggered and turned away. "It's just a little hypnosis trick." Shugayu pointed down. "I go down to meet them." As he said that, a swirling breeze rose around him, and he actually flew down the drilling platform. "This guy can actually fly, is it magic?" Yi Fei expressed his envy. Mushing looked at Shugayu, who was slowly falling. "It's not magic, it should be the superpower of air flow control." He was already below to meet the falling lifeboat. "Brother, since you can fly, why don't you fly directly to the supply ship?" Mushing knocked him on the head. "Think more. Do you think the things on the seabed can let you fly over?" "No way, the things on the seabed can't fly." Mushing covered his forehead, feeling that he had cultivated a fool. He was too lazy to explain, grabbed his collar, and directly fell freely, jumping off the tall platform. When they were about to land on the lifeboat, air gushed out from under their feet. Shugayu controlled the rising air currents to reduce their falling speed drastically, and landed safely on the lifeboat. "We must speed up. The supply ship is getting farther and farther away." As he said this, Shugayu actually took out a portable underwater propeller from the storage space and installed it on the tail end of the lifeboat. He also knew that it was not a wise choice to use superpowers on the sea. Chapter 404. On the top of the drilling platform, the madman flashed a signal light towards Mushing and the others. This meant that the storm in the distance had begun to subside, and they could move. Let's go! Mu Xing locked onto the direction of the supply ship. Shuga Yu started the propeller, and water splashed behind the lifeboat, which began to speed away. At this moment, the wind and waves gradually subsided, and fog began to rise. The water vapor rising from the sea surface combined with the Arctic cold air brought by the strong wind, and the fog spread rapidly. Shuga Yu looked at the fog that filled the surroundings, and tried to blow a path with the wind, but was stopped by Mu Xing. I can see the direction, don't worry. Mu Xing pointed in a direction, and the lifeboat began to accelerate. However, just after running a few miles, the propeller suddenly shut down. What happened? Shuga Yu quickly lifted the propeller and frowned. It's out of power, that's not right. It's clearly fully charged. It can be used for at least 5 or 6 hours. Mu Xing threw the lifeboat's paddle to Yifei. Paddle? He didn't seem surprised. If there was no accident, it would be the biggest surprise. Shuga Yu checked the power control system and the battery. The power was drained in a very short time. He looked at the deep sea. Could it be that thing under the water? Mu Xing and Yifei, each on one side, swung the oars and flew up. The speed was no slower than the propeller. They quickly approached the supply ship, and saw the overturned bottom of the ship floating on the sea from a distance. I go over and take a look, you wait here. Mu Xing directly turned into a particle of Val Red and flew towards the supply ship. While flying, he sensed that something was wrong around him. Master, the magnetic field on the seabed is changing dramatically, which will affect high-altitude targets. Mu Xing was not surprised. This airspace should have been affected by some special magnetic field, so the helicopter in the plot was forced to return and then fall. He penetrated the bottom of the ship without hesitation and got into the cabin. The cabin was well sealed, and not much water seeped in. No wonder the supply ship capsized without sinking. It turned out that there was still enough air inside the hull. He raised his right hand, and an eye-shaped divine seal appeared in his palm. At the same time, he actively summoned the evil spirit to the survival world for the first time. As a result, the fat cat was sleeping and fell directly into the cabin with a bang. Ouch, you kid want to kill me? The next second, the evil spirit raised its head and sniffed. Hey, I smell something interesting. It scratched the hull. Where is this place? On the sea. At the bottom of the sea, I sensed a delicious pea. What the hell? The evil spirit seemed to ignore Mu Xing and continued to scratch the deck. Let me smell it. Although it is not fully developed and can't reach the upper creatures, it is barely qualified to be my snack. It looked at Mu Xing. Boy, go to the bottom of the sea and catch it now. I want to have a big meal. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Go if you have the ability. If you, a little bastard, hadn't stolen my energy, would I need you? So what is that thing on the bottom of the sea? It should be some kind of subspace creature. This subspace is located in the cracks of the universe, and has special rules different from the real material universe. Although I don't know how the little pea got here, I can sense that it has been sleeping here for a long time. So it's not a juvenile chaos will or something like that. The evil spirit looked down on him. Do you think there are beings like stupid dogs everywhere? By the way, summon stupid dogs, and let them take me to the bottom of the sea to see the situation. Don't mess around. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Now that I've lost my strength, I won't be so stupid as to run over and fight my prey head-on. Mu Xing summoned Huan Ming, who just appeared and happily circled around Mu Xing, nudging Mu Xing's thighs. Okay, Huan Ming, take this cat to the bottom of the sea to see the situation. Remember, don't get close and protect yourself. Woof woof. Huan Ming wagged his tail, very well behaved. Just as they were about to sneak in, the evil spirit suddenly looked up. By the way, kid, let me remind you that someone has opened a space-time rift above your head and is preparing to invade this world. I think it should be other survivors. After that, it and Huanmin went straight through the wall and into the sea. Mu Xing looked up at the sky, his sight penetrated the hull, and saw a vortex that was forming. He didn't expect the guys from the Iron Legion to come so quickly. He quickly took out the zombie scroll, summoned the zombies, threw out the hunter seeds, and started hatching. Not only that, the nurses and the nurse badges were also summoned to serve as the hunter's food. These nurses have limited combat power, and they are not needed in this level of battle. The red seeds began to rapidly devour the zombies and nurses, growing rapidly. During the gestation process, Mu Xing placed one hand on the meat cocoon and began to inject dark gold energy and a trace of blood moon essence. He tried his best to raise the hunter's combat power to another level. He had a hunch that this would be a tough battle. As the meat cocoon beat, The fourth generation of hunters began to hatch. When the sharp claws cut through the skin, a hunter covered with shells emerged. But this time it had some red and gold patterns on its body. Those were patterns condensed by the blood moon essence and dark gold energy, making the hunter look more mysterious. "Help me turn the boat over." He waved his right hand and took back the hunter. Mu Xing Valrid particled and flew out of the supply ship. Then released the hunter. The hunter plunged into the sea. Relying on brute force, it actually slowly lifted the 1,000-ton supply ship. With a loud bang, a huge force exploded. The overturned ship in the sea was turned upside down. The supply ship sank suddenly, and then suddenly floated up. A few hundred meters away, in the lifeboat, Yi Fei cheered. It turned over. Shuga Yu, who was standing next to him, stared at the hunter that jumped from the seabed to the deck. "What is that?" At this time, Mu Xing landed and regrouped into a human form. He waved at them. "Come over." Seeing Mu Xing, they quickly rowed the lifeboat closer. "Lucky, the boat is fine. I checked it, and the power system is intact, but all the supplies and cargo are lost." Yi Fei stepped heavily on the edge of the lifeboat and jumped directly onto the boat. "Wow, brother, what generation of hunter is this? So handsome." He surrounded the hunters like bodyguards, touching and nodding left and right. "The fourth generation. By the way." Mu Xing looked back at Zhuge Yu, who flew on the boat. "You guys go back first." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Mu Xing looked up at the sky. "I'm sorry to involve you in this fight, but don't worry, I will solve these problems." Zhuge Yu then noticed the sky. At some point, a deep black crack was cut there. As time went by, the cracks got bigger and bigger. As the cracks expanded, a whirlpool began to form inside. "It's the survivors invading." Zhuge Yu's face changed. "Brother, I help you." Yi Fei and Mu Xing stood on the same front. "You go back to the drilling platform first and tell the madman to prepare for battle." "Brother, you won't fight the Iron Legion alone, right?" "Don't worry, I know what to do." As he said that, he jumped off the supply ship and let the two of them sail away first. Chapter 405. The air was filled with steam, and Mu Xing and the hunter stood quietly on the lifeboat. As the vortex continued to grow, an armored airship about 100 meters long flew out of the crack. The airship was engraved with the emblem of the Iron Legion. Then, a series of flying bird biplane helicopters flew out of the crack. At this moment, the laser weapons on the airship had locked onto Mu Xing on the sea, including those flying bird helicopters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Missiles were fired directly at Mu Xing. The dazzling red laser beam also attacked Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked at the attack from the sky expressionlessly, and the protection of Silent Hill was activated. The shield deflected the red laser beam, making it unable to concentrate its power. However, before he could make a move, the huge armored airship began to lose balance, including those bird helicopters and missiles whizzing in the air. These flying units suddenly lost their ability to fly. Just like the forbidden airspace of the magic world, all flying units lost their upward lift and began to fall into the ocean. Yi Fei, who had already sailed 3 nautical miles, saw the scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. What exactly happened? It should be some kind of force field generated in the sea that affected the units flying in the sky. Zhuge Yu stared at the sky, and the huge armed airship began to spin and fall uncontrollably. With a loud bang, it hit the sea surface heavily. The flying bird helicopters plunged into the sea and exploded into brilliant fireballs. He then looked at Yi Fei. "Who did you offend?" "Iron Legion." "The Iron Legion from the United States? If you are afraid, you can find a place to hide. This is a battle for our legion." Yi Fei stood at the bow with his hands in his pockets. His black hair fluttered in the cold wind, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Zhuge Yu said nothing, just kept silent. He pushed the gear to the maximum and drove towards the oil drilling platform as fast as possible. As a result, before he got close, he saw a crack in the sky near the oil drilling platform, and the second armed airship was flying out of the cracked vortex. At the same time, on the sea surface, Mu Xing stared at the airship that fell into the sea, and then a large number of robots and mutants crawled out of the airship. "Master, no survivors were detected." The voice of the divine seal sounded. Mu Xing hummed. He was not surprised. He had checked the relevant information before coming to this world. When the survivors invaded other people's survival worlds, they would encounter many unexpected things. First of all, because it was not a regular channel to enter the survival world, there was no protection of the survival system, the transmission was extremely unstable, and it was easy to get lost in the void. Secondly, the invaders will be regarded as enemies by the rules of this world. When fighting away from home, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Unless necessary, survivors will not invade other people's survival worlds at will. The effort and reward are usually not proportional, and you will capsize in the ditch if you are not careful. Therefore, some experienced invaders will first conduct a tentative invasion, using various robots or puppets to test the dangers and bottom line of the survival world. After confirming the intelligence, they will personally attack. This wave of invasion is a tentative attack said by Maxon. The advantages of the Iron Legion are various high-tech weapons, large-scale troops, and powerful delivery capabilities. However, this is the sea, and high-altitude flight is restricted, which is equivalent to directly cutting off one arm of the Iron Legion. In the absence of large-scale delivery, Maxon has to fight in person if he wants to fight. Maxon, don't let me down, and don't dare to come in by hiding in the base. Mu Xing looked at the gradually shrinking spacetime crack in the sky with a mocking face, and slowly raised his middle finger. Then he moved, pointing with his right hand. Kill! The hunter's arms ejected sharp black curved blades, and it bent slightly like an insect. Mu Xing directly erected a telekinetic wall for it. With a bang, the sonic boom in front of it exploded. The hunter stepped on the wall, used the force to rush forward, and rushed on the sea surface with his feet. The sea water in front of him was smashed before it could splash. On the airship floating on the sea, the robots quickly organized a formation and launched a counterattack. The laser guns formed a dense barrage. Crackling. The dark gold light surged, and the dark gold energy formed a multifaceted oblique shield in front of the hunter. The lasers hit them, and were deflected. Lightning jumped on the double blades, and blood-colored lines lit up. It directly cut a burning bird helicopter blocking in front of it into pieces. It plowed a long trench on the sea surface. Several kilometers away were reached in an instant, rushing into the armed airship. Those radiation mutants holding power hammers and sharp blades roared and rushed over, trying to block the hunter's attack. But how could these mutants be the hunter's opponents? The broken limbs and arms kept flying up, killing all the way from the tail of the armed airship to the cockpit. With a bang, the two robots responsible for driving the airship smashed the glass and flew out. Before they could escape 3 meters, the hunter caught up with them. The rotating blade flashed, and they were cut into pieces in an instant. Master, completed cleaning. The hunter actually spoke human language. Shanine, is this your latest masterpiece? Mu Xing rode closer to the airship and asked Shanine. I released the authority of this hunter and improved its intelligence, but its intelligence is very limited. Now it can only process some simple words. Okay, take your time. Mu Xing jumped onto the armed airship. This airship is a fusion design, and the upper airbag is almost completely integrated with the lower pod. Because it is nuclear-powered, there is no need to worry about energy issues, and it can stay in the air for a long time. The Divine Seal began to scan the entire airship, collecting technology and storing it in the information library. Master, the small nuclear reactors in the radiation world are very valuable. I suggest adding this small reactor to the first and second layers of the original honeycomb to increase energy output. Sure. Mu Xing did not refuse. In the radiation world, there are still many technologies that make people covetous, such as robots, genetic technology, nuclear energy utilization, and academic space transmission facilities. It is obvious that the Iron Legion has the ability to obtain radiation world technology on a large scale. This makes Mu Xing very interested, and he is curious about how they did it. Can this airship still be driven? Mu Xing asked. According to calculations, the overall damage rate of the airship has reached 35%, and the airbag and power system are seriously damaged, but the reactor is intact. After repair, it should be able to be reactivated. Very good, try to repair this airship. Maybe it will be the key to survival later. But Master, the existence of the forbidden magnetic field will make this airship like scrap metal. Mu Xing shook his head. Magnetic field will not exist forever. The thing on the seabed must have a limit to maintaining such a large magnetic field. There will always be a time to lift it. Repair this airship first, just in case. Just then, a voice came from the observer communication device on Mu Xing's neck. It was a madman. Blood Moon, how is your situation? Just now, an airship of the Iron Legion invaded and crashed into the sea near the drilling platform, and I destroyed it. It's the same here. I also seized an airship. Maybe it can be driven after repairs. Seized? Why didn't you say earlier that I cut the airship in half? Chapter 406. The first wave of the Iron Legion's attempts did not last for 3 minutes before they were wiped out. I guess Maxon outside the world would have to think twice before continuing the invasion. When Mu Xing rode back to the oil drilling platform, The entire platform was still the same, as if nothing had happened. It was Zhuge Yu who took action, and he used some kind of large-scale hypnosis method. As night fell, the wind and waves died down, and the drilling platform returned to peace again. Except for the torches on the venting area that were still burning rapidly, the drilling rig also stopped running. The deck was full of workers chatting and gossiping. The madman came back after a round of inspection. The Iron Legion is quite cowardly. We should have sent out scouts to lurk and wait for the first wave of invasion. In the end, we sent 2 airships and it was over. Mu Xing shook his head. Maxon knew very well that a small drilling platform could not hide people, and their style was to open and close. It is estimated that the next wave of attack will be a medium-scale invasion. Mu Xing looked at the northern sky, and the gorgeous aurora formed on the horizon. This scene attracted the attention of several other newcomers. What a beautiful aurora! Sophie was holding a cup of hot coffee and leaning on the railing. Thomas was still trying to get close to the workers. Zhuge Yu sat quietly on the edge of the apron, took out a harmonica, and played the song of his distant hometown. The music attracted the attention of many people. I didn't expect Zhuge Yu to be artistic. Yi Fei came out of the kitchen with a pot of braised beef. No, where did you get the braised beef? Hey, of course I got it from the kitchen. I brought the spices myself. Mu Xing looked at Yi Fei speechlessly. Has this kid evolved into a foodie? Crazy boss, come and try it. As he said that, he did not forget to throw a bottle of beer to each of them. Suddenly, Mu Xing stood up. As if sensing something, he lowered his head and looked at the sea. He saw Huan Ming carrying the fat cat of the evil spirit and floating up quickly. There was something chasing behind them. That thing looked like several giant glowing kelp. Mu Xing grabbed them with his right hand and pulled them out of the sea. The kelp chasing behind quickly retracted when it touched the sea surface. Mu Xing carefully observed and found that the kelp seemed to be separated from the real world by a layer of space. Now it can't touch the boundary of the real material world. Huan Ming came up and started to shake the water at a high speed. Hey, what did you do? I'm so angry. I've been looking for it in the underwater space for a long time. I finally found the habitat of that thing. Just when I was about to do it, this stupid dog dragged me away. As he said that, he was so angry that he raised his cat claws and punched Huan Ming. Huan Ming was wronged. Okay, it's my order. Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit and said speechlessly. No, why are you stopping me? I asked you to go down and take a look, not to do it. Mu Xing was glad that he gave Huan Ming an order in advance and grabbed the evil spirit in time, otherwise who knows what kind of tricks it would do. You're so angry I fight you. The evil spirit pounced on him, and Mu Xing blocked his mouth with beef. Chew chew chew. It's quite delicious. Isn't that the point? Just now, if that stupid dog had cooperated with me, I could at least bite off a piece of meat. Then what? Can you eat that thing in one bite? Mu Xing asked back. The evil spirit chewed the beef. Although you should eat rice one bite at a time, what's wrong with me taking a bite first? What if I alert the enemy and let that thing run away? The evil spirit was silent and lay aside sulking. The madman touched the cat's head, and the evil spirit meowed, Don't get close to me. Then suddenly he jumped up like a leaping horse. Stupid dog, follow me. Xiuyu is right. We can't let the big fish escape. Come with me to set the trap. What are you going to do again? Mu Xing grabbed the cat's tail. Don't worry, I'm just setting a trap to prevent the prey from escaping. Huan Ming tilted her head and looked at Mu Xing, waiting for his order. Go, go. Mu Xing waved his hand, indicating that as long as the evil spirit didn't do anything wrong, let it go. So, the cat and the dog jumped into the sea again. What are you going to do? Madman asked. Let it do whatever it wants. After all, it's an evil spirit. Maybe it can bring us some surprises at a critical moment. It's only at this time that this guy can be motivated. If you ask it for help at other times, it will definitely fight you. Madman looked into the distance. Do you think there will be another attack tonight? Probably not. Maxon needs time to prepare, and then give us a big wave. Madman stood up. In that case, I will keep watch tonight. You can rest assured and prepare for tomorrow's battle. No words were spoken that night. This was the first peaceful night that Mu Xing had spent in the survival world. Nothing really happened last night. The waves hit the huge floating column of the drilling platform. Before the sun rose, the drilling platform could be heard clanging. Mu Xing patted Yi Fei, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, and said, Wake up. Is the Iron Legion coming? He sat up suddenly from the bed. It's dawn. Mu Xing opened the door. The sea was covered with mist, and the sun in the sky was slightly white. The workers on the drilling platform have already started a new day of work. Rumble. The central drill started to operate, struggling to drill deeper into the seabed rock. Muxing knew very well that the drill was about to break through a space somewhere on the seabed and awaken the unknown things sleeping on the seabed. At this moment, a police helicopter flew from the southwest, crossed the mist on the sea, and began to slowly land on the apron. Supervisor Reckney and Captain Tom had rushed over to greet them as soon as possible. However, what awaited them was not the rescue from the Maritime Administration. After a while, Reckney's voice came from the loudspeaker. McCleary, come to my office, hurry up. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Muxing turned his head and saw the protagonist walking out of the dormitory next door. He was putting on his work clothes and a baseball cap. Feeling Muxing's gaze, he lowered his head slightly and walked past Muxing, keeping vigilant against any strangers. AKA, if you still want to see your wife, come to me after the accident. Just as the protagonist was walking down the stairs, Muxing suddenly spoke. AKA was stunned, not understanding what Muxing meant by this. But he did not say anything, tightened his hat on his head, and walked towards Reckney's office. Brother, the plot is about to begin. I know, get ready. Muxing looked down at the apron, and the madman just looked at him. Sophie and Thomas also arrived at the apron. Muxing scanned the entire drilling platform, but did not find Zhuge Yu on the deck area. Shanine, where is Zhuge Yu? Master, he is inside the buoy of the drilling platform. Shanine projected a virtual projection of the drilling platform in front of him, showing a red dot inside the buoy of the drilling platform. What is he doing? Loading explosives. Muxing was stunned. What does this guy want to do? Chapter 407. Is this guy going to blow up the drilling platform? Brother, I go get that guy. Yi Fei frowned. Don't worry, ask him what he wants to do first. Muxing took out a walkie-talkie. Zhuge Yu, where are you? I'm installing bombs in the buoy of the drilling platform. What do you want to do? Set up the necessary insurance. Once the drilling platform falls, we may have to blow up the platform to stop the monsters from chasing us. Then be careful. The plot is about to start. Don't stay too long on the lower level. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yi Fei muttered beside him. I didn't expect this guy to be so honest. He tried to deal with the threat from the seabed from his own perspective. There is nothing wrong with that. He did not take our combat power into consideration. He is indeed a smart man. Why didn't I see that? It's just a little explosive. Anyone can do it. Yi Fei was not convinced. Muxing's head popped over. Think more about the problem, and learn more about the ability to break through independently. Let me ask you, if there were no madman and I, have you ever thought about how to pass the level? It's just some mutant monsters, just kill them. As for the thing on the bottom of the sea, the biggest threat is mental erosion. I have prepared a lot of mental protection props, so it shouldn't be a problem to survive 24 hours. What if the thing on the bottom of the sea has other abilities? When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I believe there is always a way out. Muxing covered his forehead. He felt that Yi Fei still had a long way to go in his growth. We have been training his combat awareness before, and we have to find a way to train his brain later. Fei, go find the madman and act with him next. Muxing pointed in the direction of the helipad. Oh, good. He jumped down the 4-story building in 2 or 3 steps, reached the deck area, and then went straight to the helipad. As for Muxing, he returned to the room. In the center of the room, a crystallized double helix divine seal was constantly eroding the ground. Above, the new divine seal released tiny crystal tentacles and was making internal adjustments to the spiral divine seal. How is the copy going? Master, with the help of Oris, this copy of the divine seal is not perfect, but it has 50% of the effect of my original one. The mental erosion and death space functions are intact. It is still unknown whether it can fight against the thing on the seabed, but according to my detection of the seabed fluctuations, it should be no problem to resist mental erosion. Muxing nodded with satisfaction. Although there are evil spirits and dreams around him, he never relaxes his vigilance and makes preparations for both situations when necessary. This is called being prepared. Even if one pillar falls, there are spare pillars standing up, so it won't be a complete failure. Boom! Just then, an explosion sounded. There was a violent shock from the center of the drilling platform. Screams rang out, followed by a rapid alarm bell on the platform. But the bell soon stopped. Muxing rushed out of the room, and the violent shock made the huge drilling platform begin to shake. At the edge of the platform, someone screamed and fell into the sea. Muxing steadied himself, his attention focused on the direction of the turn. He saw a brutal force extending upward along the long drill bit of the drilling rig. It twisted rapidly, twisting the hard drill rod directly into a spiral twist. Then, a crystal blue light rose from the bottom of the sea. Muxing opened the observer's consciousness and began to observe the blue light. The space around it was distorted, and some kind of force protected it from entering the real world. It went up along the drill rod and projected into the drilling platform. Not only that, as the drill pipe was torn, the sticky black oil gushed and splashed. It looked like the drill had already touched the underground oil layer. Is that thing sleeping in the oil? Muxing touched his chin and rushed to the center of the drilling platform, chasing the blue light. At this time, the entire drilling platform was in chaos. The drilling rig exploded, the workers fell into the water, and the entire platform began to sway slightly. Muxing heard a shrill scream from the second floor of the platform, and the blue light had already invaded the interior of the platform. Not only that, Muxing noticed that the workers near the drilling platform, who were splashed with oil, were lying on the ground and wailing. Their bodies are undergoing some kind of mutation. Muxing rushed into the second floor at high speed, and saw blue light coming out of the workers' room. In the plot, the protagonist tried to open the door, but the door seemed to be welded shut, and could not be pulled at all. Muxing first put on several layers of shields for himself. Telekinetic barrier, dark gold shield, and red barrier formed by the origin of the blood moon, to prevent being eroded by the blue light. At the same time, the divine seal floating next to him flashed wildly, trying to analyze the blue light. Muxing kicked out, and kicked hard on the door. With his strength, he could kick a door, even an iron wall, to pieces. However, this door did not move at all. Why is it so hard? It's the space is locked. The divine seal reminded. Ah! The screams of the workers continued to come from the room. Muxing directly took out the moonlight great sword, and with the blessing of dark gold energy, he slashed at the door with all his strength. Swish! Under the push of the dark gold energy, the door, including the locked space, was slashed open. He kicked the torn door into pieces. In the room, Muxing saw a blue light ball with tentacles grabbing a worker. The light ball shone with dazzling blue light, and it was eroding the worker's body by unknown means. As if it had discovered someone had broken into the room, the blue light ball waved its tentacles at Muxing, a warning. The worker stretched out his hand to Muxing with a painful look on his face. Save me, save me. Muxing attacked without hesitation, and the dark golden light of the moonlight sword in his hand surged, and he slashed out with one sword. Puff! The worker was split in half by him, forcibly ending the erosion and fusion process of the blue light. The ball of light fell to the ground, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and kept shaking. What on earth is this thing? It doesn't look like a spiritual body, nor an energy body. Muxing stared at the ball of blue light, trying to analyze its properties. After a moment, the thing broke free from the half-eroded human body, and it began to lock its target on Muxing. It pounced on him, and actually passed through the outermost mental barrier. Obviously, the barrier formed by telekinesis could not stop this thing. However, it directly hit the dark gold barrier, and the dark gold energy flowed, preventing it from invading. Muxing saw that the light ball stuck to the shield seemed to have grown an octopus sucker. Countless fine tentacles stretched out from the sucker, trying to penetrate the dark gold shield. The prey that he assimilated was killed by Muxing, and now he can only treat Muxing as a new prey. Just as Muxing was observing its characteristics, a striped fat cat suddenly rushed in and passed over Muxing's shoulder. It opened its mouth, which became dozens of times bigger, and swallowed the blue light ball in one gulp. After swallowing the light ball, it wanted to run away, but was grabbed by Muxing's neck. Spit it out for me. Muxing slapped the cat's head. I've eaten it, it's mine, don't try to take it away. The evil spirit screamed, and was unwilling to let go. Chapter 408. Muxing grabbed the fat cat and pried open its mouth, trying to dig out the ball of light. In the end, Muxing did not find the ball of light in its mouth or stomach. Where is the thing? Where did you swallow it? Don't pull my tongue. The evil spirit looked angry. Grabbing its neck, where is the ball of light? I ate it. Muxing raised the dark gold sword in his hand. No, master, calm down. I only did it for your own good. The evil spirit immediately became scared. You're talking nonsense. My master, the abnormal rules carried by that thing have a great impact on low-level life forms, like humans. I eat it to protect you. Muxing was about to take action. The fat cat screamed. It's digested, it's already digested. Tell me, what exactly is that thing? Muxing knew that the light ball could not be retrieved. some abnormal radiation energy body, which cannot exist in the material world in a physical state, so it can only exist with the help of human flesh. Is this the true face of the thing on the bottom of the sea? No, this thing is not the same species as the thing on the bottom of the sea. You can think of it as lice on a yak. A parasite? More like a symbiotic relationship. Mu Xing had never thought that the thing on the bottom of the sea and the blue light were not the same species. What is it doing on the bottom of the sea? It may have come to the earth with a meteorite, or it may have come for some substance on the earth. But now that the balance has been broken, the symbiotic organism on the thing on the bottom of the sea has been ejected, and that's how the blue light came up. No matter what, it was this group of stupid humans who disturbed the existence hiding underground. Human ignorance will always lead to disaster. Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit's ear. Am I not a human? Except for the master. Mu Xing let go. Tell me your plan. It's very simple. I set a trap on the seabed. As long as I wait for that thing to completely leave its hiding place, I can catch it in one fell swoop. What's the matter with the mutation just now? Mu Xing continued to ask, and he found that the evil spirit was indeed knowledgeable, and knew a lot of secret knowledge that humans could not explore. That's not a mutation, it's an evolution. In order to maintain its existence in the material world, the radiant energy body can only choose to merge with the workers. Originally, the higher level energy would allow this human to evolve, but the low-level human body cannot withstand this energy. In order to adapt to this fusion, it will transform the human body and increase the strength it can withstand. This reminded Mu Xing of his previous experience when he was invaded by chaos. In order to passively adapt to the incomprehensible knowledge, his body continued to undergo alienation. Of course, for humans, this evolution is more like a mutation. The fat cat jumped out of the room and walked to the door. Next, more blue light balls will be ejected and begin to multiply. The existence of this symbiotic organism can help the thing on the seabed transform the surrounding environment. As the environment is transformed to a certain extent, the main body of the seabed will leave the nest and enter the real world, and finally break free from the constraints of matter and enter the starry sky. Mu Xing recalled the plot of the game, and it seemed that the development of things was quite as described. At first, only a few workers mutated, and then the mutants began to hunt other workers. They did not eat these workers, but transformed them into mutants. Then the flesh and blood began to proliferate, and the entire drilling platform was about to collapse. The flesh released purple light, corroding the entire drilling platform and the surrounding space. Finally, when the surrounding space was filled with this energy, a huge vine spiraled up from the seabed and faced the starry sky. From beginning to end, it was the process of the unknown existence on the seabed, leaving the seabed and rising into the starry sky. There was no invasion or calculation. As for the workers on the drilling rig, those humans, they seemed insignificant, just like ants accidentally stepped on when passing by. As for the ending, they chose to sacrifice themselves and ignite the oil on the seabed to die together with the monsters in order to prevent mutations from threatening the safety of the land. In Mu Xing's opinion, it was also wishful thinking. It was just self-touching for the sake of seeking comfort. Fire and explosion can't kill this kind of life form. Mu Xing came to his senses, and he already knew how to pass the level and how to deal with the thing on the seabed. At this time, Crazy and Ife also rushed over. What's the situation? Did you catch the blue light? Mu Xing pointed at the evil spirit next to him. It ate it. Eat it? The two were shocked. Mu Xing shared the information he just got with the two to reassure them. So you mean that as long as we don't provoke that thing on the seabed, it won't attack us? Yifei felt a little incredible. That's true, but the parasite on it will attack us in order to transform the environment, and when that thing rises into the starry sky, the power it carries will also affect us. So we still have to fight this battle? Mu Xing shook his head. Our mission is just to survive. The system does not require us to kill the thing on the seabed. We should be careful. Its power will hardly affect us. So, our main target is still the Iron Legion. Crazy knew that Mu Xing took this risk to determine the danger of the creatures on the seabed and eliminate his worries, so that he could fight the Iron Legion with all his heart. Boom! At this time, the drilling platform shook violently again. This time the shock came from the seabed. A large number of turbid oil bubbles emerged from the seabed. They saw more blue light balls rising into the drilling platform. Some people were enveloped by the light after touching the light balls, and their bodies began to mutate seriously. There were whales everywhere, and the body quickly mutated into a squirming gray mass of flesh. The hands and feet disappeared, replaced by tentacles that could be stretched and wrapped at will. They moved flexibly, and at a very fast speed, and began to hunt on the platform wrapped in fog. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. It was the black man Thomas. He held 2 golden Desert Eagles, and the bullets were all special rocket bullets, with high explosives inside the warheads. When the bullets hit the monster's body, they exploded, with great power. Sophie also took out 2 submachine guns and shot at the monsters. However, the bullets had limited damage to these rolling flesh masses, and even if they were shot into sieves, they would not be fatal. These monsters had super healing abilities, and they pounced on several people with their fangs and claws. Only a buzzing sound was heard. A fire snake formed by bullets whipped over and cut a mutant monster in half on the spot. This way. Shuveyu's voice sounded. He was holding a Vulcan cannon, with a terrifying firing rate of 7,200 rounds per minute, blocking those squirming flesh monsters. Thomas and Sophie hurried over. Want to help? The chained blade in the madman's hand fell. They can hold on, and our real enemy is here. He looked back at the sea. In the faint mist on the sea, the space began to fluctuate violently. Madman and Yifei became alert. They have learned to be smart. They actually chose to teleport on the sea. Madman snorted coldly. According to the plan, kill one by one. Mu Xing showed his murderous intent. Chapter 409. Directions 1, 7, and 9 all have space transmission fluctuations. 3 spots of light lit up on the detector in Mu Xing's hand. He marked 12 directions with the drilling platform as the center, so that he could better identify the direction and snipe the invasion from the Iron Legion in time. Crazy, you go to guard direction 1, and Yifei, and I will guard 7 and 9. We are close and can provide timely support. Crazy nodded. Then I will solve it as soon as possible and come to support you, he said, and jumped onto a lifeboat. By the way, Madman, be careful underwater. Madman subconsciously glanced at the deep ocean. I see. When Mu Xing left the drilling platform, he activated the time-space blocker to prevent the Iron Legion from suddenly teleporting to the drilling platform. Mu Xing looked at the 3 survivors, who were relying on the terrain to defend. You hold a few key points, and don't leave the drilling platform. Shuga, you knew that the Iron Legion had come. Do you need help? No, just help us hold back these mutant monsters, and you will be rewarded handsomely afterwards. Thomas, the black man, raised his gun. Brother Blood Moon, don't worry. Sophie said nothing, took out various traps from the storage space, and began to set them on the path that the monsters must pass. Mu Xing locked the position 7 and looked at Yifei. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid of anything. Just fight if you don't obey. He opened his clothes, and his body was full of high explosives. At worst, I will explode with them. This scene reminded Mu Xing of the glorious thunder in the world of Resident Evil. Do you remember the Eagle Squadron? Of course, those sons of bitches bullied the newcomers, and now the sons of bitches in the Iron Legion want to bully the weak. I, Yifei, am not a person who grows up eating dry food. Mu Xing is satisfied with his fighting spirit. Remind, control the timing of death replay. They are invaders. Although there is no death replay mechanism protected by the system, there may be resurrection props. Don't be careless after completing the kill. Understood? Yifei rowed the boat towards the direction of 9. Mu Xing waved his right hand. Alessa, wait until he can't hold on before taking action. Obviously, Mu Xing wanted to take this opportunity to hone Yifei. Alessa couldn't help but complain. I guess his parents don't care about him that much. Mu Xing smiled faintly and paddled closer to the teleportation point. This time, the Iron Legion attacked in 3 directions, which should be another tentative attack. It is estimated that the intensity will be increased to test their bottom line of strength. As soon as he approached, he saw the teleportation gate that had expanded to about 10 meters. The Iron Legion's teleportation technology combined with advanced teleportation props can allow them to directly teleport a 2 or 3,000 ton ship. As the space fluctuated, a black steel warship about 100 meters long broke through the waves and appeared in this world. This time they learned their lesson and no longer released flying units, but released a large number of small speedboats from the black warship. The warship's guns began to aim at the small lifeboat on the sea. Mu Xing still led the hunter, waved his right hand, and the hunter rushed out and walked on the waves. When the speed reaches a certain level, the sea surface can be as flat as walking on flat ground. On the warship, a man in white power armor sat at the bow. Behind him, there was a whole row of weapon racks, both melee and ranged weapons, especially the various guns on that wall, which made people suspect that he was an avid weapon collector. Are you the Blood Moon who destroyed the second base and killed 2 captains? The man shook the wine glass lightly, and the soft red liquid rippled in the wine glass. The liquid mist was floating, not wine, but the blood of some powerful creature. The man took a sip, revealing his sharp vampire teeth. He sniffed the air. "I smell the sweet smell of blood. You make me look forward to it." Mu Xing recognized this person, the captain of the second elite team of the Iron Legion, Lei. According to the information, this person is a weapon master, a blood vampire, and also an inscription master, who is quite proficient in both close combat and long-range combat. He will engrave various inscriptions on weapons and bullets, greatly enhancing the power of weapons and bullets. If it were not for the terrain restrictions, he would also know many assassination methods, and have first-class aerial combat capabilities. In short, Lei is a versatile person. Suddenly, a slender sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and he shot directly at Mu Xing without even aiming. The bullet spun rapidly, generating powerful potential energy during its flight, breaking through the waves, and the rotating air twisted the seawater into a barrel. There were mysterious inscriptions engraved on the bullet head, allowing it to ignore the resistance of the air. The inscriptions glowed, granting multiple abilities: acceleration, armor breaking, bleeding. Mu Xing took the phoenix bow and shot an arrow directly. The flaming arrow flew out and hit the bullet head-on. However, this time the flaming arrow collapsed as soon as it touched it, and failed to shatter the bullet head. Instead, it was torn apart by the bullet head and exploded into a ball of sparks. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Xing activated bullet time and shot 3 arrows in succession, hitting the bullet at the same time, thus reducing its potential energy in flight. The 4th arrow shot out and destroyed the bullet in midair. Interesting. The longbow in Mu Xing's hand began to accumulate power, and the scorching phoenix flames condensed on the arrows, and the surrounding seawater was steamed and misted by the high temperature. At the same time, the divine seal was used to bless the power of space. Cry. The sound of the phoenix sounded, and the moment the arrow was shot out, it spread its flaming wings and soared into the sky, and then dived down. Facing Mu Xing's fiery phoenix, Lei on the battleship raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. This bullet was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the fiery phoenix. However, this bullet did not achieve the expected effect. It passed through lightly and then disappeared into the sky. The phoenix was not damaged at all. He frowned slightly, and the sniper rifle in his hand turned into a laser Gatling gun. The red laser beam continued to illuminate the sky, but the phoenix ignored the laser and began to dive faster. Space attribute? Lei reloaded his sniper rifle with another bullet, and when this bullet approached the phoenix, it created violent ripples. Such ripples could disturb the stability of space and break the space protection on the angry phoenix. Explode! He shouted, and the bullet exploded, shattering the phoenix into pieces. Nothing more. He snorted coldly. Really? Mu Xing remained calm, and saw the shattered phoenix suddenly turned into dozens of small phoenixes, diving into the warship on the water. Explosions continued to sound. Although these phoenixes are small in size, their explosive power is not small at all. Most of the power was blocked by the shining shield above the battleship. However, the small boats around were not so lucky, and exploded into fireballs on the sea. Lei looked unhappy. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage in the first confrontation between the two sides. Just as he was preparing for the second confrontation, the automatic defense machine gun on the left side of the battleship began to fire. The hunter riding the wave was rushing from the left. The 3 defense machine guns fired crossfire to try to stop the hunter's advance. Puff, puff, puff. The water splashed, and the machine gun bullets all missed. The hunter was very fast. Want to launch a sneak attack? Blow it up for me. Lei pointed with his right hand, and the 200mm electromagnetic main gun on the battleship began to aim. Chapter 410. A ship of only 2 or 3,000 tons was equipped with 2 exaggerated twin 200mm electromagnetic guns, directly pushing the offensive to the limit. I saw the blue light shining in the electromagnetic gun, the muzzle vibrated slightly, and the electromagnetic main gun fired at the hunter on the sea. The hunter began to move in an S-shaped pattern at high speed, constantly changing its movement pattern. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of micro-rockets were thrown out as if they were free. Although this ocean will affect high-altitude flight, short-distance low-altitude flight is no problem. The blurred rockets blocked the hunter's movement, and the main gun was responsible for fixed-point sniping. Although the turret was huge, its accuracy and flexibility were not low at all, comparable to a sniper rifle. But the power was not comparable to that of a single-soldier weapon, like a sniper rifle. The 20 times hypersonic shells fired were even more powerful. There was no explosive power. and it only relied on pure kinetic energy to kill. Even the 4th-generation hunter could not withstand such a powerful attack. Hurry up and dive underwater under Mu Xing's control. Hypersonic electromagnetic shells bombarded the sea surface, creating huge waves. However, the faster the shells are, the greater the resistance they will have when touching the seawater. Coupled with the hunter's continuous evasion, he successfully avoided the main gun bombardment of the warship. If it were on land, the hunter would not be so easy to survive, and would probably be killed by concentrated fire. Just as the hunter attracted the firepower of the warship, Mu Xing moved, directly transformed into Valred particles, and rushed towards the warship. Come on! Lei seemed to be waiting for Mu Xing to get close, and the revolver laser gun in his hand fired wildly. However, the extremely fast dispersion of the Valred particles made it difficult for the laser beam to effectively kill them. Lei suddenly picked up a thick rocket launcher and pulled the trigger towards Mu Xing. The rocket used an active detonation device and exploded directly when it approached the Valred particles differentiated by Mu Xing. The dazzling blue electromagnetic shock wave bloomed in the air, like a gorgeous firework. This is an electromagnetic pulse bomb, specially designed to deal with various precision electronic equipment. To put it simply, the Valred particles are countless microscopic nanorobots that can be controlled by human minds through programming. Electromagnetic pulse bombs are also effective against Valred particles. In order to consolidate the victory, Lei decisively fired 2 more electromagnetic pulse bombs. Countless black particles fell from the sky and fell into the sea. However, Lei soon found a clue. He frowned and looked at the bottom of the sea. No, it's an illusion. He realized that the 3 electromagnetic pulse bombs he had just attacked were just Mu Xing's illusion. The next second, the black Valred particles rushed out of the sea, and before they were fully formed, a big sword shining with moonlight had already slashed towards him. Obviously, Mu Xing did not intend to fight Lei at a distance. This person had all kinds of high-tech weapons and warships for fire support, so he was slightly inferior to Lei in long-range attacks. So he chose close combat and caught Lei off guard. Facing Mu Xing's surprise attack, Lei did a backflip to avoid the horizontal slash, grabbed with his right hand, and a big sword flew from the weapon rack behind him. Moonlight Torrent. Mu Xing, who condensed into a human form, directly charged up and released the Moonlight Torrent. Lei also quickly charged up the big sword in his hand, Evil Light Slash. The blue Moonlight Torrent and the white Evil Light Slash collided fiercely. Boom. The explosion shattered the 200mm electromagnetic main gun at the front of the warship on the spot, and a large hole was torn in the hull. Mu Xing and Na Lei looked at each other, and both rushed forward with big swords in hand, starting to compete in close combat. Ding ding ding. The sound of fierce collision sounded. With a bang, the 2 swords collided fiercely, and the 4 eyes met. Soul-stealing. Spiritual shock. The 2 people's eyes burst out with powerful mental fluctuations at the same time. Buzz. The surging mental waves were more terrifying than the electromagnetic pulse just now. The precision equipment of the entire ship was destroyed by the materialized mental power of both sides. The 2 sides retreated immediately after the contact. Lei roared, and his body was directly transformed. The power armor on his body quickly broke away and transformed into a vampire. He was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with pale skin, and his head was transformed to a hideous big mouth. He had wings on his back. Although he did not have exaggerated muscles, no one could ignore his powerful explosive power. The 2 eyes were moved to the side, gaining 360-degree vision. Not only that, his chest was cracked and a bigger eye grew out. What kind of vampire is this? Mu Xing swore that he had never seen this type of vampire. It should be a special vampire from some niche world. Completely different from traditional vampires, more like a monster. Mu Xing also used the G-Virus Tyrant transformation without hesitation. Activated the abnormal stasis module that had not been used for a long time. The body trembled and began to move at the speed of sound. After many developments, Mu Xing's G-Virus Tyrant form has become quite powerful, and combined with the professional skills of the Valred Awakener, it has brought more new changes to it. Grabbing the Moonlight Great Sword, he rushed forward. The moonlight bloomed on the blade, and with the Tyrant energy as the driving force, he instantly cut out dazzling crescents. Lei spread his wings and jumped high, then dived down. Inscriptions on his body lit up, blessing him with various buffs. Power, speed, defense, recovery. Some inscriptions were suspended around him, protecting him like armor. At this moment, the explosion on the sea stopped abruptly, and the hunter rushed out of the sea and directly blew up the electromagnetic main gun at the stern. killing all the way from the stern to the bow, destroying all the weapons on the warship. One in front and one behind, together with Mu Xing, they attacked Lei from both sides. Mu Xing acted as a meat shield to withstand the damage, and the hunter turned into an assassin and took the opportunity to launch an assassination. Although Lei's transformation was strong, facing the siege of the fourth generation of hunters and Mu Xing, his defeat began to become apparent. The hunter's curved blade kept leaving scars on the vampire. The advantage of the vampire is the strong recovery ability, but the hunter's blade is poisonous. The genetic virus from the corpse variant began to erode the wound and prevent the wound from healing. Without healing, Lei's fighting power continued to decline. Suddenly, he roared, and a surge of blood surged. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed. It was blood magic. "Kill him!" Mu Xing shouted, and his telekinesis burst out, his two hands clenched, firmly controlling Lei. The hunter rushed forward at high speed, and the double blades jumped with lightning and flames. With a puff, the hideous and huge head flew high. Mu Xing grabbed a holy nail with his right hand and stabbed it directly into the vampire's chest. "Ah!" Lei screamed, his body struggling and turning into ashes. Seeing Lei being killed, Mu Xing did not relax his vigilance and quickly scanned the surroundings. He knew very well that as the core combat force of the Iron Legion, Lei could not have no resurrection props. Found it, underwater. Mu Xing dived directly into the water, and the hunter followed closely behind. Underwater, a vortex was opening, and in front of the vortex, a red blood seed was rapidly taking shape and growing. Transformed into a human form, it was indeed the resurrected Lei. "No wonder you were able to kill 2 captains of my Iron Legion. I underestimated you. Next time we meet, I will take your head." Lei retreated quickly, retreating towards the vortex behind him. "Want to run?" Mu Xing instantly turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out. Just as Lei rushed into the vortex, he slashed with his sword and directly cut off one of his arms and one of his legs. Chapter 411. The screams mixed with the sound of the space-time vortex disturbing the water flow quickly shrank. Mu Xing looked expressionlessly at the injured Lei, who was running away, and disappeared in front of him. "Master, why didn't you let me intercept him in advance, so that I could easily kill him?" Shen Yin asked puzzledly. Mu Xing shook his head. "He is just a second captain. Maxon never took action. Let him go back first. Let him tell Maxon." Second. The Red Queen terminal in Mu Xing's hand lit up, projecting a flashing red dot. "Divine Seal, prepare to track." After a moment. "Master is wise. The Iron Legion is hiding in a mezzanine space in this world as you guessed." Mu Xing stared at the overlapping spatial projections in front of him, and the Divine Seal was trying to lock on. It is unlikely that they were teleported directly from the real world. They will definitely set up an outpost at the edge of the invaded world. This will ensure fast transmission and quick retreat. He glanced at the Divine Seal. "Can you lock on the exact location?" "Master, I'm afraid it will take some time. They are very cautious and have disrupted the outer space-time, erasing the transmission path, making it difficult to track them." Having said that, Shen Yin's tone was not depressed at all, but rather excited. "Master, give me some time. The space transmission technology of the Iron Legion is interesting. Maybe I can try reverse engineering." Mu Xing nodded. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, there were still more than 20 hours. He jumped out of the sea. This time he did not gain nothing. At least the battleship under his feet could be regarded as the spoils they captured. "Master, the warship's reactor is intact and has good power." Mu Xing pointed at the hunter. "Let the hunter take you to dismantle it. I will go to support Yi Fei." After that, he turned directly into a Valrid particle and flew at high speed close to the sea surface. He found that the closer the no-fly force field was to the sea level, the less impact it had on flight. The sea surface was like a dividing line, and the bottom of the sea was not affected at all. At the same time, Yi Fei was fighting fiercely with a wild-looking female warrior. He used the G-Virus Tyrant and the Alien Queen transformation to fight the female warrior. The female warrior looked like she was of demonic descent, with cracked skin, as if red magma was flowing through her body. Her power armor was also demonized, burning with flames, and her various combat skills were greatly enhanced. "Is it still okay?" Mu Xing did not attack after approaching, but watched Yi Fei's battle from a distance. A man can't say no. Yi Fei knew that Mu Xing was here, so he had to show off his training results. He growled, and his body was transformed, which was a complete fusion of the G-Virus and the Alien Queen form. Although the size has become smaller, the power is more concentrated. There is even a mist of spore dust around. The moment the female warrior saw Mu Xing, she had a hunch that something was wrong. She did not receive Lay's order to attack or retreat, which means Lay was either killed or forced to flee. Either result is not good news. Ha ha, gossip, your captain is dead, surrender quickly, I'm in a good mood, maybe I let you go. Having said that, Yifei's attack became more and more ruthless and merciless. The claws scratched the female warrior, and mushrooms immediately grew on her arm. What is that? Hee, good stuff. He was too lazy to explain to the female warrior, and after using brute force to swing away the female warrior's flaming axe, the sharp tail instantly pierced the female warrior's chest. Puff. The tail was pulled out, bringing out the boiling magma. Ah! The female warrior screamed and fell into the sea. Yifei snorted coldly and clenched his right hand. Several aliens that had been lurking on the seabed for a long time directly attacked the female warrior, who fell into the sea. The female warrior's face suddenly changed. She didn't expect that her trick of pretending to be dead didn't fool Yifei. 3 aliens swooped up from the water and pushed the female warrior out of the water. Yifei, who had been prepared on the deck of the ship, made a move, and his claws slashed across, chopping off the female warrior's head. Then his claws pierced into the female warrior's body. Explode. Mushrooms squeezed out of the female warrior's body like an explosion, instantly wrapping her into a mushroom man. In the distance, a vortex formed, a resurrection stone was broken, and the female warrior began to revive. At this time, Mu Xing made a move. Cut! The female warrior was beheaded again, just after she was resurrected. Her body suddenly stiffened and turned into solidified obsidian. There was no third resurrection, because under the cover of the survival system, the effect of permanent death after dying twice within 3 minutes was also effective for invaders. As the vortex disappeared, the obsidian collapsed into pieces on the ground. When Mu Xing returned, Yifei remained alert. Seeing Mu Xing return, he hurried to greet him. Brother, is that gossip dead? Yeah, good job. Mu Xing gave him a thumbs up. This guy has really improved in combat. Yifei felt relieved, sat down on the deck, and began to breathe heavily. The guys in the Iron Legion are really hard to kill. You take a rest first. I go see the madman. No need to come. I've got it done. The madman's voice sounded in the distance, coming across the sea, holding a few heads in his hands. Who are they? I heard that he is the vice captain of the 6th Squadron. That guy has some strength, but he is very cowardly. He always likes to hide behind his teammates. I killed him in the face. He raised his head. He wanted to revive, but failed. He looked at Mu Xing. How is it over there? Mu Xing touched his nose. It was Lei from the 2nd team. I killed him once, and he ran away. The madman was not surprised. You did it on purpose? Mu Xing smiled. We are tracking them. They are hiding in the mezzanine space. When I find their base transit station, I will destroy it as soon as possible. Suddenly, Mu Xing looked into the distance. Above the misty sea, a small single-person speedboat was moving away at a high speed. A girl with twin ponytails, about 15 or 16 years old, sat at the bow. She was holding some kind of recording device in her hands, and was moving away at a high speed. Do you want to chase? Mu Xing stared at the speedboat. No need, it's just an illusion. At this moment, a vortex opened in another direction. The girl with twin ponytails appeared again, and waved at them. See you next time. Then she jumped directly into the vortex and disappeared. Apparently, this person had been hiding nearby to observe and record their battle. The madman frowned. My perception didn't even detect her. I think they have collected enough information. Maxon might come in person next time. Mu Xing clenched his right fist. I will wait for him to come. Boom! Just then, the drilling platform exploded again. The entire drilling platform began to lose balance and swayed slightly. And the shaking became more and more intense. Let's go back and take a look. When Mu Xing and his team returned, the 3 survivors and the protagonists were hiding in the communication room of the drilling platform. Dong dong dong. Yifei knocked on the door fiercely. Who? It's us, your brother Fei. Thomas glanced at Zhuge Yu, and only opened the door after getting her approval. What's going on? Mu Xing looked around and saw a dozen workers huddled together, all of them terrified. Among them, the protagonist aka was also here. Just now, the oil pipeline below exploded again, which may have damaged the submarine anchor cable. The drilling platform is losing balance, and we must restart the tension anchor machine under the anchor column. A man named Brody stood up next to him. Chapter 412. Just then, the voice of the survival system sounded in the survivor's mind. The side quests of this world are open, and you can take the side quests as appropriate. Note: some quests may affect the ending of the plot. Seeing this note, they understood that although it is called a side quest, it is actually no different from the main quest. They looked at the survival terminal and refreshed 3 side quests at the same time. Tension anchor machine. Go to the lower floating column, restart the tension anchor machine, and stabilize the drilling platform. Task reward, plot supply box, which can be opened with plot props. Best friend. Go to the dormitory area to find the protagonist's best friend Roy. Task reward, plot supply box, which can be opened with plot props. Information communication. Go to the lower level to find the backup battery and restart the communication system. Task reward, plot supply box, which can be opened with plot props. The 3 side quests are directly placed in front of everyone and can be accepted according to needs. Who among you is familiar with the situation at the buoy? The madman asked. Let's go and start the tension anchor machine. Thomas, Sophie, you come with me. The 3 of us should be able to do it faster. Zhuge Qing stepped forward. The madman nodded. Then I go downstairs to find the backup battery and turn on the backup power supply. Mu Xing said, in that case, I go upstairs to find Roy. Yi Fei, you stay here to protect them. No problem. Yi Fei raised his right fist. Wait, who are you? Brody couldn't help but speak. He had seen the combat power of the crew of these strange supply ships, and they could actually fight against those terrible monsters. If it weren't for them, many people here would have died in the malice of monsters. In that case, I won't hide it. Yi Fei stood up. Actually, we are from the Special Department of British MI7, and we came here to investigate the strange magnetic field reaction near the drilling platform. But I didn't expect these strange monsters to appear here. Brody exclaimed, Are you the super agents in the movies? You can understand it that way, but please rest assured, we will definitely ensure everyone's safety. However, during this period, I hope everyone can obey the command and refrain from any behavior that causes trouble. Seeing Yi Fei's solemn look, these people began to believe. After all, the strangeness and strength of the survivors are here, and it is estimated that if Yi Fei said they were aliens, these people would have to believe it. Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate. The workers responded quickly. Yi Fei nodded with satisfaction. As long as these people obeyed, the difficulty of passing the level would be reduced a lot. Here. Mu Xing walked up to the protagonist, aka, Hey sir, I want to go up there to rescue people. Can you lead the way? Aka looked up suddenly. Roy is still up there. Please save him, please. Aka almost knelt down to Mu Xing, which shows his relationship with Roy. Let's go. Don't waste time here. If you hesitate for a second, the workers up there will be more danger. Aka quickly stood up, grabbed the crowbar beside him, and rushed out of the communication room with Mu Xing. Please follow me. The other 2 groups of people also started to move. The madman asked Brody to lead the way so that they could reach the backup battery warehouse faster. Zhuge Yu and the other 2 went straight to the floating column. And Mu Xing and the others carefully went up the stairs. If they wanted to reach the dormitory area, they had to pass through the engineering area and the cafeteria. As soon as they pushed open a door, a worker, who had transformed into a pile of abnormal flesh and blood, blocked them directly. He was not a fusion body, but a modified body, with blood and flesh proliferating, crawling all over the room like tree roots. Everywhere was wildly growing flat kelp, presenting a strange spiral shape. Aka was startled, and was pulled behind by Mu Xing, who aimed a gun. Bang! The bullet pierced through the wailing worker. Although he didn't die, he was living a life worse than death. You killed him. It's better to let him be free than to let him suffer, Mu Xing said coldly. Aka looked at the body of the worker with a headshot, and was silent for a long time. How did you get here? Mu Xing asked as he explored the way ahead. I committed a crime, and beat up a guy who bullied my wife. I thought I would be fine if I hid on the drilling platform, but... So, was it because of this that Director Rennick came to you before? The police found me. They want to sue me, and may freeze my account. But if the charges are proven, the real estate under my name will be affected, and my wife and children may have to live on the streets. Aka looked unhappy and depressed. I failed to give them the life they wanted, and I often quarreled with Aishan. She said she was fed up with my recklessness, but I really didn't want to lose them. He punched the thick wall. I tried to change, but I couldn't keep my promise to her. Mu Xing pointed to the ladder next to him, and pressed down with his right hand. Aka quickly squatted down, and lowered his body. Just then, a rolling ball of meat crawled over the building next to it with its teeth and claws bared. The meatball can extend its tentacles like rubber bands, supporting it and ignoring any terrain influence. Okay, it's gone. After a moment, Mu Xing waved at Aka. The two continued to move forward. Have you thought about how to face her? I don't know. When I was young, I was a street thug. Later, I had a Shan and a lovely daughter. I vowed to be a good husband and a good father. It's all my fault. I always get into trouble again, and then a Shan has to go to the police station to bail me out. You know what? My daughter is 6 years old. She likes painting very much and wants to be a painter in the future. Although I am a mess, I don't want my daughter to live a life of wandering. I hope to give her a stable home. Mu Xing said, you will be a good father. Believe in yourself. AKA shook his head, maybe. I also want a chance to make a new start. So I came here and wanted to start over, but... He gritted his teeth and finally sighed. I have heard an old saying in your dragon country, that evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Maybe this is God's retribution for me. Mu Xing said, in our dragon country, there is also another old saying, which is that a prodigal son who returns to the right path is worth more than gold. What does that mean? It means that it is also a precious thing for a person who does not follow the right path to turn over a new leaf. Me? AKA smiled bitterly. In fact, I don't care what happens, but Roy, my lifelong friend, gave up everything for me without hesitation and came to this cold and terrible drilling platform with me. I harmed him. His health was not good to begin with. If he had any accident because of me, I would never forgive myself. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Don't worry, he will be fine. Mu Xing sensed the breath of life above, although it was weak, but it was not yet exhausted. If it was in the plot, the protagonist had to make a choice and go to the lower level to open the tension anchor, thus missing the opportunity to deliver medicine to his friend. But this time, Mu Xing felt that he had a chance to change the ending. Chapter 413. AKA, I see you, you coward. Suddenly, a disgusting voice sounded. At the other end of the room, a savage flesh ball was staring at the two people with a pair of big eyes. Adair, it's you. AKA recognized the savage flesh ball at a glance. Although he no longer had a human form, he still retained some human thinking and memory. It just became extreme and manic, and obsession filled his alienated body. AKA, where do you want to go, you poor little wretch? Do you think you can escape reality by hiding on the drilling platform? No, you will always be the bullied street thug. Mu Xing glanced at the meatball. Who is he? AKA tightly grasped the crowbar in his hand. Adair, he used to be a member of the neighborhood gang. I fought him twice, and I didn't expect to meet him again on the drilling platform. The squirming meatball bared its fangs and claws, and tentacles continued to extend around its body, supporting it to approach like spider silk. Mu Xing pushed with his right hand, and a huge mental force burst out. With a loud bang, the gray-white flesh ball flew out, smashing everything in the room, and was crushed against the wall. No matter how the flesh ball struggled, it could not break free. Let's go! Mu Xing put one hand on AKA's shoulder to encourage him. Although Aka was afraid, he could see that Adele was suppressed and could not move. There was awe in his eyes for this mysterious oriental man. Let me go, let me go! The mutant Adair roared and screamed, trying to break free from Mu Xing's control. Mu Xing took 2 steps to him, his expression grim. Look, you can only roar at the weak and beg for mercy from the strong. Hearing Mu Xing's ridicule, the mutant Adair opened his mouth, revealing the densely packed sharp teeth in the mutant flesh. Mu Xing pinched his right hand, and his telekinesis burst out, directly crushing the gray flesh in front of him. Blood splashed all over the room, and Aka held the lock tightly in his hand, but he didn't step back. Are you not scared now? Mu Xing looked back at him. Thank you, sir. Aka looked at the bursting flesh, his 2 protruding eyes still trembling. Go ahead, Roy is up there, Mu Xing said. Aka nodded, rushed forward, and climbed up the stairs. He opened the door, and saw his companion Roy lying on the ground. He exclaimed and rushed forward. Roy, are you okay? He touched his pockets. Oh no, Roy's medicine is lost. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Mu Xing handing him a tube of insulin. This is... Give him an injection quickly, he will get better. Just as AKA was injecting insulin into Roy, Mu Xing left the room and stood at the highest point of the drilling platform. He noticed that the entire ocean around him seemed to be undergoing some abnormal changes. Especially under the ocean, a curtain was approaching the sea surface. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and grabbed the fat cat, the evil spirit. What's going on? The evil spirit yawned. The alien space in the sea is rising, and the fusion effect of contact with the real world is produced. It looked at Mu Xing. You are at least half an observer. Didn't Art teach you these most basic knowledge? He gave me a few ancient books, but I feel dizzy when I read them. I guess only an observer can understand those books. Mu Xing said. The evil spirit jumped onto Mu Xing's shoulder. Indeed, with your current strength, it is indeed not suitable for you to come into contact with too much knowledge beyond your cognition. Art did a good job in this regard. Mu Xing looked at the shadow under the ocean. How long will it take for it to float up completely? About 20 hours. It looked toward the sky. You'd better keep an eye on the invaders to prevent them from disturbing the thing on the bottom of the sea. And don't let my peas run away. Obviously, the evil spirits are determined to get the creatures on the bottom of the sea. By the way, where's Huan Ming? You didn't bring it up. It's strengthening traps on the bottom of the sea. Only that stupid dog here has some ability. It glanced at Mu Xing again. Be careful with your abnormally fused auras. You told me to be careful of the seal? I can see it's a replica. I mean be careful of its original creator. What do you mean? I tried to observe the creator behind it, but failed. You know, I was in my prime at that time, but I still couldn't complete the observation. You, a ghost, also know how to observe? After all, I have swallowed a lot of observers. So what's wrong with learning some of their skills? The ghost rolled his eyes. So what is behind the seal? I don't know. What do you mean I don't know? Are you saying this just to whet my appetite? The evil spirit pressed down Mu Xing's outstretched right hand with one claw. Boy, you stole part of the power of the creator of the divine seal without knowing it. Now you still have the survival system to cover it up for you, but as you become stronger and stronger, the fluctuations you generate will become more and more intense, and sooner or later you will be found. So you must be careful when you use that kind of backtracking ability. Mu Xing frowned. He knew what the evil spirit was talking about. It was the red ocean after his death. It appeared with the divine seal, and the origin of the blood moon. He could use the red ocean to rewind his death, and even rewind his death in reality. He had been guessing what the nature of the red ocean was, but he had never found the answer. Wait, you said the survival system covered for me? Do you doubt the survival system? The evil spirit said, I can only remind you, don't be used as a pawn by others without knowing it. The survival system may be using you for experiments. Mu Xing frowned, feeling unhappy. He knew very well that he had obtained the Blood Moon origin and brought back the God Seal, but the Blood Moon successor talent was given by the survival system. Every time he traveled through time, it seemed that there were big-eyed supervisors sent by the system watching him. He looked like a guinea pig in an experiment. Thinking of the warnings from Art and Tricks, Mu Xing felt a sense of crisis. Is there a way to find the truth? Mu Xing asked. No, unless the survival system is willing to tell you, no one can help you. The evil spirit licked his paw. My only advice to you is to work hard to improve yourself, and find more ways to retreat. So what you mean is? The evil spirit pointed at himself. Look, if you and I join forces, help me recover my strength quickly, and I will protect you in the future. Mu Xing raised his middle finger to the evil spirit. You are a defeated general of the survival system, and you dare to say that you will protect me? What? I can't protect you. After all, I almost stepped into the multiverse. I haven't stepped into it yet. Just a little bit, a little bit. Whenever the evil spirit thought of this, he would be so angry that his teeth would itch. It snorted, there will be such a day. If you help me, I promise that I will definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future, and ensure that you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Mu Xing directly flicked its head. Alter said that it is better to believe that a sow can climb a tree than to believe your broken mouth. Climb up for me, and don't come to beg me in the future. Chapter 414. When Mu Xing returned to the room again, Roy had already started to wake up, and AKA quickly helped his friend sit up. AKA, what happened to me? AKA hugged his brother in front of him. Roy, I almost lost you. Okay, you too, now is not the time to reminisce, we have to go back. Crack. Just then, a corner of the huge drilling platform suddenly floated up, and the friction between steel and steel made a teeth-grinding sound. But soon, the shaking drilling platform began to stabilize. It was obvious that Zhuge Yu and the others restarted the tension anchor and stabilized the drilling platform again. But at this moment, more wriggling flesh balls began to approach, and they smelled the scent of Mu Xing and the others. Roy, get up quickly, I take you away from here. AKA struggled to help Roy up, put Roy's hand on his shoulder, and acted as Roy's crutch. Follow me closely, those monsters are coming. Mu Xing pushed open the door, and the rolling flesh balls were crawling out of the lower room. Adair was not killed, and the exploded flesh and blood gathered together again. The price was the continuous loss of sanity. AKA, where are you? Don't hide, I smell your cowardice. The tentacles climbed up, and their eyes locked on AK on the stairs. I found you. Mu Xing's mind power burst out, and with a push of his right hand, he blasted the thing away. It fell into the ocean with a scream. What kind of monster is that? Roy showed a frightened expression. That's Adele, he's turned into a monster. Adele? Don't worry, it'll be fine. AKA comforted. Let's go, I cover you. Mu Xing grabbed the moonlight great sword with his right hand, and began to chop the gray flesh balls that surrounded him. The defense of these things is average, but their recovery ability is strong. Although they are very lethal to ordinary people without weapons, they are not difficult enemies for him to deal with. Moonlight Torrent. The blue light ball flew out, and exploded in the middle of the flesh balls. The cold moonlight exploded, blasting the 3 meat balls into pieces. As a result, the meat mud that was scattered all over the ground began to multiply and fuse, growing large spirals of kelp. The color of those kelp was like rusty steel sheets, and the inside faintly emitted a purple light. The kelp took root in the steel-structured drilling platform, and continued to spread and grow. Under the illumination of the purple light, the squirming meat balls seemed to be strengthened and more powerful. Bang bang bang. Mu Xing switched to the phoenix bow, and the flame arrows continued to shoot out. The flames had a higher lethality to these monsters, and quickly forced these meat monsters back. Whenever they were injured, these monsters would lie on those kelps to absorb energy and recover from their injuries. Mu Xing gave up the idea of killing these flesh balls completely, sealed the door, and evacuated from another direction with AKA and Roy. He found that these things had strong adaptability to the environment and could evolve quickly. He didn't need to use his own power to feed a group of invulnerable monsters. When they returned to the communication room, others were also rushing back. The first one to return was the madman, who brought back the backup battery, and Brody was trying to restart the communication system. Call the Maritime Administration. Call the Maritime Administration. Brody grabbed the microphone and called out. However, the other end of the communication was always silent, and no sound came. The workers looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Damn it, the communication system is clearly connected, why is there no response? Some force is interfering with the communication with the outside world. Brody tried to send a distress signal. If the outside world receives the message, they will send someone over. AKA suggested. Brody held the microphone tightly, and tried to call again. Mu Xing looked at the madman. What's the situation down there? Not good, the power from the seabed is seeping upwards, and there is a problem with the pipeline responsible for transporting oil. As he was speaking, there was a sudden bang in the air discharge area outside, and the burning flame suddenly exploded. This explosion alarmed the attention of others. What's going on? Brody rushed out of the room and turned back with a grim expression. Everyone, we have new troubles. The venting area is an important facility on the oil drilling platform. During the oil extraction process, some flammable gases such as gas and natural gas will be sucked out by the pipeline. In order to ensure safety, the drilling platform will set up a separation pipeline to lead these flammable gases to the venting area for burning. Therefore, there is a burning torch on each oil drilling platform to ensure the safety of oil extraction. But now, due to the abnormal changes on the seabed, the shaking of the drilling platform has caused the pipeline in the venting area to be damaged. Natural gas from underground will leak to the entire oil drilling platform. If not handled in time, a little spark can ignite these flammable and explosive gases and instantly ignite the entire drilling platform. At this time, Shuga Yu and others also returned from under the floating column. However, their faces were not good. Although the platform has been refixed, we don't have much time left. What do you mean? The anchor column under the drilling platform has been damaged and may not last long. Shuga Yu said. Don't worry about that for now, the venting area has a problem. Mu Xing pointed at the venting area torch supported by the steel frame structure. The flame began to die out gradually. Brody stepped forward and said, the damaged pipeline in the venting area must be switched to the backup pipeline, and the torch must be reignited, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Several survivors looked at each other, and the mission came again. As expected, a new side mission popped up in their survival terminal. Reignite the torch. Switch the backup pipeline in the venting area and reignite the torch. Task reward, plot supply box, which can open plot props. It seems that we have no choice. Mu Xing shook his head. Let's switch the pipeline. Zhuge Yu said. I go with you. The madman stood up. Then I go light the fire. Mu Xing took out his phoenix bow. Do you need our help? AKA couldn't help asking. No, you guys stay here and don't go out. When Mu Xing went out, He heard a hissing sound, and the flammable gas in the oil pipeline began to leak. But he didn't rush to the venting area. If he had followed the plot, with Brody as a commander with a wild imagination, he would have been tortured to death sooner or later. According to the plot, if the ignition of the venting area fails, the platform will explode. Then the entire drilling platform will begin to sink. They have to run to the lower level again to loosen the tension anchor machine, start the pontoon, and let the drilling platform float up. So Mu Xing plans to get it right in one step and solve the potential threat first. I'm going underwater. Mu Xing greeted the madman. You want to go to the bottom of the sea? Yes, but not to fight the things on the bottom of the sea, but to manually open the blowout preventer. What is that? A safety measure for oil extraction. Once the pipeline of the drilling platform is damaged, the blowout preventer connected to the bottom of the sea can be opened to completely lock the bottom of the oil pipeline. Chapter 415. Mu Xing dived into the seawater and began to move toward the seabed. He didn't know that the submarine oil pipeline had already had a lot of cracks, and the black oil began to seep into the surrounding seawater. It is estimated that if there is another big shock, the pipeline will be completely torn apart. At that time, the oil and natural gas below will flow upstream and fill the entire drilling platform. If you follow the main line, it will be one pit after another. Mu Xing quickly dived down. Hundreds of meters underwater where humans cannot easily reach, Mu Xing noticed some changes on the seabed. A huge spiral kelp gushed out from the seabed, with the drilling platform as the center, extending in all directions. Several huge kelps spiraled up, and were very close to the sea surface. Just then, a fat white dog swam up from the seabed. Who else could it be but Huan Ming? It had set up a huge trap with the evil spirits below. The white mycelium seemed to cover the entire seabed, and dark golden energy flowed in it. It can't see any special effects for the time being. Take me down, Mu Xing said. He grabbed Huan Ming's tail, and began to go down quickly. As if to hide Mu Xing's breath, Huan Ming wrapped Mu Xing in a layer of spore bubbles. Safely passed through the giant kelp swaying on the seabed, and reached the seabed. Here, Mu Xing seemed to have come to another world. He saw countless cracks extending from the seabed, and purple light seeped out from the cracks. It seemed that a huge ancient seabed creature was hidden under the cracks. Every breath will cause the purple light to change. The purple light contains a certain amount of confusing power. If ordinary people are exposed to it for a long time, their spirit will be affected. Mu Xing did not intend to alert the enemy, but went down the pipeline to the blowout preventer connected to the submarine pipeline. This is the connection point between the submarine solid channel and the upper oil pipeline, and it is also the last safety barrier to prevent oil leakage and protect the drilling platform. The platform's power facilities have long been ineffective and can only be opened manually. Mu Xing took out the tool, inserted it into the hole, and began to manually open the safety. A creaking sound was heard. A large number of bubbles surged and rose from the seabed. Mu Xing slowly turned and twisted the internal mechanical structure to open the safety, allowing the inside of the blowout preventer to slowly close and lock. Accompanied by a click. The blowout preventer has been activated, cutting off the connection between the submarine pipeline and the upper part. Success? Mu Xing was relieved when he saw that the speed of oil penetration in the damaged pipeline was getting slower and slower. At this time, the divine seal appeared beside him, and the red eyes kept changing, scanning the situation on the seabed. Did you find anything? Master, the underwater space is very unstable, and it may not be long before it breaks through the limitations of the real world. Mu Xing activated the observer's consciousness and observed the situation on the seabed. A vague light and shadow could be seen wriggling on the seabed, without a real shape. I don't know if it sensed Mu Xing's gaze, but a large shadow suddenly rose from the seabed. One man on the side quickly turned into a big white ball and wrapped Mu Xing, flying up quickly. The shadow rose faster and faster, as if painting the ocean with a darker color. Fortunately, Huanmeng was fast enough. Before the shadow rose to the sea, he rushed out of the sea with Mu Xing and floated in the air. The shadow stopped when it touched the sea surface, like a world in a mirror, and began to sink slowly again. Let's go back. Mu Xing asked Huanmeng to carry him back to the drilling platform quickly. Evil spirit, are you sure you can take down that thing on the seabed? Mu Xing couldn't help asking. The lazy voice of the evil spirit came from the fourth layer of the original hive. I still have some confidence, but what? We can't rule out the possibility that the Iron Legion's bastards deliberately sabotaged my arrangement, otherwise it would be a big problem. Mu Xing's face was dark. He knew this guy was unreliable. Is there a plan B? At the critical moment, lend me the power of the tower, and then give me some time. Mu Xing didn't say anything, but he had already begun to consider the possibility of this happening. When he returned to the communication room, the entire drilling platform had completely quieted down. Crazy and his team switched to the backup pipeline, lit the torch, and burned off the last bit of dangerous flammable gas. Don't worry, I have locked the blowout preventer on the seabed, and oil and gas will not surge up again. Hearing this, the workers showed their relief for surviving the disaster. After completely solving the safety hazards, relying on the stability of the drilling platform itself, they can hold on until rescue arrives. These people always believed that the accident on the drilling platform had been discovered on land. A rescue ship would be dispatched soon. Although there were still some monsters wandering outside, with the protection of these mysterious superpowered agents, the tension and panic began to slowly dissipate. Shuga Yu walked up to Mu Xing and said, "Is the war about to begin?" "Yes, the attack will be launched at any time, but we are not the active party in the war." Mu Xing looked at him and said, "After the fight, you can stay away and evacuate on the supply ship." Shuga Yu said, "If we stay to help, what ships are you willing to give?" Obviously, Shuga Yu in front of him also wanted to come up and get involved. "Oh, what do you want?" Mu Xing raised his head with a playful look. 3 purple weapons, or props of equivalent value. Of course, we are only responsible for the periphery. Mu Xing expressionless. "Good offer, affordable and fair, but I'm not sure you are qualified for this reward." Shuga Yu said, "It is reasonable to doubt. In order to prove our qualifications, we are willing to accept the test." Next to him, Yi Fei complained in the team channel, "Brother, this guy is asking for a lot of money. He wants 3 purple weapons. Is he trying to rob us? If they can help us contain some enemies, 3 purple weapons are not expensive. As long as we defeat the Iron Legion, we can get more than 3 purple weapons. But what if they escape from the battlefield? Don't worry, there will be a contract to constrain them." When Mu Xing looked up at the 3 people again, the 3 people immediately felt that the eyes were like an X-ray machine, and all their secrets were exposed under those eyes. "Okay, I agree. If you perform well, I can give you an extra purple weapon, but you have to sign a contract," Mu Xing said. "Of course, no problem." Shuga Yu didn't expect Mu Xing to be so generous, and he gave 4 purple weapons. Thomas and Sophie couldn't hold back their excitement. Each person is guaranteed one, and it's still unknown who will get the extra purple weapon. "I still only have 1 purple weapon," Yi Fei muttered. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, the Iron Core transport team will arrive soon. If you want any purple weapon, just ask them." "Brother, please take me with you." Yi Fei just wanted to hold Mu Xing's thigh tightly. Mu Xing drafted the contract, divided it into 4 parts, and handed 3 of them to the 3 people on the opposite side. Several people quickly read the above terms, which can be said to be extremely rigorous and watertight, without any loopholes. Several people did not hesitate, and signed their names with a big hand. Chapter 416. In addition to hypnosis, Shuga Yu is also proficient in various firearms and artillery. His superpowers are not weak either, and he has the ability to control airflow. Mu Xing installed all the turrets removed from the Iron Core airships and battleships around the drilling platform to form a firepower network, which was operated by Shuga Yu. Black Thomas is a professional cowboy with strong shooting ability and Spider-Man bloodline, which he has never shown before. Now that the contract has been signed, he is no longer hiding it. Mu Xing asked him to guard the platform and protect Shuga Yu's attack from interference. As for the only female survivor, Sophie, she is proficient in all kinds of traps, and is a trap master. Mu Xing provides her with materials, and the goal is to cover the entire surface of the drilling platform with traps. Traps and mines are also laid around the sea's surface to prevent the Iron Legion from attacking. The goal of the 3 of them is to contain a part of the Iron Legion's low-end combat power around the drilling platform. Mu Xing and Crazy will try to pull the battle line to the sea surface as much as possible. In this way, the large-scale cluster advantage of the Iron Legion will be limited by the terrain, and then seek a decisive battle with Maxon, the leader of the Iron Legion. Mu Xing never underestimates his opponent, so he must be fully prepared before the battle. "By the way, should we clear out all those meat monsters?" Madman asked. "No, these monsters can still cause some trouble to the Iron Legion when the battle starts. Not only that, I also plan to create more monsters to welcome their arrival." Madman immediately understood what Mu Xing meant, so saving those workers who were supposed to die was also for now. Mu Xing nodded. "Turn all these NPCs into monsters. If used well, they may be a surprise force." The madman turned around and glanced at the dozens of oil platform workers in the next room. Their fates had already been marked. What about the protagonist, aka Take him on board first, in case there are other plots. He can't die yet. As he said that, he gave Shugayu a look. Shugayu understood and started to hypnotize several protagonists and supporting roles. These people immediately felt groggy, and their eyelids drooped. After the hypnosis was completed, Thomas carried them away from the drilling platform and placed them on the supply ship, moving away from the platform first. Then Mu Xing directly grabbed the dozing evil spirit from the fourth layer of the hive. Pinching its fat faceplate, "Spit out some of that blue light ball for me." "Where do I have any blue light balls?" "Spit it out quickly. Do you think I don't know that you have intercepted hundreds of light balls on the seabed?" The evil spirit was stunned. "Good boy, are you spying on me?" "No, it was Huameng, that stupid dog, who betrayed me. I only want 30. You can trade them with dark gold energy." The evil spirit began to bargain. "I trade you a hammer." Mu Xing pinched its face and scratched it in the throat. "I'm so annoyed, I give it to you." The evil spirit opened its mouth and spit out a blue ball of light. The thing was in the shape of an explosive radiation, emitting a faint blue glow, floating in the air without any consciousness. It seemed to sense the existence of organic life around it, and began to approach Mu Xing. "Use dark gold energy," the evil spirit reminded. Mu Xing quickly used the dark gold energy to condense into a cover, covering the light ball. The blue light radiation suddenly quieted down, and the light shrank inward. Looking closely, the core of the light ball seemed like an enlarged cell, the size of a basketball. There are still 29 to go. Although the evil spirit was extremely reluctant, it still had to spit out 29 light balls. "Look at your stingy look." Mu Xing was speechless. The evil spirit snorted, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to Mu Xing. Mu Xing sealed these light balls one by one with dark gold energy. They were placed in the rooms of the hypnotized drilling workers, and could be unsealed at any time to create enough fusion bodies. At this moment, Mu Xing suddenly heard the voice of a madman. Something is happening outside. He rushed out of the room and looked into the distance. He saw a space-time crack opening in direction 2. Then, there were space-time cracks opening in directions 5, 8, and 10. He shouted, "Get ready for battle." The world is so small that Mu Xing and his men have no way to escape or avoid it. There is no room for detours. Facing the invasion of the Iron Legion, they can only face it head-on. As the vortex opened in the cracks of time and space, black warships sailed out of the vortex. What a big deal. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. After the first 2 attempts, the Iron Legion had obviously collected intelligence and was ready for a full-scale invasion. It's just that these warships looked like they were made in a hurry and were a little rough. One after another, high-speed speedboats were even equipped with wind propulsion devices to make them faster. The speedboats were all equipped with laser weapons to minimize the impact of this sea area on their weapons. "Look in the sky!" Everyone looked up and saw that there were also space-time cracks in the sky. A behemoth of nearly 300 meters flew out of the vortex. It was a huge steel airship, which actually ignored the impact of the restricted airspace in this sea area and floated safely in the sky. "Did they crack the special magnetic field of this sea area?" Thomas exclaimed. "Wait, that airship doesn't seem to exist." Shugayu stared at the sky. Mu Xing looked up and soon found a clue. It was called an airship, but it looked more like an illusion. Mu Xing activated the observer's consciousness and confirmed that the huge airship was not real. But it was not virtual, but more like a curtain between the two sides. On the lower deck of the giant airship, Mu Xing saw the real person in the file photo, Maxon. He was wearing a gray leather jacket, had a crew cut and a beard. His eyes were as cold as a blade, looking down at the sea from a high position. He seemed to have noticed the people on the drilling platform, and his hawk-like eyes swept over. Mu Xing looked at him, and even though they were so far apart, he could still feel the murderous intent in his eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth, as if Mu Xing was just a speck of dust that could be easily destroyed. Next to him was Lei, who was wearing a white power armor. He was staring at Mu Xing with resentment, gritting his teeth, wishing he could rush over to avenge his broken arms and legs. "I thought my enemy would be a well-equipped and well-trained army, but I didn't expect there would be only 6 people." Maxon's voice sounded loud and majestic, like the king of the sky. He looked at Mu Xing and others. "You want to compete with my Iron Legion with this little power? You are simply overestimating your own abilities." Mu Xing gave Yi Fei a look. Yi Fei immediately stood up. "Maxon, stop talking nonsense. Your grandfather Yi Fei is here. Why don't you come down and kowtow to apologize? A group of orphans who rely on their numbers to bully the weak dare to shout in front of your grandfather Fei. You are really an old woman hiding in the quilt," making me laugh. Faced with the ridicule, Lay next to him was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Captain, let me go down and tear that kid's mouth apart." However, Maxon still looked calm. "Send 4 teams to test it first." "Yes." Chapter 417. The Iron Legion has begun to attack. The madman's hands are burning, and the burning chain blades are falling. Mu Xing carried the moonlight great sword on his back and held the phoenix bow. "You go left and I go right. Their first wave will definitely be mainly for testing. I will try to lock the space where they hide in the transit station and cut off their retreat first." The madman nodded. "Be careful." The two looked at each other and directly divided the battle line, with the oil drilling platform as the center, one going left and the other going right. On the giant airship in the sky, Lay's face was grim. "How dare you fight against our 4 elite teams with only 2 people?" At this moment, a tall man walked behind him and put one hand on Lay's shoulder. "Lay, I heard that you were killed once and 1 hand and 1 foot were broken." Lay turned back with red eyes and glared at the other person. "Lava, if you have the ability, go and try it yourself." The man named Lava chuckled. Lay, when will your ability be as big as your temper?" "You?" Lay growled, his teeth clacking. "Okay, Lava, you try." Maxon, sitting nonchalantly on the black steel chair, interrupted the two and pointed at Lava. "In 3 minutes, I will kill 1 person and bring him to the captain." He walked to the edge of the deck, and a blue curtain took shape in front of him. He raised his middle finger at Lay, and then fell backwards without hesitation. At the moment when his body passed through the blue curtain, his phantom body began to become solid. He was not wearing the standard power armor of the Iron Legion. Instead, when he fell, his body mutated rapidly, his muscles bulged, and a layer of black hard keratin covered his entire body, as if he was wearing a special black armor. He was obviously a mutant. With both hands, 2 black battle axes gathered in his hands. With a loud bang, it hit the sea like a cannonball, splashing water dozens of meters high. Then, a black figure rushed out of the sea and walked on the waves. The target was Mu Xing, who was preparing to fight with the 7th and 8th teams. The double axes in his hand slashed hard, and the air waves split the sea surface, splashing 10 meters of water. The violent force broke through the seawater and hit Mu Xing. He thought that this thin young man would choose to dodge, but the other party did not retreat at all, turned around and slashed with a sword. Lava roared, and rushed forward 100 meters in an instant, and the double axes in his hand smashed down with a force of 10,000 pounds. With a bang, the dull impact broke the surrounding sea water. Lava's face changed slightly, and he saw that the big sword holding his double axes in front of him had already turned into 2 burning chain blades. The thin young man also turned into a shirtless, tattooed muscular man. He was grinning at me, and an irresistible violent force flipped him over. Puff, puff, puff. His body bounced on the sea like a stone. Who would have thought that the target he chose would suddenly become a madman? The madman's flame burned under his feet, and the terrible high temperature came into contact with the seawater, producing gushing water vapor. This allowed the madman to stand on the sea surface and not sink into the water. With one step, the madman galloped on the sea and chased after them. Every time he stepped on the sea, he could create a big puddle filled with steam. He turned his body and chopped down heavily at the lava. The lava just stabilized its body and only had time to raise its double axes, and was forced to bear the madman's fire blade. Boom! The waves within a radius of 100 meters were shattered, and the sea water sank instantly, blasting the lava into the sea with absolute violence. "Silver-plated spearhead?" The madman taunted, and did not continue to chase, but rushed towards the 5th and 6th teams on the sea. "The madman is coming, stop him!" The 2 teams were also shocked by the madman's terrible fighting power. Even the lava could not withstand the madman's strong attack, and was thrown into the sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Red and green laser beams attacked the madman. The madman's means of dealing with these laser beams are also very simple, raising waves or using strong water vapor to eliminate the lethality of the laser beams. The laser energy loss in the thick fog is extremely large, and once it encounters seawater, the overly strong pulse laser energy will explode at the same time as the seawater. The madman used the surrounding seawater to form a shield of ice, and fired to block the dense laser beams. "Fight me!" Lava was angry and chased him like a torpedo underwater. After just a few rounds of fighting, he was completely crushed by the madman, which made Lava's anger surge, and he could not control himself. Anger completely overwhelmed his reason, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Ah!" He roared and went into a frenzy state. The madman glanced at the lava chasing behind him. This guy had lost his mind. He recalled Mu Xing's words before the battle. If you want to break the deadlock, you can't fight in an orderly manner. The strength of the 5, 6, 7, and 8 teams is actually average, and only their captains have some strength. The people who really need to be paid attention to are on the airship in the sky. They have the list of the Iron Legion. Lei was just killed and his hands and feet were broken in shame. It is impossible for him to fight again. Among the elites of the First Legion, in addition to Lei, there is another person who will attack in the first wave, Lava. This person is irritable and irritable. When he is furious, he will not recognize his relatives. He is an excellent target for use. At the same time, Lava is vain, and in order to show off in front of Maxon, he will definitely pick on Mu Xing, the soft persimmon. So they exchanged their identities at the beginning of the battle, so that Lava could be caught off guard. It seems that this guy has gone berserk. Madman ignored Lava's shouting and rushed all the way to the face of the 5th and 6th teams. The two captains led their teammates to fight directly. As a result, Madman dived into the water, avoiding the heavy artillery bombardment on the battleship, and jumped onto the battleship after approaching. At the same time, Lava rushed over with 2 battle axes. His body had been dyed green, with a bright green light radiating. However, no one thought the light was beautiful, and they all moved away and avoided it. Lava, are you crazy? You actually released radiation in the crowd. The captain of the 5th team shouted. Get out of here. He swung his axe and sent out a wave of air, sweeping away the captain of the 5th team. Madman, come and fight me. Come on. The madman's hands were burning with double blades, and he cut off the gun barrel on the battleship with one knife, provoking meaningfully. Go to hell, radiation slash. Malta roared, and the 2 axes blasted directly at the madman. The surging green radiation was transmitted to his 2 axes, and then burst out at the limit. The strong radiation has little destructive power on steel, but it has strong destructive power on human genes. Even if there is no direct hit, the body will be extremely weak after being exposed to radiation, and various negative diseases and gene mutations will be derived. However, the madman has already prepared for this battle. He clicked a wristband on his wrist with his right hand, and the wristband quickly expanded a layer of mucus-like protective layer. This protective layer absorbs and isolates radiation by 98%. The remaining 2% of radiation can be easily ignored by the madman's physical strength. The green radiation instantly illuminated everything around. A member of the regiment, who did not have time to dodge, screamed and rolled into the sea. The flesh on his face was melted by the radiation. Chapter 418. Lava's radiation ability is completely an indiscriminate attack engine. Not to mention the survivors, the clone mutants responsible for controlling the ship can't withstand the radiation. On the deck of the airship in the sky, Lei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Lava, this idiot, can't you see that this is the enemy's strategy? He turned his head to look at Maxon in the seat. The other party supported his head with one hand, and didn't seem to care that Lava accidentally hurt his own people. Captain, do you want me to take people down to stop Lava? Maxon waved his hand. If you take people down, you will fall into the enemy's trap. But, don't stay here, go and guard the space channel with your 2nd team. Lei frowned. Captain, do you mean that the other party may raid our transfer station? Don't underestimate our opponents, these people are not simple. Yes. Lei saluted Maxon, waved his right hand, and left with the elite of the 2nd team. At the same time, the space next to Maxon was surging, and a red figure appeared. This red armor is obviously different from those bloated power armors, and is more slim, but no one dares to doubt its destructive power. Captain! The other party saluted Maxon, and Maxon raised his right hand to return the salute. How is the judgment? He asked expectantly. Captain, the abnormal life form on the seabed is very powerful. If we forcibly hunt it, the loss of the war group will be great. What do you mean? Why don't we release it first, let it consume the madman and the blood moon, and then we will take action and take down both of them in one fell swoop. Maxon lowered his head slightly, and seemed to be thinking after hearing this. At this time, the space next to him rippled, and a girl with twin ponytails appeared, leaning over to grab his arm and shaking it. Dad, when can I take action? I can't wait any longer. Maxon glanced at the girl. You just stay on the airship and don't go anywhere. I don't want to. I finally have a wonderful battle. How can you lock me here? Maxon glared at her fiercely, and the girl hid behind the red figure with a wrong look on her face. Uncle Don, please help me persuade my father. Don looked at Maxon. Captain, let the young lady follow me. I will ensure her safety. Maxon shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Even if you are locked up here, you will not be content. So just follow your Uncle Don. Remember to follow his orders, otherwise Don has the right to enforce military law. Hee hee, I know. The girl cheered in surprise. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the drilling platform burst into fierce artillery fire. The 7th and 8th squadrons, which were heading towards the oil drilling platform, encountered artillery fire. Shells flew out from the drilling platform, focusing fire on the warships of the 2 squadrons. The 2 warships immediately launched a counterattack and prepared to bomb the drilling platform. Messenger, tell them to stop the shelling and not attack the drilling platform. Maxon frowned and issued an order. Don said grimly, Captain, the 7th and 8th squadrons did it on purpose. They knew that the drilling platform was the only building in this world. If it was attacked by invaders, it would be counterattacked by the rules of the world. They did not execute the order of the captain, but the deputy captain. Maxon waved his hand. Okay, Don, now is the critical moment for the regiment. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. After this battle is over, I will give the regiment an explanation. Don hesitated and finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Yes, Captain. At the same time, the 2 warships that were firing on the seas suddenly stopped firing. Why don't you fight? The captain of the 7th squadron shouted unhappily. Captain, the commander ordered us to stop firing on the drilling platform. The deputy captain looked around and whispered to the captain, Captain, what should we do now? The captain narrowed his eyes. The deputy commander's order is to muddy the water. Since the plan failed, we will try to preserve our strength and prepare to feint to attack the drilling platform, so that the brothers can fight slowly. Understood? The deputy captain hurriedly gave the order. At the same time, the captain of the 8th squadron, who was parallel to them not far away, also looked over here. The 2 captains looked at each other, the battleship began to retreat steadily, and then sent out a speedboat to attack the drilling platform. On the platform, Shuga Yu was controlling the cannons to continue attacking. It was just that the existence of the abnormal magnetic field greatly reduced the attack power of the flying units and the range. They retreated. Thomas pointed at the 2 retreating warships and shouted in surprise. Shuga Yu was not excited at all. Thomas, let Sophie activate all active mines and traps. They are going to attack. Attack? Sure enough, before Thomas could be happy for too long, the other side sent out dozens of speedboats. The unmanned speedboat rushed to the front, the robot speedboat was in the middle, and the manned speedboat was at the end. Oh shit! Thomas quickly grabbed the intercom to contact Sophie below, but there was only a whirring noise in the intercom. Apparently their communication was blocked. Thomas hurried down. He jumped down, and the spider silk at his wrist shot out. With the help of the elastic force of the spider silk, he landed lightly on the first floor. Sophie was busy making various traps. What's wrong with Thomas? The enemy attacked. Shuga Yu asked you to activate the mines and traps on the sea. Okay. Sophie quickly put down her work and flicked open the microcomputer on her arm. She entered the command, turned on the safety, and threw the transmitter into the water. The signal was transmitted through the seawater, ignoring the electromagnetic interference in the air. In an instant, all the mines and traps around the drilling platform were activated. At the moment of activation, an explosion was heard on the sea. With a bang, an unmanned speedboat was blown into the sky by a mine. The speedboats that were charging quickly suddenly slowed down. Be careful, there are mines. Clear the mines first. The captains of the 2 teams made the decision almost at the same time. In their opinion, the longer they could delay, the better. Shuga Yu, who was standing high above, seemed to have tasted something when he saw the scene. These people didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack, but started to dawdle. In a normal war, how could they be scared by some mines? It must be a beach landing at all costs, and then fight for control of the oil drilling platform. So, he also tacitly reduced the frequency of attacks. No wonder Shuga Yu said before the battle that they would fight the enemy the same way and try to follow their wishes. At first, he didn't understand what this meant, but now Shuga Yu suddenly understood the metaphor in the words and realized that this Iron Regiment was not united and wanted to preserve its strength. So, his attack began to become scattered. Although he was still firing, the landing point had lost its accuracy. It was as if the 2 sides had reached a tacit understanding. Shuga Yu, where is Mr. Shuga Yu going? Why didn't I see him? Thomas asked after returning to the top of the platform. Our mission is to defend the tower. Don't worry about the rest. Thomas grabbed an electromagnetic rifle and fired at the sea. The opponent is the Iron Legion, damn it. I don't know whether my decision is right or wrong. If I lose the bet, brother Shuga Yu, we can only see each other in hell. Shuga Yu shook his head. So this guy makes decisions based on his impulse? Chapter 419. On the seafloor several dozen kilometers away from the drilling platform, Mu Xing was moving as fast as a swimming fish. He expanded the range of his mental scan to the limit. He used the divine seal and his own observer sense to search for the situation on the seafloor. The red divine seal flickered slightly in the dim seafloor, just like a radar, and everything within a radius of 10 kilometers was visible. Fatty, are you sure that the mezzanine space of the Iron Legion is not in the sky, but on the seafloor? The evil spirit stretched lazily beside the bonfire on the 4th floor, and startled the sugar beans next to him. Tondo looked up at the sky, as if looking for Mu Xing's voice. The sky is impossible. The interlayer space cannot exist independently from the material world. The interlayer space hides in the huge gap between the atoms of the material. It is separated from reality, but overlaps with reality. Since the Iron Legion already knows the existence of the no-fly zone at sea, it is even more impossible to place the transfer station in the sky. The sea is a safe place instead. As he said this, he scratched his claws. Also, a fat cat is a fat cat. Don't add the word death in front of it. Did I call you Tangao? Tangao your uncle. Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, the evil spirit's voice suddenly stopped. He felt Tondo hugging his neck, and it seemed that there were sharp claws rubbing his neck. Hee, don't be angry, Brother Do. Mu Xing regained his mind and continued to search. Shanin, you heard my conversation with the evil spirit before. What do you think? Shanin said calmly. What the evil spirit said makes sense. The master should indeed be careful of the creator behind me. Although I am a replica, my essence is no different from the Black God's seal. If one day I become the medium behind the scenes to deal with the master, please don't go easy on me. Mu Xing was a little speechless. I don't like to hear such discouraging words. You and I have come all the way. Without you, there would be no me now. No matter what, you and I should be one. Besides, those who said this in the anime were killed in the end, so don't make random flags. The light on the God seal flashed. Master, although, we should indeed prepare for a rainy day from now on, so that if such a day really comes, we will have a plan to deal with it. Mu Xing was silent for a moment. Don't worry, I will solve these problems. At this moment, the divine seal suddenly began to flash rapidly. Master, found it. At 3 o'clock ahead, about 6 kilometers, there is a slight abnormal spacetime fluctuation. Mu Xing instantly accelerated and moved towards the target. Before he got close, he saw a huge underwater canyon appearing on the seabed ahead. The surrounding area was filled with dense mines, various sensors, patrol underwater robots, bionic fish, etc. The complex warning system protected this place with 3 layers inside and outside. He quickly descended, hid near the reef, and observed the situation in the underwater canyon. Are you sure it's here? The divine seal was still scanning. Master, the internal space here is fluctuating violently. It should be the entrance to the interlayer space without a doubt. Mu Xing did not rush to act, and pressed his right hand on the riverbed under the water. First, he summoned his own phantom, and then began to fill the phantom with mycelium. As the mycelium was filled, an identical clone was created. Mu Xing took out the snail shelter, summoned a snail shell house on the seabed, entered the shell, and began to dream. He planned to use lucid dreams to control this clone. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. He did not believe that there was no ambush in this place. When the clone took shape, Mu Xing began to control it in his dream. It felt like controlling the slime mold body in the dream of the forest. It was just that this clone was more like himself. It could also be valred into particles, making it easier to dive into the seabed. Mu Xing controlled his clone to ignore the obstacles of the reefs on the seabed and pass through the tight defense network. As soon as he approached the canyon, he saw his old acquaintance Lei. A layer of transparent film blocked the seawater. Inside the film, there was a space-time generator that maintained the passage of the interlayer space. Lei was on guard, and behind him were the elite of the entire second team. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. The death space began to open, the dream began to erode quietly, and the inner world was waiting to come at any time. At the same time, Captain, can those guys really find this place? The captain is too cautious. I think with the strength of our Iron Legion, we can crush them head-on. There are only 6 people on the opposite side, and we can flatten them in an instant. The teammate said with indignation. Yeah, Anilin died in the second wave of attempts. I can't swallow this breath. The strong man next to him growled. Lei looked unhappy. Fuck, what are you yelling about? Do you think I'm not upset or uncomfortable? But our leader is just like that. He is always cautious when dealing with any opponent. And now the regiment is splitting up. Many people in the regiment have their own little thoughts. It is no longer the Iron Regiment that shared the same hatred and enemies. If you are dissatisfied, after this battle, decide whether to stay or leave. This silenced the teammates. The Iron Regiment should not be like this now. Lay sighed, and his hand holding the weapon was shaking. Captain, I think the deputy commander is right. The regiment has changed. The culprit is our timid commander. Captain, don't blame me for being harsh. He is no longer the commander who is willing to lead the charge and lead us to victory. No matter what you think, I plan to switch to the 2nd Regiment after this matter is over. The teammate next to him suddenly changed his face. Otochi, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I joined the regiment because I saw that the regiment dared to fight and could face powerful enemies for the future of the regiment. But what about now? When did we learn those dirty tricks? Raising a sheep-catching team, bullying the weak, kowtowed to the big group, and sold out our dignity for a little profit. Now we are fighting for a mere 6-man team and betting on the future of the entire group. Enough, Otochi, shut up. Rai's heart was filled with anger, and he felt as if everyone around him was laughing at him. His teammates also began to become disunited, and were no longer the trustworthy teammates they once were. He thrust out a sharp blade in his hand. Drip. Blood dripped from Otochi's chest. Captain, you. Otochi's face was full of disbelief. The teammates around him retreated subconsciously, and stayed away from him. Captain, you actually killed Otochi. Seeing their fearful and distrustful eyes, Lei was even more furious. You rubbish, who gave you the courage to question the leader? Question me? I killed Otochi, he was just a traitor. He pulled out the blade fiercely, and Otochi fell back unwillingly. Several teammates quickly held him up. Lei, you bastard, you killed your own teammates, I'm going to fight you. One teammate couldn't bear it anymore, and with murderous intent, he attacked Lei. You dare to attack me? You're a traitor, kill him for me. Lei, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, you're the ones who are crazy, all of you, go to hell. Lei went crazy and attacked his teammates around him. Chapter 420. Kill, kill, kill. Lei was so angry that he killed until the ground was full of corpses, and the surrounding defense facilities were completely destroyed. He then slowly stopped his actions. At this time, he was already covered with wounds. There was a dagger stuck in his shoulder, his waist was torn, and there were multiple piercing wounds on his thighs. His face was covered with blood. He could no longer tell which blood was his own, and which was his teammates'. He woke up suddenly, as if he had had a terrible nightmare. What have I done? He stared blankly at the corpses around him, those eyes, some shocked, some angry, some unwilling, still staring at him. His hands were covered in blood. With a clang, the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. No, 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 what happened to me? Just then, a familiar figure came step by step, passing through the waterproof film. He saw an expressionless and cold face. It's you, Blood Moon. He roared and finally understood everything. Mu Xing took the Moonlight Great Sword and walked forward step by step, towards Lei, who picked up the weapon and rushed towards him. I will kill you. Lei roared and charged, but Mu Xing swung his sword and knocked his weapon away. The sharp blade directly touched his forehead. Lei froze in place. Surrender, and you will not be killed. Plop. Lei's body softened, and he instantly lost all his resistance. Then, countless voices rang in his ears. Don't risk your life. Maxon is not worth your death. There is hope only when you are alive. The choice was wrong from the beginning. Lei, we will all die because of Maxon. Various voices echoed in his mind and consciousness. Ah! He covered his head and screamed in pain. At this moment, Mu Xing pressed his hand on his forehead, hyphae eroded and dream controlled. When Lei stood up again, his eyes had completely changed. He bowed to Mu Xing respectfully. Meet the master. Mu Xing rubbed his fingers. I didn't expect that under the blessing of the will of chaos, the power of dream and death space would be multiplied. He grabbed with his right hand, and the inner world began to descend. The members of the second team, who had died before, all resurrected and got up from the ground. Because they were not dead at all, everything was a nightmare. When they had a mental breakdown, it was the time when the mind invaded and the dream completed the control over them. Now these people have all become puppets of Mu Xing. As for the surrounding defense facilities, they were also intact and without any damage. The only thing that changed was the thoughts and loyalty of the team members. At this time, Mu Xing controlled his clone to sneak in, and fell into the trap in full view of everyone. Various seals and traps instantly caught Mu Xing, who was trying to invade. Lei looked in the direction of the camera and quickly told the leader, We successfully captured Blood Moon. After a while, a voice came from the other side. The leader said to escort the Blood Moon back. Yes. Lei was excited as he escorted Mu Xing through the transmission system into the mezzanine space. He took him all the way to the inside of the transfer station. This was a cylindrical white building, divided into an upper and lower floor. The upper floor was responsible for stabilizing the mezzanine space, and the lower floor was responsible for transmission. When the second team escorted Mu Xing into the transfer station, they finally saw Maxon on the steel chair. He was wearing a leather jacket, and next to him, on the shelf, was a set of the simplest and most basic black standard power armor of the Brotherhood of Steel. But this set of armor was covered with scars and bullet holes, telling of its past great achievements. Captain, the Blood Moon has been brought here. Lei walked into the hall quickly as if to seek credit, unable to hide his excitement. Suddenly, 2 Iron Legion guards holding spears stopped him. Captain? Lei looked at MCDI with a puzzled look. Then, dozens of well-equipped Iron Legion elites rushed out from the rooms on both sides, surrounded them with long guns and short guns. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked out. He was wearing dark gold power armor, and holding a black code in his hand. Lei, the captain of the 2nd Squadron, secretly colluded with the mortal enemy of the squadron, the Fiery Squadron, the Tozen Squadron, etc., embezzled military funds, enriched himself, assassinated members of the 5th Squadron, eliminated dissidents, and suppressed colleagues. All the evidence of his crimes is conclusive and unforgivable. Capture him. In an instant, a dozen burly men surrounded him directly. Lei quickly took out his weapon and looked at Maxon sitting on the black iron chair. Captain, is this what you mean? Maxon looked up, but his eyes passed him and looked directly at Mu Xing, who was detained as a prisoner. You destroyed my 3rd team, and attacked my 2nd base? Mu Xing knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. It seemed that his plan had been discovered, so he simply stopped pretending. The chains on his body fell down. What? You can't even defend yourself? Mu Xing sat down on the chair where his mental power was concentrated, and stared at Maxon from a distance. Arrogant! The elite warriors of the surrounding regiments were furious and raised their weapons. In front of Mu Xing, the members of the 2nd Regiment also raised their weapons and confronted them. Maxon shook his head. It has always been our Iron Regiment that fought back against the enemy and rose up in adversity. Now we are attacked by a newcomer. It is really a shame for our Iron Regiment. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying murderous intent turned into substance and attacked, but was blocked by the mental barrier condensed by Mu Xing. No matter how turbulent the waves outside were, they could not shake him at all. You are very courageous. You dare to enter my territory alone. Is it brave? Or stupid? Mu Xing looked calm and began to read the script. Captain Maxon, formerly known as Roxon, was born in an ordinary working-class family in New Jersey. You suffered many bullying during your school years, until one day you couldn't bear it anymore and stabbed one of the attackers to death. From then on, your family lost their expectations and hopes for you. At the age of 16, you became a member of the Newark Street Gang. At the age of 18, he became the 2nd in command of a gang and began to engage in various illegal transactions. At the age of 25, he successfully accumulated a large amount of wealth. It was also from that time that you began to leave the gang organization, set up your own company and foundation, and clean up your life bit by bit. At the age of 30, he ran for mayor of Newark and succeeded in office. He even planned to run for the governor of New Jersey. At the age of 35, he accidentally offended the powerful, encountered assassination and suppression, and his career plummeted. Since then, you disappeared for 3 years. 3 years later, Roxon returned. He was ruthless and killed all his enemies who had suppressed him when he returned. At the age of 40, he made great achievements. It took only 2 years for him to control the underground gray industries of all sizes in New Jersey, and became the real underground emperor of New Jersey. You have a dream. You want to change the declining United States with your own strength, just like the Brotherhood of Steel in the Fallout world. So you formed the Iron Legion in the real world and changed its name to Maxon. Pa pa pa. Applause rang out, coming from Maxon. Sure enough, there is an old saying that the person who knows you best is not yourself, but your enemy. Chapter 421. So, Captain Maxon, after so many years, have you gotten what you wanted? Or have you long forgotten your ideals and beliefs? Mu Xing looked up and made eye contact with the man sitting on the black iron chair that symbolized power. Boom! At this moment, the heavy armored partitions around him fell down, and the partitions lit up, condensing into a cage composed of 6-sided gratings. Obviously, this was a trap specifically for invaders. Maxon tapped his fingers on the armrest. You know what? When I was young, I was as passionate and idealistic as you. I always felt that I could change the world with my own strength. He stood up and appeared in front of Lei in an instant, grabbing his neck. Lei was quite strong. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be the captain. But he had no power to resist after Maxon grabbed his neck. The explosive power rising from his body was extinguished like a firefly. Crack! He broke Lei's neck effortlessly. The Iron Legion doesn't need weak-willed rubbish. He threw Lei's body to the ground. Mu Xing was secretly shocked. Maxon was even stronger than he thought. I had an unfortunate childhood. My life changed since my honest father died in the steel mill in the factory. My mother always took me from one city to another, and we had no fixed place to live. She always had to work several odd jobs to support me. When I was 12, I had a conflict with the son of a factory owner. He humiliated my poverty and my mother, so I was furious and stabbed him to death. Soon, I was sent to a juvenile prison. My mother couldn't afford to bail me out, so I stayed there for 3 years. I swore that I would change my fate. I started to get involved in street gangs at the age of 16, suffered a lot of grievances, and was scarred every day. I hated many people and many things, but my heart was still bright, because I felt that I still had dreams and I should change everything. At first, I thought money was omnipotent, so I worked hard to make money, open hotels, and set up factories. With my own efforts, I could help more poor people like my mother live a good life. But soon, I realized that people's poverty was not caused by money. Every time I wanted to go further, I would be suppressed by power. So, I started to smooth relations and win people's hearts. In order to run for mayor, I even took multiple degree certificates. When I became mayor, I thought I could achieve great things, but I found that the world was not what I imagined. He stood up, walked to the cabinet, and poured 2 glasses of red wine. With a push of his right hand, the glass of red wine flew towards Mu Xing with an absolutely uniform force. Mu Xing stretched out his hand, and the glass fell lightly into his hand. What a terrifying power control! Mu Xing was secretly shocked. He shook the wine glass. Thank you. He drew a perfect circle on the map on the wall. Look, what does this look like? Circle? No, it's a cake. Politicians, businessmen, capitalists, financial oligarchs, they are all dressed in suits, holding knives and forks, like noble and civilized people, sitting on the high dining table. You cut this piece, he grabs that piece, they completely disregard their image, eating with their mouths full of cream and chocolate. Only a little bit of bread crumbs fell under the table. Left for the hungry dogs under the table. I was very angry. The world should not be like this, so I began to use the power I had just gained to change everything. Although there were some resistance, some results were seen in the short term, but over time, everything seemed to return to the way it was. I tried to find the reason, thinking that I didn't do well enough, but the fact is that the people above thought that I went too far and touched their cake, so they began to suppress me. I realized that my strength was not enough, so I continued to climb up. As he said this, Maxon suddenly stopped. He looked at Mu Xing. Do you know what the difference is between the elite and the mediocre in this world? Before Mu Xing spoke, he said directly, knowledge, ability, wisdom? No, none of that. It's background, it's bloodline. All the frameworks were edited hundreds of years ago, when this country was first established. Every list and every position has been marked by someone. Their descendants have been standing on this level and position for many years since they were born, and then passed down from generation to generation. Just like the nobles in the Middle Ages. No, they have not disappeared in the times, and their power still controls the world. When I was hit hard by this huge monster and fell from the stairs, I realized that some truths don't make sense. He didn't drink the glass of wine, but stood in front of the map in a daze. You know what? In fact, I long for the world in Fallout. At least everything can be torn down and started over again. We can rebuild a world built by new beliefs in the ruins. So, I became Maxon and understood a truth. There is only one thing that is equal in this world. Mu Xing looked up. Is it death? Maxon looked back at Mu Xing. Yes, since money and power cannot change the world, I will use death to change those guys who think they are superior. He looked at his teammates in power armor in front of him. They are all people who share the same beliefs as me, at least from the beginning. Unfortunately, there are only a few people who can stick to their beliefs. After only a few years, many people have forgotten their original intentions, and turned the Iron Legion into a tool for them to realize their own selfish desires. He punched the wall. I can't tolerate it. I must cleanse this filth. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. So, hunting us down is just a cover? Your real purpose is to reshape the Iron Legion? Maxon looked at Mu Xing. I like to talk to smart people. If we are not enemies, I think we should have a lot of common topics. Mu Xing expressionless. Aren't you afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Maxon opened his hands. Look, you are here. Do you think you can leave here alive? At this moment, Maxon suddenly turned from a close friend into a cold opponent. Killing aura gushed out of his body, and those elite teammates quickly retreated, passed through the barrier, and left the battlefield. How could Mu Xing let them do what they wanted? He made a decision in an instant. The chaotic consciousness hidden in this clone suddenly broke out. As the mind expanded, the white mycelium instantly enveloped the entire transfer station. Although it was only 1/3 of the strength and range of the original body, such a close erosion distance could at least completely destroy the transfer station. Melody didn't expect Mu Xing to be so decisive and directly explode. Chapter 422. Boom boom. Like some huge building collapsing on the seabed. The huge centripetal force suddenly contracted, then caused a strong rebound and expanded outward. A huge white mushroom rose from the seabed, then slowly unfolded its umbrella. The madman and the lava that were violently fighting subconsciously stopped their actions and looked into the distance. The shock that occurred dozens of kilometers away attracted their attention. On the drilling platform, Shuga Yu and others also turned their heads to look into the distance. Oh my god, what happened? What on earth is that giant mushroom? Thomas's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. Shuga Yu's expression also changed from calm to astonishment. Blood Moon, please answer if you hear me. The madman began to call at a high speed. I'm fine. Mu Xing's reassuring voice sounded, and the madman was relieved. Is that guy dead? No. As soon as the voice fell, the center of the huge white mushroom suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. With a bang, the light of the explosion obscured the light of the sun, and a red mushroom cloud rose above the sea level. A black shadow rushed out from the aftermath of the explosion. Who else could it be but Maxon? Before the clone exploded, Mu Xing's main body retreated 10 kilometers at a high speed. He had never thought that a clone explosion could kill Maxon. A survivor of Maxon's level must have some kind of props that can resist the erosion of fungal rules. Mu Xing's idea was to trap him in the chaotic fungal space for a while, but he didn't expect that he was tougher than he thought, and directly triggered a nuclear explosion and blew up the cage. But Mu Xing's original goal had been achieved. As the transfer station was destroyed, the stabilizer that maintained the mezzanine space was turned into powder, and the entire mezzanine space collapsed instantly. The giant airship that was originally protected by the mezzanine space curtain lost its shelter, and began to fall into the sea under the influence of the sea area's no-fly magnetic field. Maxon flew over quickly in the black scarred power armor. He actually held up the falling huge airship with his hands, with his own strength. At this moment, Mu Xing made a move. He rushed out from the hidden seawater, and the phoenix bow in his hand had already risen with scorching flames. Under the blessing of the dark power of the inner world, the black flame flowed and condensed into a dark phoenix. Then the divine seal blessed it with the power of time and space. The phoenix broke through the distance of space and arrived in front of Maxon almost instantly. At this time, Maxon had two options: give up supporting the falling airship or bear it hard. Obviously, he chose the second one. Explode. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Mu Xing clenched his right hand and detonated the phoenix. The black phoenix mixed with the power of darkness, and time and space exploded in front of Maxon at close range. Cry! A huge column of fire ignited, and an illusory phoenix soared into the sky, then dived straight down. It caused a more intense explosion. Captain! Lava was shocked when he saw the scene, and suddenly lost his rhythm and rushed towards the explosion of the airship. The madman seized the opportunity, and the chain blade in his hand flew out, and the chain wrapped around Lava's ankle and pulled it back with force. Lava's rhythm was completely messed up, and he only had time to set up the double axe defense. However, the madman began to accumulate power, and the burning chain blade in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Ah! The moment the chain blade touched the double axes, it was blocked by the rippling radiation energy shield, but the power of the madman's explosion this time was obviously stronger. The shield was shattered in an instant, and the two black axes were burned through by the jet-like flames. Lava screamed, and the powerful force penetrated his chest and came out from his back. Lava! Maxon's angry voice came from the phoenix explosion. Lava looked in the direction of the roar, stretched out his hands with reluctance, but turned into ashes in the burning flames. I want you to die. Maxon roared, directly toward the Phoenix flames, and landed the ignited airship safely in the sea. Then flames spewed out from his feet, and he rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing retreated after one blow, and did not fight Maxon head-on. He had the advantage of staying in the air, and the forbidden air magnetic field had less impact on him, who was granulated by Valred, than Maxon. So he retreated at a high speed for dozens of kilometers before drawing an arc and landing, while Maxon was forced to fall into the sea after only flying 1 kilometer. At the moment of falling into the sea, a steel battleship appeared under his feet. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned 2 more ships and a large number of combat robots that can move on the water. This is Maxon's professional skill, Iron Legion Commander. He can summon a large number of various robots and various battle group equipment. He is a legion by himself. This ability is described in great detail in the information obtained by Mu Xing. Maxon is not only personally strong, but also equivalent to half a summoner. Obviously, he had calmed down, knowing that in this environment, if Mu Xing was determined to escape, it would be difficult to catch up with him. He began to command hundreds of combat robots to attack Mu Xing. As a summoner, Mu Xing was not afraid of group attacks. The combination of the death space plus the dream world plus the world was like opening the door to hell, and countless monsters came out. With the blessing of the dream world, these monsters were real and unreal, and could shuttle between the real world and the illusory dream world, making them very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, the opponent summoned robots without thoughts. If they were humans or other intelligent creatures, these monsters could also launch mental erosion and dream attacks. The 2 fighting groups launched attacks at the same time. The Iron Legion launched the attack first. They had the advantage of long distance. The beams and explosions lit up the dark monsters. Mu Xing sat in the rear, and a sand table-like battlefield appeared in front of him. He always felt that Maxon was weird. Why did he suddenly give up chasing him and release such a robot army? Divine Seal, scan the surrounding sea area. The Divine Seal flew into the air and began to scan the nearby sea area. Master, abnormal fluctuations on the seabed have been detected. Mu Xing instantly realized what Maxon was trying to do. He grabbed the evil spirit on the 4th floor of the hive and said, "Fat cat, don't sleep." The evil spirit was violently shaken awake by Mu Xing. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Mu Xing pointed in the direction of the drilling platform. "The enemy has drilled right under our noses. Why don't you go and solve it quickly?" The evil spirit pulled Mu Xing's hand away. "Don't worry. Why are you in such a hurry? Those rats just want to speed up the things on the seabed to leave the seabed space. Even if I take action, I have to wait for the things on the seabed to come out, right? Otherwise, how can the traps I set work?" Mu Xing was speechless for a while. He knew that the evil spirit was unreliable, so he quickly called on the madman to fight quickly and deal with those teams. At this moment, Maxon seized the opportunity to rush over. The black power armor on his body had already been severely damaged. For him, the symbolic meaning of this set of armor was greater than its practical meaning. At this moment, he charged forward without hesitation, piercing through the battlefield where the dark monsters and the machine army were fighting fiercely, and his target was directly locked on Mu Xing. Mu Xing felt the murderous intent rising from Maxon, which directly turned into substance and condensed on his body. The black power armor disintegrated during the charge, revealing his bare upper body. Mu Xing was stunned. This guy had the bloodline of the super mutants in the radiation, and transformed himself into a half-human, half-machine form. Chapter 423. Except for the brain and core organs, most of his body has been mechanized. In his chest, a high-power miniature nuclear reactor is installed. With his body as the center, terrifying green radiation is released. The flesh and blood of the dark monster in the other world melted, wailing and turning into blood. Mu Xing quickly activated the equipment on his wrist, and a layer of gel-like film covered his whole body. The special anti-radiation isolation suit can filter and shield 98% of the radiation. But even 2% of the radiation made Mu Xing feel the pain of a knife. The radiation on Maxon and the lava was completely different. If the radiation value of the lava was 3, then Maxon's radiation value was 100. Mu Xing retreated at a very fast speed, trying to stay away from Maxon. But Maxon did not intend to let Mu Xing go. If he did not make a move, it would be earth-shattering. He wanted to kill Mu Xing. Mu Xing clenched his hands, and the inner world turned into a cage, directly trapping Maxon in it. However, Maxon was like a green sun. Before the monsters in the other world came close, they were irradiated and turned into pus. The time-space device on his body allowed him to ignore the special space restrictions formed by the other world, and he was ready to directly penetrate Mu Xing's other world. Mu Xing's face changed slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, the hunter was summoned by him. After the hunter devoured the alien gene, it gained the ability to evolve adaptively, and began to evolve a layer of radiation-proof isolation. At the same time, Alessa appeared behind Mu Xing. "Hey, I just took a nap. How did you mess up the inner world?" "Great, Alessa, you finally woke up?" Mu Xing showed a look of surprise. Since art and tricks helped him install the basic framework last time, and the third layer of the inner world was deeply embedded in the framework of the observer tower, Alessa has been adapting to this change. Usually, she sleeps more and wakes up less. "Humph, you still have the nerve to call me. I just took a nap, and the inner world is about to be demolished." Alessa put her hands on her hips, looking indignant. "This time the enemy is strong. I'm afraid the inner world can't stop him." Mu Xing continued to release mental power to the inner world to maintain its stability. "Leave the control to me." Alessa took over the control of the inner world, and saw that the inner world that trapped Maxon was expanding rapidly, and all the monsters were also changing. From ordinary dark monsters, they began to transform into radiation monsters with green light all over their bodies. She tried to read Maxon's heart and create these mutants to protect them from radiation damage. At the same time, Mu Xing took advantage of Alessa taking over the inner world to superimpose the dream world and the death space. He wanted to trap Maxon here completely. Maxon, who was rushing around in the inner world, suddenly noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. The town that was originally raining black rain suddenly turned into a devastated world after a nuclear war. There were radioactive monsters everywhere, just like the doomsday world he entered for the first time, and extreme fear surged in his heart. At the same time, his eyelids sank, and a sense of sleepiness surrounded him. "Sleep, sleep, you will be liberated in your dreams." He shook his body, and countless monsters were approaching him. Mu Xing tried his best to release the power of dreams, and even the God Seal was trying his best to release the mental erosion. "Master, this guy's willpower is beyond imagination. Mental erosion can hardly affect his will." It must be said that Maxon is definitely the most powerful opponent with the strongest willpower that Mu Xing has ever seen, like an unshakable stone. No matter how he hypnotizes him into a dream, no matter how the God Seal erodes his mind, he can't be dragged into a dream in a short time. Instead, the reactor on his chest began to flash rapidly, releasing high temperatures. "Not good, retreat quickly." Mu Xing realized that this reactor was Maxon's last layer of insurance. It has always been under the real-time control of Maxon's consciousness. Once Maxon's mental consciousness is attacked, the consciousness connection is interrupted. The reactor will quickly lose control and explode due to overload. Alessa quickly withdrew from the inner world, and Mu Xing also retreated rapidly. With just a moment of slackness in the suppression, Maxon directly broke free from control and woke up. With a sarcastic look on his face, he said, "I hate you guys who play with mind control the most. When you meet a strong person, you are like chickens and dogs. You are not a threat at all." As he spoke, the reactor in his chest not only did not calm down, but began to flash violently, as if it would explode in the next second. However, Maxon was not in a hurry, and did not force the reactor to stabilize. Instead, he turned on the radiation ability at maximum power. Under the strong radiation suppression, the nuclear energy released by the reactor was actually gathered by Maxon in his palm. What a terrifying ability this is. It's like holding an exploding miniature nuclear bomb in the palm of your hand. Then he punched forward with all his might. Mu Xing quickly retreated, releasing layer after layer of shields and barriers. But Maxon was faster, walking on the sea, smashing the waves, and moving forward. At this time, Hunter and Triangle Head appeared, blocking Maxon directly. Triangle Head released all the violent dark power in his body, stabbed a knife into the seawater, and tore a crack in the inner world. The crack spread to Maxon's feet, and countless red wires rushed out and entangled Maxon. Facing the restraints, Maxon just swung his fist. The high-temperature shock wave whistled out, instantly flattening and melting all the red wire mesh. The Triangle Head rushed out with a big knife, gathering all the strength of his body on this knife. However, Maxon caught the knife with his left hand, and the twisted radiation power collided with the dark power of the inner world, melting and annihilating each other. Back. The golden and red lines on the hunter's body lit up, and crackling electric light surrounded the double blades. "Don't go over there." Mu Xing tried to pull the hunter back, but the hunter seemed to have self-awareness at this time, and rushed towards Maxon without fear. The speed reached an unprecedented speed, crossing the sea surface, and the seawater was vaporized by the high temperature released by the double blades before it fell. "Aho!" The hunter let out a war cry, and slashed at Maxon with all his strength. Come on! Maxim laughed. The nuclear energy in his right hand had gathered into an extreme bright spot, which he held in his hand and condensed in his fist. With one punch, the triangle head was instantly reduced to ashes, followed by the hunter. The hunter's slashing force surrounded Maxim's arm and pushed forward, and the violent cutting force shattered all the bionic skin on his arm, exposing the squirming muscles, blood vessels flowing with radiation, and super alloy hand bones. He can no longer be considered a pure human. He has completely transformed himself into a half-human, half-machine existence. The nuclear energy was surging, and before it exploded, the radiation energy had already penetrated the hunter's body. The hard shell was carbonized before it could stop the attack. The hunter has a strong ability to recover, and can recover quickly in seconds. However, nuclear energy destroys faster, and the radiation power reduces its recovery speed, and it is further destroyed by nuclear energy. In this small nuclear explosion, the hunter was directly reduced to ashes and evaporated by the nuclear explosion. Hunter. Mu Xing was slightly confused, watching the hunter who had been with him for so long being evaporated. Don't worry, it's your turn next, arrogant boy. Maxim's cold voice came. Chapter 424. Go quickly, don't fight him head-on. Alessa grabbed Mu Xing's clothes to stop his impulsive behavior. Mu Xing quickly calmed down. This Maxim is definitely the strongest human enemy he has ever encountered. A powerful transformed body, an unbreakable mental will, can attack in groups, and can fight in close combat. A calm mind makes him unable to take advantage of opportunities, and absolute violence makes all his methods become a joke. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. No matter how many strategies Mu Xing has, he can break them with one punch. At this moment, Zhuge Yu's cry for help came from the communication. Blood Moon, the situation is not good, the things on the seabed have risen in advance. It was really a case of bad luck. He was hunting well, but he became the prey. He really underestimated the strength and wisdom of the enemy. The reactor on Maxim's chest began to vibrate again, releasing powerful nuclear energy. Boom! A burst of light behind him, advancing with powerful explosive force, reached the extreme speed. During the advance, the radiation gathered nuclear energy and compressed it into his palm again. He was planning to give Mu Xing another nuclear explosion punch. But at this moment, a reassuring figure blocked Mu Xing's way. He was shirtless, with chains wrapped around his arms, and flames burning on his two sharp blades. The golden Spartan battle pattern on his back was gradually lighting up. Not only that, the bloody incomplete divine pattern extending from the back to the front chest was also gradually lighting up. An extremely violent bloody energy mixed with flames rose from under his feet. Leave this to me, you go and deal with that thing on the seabed. The madman tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Maxim in front of him. But Mu Xing showed hesitation. Don't worry, I can stop him. The blood-colored lines on the madman's body became brighter and brighter, and the flames on the chain blade in his hand were stained with blood. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and nodded. Leave it to you. He quickly retreated and flew towards the drilling platform. Don't even think about running. Maxim chased him at a high speed, and the nuclear energy in his palm had condensed to a limit. Your opponent is me. The madman stood in front of Maxim, looking for death. Maxim growled and threw a punch without hesitation. The madman also growled, God's mark, open. The red flames directly ignited the sea within 100 meters and soared into the sky. Behind the madman, the vague shadow of the god of war lit up. Just as Maxim's nuclear explosion fist hit, the madman also swung the chain blade in his hand. Boom! Mu Xing felt that the entire ocean was shaking. The explosion instantly pushed away the seawater within several kilometers, and the terrifying energy expanded into a large golden ball. The water column rushed up into the sky, creating a giant wave several tens of meters high. The shock waves spread layer by layer, and the sky around it darkened. Mu Xing did not look back. The only thing he could do at this moment was to believe in the madman, and believe in this companion who showed his full strength in front of him for the first time. Hold on, get ready for the impact. When Mu Xing flew back to the drilling platform, he reminded everyone on the platform loudly. As soon as they reacted, the sound wave of the explosion hit them, and only the buzzing sound of the sonic boom remained in their ears. Then, the terrifying shock wave roared in, and the huge drilling platform shook violently. Zhuge Yu controlled the airflow, Thomas wrapped himself with spider silk, and the three of them almost hugged each other tightly to resist the impact together. Mu Xing dived into the seawater, summoned the evil spirit, and joined Huan Meng, who came to greet him. Woof woof. Huan Meng called to Mu Xing. I know. Mu Xing touched its dog head. He looked at the evil spirit. Hunting abnormal creatures in the seabed is left to you. I will deal with the survivors of the Iron Legion. Give me the authority of the tower. I will help you catch those bad guys who are causing trouble. The evil spirit said. At this point, Mu Xing did not hesitate at all and directly handed over the original hive authority, which was already half of the observer tower, to the evil spirit. The reason why he did not use the power of the tower when fighting Maxon before was because it was related to the trap of the dream here. Once you rob Peter to repair Paul, the result will be the collapse of both fronts at the same time. At that time, you will be attacked from both sides, and it will be truly impossible to save the situation. After the evil spirit took over the control, the power of the 5-story tower began to appear in reality under his control. As expected of an old monster who has lived for countless years, the evil spirit's control of space is exquisite. He actually used the power of the tower to easily peel off the interlayer space created by the Iron Legion using the machine, and pulled it out from the bottom of the sea. Mu Xing saw a curtain rising, and there were 4 people in the curtain. Mu Xing recognized the girl with ponytails at a glance. There was also a man in red armor, and 2 captains in golden power armor. They were just stimulating the abnormal creature on the bottom of the sea, and now they were caught directly by the evil spirit, with incredible faces. Boy, these people are left to you. Just don't let them bother me. Send them to the drilling platform. Mu Xing said hurriedly. The evil spirit threw several people directly onto the first deck of the oil drilling platform. Mu Xing rushed out of the sea and fell to the deck with them. At this time, the shock of the sea surface had ended, and the aftermath of the collision in the distance gradually disappeared. He hurriedly looked into the distance, and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The madman still blocked Maxon tightly, not letting him move forward a bit. Both of them were covered with scars and gasped heavily. The few people who were caught off the deck also noticed the situation on the sea. That man actually blocked the captain's attack. Dance looked incredible. Uncle Don. The girl with twin ponytails looked nervous. Don't worry, the captain is fine. Miss, please step back. I will deal with this man. He looked up and looked at Mu Xing, who was summoning zombies and nurses on the 3rd floor. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a ball of beating seeds squirmed in his palm. Fortunately, there are backups. He threw the hunter seeds on the zombies, and began to devour them quickly. The triangle head cannot be summoned in a short time. It will take at least half a day for it to be resurrected in the inner world. Uncle Don, stop him. The girl with twin ponytails seemed to realize something and pointed at Mu Xing and shouted. The man named Don glanced at the 2 people behind him. Protect the young lady. He turned around and rushed to the 3rd floor. The 2 captains quickly protected the girl, but were pushed away. What are you 2 doing here? I need your protection. Help Uncle Don quickly. The 2 hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to rush out to support. Mu Xing looked at Dance, who was rushing towards him, and he recognized him. Dance, the NPC paladin in the Fallout, was unexpectedly subdued by Maxon as a follower. It seems that Maxon has invested a lot of resources in him, and his strength has been strengthened. Mu Xing did not intend to fight head-on. His mission was to delay these people, and buy time for the evil spirit. At the same time, he accumulated strength to deal with Maxon. He held the hatching hunter giant egg, and retreated all the way to the 4th floor. Rushed into the double helix Divine Seal room. Divine Seal, how is the debugging of the replica Divine Seal going? It has been completed, but it has not been officially tested yet. No need to test, prepare to create an aggregate. But Master, we don't have the materials. Who said there are no materials? This is the sea, you can try to summon all the fish around. Chapter 425. Master, if you use low-level materials like fish, the combat effectiveness of the aggregate will be greatly reduced. God Seal reminded. Don't worry about that. This time, you must refine your body shape as much as possible, and create a set of aggregate flesh and blood armor. Otherwise you can't stop Maxon's nuclear explosion fist. Understood. God Seal directly began to control the copied spiral God Seal to attract the fish in the nearby ocean. Moreover, his target is not only the fish, but more importantly, the reserve food he left on this drilling platform. With a thought, he released the parasitic light balls sealed in the dark gold energy. After being devoured by the evil spirits, the self-consciousness of these parasites was wiped out by the evil spirits. Now these parasites will only act according to instinct and merge and transform nearby parasites. At the same time, Mu Xing let the Divine Seal guide the gray flesh balls on the drilling platform to attack Dawn. He couldn't control these flesh balls, and leaving them behind was also to cause trouble for the enemy. The squirming gray flesh balls were like wolfhounds released from cages, and they smelled the strange smells of Dawn and others at once. They emerged from the cracks and darkness and attacked Dawn and his men. Dawn grabbed with his right hand, and an electromagnetic Vulcan cannon appeared in his hand, madly shooting at the gray flesh masses. The two captains followed closely and established a temporary defense line. "Dawn, we will stop these monsters, you keep going," one person shouted and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of sniping the monsters. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing snorted coldly and gave these people some fuel first. Divine Seal, Alessa, prepare to expand the space. Alessa directly summoned the inner world, and then the Divine Seal blessed the power of space. As Mu Xing stretched, an oil drilling platform suddenly split into two. Huan Ming, copy! Huan Ming heard the order and directly used the dream and bacterial replication ability to generate a mirror with the dream as the carrier. The dream mirror world was generated, directly turning the two drilling platforms into four. At the same time, the four drilling platforms were completely superimposed on each other, as if they were dislocated in space. This time, the drilling platform suddenly became 4 times the original size. What's going on? The three of them stared at the drilling platform that was constantly extending and expanding, their faces tense. They are expanding space, Uncle Dawn. The Blood Moon must be planning some conspiracy, so it doesn't hesitate to use this method to delay us. The girl with twin ponytails caught up and said. It was not only the drilling platform that was expanded, but also the gray meat monster inside. Now there were 4 times more monsters rushing towards them. Look there. They saw the vortex in the ocean below the drilling platform, and they saw that all the fish in the surrounding ocean were attracted here. Maxon, who was fighting on the sea, also noticed these anomalies. He looked up at the madman opposite him. You are stronger than that kid, and I have heard of your name. But no one can stop me today, including you. The madman activated the divine pattern on his body again without hesitation. He let the blood seep out of his skin. With me here, you can't take a step forward. The madman's double blades burst into flames, and he roared. This time he took the initiative to attack. The rage burst out, generating endless anger. And the endless anger provided him with a constant source of strength. The chain blade in his hand slashed out, and the sea surface was ignited by the flames, burning more violently. The reactor in Maxon's chest released more violent nuclear energy. The radiation bound his palms, as if the space between his hands was distorted. The terrifying high temperature was compressed into a small dot. The smaller the compression, the greater the power of the explosion. The madman stared at the extreme light, and poured various amplification potions into his mouth without hesitation. His muscles trembled, and new lines appeared on the broken divine lines. He actually tried to repair the broken divine lines with his own strength. The huge shadow of the god of war appeared again behind him, and it was clearer than the last time, and his facial features could barely be seen. Both sides shouted at the same time, and rushed towards each other. Boom! The dazzling ball of light rose again on the sea. F*******, come again? Thomas had just recovered from his shock, but he saw the sun rising on the sea again, and he was so scared that he cursed. Be prepared for the impact. This time, there was no need for Mu Xing to remind them. Shugayu and the others found a place to hide in advance. Not only them. Dawn and others who were fighting fiercely also noticed the impact from the sea. This time, the location where they fought was closer to the drilling platform, and the shock would only be greater. Boom! When the shock wave hit, Mu Xing took the opportunity to jump into the sea, and the death space of the divine seal directly enveloped the fish schools, changing their genes. Quickly turning these fish schools into fish corpses. Gather! As Mu Xing shouted, countless fish corpses gathered towards him. No, or rather, they gathered towards the double spiral divine seal. Not only the fish. The food reserves he left behind also began to crawl over. These controllable flesh masses also mutated when they entered the death space and mutated into special corpses. When the spiral replica divine seal merged them, they acquired some of the characteristics of these blue light ball parasites. Mu Xing used them as the core of the aggregate, and the fish corpses continued to aggregate as edge fillers. Mu Xing gathered a giant aggregate several hundred meters high in the seawater. Although this aggregate is not as big as the 10,000-meter aggregate created in the forest, it is still a huge monster. At this time, the alien life forms on the seabed seemed to be attracted by the aggregate created by Mu Xing, and began to rise from the seabed. Here it comes! The evil spirit began to get excited, and waved its cat claws. Stupid dog, get ready to hunt. Huan Ming seemed to get excited too, and was ready to hunt with the evil spirit. Because the evil spirit promised that if the hunt was successful, it would give it 1/3 of the origin, so Huanmeng would naturally spare no effort. However, it looked at the huge tumor under the drilling platform above with some worry. Don't worry about that kid, he can always come up with some weird creative inventions. This inferior polymer is not worth even being a butcher. Head, you are quite arrogant. Mu Xing's mocking voice came. Kid, don't try to provoke me, it won't work on me. It stretched lazily. Of course, if you are smart, I don't mind teaching you, just call me evil master first. Do you believe I will hit you with sugar beans? Mu Xing snorted. Is this all you can do, kid? If my body wasn't a clone of the stupid cat, how could I be controlled by that stupid cat? I've recorded it, just wait. Mu Xing said proudly. Fuck, you're trying to trick me. Okay, I'd be kind enough to teach you. I send you a new aggregation form, you try it yourself. After a while, Mu Xing really received a message packet from the evil spirit. There was a lot of compressed information in it. As long as it was decompressed, it could run itself like a program. I trust you once. Mu Xing clicked on the data packet directly. Countless genetic information expanded from the data packet, first absorbed by the divine seal, checked, and then released. Chapter 426. What is this? Mu Xing looked at the constantly changing aggregate tumor, and found that it was transforming into a strange form. The evil spirit shook his head. In the world I devoured, there is a civilization that has studied flesh and blood and genes to the extreme. They use powerful genetic technology to create flesh and blood armor, which can greatly improve their combat effectiveness. This flesh and blood armor allows them to fly and hide, and they are omnipotent. In the end, they even tried to use this armor to ascend to flesh and blood. Unfortunately, their technology is incomplete and lacks a core energy for upgrading. Pure flesh and blood is difficult to upgrade to a higher dimension. Mu Xing was puzzled. What is the core energy for upgrading? For example, the dark gold energy that I created with great difficulty, and the red blood moon origin in your body. As soon as he said this, the evil spirit began to curse. Damn it, if I wasn't greedy and wanted to upgrade the body that I had forged for many years, I would have gone a step further and become multidimensional. Mu Xing said, can we become multidimensional after ascending to the next dimension? What are you thinking? Upgrading dimensions also requires upgrading one level at a time. My upgrading dimensions are not the same as those of ordinary people like you. You guys should work hard to become a higher level creature first. Mu Xing said, it was rare for the evil spirit to speak today, and it was another fruitful day. During the conversation, the huge tumor began to breed a set of flesh and blood armor in the core. Prepare to input dark gold energy. The evil spirit reminded. Mu Xing quickly released the energy in his dark gold core, and quickly input the energy into the flesh and blood armor that was in the process of being bred. The essence of the aggregate began to condense, and the energy of all the corpses gathered to one point. Mu Xing's hand pressing on the tumor suddenly felt a sharp pain, and the bread pierced his palm, and quickly absorbed Mu Xing's genes and blood for matching and binding. At the same time, the armor was bred according to Mu Xing's genes. At the same time, the alien life form on the seabed finally couldn't bear it anymore, and slowly drilled out from the seabed. The first thing that extended was a spiral structure that looked like rusty iron kelp, which continued to move upward. Then, a bright blue light emanated from the cracks in the seabed rock. Light spots like fireflies danced in the spiral structure. More colorful light spots slowly rose, red, green, white. These strange light spots sank into the iron kelp, making the huge spiral kelp glow purple. The light jumped, like a rapid high-voltage arc, making a buzzing sound. Silly dog, get ready. The evil spirit slapped Huanmeng's head with excitement. Huanmeng controlled the hyphae on the seabed to prepare. At this time, the curtain on the seabed began to rise, and it was a layer of abnormal space overlapping the real world. As it rose, the drilling platform above also emitted a bright purple light, as if it was responding. The environment of the platform had been changed by the purple light, and now it penetrated the seabed and began to guide the creatures on the seabed to rise. Mu Xing stared at the dazzling purple light on the seabed, and he saw flocculent spots of light seeping out from the seabed. That thing has no specific shape, just like a colorful fluid. What the hell is that? Mu Xing frowned. When that thing came out from the bottom of the sea, it became real in the process of contacting the real world. Its manifestation in the real world is like a colorful fluid. When it flows through the seawater, it emits high-pressure vibrations, and the seawater hums. It first sticks out a corner, as if to determine the situation outside, and then begins to rise. Among the colorful lights, the purple light is the most abundant, as its main component, and the other colors are attached to the purple light. At the same time, its body was emitting strong radiation all the time, making strange crackling sounds on the seabed. It seemed as if it did not exist in this space, always rippling between the two layers of space. This thing was bigger than Mu Xing had imagined. He thought it was only a few dozen meters at most, but it stretched out 100 meters, and there was no end. The part that came out began to turn into a spiral, like the spiral kelp around it, dyeing the entire surrounding ocean into a dazzling purple. Mu Xing felt that the thing was staring at him, or it was a polymer that was being nurtured. In order to adapt to the real material world, it actually began to condense a vague shape. The shape transformed in the purple light, like a smooth sea snake or a transparent sea eel. When its huge body completely left the seabed, the spiral light was at least a kilometer long. That thing completely set its sights on Mu Xing and began to rise. Before it got close, Mu Xing felt that it was expanding a certain devouring force, devouring the life force of the seabed. Mayflies, microorganisms, seaweed. These tiny life forms were swept by the purple light, and all their life force was instantly devoured. Star color? A word suddenly popped up in Mu Xing's mind. Star color is a strange creature in the worldview of Cthulhu universe. It originated from the space outside the known universe, where there are completely different rules and laws from the material world. Its existence cannot be explained by existing scientific theories, nor is it a magic or spiritual creature in the broad sense. It is a non-completely material life form that feeds on various organic matter and devours the life of organic matter. When hunting, it will cause the body and mind of the prey to mutate or degenerate. Mature star colors will release special germs on the life planet, which will absorb the vitality of the breeding ground to grow. When they mature, they will turn into beautiful dazzling lights, fly into space like a rocket, and leave the planet. Mu Xing is not sure whether this thing in front of him is the star color in the Cthulhu mythology system, or just a derivative created by borrowing the setting of the star color. In the rules of different worlds, its manifestation will be very different. Here, it is beyond imagination. It seems that it has completed the transformation of the juvenile body underground. Coincidentally, an oil drilling platform came here to extract oil, and the drill disturbed it, and then the subsequent game plot happened. Mu Xing frowned and cursed directly. Evil spirit, you fucking tricked me. You knew that this thing feeds on vitality, but you still asked me to use aggregates to cultivate flesh and blood armor on it, and you used me as bait. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Have you forgotten that we are bound by an oath? Don't worry, this is all for your own good. Mu Xing wanted to curse. This thing has a strange shape. It is not material, not energy, and not a spiritual body. It is like some kind of abstract concept. Even if you attack it, you can't hurt it at all, but it will anger it. Evil spirit, hurry up, what are you waiting for? Mu Xing shouted. Not yet, it hasn't completely left the seabed. And? You should stimulate it, and make it completely come out of the seabed. Although Mu Xing was unhappy, he still did it, because he was worried that the mad ant couldn't bear it. He gathered a little dark gold energy in his palm and blasted it towards the colorful spiral fluid with a puff. The dark gold energy exploded directly at the moment of contact. This was like disturbing the bats in the cave, and the whole seabed trembled violently. Chapter 427. The cracks on the seabed suddenly grew larger, and the purple light completely tore the space on the seabed apart. With a loud bang, a huge ball of light was dragged out from the seabed, with light flowing inside, shaped like a pea. Something seemed to be gestating in the ball of light. Ha ha ha, my little pea is finally out. It's just as I thought. It's not growing here, but evolving here. The evil spirit's surprised voice sounded. Evolution? What do you mean? When this abnormal creature grows to a certain extent, it begins to evolve and transform. Once the evolution is completed, it can grow into a true superior life form. See that big pea? That's the evolution embryo. Mu Xing was stunned. It turned out that the Xing Jikai hiding here was not a juvenile, but a mature one. No wonder it was so big. Up! He narrowed his eyes, and savored the meaning of these two words. Silly dog, prepare to close the net. The evil spirit shouted excitedly. Huan Ming quickly controlled the hyphae on the seabed, and a huge fungus net cage trap suddenly took shape and closed in from all directions. Xing Jikai sensed the crisis and dragged the light ball, trying to rush out before the cage was completely formed. It opened its mimicry mouth, trying to swallow Mu Xing and the aggregate in one gulp. Mu Xing retreated quickly, took out the Moonlight Great Sword, and added dark gold energy. With one sword strike, the dark gold energy turned into a rippling torrent, directly hitting the head of the star color. Mu Xing discovered that the dark gold energy could actually hurt its essence. But at this time, Mu Xing was not happy at all. The evil spirit was obviously using him as bait. This completely angered the other party, and he rose from the bottom of the sea. Shield! He roared, and he injected dark gold energy into the telekinetic shield, forming a 100-meter barrier. Boom! The colorful light hit the barrier, making a dull collision sound. At this moment, it seemed to have a physical body. And it was this moment of delay that gave the evil spirit and the dream a chance. The huge fungus net closed in an instant, trapping it in it. The huge star color struggled violently, and crashed into the fungus net. It was originally not blocked by the material world, but was blocked again. The fungus net is not a purely real creation, but a product of dreams. It must be said that the evil spirit is quite capable. It actually used dreams to trap the star color, which is also an invisible object. Close the net quickly. The evil spirit commanded Huanmen to quickly shrink the cage. And at this moment, Mu Xing heard Zhuge Yu's voice in his ears. Blood Moon, the madman can't hold on any longer. Mu Xing's heart tightened, and he quickly looked at the aggregate that was still incubating. Evil spirit, come over here and help me make the armor. The evil spirit swam over quickly. No, there's no point in being anxious. It will be done in 3 days. 3 days? Mu Xing had already raised the Moonlight Great Sword in his hand. The evil spirit saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly said, there are other ways. I will force it to mature, but the price is that this armor will become a disposable item. Are you sure you want to do this? Mu Xing's forehead was filled with black lines. This guy is really unreliable. Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't expect you to be so anxious. Isn't this a sudden idea? Mu Xing waved his hand. Forget it, hurry up, I need it now. Okay. The evil spirit let Mu Xing get into the big meat ball, and began to compress it forcefully to speed up the gestation. 3 days were compressed to less than 30 seconds. This flesh armor seemed to grow on his body, and began to attach to his body and grow. No wonder it is called a one-time prop. After using it this time, it collapsed by itself. All the essence in the huge meat ball was condensed in this battle armor. When it was formed, Mu Xing tore the shell and got out. The flesh armor looked like a product of countless red flesh tentacles tangled together. It didn't even have a shell, it was completely a semi-finished product. On his chest, an undeveloped eyeball rolled out. Mu Xing waved his arms, and felt the powerful increase brought by the flesh armor. His mind moved, and the blue radiation light lit up, which was the characteristic energy from the star color parasite. By the way, does it have a name? Mu Xing asked. Colonial Suit. The evil spirit said. Mu Xing nodded. Hurry up and finish the hunt. Maxon is not easy to deal with. I'm not sure how long I can stop him. Hee, don't worry, wait for me for 3 minutes. The evil spirit waved its claws, and Mu Xing's observer tower began to open. Under the control of the evil spirit, it began to suppress the star color trapped in the fungus net. Mu Xing's mind moved, and the flesh and blood colonization suit actually sprayed out compressed air under his feet. With a bang, he rushed out of the sea like a torpedo, rushing towards Maxon, who was fighting with Madman. Madman was covered with wounds at this time, and Maxon was also in a bad situation. However, as a cyborg, Maxon could not cause fatal damage to him as long as his core organs and brain were not damaged. After the incomplete divine pattern on Madman was activated many times, it caused great damage to his body. His skin seemed to be cut open, and blood was flowing. Madman, you are a respectable opponent, but your biggest mistake is to be an enemy of my Iron Legion. Stop talking nonsense, come and fight if you have the guts, you're just whining like a woman. The madman spat out a mouthful of blood and retorted without any courtesy. In that case, I grant you your wish. Maxon slowly rose into the air under the strong radiation, and replaced a new nuclear reactor on his chest. Let the powerful nuclear energy be released. Oh no, the captain is going to use that trick. Run. Several members of the Iron Team lying on the wreckage of the damaged warship shouted, regardless of their injuries, and tried their best to get away from here. The madman also felt a strong pressure. He took a deep breath, knowing that it was not the time to retreat. The chain blade in his hand was wrapped around his arm again. After multiple bursts, weakness began to devour his body, and he was a little shaky. At this moment, a strong hand supported his shoulder, and a life force was quickly infused into his body from his shoulder. The madman turned around, and saw Mu Xing wearing a red flesh and blood costume. What kind of style is this? I asked you to hold him back, not to fight to the death. Why are you fighting so hard? Mu Xing was speechless. Maxon is a tough guy. The means of restraint are ineffective against him. We can only fight to the death. With the injection of vitality, the madman's lost vitality quickly recovered, and his injuries were also healing rapidly. I will give you a part of the dark gold energy. With the blessing of the divine pattern, the power should be stronger. Mu Xing handed over 5 capsules, which stored the dark gold energy he compressed. What's the situation later? Don't worry, Shuga Yu and the others are dragging on the platform, and the hunt on the seabed has begun. Mu Xing stared at Maxon, who was accumulating strength. If he hadn't had to hurry up to heal the madman, he would have really wanted to rush over and give him a blow. The other party slowly opened his eyes. Blood Moon, you are finally here. Mu Xing and the madman stood shoulder to shoulder with Maxon. Madman, do you think I should yell now? Don't underestimate the bond between us, bastard. Ha ha ha. Madman was amused by Mu Xing. The divine pattern on his body was revealed again, and this time, he pressed a capsule directly on his chest. The dark gold energy was instantly absorbed by the divine pattern, bursting out with a more dazzling brilliance. Chapter 428. A blazing sun seemed to rise from Maxon's body, different from the living sun of the evil spirit, but more like the center of a nuclear explosion that was forcibly ignited. Run. Several seriously injured team members were still trying to get away. Mu Xing's expression was solemn. It seems that he is about to activate that form. Are you talking about the unstable nuclear fusion form in the data? Yes, and it seems that he has stabilized this ability. Mu Xing nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's kill him first. The madman took the lead in attacking. After receiving the blessing of dark gold energy, the power released by his divine pattern became even stronger. The chain blade slashed out, and the huge divine pattern phantom behind him also slashed out at the same time, splitting the sea surface into a 300-meter-long burning trench. Wherever the blade went, it was invincible and indestructible. Facing the terrifying blade, Maxon just raised his right hand and easily blocked it. He grinned in the radiation light. Get out of my way. Swinging the blade, the nuclear energy light on his body was completely released. When the light faded, Maxon turned into a giant 5 meters tall. Steel and flesh merged, nuclear energy and radiation intertwined. The reactor on his chest turned into a nuclear furnace, and a ball of light that was constantly undergoing fission reactions provided him with terrible energy. His body was severely deformed and alienated, and a thick green stratum corneum grew. The whole person looked like a steel hybrid version of the G-Virus tyrant. He just ignored gravity and floated above the ocean. The surrounding seawater was attracted by the mass generated by Maxon's body, forming a swirling vortex. It's the captain's nuclear fusion form. The captain succeeded. The members of the Iron Legion stopped moving away, and everyone cheered in surprise. It seems that there have been many failures in the past, and the result of failure can be imagined. It is definitely a huge nuclear explosion that shakes the world. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other, and the two of them attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Mu Xing began to activate the flesh and blood colonization suit on his body. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and it broke through from 0 speed to Mach 3 directly. Continuous sonic booms exploded behind him, and even the sound could not catch up with his speed. Start combat mode. The colony seemed to have received the start command, and the flesh armor began to activate, emitting dazzling blue radiation. A creeping light tentacle formed behind it. When the flesh colony began to activate, Mu Xing's body also began to transform. The G-Virus tyrant transformed, Vord's characteristics were blessed, and dark gold energy was released. He instantly raised himself to the peak state. Facing the two people attacking from both sides, Maxon focused his main attention on the madman. With a grab of his right hand, nuclear energy poured into his palm from the thermal furnace in his chest. Directly throw a nuclear explosion punch. At the same time, the madman clenched his right hand and condensed a spear of anger. The shadow of the god of war behind him raised his right hand and condensed the spear. At the moment the spear was thrown out, the two spears merged into one and condensed into one. Boom! The violent nuclear explosion sounded again. Under the impact of the nuclear explosion, a large number of cracks began to appear on the spear. Break it for me! Maxon shouted, and the nuclear explosion continued to advance, completely crushing the spear. At the same time, Mu Xing approached, raised the Moonlight Greatsword high, and began to release the ultimate power. The energy in the flesh and blood colonization suit, under the blessing of dark gold energy, gained extraordinary destructive power. Cut! Mu Xing roared, and the Moonlight Greatsword slashed out with all his might. Swish! The dark gold energy tore a long crack in the sea space, with an unstoppable momentum. Maxon finally realized the danger, and quickly controlled the nuclear explosion energy, and turned to hit Mu Xing. The nuclear furnace released even more powerful nuclear energy. With a loud bang, The seawater under his feet seemed to be bitten by a big mouth, leaving a 300-meter-long pit. The blue light ball released from the moonlight sword collided with the nuclear explosion. The two sides merged and annihilated. "Cut it for me!" Mu Xing slashed the sword in his hand again. Crackling. With the blessing of multiple energies, the space was torn apart by the force of this collision, and countless cracks spread in all directions. "Oh my god, the space is torn apart. What is that?" Thomas, the black man on the drilling platform, was frightened and kept retreating, but was stopped by Zhuge Yu to prevent him from retreating directly into the sea. "Don't worry, it's safe here," Zhuge Yu said. He looked at the space crack that was constantly swallowing the nuclear explosion with burning eyes, and tried to take out the camera to record. But the camera could not last for 3 seconds, and all the components were burned by the powerful electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion. Here on the sea, seeing that Mu Xing actually suppressed Maxon's nuclear explosion fist, the madman attacked again without hesitation. This time, he pressed 3 capsules into the divine pattern on his chest. The shadow of the god of war behind him became clearer, even mixed with dark gold light. "Maxon, I kill you. Take my wrath of the god of war." The divine pattern on his chest lit up, and the 2 chain blades in his hands merged into one, turning into a big knife. The shadow of the god of war behind him merged directly into the big knife he raised high. "You guys!" Maxon roared, trying to get out of the confrontation with Mu Xing. He sensed a fatal threat, and this madman wanted to fight him to the death. However, how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? Release all the energy in the flesh and blood colonization suit, and try your best to hold Maxon. The blue light ball he released was almost like a black hole, and the space crack spread, swallowing everything around. Bid Maxon tightly. "No!" On the drilling platform, the twin-tailed girl panicked and rushed to the battlefield. "Miss!" Dawn didn't care about anything else and hurried to catch up. "Don't come over!" Maxon noticed the twin-tailed girl and kicked her out. The violent hurricane flipped the girl back to the oil platform. But the madman was not polite, and tried his best. The big knife in his hand slashed down again. "Ah, all of you, go to hell!" Maxon shouted, and unceremoniously detonated the nuclear energy furnace in his chest. Mu Xing's face suddenly changed. "Madman, retreat quickly." The madman did not retreat, but fought and slashed furiously. The knife finally fell, almost splitting Maxon in half. Maxon tried to turn sideways to avoid the vital parts, but half of his shoulder and an arm flew out directly. At the same time, an explosion sounded. "Father!" the girl cried. A burning sun rose from the sea. Mu Xing and Crazy met before the explosion, and they joined forces to defend against the explosion. However, the distance was too close, and the two almost faced the terrifying explosion directly. In the sea, Mu Xing and Crazy made a decision almost instantly, and dived into the sea. The ocean offset most of the power of the explosion, and when the shockwave penetrated a few hundred meters underwater, the power had been reduced to a tolerable range. The seawater within a radius of 500 meters was completely evaporated, and a large pit was exploded on the seabed. Mu Xing used the flesh and blood colonization suit on his body to support the last barrier. The flesh and blood colonization suit was constantly burned and disintegrated by the high temperature. Fortunately, it was a disposable prop, otherwise he would have been heartbroken. After finally withstanding the explosion, both of them couldn't help but spurt out blood and suffered heavy injuries. In the center of the explosion, a mutilated body could be vaguely seen. His external flesh and blood had been burned out, leaving only a mutilated alloy skeleton. The nuclear furnace in his chest became extremely dim, and a faint electronic light flashed in the pupil of his left eye. He's not dead yet. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and looked up. Chapter 429. Caw. Maxon slowly raised his head. Despite such a severe injury, he was still alive. The super mutant bloodline was quickly repairing his internal organs. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other, and with the strength of his seriously injured body, he attacked Maxon again. Maxon smiled strangely. Our battle is not over yet. He actually inserted one hand into the nuclear furnace, and committed suicide directly. Above the sea where the airship crashed in the distance, a vortex was forming. It was some kind of resurrection device being triggered. However, just as the vortex was forming, it suddenly broke apart, and Maxon, who had just been resurrected, fell out of the vortex. Although he was resurrected, his injuries had not fully recovered, and he was still seriously injured. Father! Captain! Dawn and the girl with twin ponytails rushed over and held Maxon. At this time, a blue portal was formed, and a thin man in military uniform and glasses walked out of it. Maxon looked at the person with a gloomy face. Brady, as the deputy captain, you dare to attack the captain. Don was filled with rage and rushed directly towards the thin man, releasing a powerful destructive force with his red armor. However, before his fist got close, the deputy captain pointed his finger, and Don's red armor fell off piece by piece, shattered, and scattered all over the ground. He punched Don in the chest and blasted him away. You are just a follower, and you dare to yell at your superior. Don rolled 5 or 6 meters away, and finally Maxon took action to control Don. Wow! Don spat out a lot of blood. Not only him, but Maxon as well. He looked up at Brady. Is all this your plan, Brady? Your ambition has expanded to such an extent. In the distance, the madman was about to attack, but was stopped by Mu Xing. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Strike first. Why are you stopping me? Something is wrong. Don't go over there yet. Mu Xing quickly took out the healing potion and the recovery potion and handed them to the madman. What's going on? The madman frowned. Recover quickly. Maxon's weakness is all fake. When the madman heard this, he quickly drank various recovery potions to quickly recover the energy and physical strength lost in his body. Mu Xing quickly contacted the evil spirit. Are you okay? Almost, don't worry. The evil spirit responded impatiently, and at the same time did not forget to command, Silly dog, tighten up, don't let it run away. Mu Xing frowned and observed the entire survival world. I feel something is wrong. Give you 5 minutes. Whether you can handle it or not, I will take back the tower's authority. Mu Xing has already noticed that something is wrong. At this time, the Divine Seal also issued a warning. Master, the situation is not good. I detected that the surrounding space and time are shrinking. What do you mean? It's like there is a cover covering the surrounding space and time. Mu Xing told the madman the news. Mu Xing noticed that the madman's expression changed. What's wrong? The madman frowned. Maxon, this madman, he actually used the world prop, the ultimate duel arena. What's the use? After the prop is activated, a circular area will be transformed into the ultimate duel arena. The duel rules will come, and only the final winner will be qualified to leave the duel arena. The final winner? Mu Xing was wondering. Suddenly, a loud bell rang in the sky, and a huge bronze bell appeared in the sky. A gray ranking list was displayed under the bronze bell. The voice of the survival system sounded. Please note that due to the use of the special world prop, Ultimate Duel Field, the designated area will be transformed into the Duel Field world. The rules are as follows. All survivors in the area are forcibly transformed into duelists to compete for the title of the strongest duelist. The winner will get everything from the loser. Note, this area will be blocked until the strongest duelist is determined. All resurrection rules will be invalid, and the duel rules will be applied fairly to everyone in the duel field. After hearing the prompt from the survival system, Brady, who was laughing triumphantly, suddenly changed his face. From laughing to doubt, and then to anger. Maxon, you tricked me. At this time, Maxon, who was still severely injured, suddenly stood up with a grim face. Released the terrifying momentum and pressure. Brady quickly retreated, and took a fighting stance with a vigilant face. Maxon, you actually plotted against me. Maxon looked around. Don't hide, ambitious people of the Iron Legion. He stomped his feet. The air around was violently agitated, and more than a dozen captains wearing golden power armor fell out of the air. They all looked pale, bearing great pressure. Brady waved his right hand, and a barrier fell, covering these captains, helping them to block the pressure from Maxon. I didn't expect that you would see through my plan after so many days. He stepped back quickly, and when he jumped into the sea, a huge water snake gathered under his feet. The magic wand in his hand flowed with water waves, emitting powerful magic. Those captains also jumped on the big snake. Maxon didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, slowly raised his head, with a look of contempt. Brady turned his head to look at Mu Xing and the madman in the distance. You two, why don't we join forces and kill Maxon first, otherwise none of us can leave this ultimate duel. Mu Xing said expressionlessly, Brady, this is your private matter, it has nothing to do with us, and I hate traitors the most in my life. You? Brady cursed stupid. As a mage, he once again distanced himself from Maxon. At the same time, Shuga Yu and Thomas also found that Mu Xing and others were trapped. Blood Moon, what should we do now? Shuga Yu said with a grim expression. You should take the boat and leave first. Leave? Where can we go? The farther the better, away from the duel arena. The black man next to him, Thomas, couldn't help but say, maybe you can join forces with Brady to deal with Maxon together? These two are birds of a feather. not trustworthy. Mu Xing would not trust this Brady. He could betray Maxon and turn around to stab them. And he exchanged glances with the madman. Since we dared to set up a killing trap in this world, we have already made the worst plan. You? Shuga Yu stared blankly at the two people in front of him, not knowing what to say for a moment. Don't worry, Yi Fei will pick you up. Let's go. Wait. Is there someone missing between us? Thomas, who realized it late, suddenly looked up. Yi Fei, by the way, where is Yi Fei? Shuga Yu was more and more frightened. The inconspicuous young man named Yi Fei disappeared inexplicably at some point. They quickly evacuated by boat, trying to stay away from this sea area. In the duel arena, Mu Xing looked up at Maxon and Brady, who were confronting each other. Hey, are you still going to fight? Hurry up and take revenge, and complain. As soon as these words came out, both Maxon and Brady subconsciously looked at Mu Xing. Brady said, Captain, how about putting aside our conflicts and solving the external enemies first? After all, we are companions of the same regiment, aren't we? Maxon rushed out without hesitation and punched him. You deserve it? Chapter 430. The surging radiation, carrying the energy generated by the small fission reaction, exploded in Brady's chest. Mirror image. Brady snorted and used the mirror image to instantly move several kilometers away. He had dodged the explosion in advance. He raised his staff high, and several huge water tornadoes rose from the vortex on the sea surface, which entangled and condensed into a giant water snake. Go! The water snake rushed out, opened its mouth and bit Maxon. Faced with Brady's water snake magic, Maxon just waved his fist expressionlessly. He threw a nuclear explosion punch again. The water snake screamed, and its body expanded rapidly, and the light tore through its body. Without the support of magic power, the water snake broke and fell back into the sea. But soon, more water snakes condensed from the seawater. Maxon, the ocean is my home. How much nuclear energy do you have for you to consume? As a water magician, Brady was like a fish in water in this ocean. He had endless sea water for him to consume. He saw the staff in his hand pulling the rolling sea water, turning into a wave of 100 meters high, smashing towards the airship on the sea. At the same time, he shouted, Captains, since we have already torn our faces apart, do you think Maxon will let you go? Why don't you join me in killing him? The captains looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds, and attacked Maxon. Okay, very good, since you have made your choice, I will fulfill your wish. Maxon pointed his right hand at one of the captains. Request a duel. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain screamed and was sucked directly into a semicircular transparent arena. The illusory ring stood on the sea. On the opposite side, Maxon was staring at him with a cold face. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Captain, it was Brady who bewitched me and threatened me. It was not my intention to betray you. Please spare my life. Maxon snorted coldly, rushed in front of him, and grabbed his neck. Spare my life? Are you worthy? He exerted force with his right hand and directly broke the captain's neck. Seeing this scene, the other captains fled like frightened birds. A bunch of idiots who can't accomplish anything. Do you think you can escape Maxon's pursuit by running away? Brady looked disappointed. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon, Brady. Maxon rushed towards him again, and in the process of charging, he directly turned into a nuclear fusion form, and threw the strongest nuclear explosion punch. However, after the punch was thrown this time, there was no earth-shattering explosion, and the two disappeared from the air at the same time. Then, two people suddenly appeared near Mu Xing and the madman. Brady shouted, and the surrounding seawater surged, instantly forming a huge cage, trapping Mu Xing and the madman in the middle. Maxon suddenly exploded, and the strongest nuclear explosion punch blasted out, lighting up a dazzling explosion light in the seawater cage. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The next second, the explosion dissipated, and the seawater cage disappeared. Maxon looked grimly at the two people who were still safe and sound after being hit by the nuclear explosion punch. To be precise, it was a projection. Pa pa pa. Applause rang out from the oil drilling platform. All the Iron Legion stars are really good at acting. I can't help but give each of you an Oscar statuette. Mu Xing's mocking voice sounded in the distance. You actually saw through it. Maxon's face was not very good. And Brady behind him was no longer hostile. He looked like a humble and loyal dog, standing respectfully behind Maxon. Your tricks of self-torture and counter-espionage are all good, but these tricks are ineffective against us, Mu Xing said coldly. Brady couldn't help but said, the information and intelligence I gave you are all true. Mu Xing looked up. Playing tricks with us dragon people? We are your ancestors, and I just don't trust everyone in your Iron Legion equally. Do you think you can still run away? Before, it was just to delay time to arrange the world props. Now the ultimate duel field is ready, you are dead. Brady roared. As the voice fell, this blocked space seemed to have turned into a huge arena. This means that the ultimate duel has been fully launched. Maxon raised his hand. Brady, it's over now, don't waste time talking to them. You hold that lunatic. I deal with this blood moon. He pointed his right hand at Mu Xing. Apply for a duel. As soon as the voice fell, the two disappeared in an instant, and were pulled into the semicircular duel arena by the duel rules. Mu Xing did not take action, and continued to taunt. Maxon, do you know what I despise the most about you? In the pursuit of your ideals, you are not a firm person. You can only be regarded as a villain who forgets his roots when he sees profit. You just hated the boy who insulted you because his family was rich. You repeatedly stole and teased him. He couldn't stand it anymore, and had an argument with you. You stabbed him to death in anger. In prison, you kowtowed and clung to the gang leader. After you were released from prison, you tried your best to join his gang. After gaining trust and gradually gaining power in the gang, you killed the leader yourself. After you took control of the gang, you seized territory and took over the gray business. As you continue to grow bigger and stronger, you are like a vampire lying on the poor people in the neighborhood, squeezing out the last bit of their value. You opened a sweatshop, hired illegal immigrants, and exploited their labor. Later, after becoming an underground emperor, you set your sights on the position of mayor. After running for mayor, you did a lot of things, but they were all green lights for your own gray industry, so that you could more easily grab huge profits. Soon, your behavior attracted the attention of bigger capital, and you were greedy and suffered a backlash, taking away everything you had. It was also during this accidental opportunity that you became a survivor and entered the world of survival. In the next 2 years, you hid your real name and changed your name to Maxon. After you had enough strength, you began to take revenge and massacred all the forces behind the scenes who had plotted against you. Finally, you retreated behind the scenes, founded the Iron Legion, and became the real underground emperor of New Jersey. In the final analysis, from beginning to end, you have only worked hard for your own ambitions. The so-called ideal is just a fig leaf you use to whitewash yourself. You don't hate money, you just hate that it's not you who has it. You don't hate power, you just hate that it's not for you. Maxon, you are a hypocrite, and a real villain. Some people say that dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons, but you are different. You were an evil dragon from the beginning. After you succeeded, you lay on a magnificent castle piled with countless corpses, and wrote a self-touching memoir with the blood of the weak. This is you. This is the real Maxon. Until Mu Xing finished speaking, Maxon looked up at him with a gloomy expression. Well summarized, you are right. Sometimes I dream, as if I am the idealist recorded in the memoir. Sometimes I can't tell what is fantasy, and what is reality. So I became an actor, desperately trying to turn those fantasies into reality. The story of a fighter who is not afraid of power. Listen, what a wonderful story it is. His face gradually turned cold, and his expression became ferocious. But why did you break this window paper? This makes me lose face. Chapter 431. Green nuclear lightning was crackling on Maxon's body, and radiation was intertwined on his body. A fierce nuclear fission reaction occurred in the nuclear furnace on his chest. Nuclear energy began to flow toward his palm. Now I am fully resurrected, and you, without that set of flesh and blood armor, how much strength do you have left? Mu Xing spread his hands. Now I am indeed not your opponent, but do you think you can win? Mu Xing's eyes turned white. The air vibrated, and white mycelium began to grow in the space behind him. Still want to use this trick? This world has now been transformed into a duel arena, and duel rules take over everything. Any resurrection ability will be invalid. Really? Then I want to see whether the so-called duel rules are stronger, or my mycelium is stronger. Mu Xing unceremoniously activated the Chaos Will, and released it completely. The Chaos Will in his sea of consciousness suddenly expanded, and it expanded thousands of times from a small fungus ball in an instant. It continued to spread towards the surrounding space. Go to hell. Maxon waved his fist, and the nuclear energy gathered at one point. He wanted to kill Mu Xing before he completely exploded. Unexpectedly, Mu Xing did not resist, and did not even make a defensive move. Instead, he opened his arms, and took the initiative to welcome his fist. This kid, there is something strange. Maxon noticed something was wrong, but he had no time to retract his fist. He tried to reduce the power as much as possible, but still punched Mu Xing into ashes. When Mu Xing's body was annihilated, the mycelium growing in the dual space was still expanding. Not good, Maxon retreated at a high speed, and the mycelium suddenly expanded to the limit, instantly filling the entire dual space. At the same time, because Mu Xing was beaten to ashes, the duel judged that Mu Xing had lost, and the dual space began to break and disappear. However, after the mycelium expanded, it was like sticky glue, sticking to the dual space that had not yet broken, and began to distort the entire dual space. "Break it for me!" Maxon burst out with all his strength, trying to break through the dual space that was firmly in the broken state. He swung his fists wildly, and the nuclear explosion energy gathered at a point in front. Finally, he rushed out before the mycelium-like dual space was completely distorted. Maxon was not having a good time either. His skin and armor were assimilated by the mycelium, and the outer stratum corneum was shattered into white powder with a slight touch. He quickly cut off the eroded parts, activated the super mutant talent, and quickly repaired himself. Maxon looked at the strange dual space behind him. After being eroded by the mycelium, it did not disappear, and remained in a distorted state. What the hell? It was the first time he encountered such a weird situation. Before, Mu Xing's clone exploded, although there was also mycelium erosion, but at that time he only used the nuclear explosion fist to smash the distorted mycelium field. But this time, he almost died in it. No! He sensed something was wrong from the squirming mycelium. The nuclear energy furnace on his chest burst out with dazzling light, and ejected a nuclear energy ray. A terrible chain reaction exploded in the mycelium space. However, no matter how fierce the explosion was, it could not shake it in the slightest. Its existence was like a concept. And in the center of this space, a red vortex was taking shape. Maxon widened his eyes, and looked unbelievable. How is it possible? At the same time, in the red ocean, Mu Xing waited quietly for a long time, and only breathed a sigh of relief after he was sure that his condition was stable. The fungus ball in the sea of consciousness had shrunk back to its original size. This time, the red ocean seemed to have changed a little. He found that it was no longer the reefs under his feet, but the white mycelium that was spreading and growing. He put one hand on the mycelium land, looked up, and found that the whole red ocean seemed to be wrapped by a huge mycelium ball. It looks like what I thought. The chaos mycelium has eroded the dual space, breaking the rule that there is no resurrection in the dual space. This is also the first breakthrough point that Mu Xing thought of after the arrival of the ultimate duel arena. Maxon, the old man, is very insidious. He consumes their power in advance, then commits suicide and resurrects to restore to the peak state. After resurrection, he directly activates the world props to prevent Mu Xing and others from using the backtracking mechanism to restore their status. In order to kill them, he even did not hesitate to play a bitter drama. Unfortunately, Mu Xing never believed in Brady, the deputy leader, from the beginning. Even though he wanted to seize power, he was still a member of the Iron Legion after all. Mu Xing never gambled on his luck, but made preparations from the beginning. This was the confidence given to him by the Chaos Will and the Blood Moon Origin. If it were any other survivor, they would have been knocked down by Maxon's combination of punches. There is a reason why the Iron Legion can become one of the best medium-sized legions in the United States. Mu Xing clicked on the node on the red ocean and began to choose the time to go back. However, the price of this go back was really too much for Mu Xing to hold. Because of the dual rules, going back to the node 1 minute ago requires 100% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon Origin. And going back to the node 3 minutes ago requires 300%. Now Mu Xing was worried. He only had 250% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon Origin. But if he only went back 1 minute, the World Prop Ultimate Arena had already begun, and his flesh and blood armor had been damaged 1 minute ago. But if you want to go back 3 minutes, the Blood Moon Essence is not enough. I don't know if it sensed Mu Xing's difficulty. Suddenly, a group of mycelium on the ground crawled upwards, fell into the red ocean, and turned into a new node. What's going on? He clicked on the node, and immediately saw a new prompt. Do you want to consume 50% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon Essence, and go back 5 minutes ago? What do you mean? Self-rewinding. Mu Xing was stunned. Could it be that the survival system prepared a similar mechanism for resurrection and reset for the survivors? It was just resurrection, not time travel. Although it was impossible to change the process by time travel, the key point was that it was cheap. To go back to the state 5 minutes ago, only 50% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon Essence was needed. He clicked OK without hesitation. This time, the fluctuations of the red ocean seemed much quieter. At least it did not alarm the entire ocean. Because it did not travel through time and space, it did not attract those big eyes. Everything was carried out in the mycelium. Mu Xing suddenly realized that the chaotic mycelium seemed to be able to isolate the prying eyes of the survival system supervisor. This is an interesting new discovery. The vortex instantly enveloped him and began to revive and trace back. At the same time, Maxon, who was staring at the red vortex, was waving his fist and punching the nuclear explosion again, trying to beat Mu Xing, who was resurrecting, into ashes. However, this time, Mu Xing, who was dressed in flesh and blood, rushed out of the vortex and directly hit Maxon. Sizzle. The dark gold energy tore the surrounding space again and swallowed the energy of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, the surrounding chaotic mycelium shrank rapidly and was taken back into Mu Xing's body. He was surprised to find that his chaotic will had become stronger. No, it was not stronger, but the two chaotic wills at different times merged, and the total amount increased. Chapter 432. After the two of them exchanged punches, Mu Xing was no match for Maxon in his nuclear fusion form. He was blown away for several kilometers and splashed on the sea. Want to run? He pointed with his right hand, apply for a duel. However, this time, the ultimate duel arena did not pull Mu Xing into the duel space. What's going on? Unknown error, the target is the loser of the duel, and cannot be selected as a duelist. What? Maxon's face changed. He did not expect such a change. Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? Mu Xing's teasing voice sounded. At this time, Mu Xing was already a loser who had entered the duel space, so he could no longer be selected as a duel target. You actually broke through the duel rules of the ultimate duel field. How is this possible? Maxon still couldn't believe it. Pointed at Mu Xing for the second time and requested a duel. Error, can't designate the other party as a duel target. Continuous prompt sounds continued to sound. Mu Xing looked at the madman who was dueling with Brady. Madman, get ready to leave. Here it comes. The madman raised the chain blade without hesitation and cut off his head. Brady was startled by the madman's action. He thought the madman was going to use some special secret method, but he didn't expect the madman to commit suicide directly. He stared at the madman, but the madman's headless body fell into the sea with a plop. The duel space sent a prompt duel 1. Brady stood in the wind with a confused face. In the distance, Mu Xing had already opened the chaos mycelium space and used the resurrection props in this space. Do you want to use the phoenix's tail feathers to revive the target? Confirm. The body of the madman in the sea suddenly burst into flames and was burned to ashes. In front of Mu Xing, a phoenix egg grew rapidly. With a click, the eggshell broke, and the madman was reborn from the flames. Not only did he recover to his prime, but he also gained an improvement in his body's original attributes because of the rebirth. Although the improvement was not much, it was also precious. Maxon, realizing that something was wrong, shouted, Brady, turn off the world props quickly. Brady quickly took out a strange prop that looked like a small coliseum. The prop flew into the air and started to work again. He was about to close the prop of this world, but how could Mu Xing and the madman let him do so? They killed at the same time. Don't even think about it. Maxon rushed over to stop Mu Xing, while Brady directly stopped the madman. Just as the two sides were fighting, a furry white dog suddenly rushed out of the sea and swallowed the prop in one gulp. With a puff, it disappeared directly into the sea. Where's the thing? Maxon's face changed. I don't know. I can't sense the world prop. My connection with it has been cut off. Brady shouted anxiously. What? Mu Xing and the madman took the opportunity to retreat. Damn it! Maxon couldn't help but curse. It's a thing that can't do anything good, but can only cause trouble. At this moment, the voice of the ultimate duel came. The elimination round is over, and the strongest duelist competition is now open. Maxon realized something and rushed towards Mu Xing with a roar, but saw Mu Xing waving at him with a smile on his face. Before Maxon could get close, a vortex sucked him away. In the circular duel space, Maxon and Brady looked at each other. They both attacked the duel space at the same time. But no matter how fierce the attack was, the continuous nuclear explosion punches exploded on the barrier, and they could not shake the duel space at all. Hurry up and fight. If you don't decide the winner, none of you can get out. When our survival time is up, both of you will be reset and erased by the survival system. Mu Xing stood outside the translucent duel space and taunted. What do you call a madman? You lose more than you gain. Mu Xing gave the madman a thumbs up. Brady looked at Maxon hesitantly. Captain, what should we do now? They can all be resurrected. Let me kill you, and then I resurrect you. Brady's expression changed. Captain, although I don't know what ability they use to circumvent the duel rules, I don't have this ability. Maxon made a direct move without hesitation. Don't worry, Brady, the Iron Legion will remember your contributions over the years. As he said that, he threw a punch. Captain, you are going to attack me? This time, Blair was really anxious. Brady, please put the overall situation first. For the future of the Iron Legion, I will kill them to avenge you. Maxon, F**********. Maxon ignited the entire dual space without hesitation, setting off a fierce nuclear explosion in it. Ah! Brady screamed in pain. As a water magician, he lost the blessing of the ocean and had no time to defend himself, and was turned into ashes. Crack. When the dual space was broken, Maxon rushed out of the dual space with a face full of anger. He was holding a head that was almost carbonized in his hand. You are good. You can force me to this point. Today, none of you will leave this world. He crushed the carbonized head with his right hand, and a piece of white crystal fell into his hand. Not good, he wants to lock the ultimate dual field. The madman shouted. Mu Xing quickly waved to the sea, asking Huanwen to send the prop up. It's useless. What you have in your hand is just a switch, a carrier. The real-world prop core is in my hand. Maxon grinned and crushed the crystal. There was only a snap. The prompt sounded in the sky. The core of the ultimate dual field is damaged, and will sink into the void in 3 minutes. Obviously, Maxon was completely crazy. In order to kill Mu Xing and the madman, he was willing to die with them. This time, I wonder where you can escape to. He growled and entered the nuclear fusion form again, showing the strongest fighting posture. Master, the ultimate dual field is about to collapse, and it will sink into the unknown void. The divine seal reminded Mu Xing. The madman and Mu Xing stood shoulder to shoulder. The situation is not good. Is there any way? Mu Xing began to contact the evil spirit. Fat cat, we are trapped. Come and rescue us. Don't worry. There is still 1 minute to get it done. The evil spirit still seemed to be very happy to see Mu Xing's anxious and frustrated appearance, which was one of its few pleasures. Hurry up, I still have 3 minutes here. If you can't do it, come to the void to get me yourself. Mu Xing looked at Maxon with murderous intent. Madman, let's kill him together first. Madman had just been resurrected and reset, and now he was at his peak and full strength, directly activating the divine pattern. He pressed the 5 capsules of dark gold energy that Mu Xing handed over into his body. The shadow of the god of war emerged, and then began to shrink, and Madman was like wearing a layer of dark gold transparent battle suit. Mu Xing also activated the flesh and blood colonization suit on his body, without hesitation, and started the combat mode. With the blessing of the flesh and blood colonization suit, he can temporarily exert part of the power of the dark gold energy, and the full strength burst can even tear the space. Maxon had consumed a lot of energy after his last resurrection, while Mu Xing and the others were at their peak. As one grew stronger, the other lost. Mu Xing was confident that he could kill him together with the madman. Go to hell. Maxon gathered nuclear energy in his fists, and the brilliant light was grasped in his palms. I go first. The madman rushed forward, and the chain blades in his hands were combined into a big knife. He was full of anger, and golden threads began to appear faintly in the broken parts of the divine pattern. The madman could always evolve in battle, and repair the damaged divine pattern through fierce battles again and again. As if sensing the madman's fighting spirit, the damaged divine pattern on his body burst out with stronger energy. Chapter 433. Wrath of the God of War. The madman slashed with his ultimate sword, and the sea surface was split apart by this sword. The burning flames dyed the sky red. Mu Xing also took action, releasing the flesh and blood colonization suit, and at the same time infusing the 150% upper limit of the blood moon essence, and all the dark gold energy into the colonization suit. In the ultimate sublimation, Mu Xing pushed this power with a chaotic will. The madman's wrath of the God of War has collided with Maxon's nuclear explosion fist. The two sides wrestled, and for a while, neither could do anything to the other. The terrifying energy almost completely evaporated the ocean within a radius of 3 kilometers. I will not lose, Maxon roared, and the nuclear energy furnace in his chest was completely ignited, suppressing the madman in turn. At this time, Mu Xing's attack arrived. The moonlight sword was wrapped in flesh and blood, stained with dark gold. With a bang, the space in front was torn apart first. When Maxon looked into the crack in the dark space, he saw dense and wriggling mycelium. It seemed that there was an indescribable existence that opened a terrible eye in the crack. Maxon was horrified, and an extreme fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He subconsciously wanted to escape. It was this moment of hesitation that gave Mu Xing the opportunity. The eyes in the space crack suddenly stretched into psychedelic mycelium, which squirmed and rushed forward, condensing into a strange moonlight sword, instantly piercing the nuclear furnace in Maxon's chest. The whole person was blown away 1,000 meters, and hit the transparent wall of the ultimate duel arena. This is impossible. Maxon spurted out radioactive blood from his mouth, and looked down at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. The madman swung the sword in his hand. Cut! The uncontrolled nuclear explosion energy was cut, leaving a dazzling blood line in the sky. The blood line instantly crossed Maxon's neck. Maxon's expression froze, and his huge head began to fall. Mu Xing grabbed with both hands. Countless mycelium spikes burst out from his body. You can't escape from this place. Maxon's head fell on the sea, but even so, he was still alive, and his head still maintained its own will. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the power of thought surged, suspending his head in the air. The flesh and blood colonization suit on his body shattered into pieces, and turned into ashes. Then let me show you how I broke your last plan. Mu Xing communicated with the evil spirit. Let's start. Then, the excited voice of the evil spirit sounded. Little P, take root and sprout. The spiral roots, like kelp, rushed out of the sea and grew wildly. In an instant, it was 1,000 meters high, and in just a few tens of seconds, it grew to 10,000 meters. Soon it reached the dome of the ultimate duel arena. Maxon, who was left with only his head, stared straight at the growing spiral. Then, brilliant purple light shot up into the sky, flashing psychedelic colorful light. The colorful fluid rose with the spiral kelp. He saw that in the center of the colorful fluid, there was a huge P-shaped placenta that was nurturing something. Haha, grow up quickly, grow up quickly. The evil spirit laughed. The striped fat cat rode on Huanmeng and rose into the sky with the colorful fluid. The colorful fluid coiled on the top of the ultimate duel field. It was like a seed germinating, bursting out unimaginable energy. Something began to wake up, growing out of a pea-like placenta. What on earth is that? In the distance, Thomas and Sophie, who were also paying attention to this scene, stopped the boat and exclaimed. They saw countless filaments wriggling from the huge pea, and the head of the colorful fluid gradually cracked, and a starlight body with roots and streamers emerged from the gorgeous colorful light like shedding its skin. In the dark and deep in color, countless gorgeous stars flickered. Star colors. Shuga, you muttered to herself, with only the rising brilliant starlight in her pupils. The surrounding space and time trembled, and the material world was distorted by this sublimated power. The indestructible barrier of the ultimate duel field was instantly torn open by the astral body. The cracks spread to both sides. The astral body struggled to break free from the broken colorful old body and rushed into the sky happily. The starlight rippled, as if welcoming its new life. At this moment, the entire ocean seemed to turn into a sea of stars, and the seawater was like ink, flashing with mottled light spots. The astral body swayed its branches and streamers, completely stretching out, so beautiful and gorgeous. When a mortal takes a look, his soul will follow the starlight and rise into the boundless starry sky. However, at this moment, the newly born astral body was stopped by a huge mycelium net before it could completely leave this world. They saw a living sun with tentacles rising in the sky, a huge white ball that seemed to be covered with countless craters. The tentacles of the living sun stretched out and pierced the newborn astral body, and the big white ball tightened the mycelium net. The astral body struggled violently, but facing the predator blocking the sky, the astral body was like a helpless antelope on the prairie. The astral body was locked by the beast, helplessly waiting for death to come. Such a weird scene made all the audience present scalp numb. Of course, except Mu Xing. Hurry up, you divide 2/3, and fill the remaining 1/3 into my tower to expand the 6th floor for me. It smells so good, so good. The evil spirit finally had a good meal after being hungry for too long. Huanmeng was a little reserved at first. How could he have fought such a rich battle in his life? Later, under Mu Xing's urging, he devoured it quickly. In this way, a newly born superior life was eaten up by the evil spirit and Huanmeng. When they disappeared, the huge starlight body was only a dim, empty shell. Finally, the empty shell was also filled into the 6th layer of the original honeycomb with the help of the evil spirit. Only a shrunken belt shining with colorful light was left. It fell from the sky and fell into Mu Xing's hands. What is this? You get a special item, the umbilical cord of the astral body. What is this? The survival system only has a name for this thing, and there is not even a description. Boy, that's a good thing, seal it up quickly. The evil spirit fell from the sky at some point, and turned into a striped fat cat again. And Huanmeng also returned to the form of a big white dog. The evil spirit was picking his teeth with his claws, and he didn't forget to burp. You seem to have gained weight again, Mu Xing said. You are the one who got fatter. Your whole family got fatter. The evil spirit shook its big tail and cursed at Mu Xing. Go back to sleep. As it said that, it disappeared into Mu Xing's ring without any hesitation. Hey, you haven't told me what the umbilical cord is yet? That is the umbilical cord that breeds higher-level creatures, and is a link to communicate with higher-level realms. You will understand its wonderful use when you upgrade your dimension. It's the same as not saying anything if you don't tell me. Mu Xing was speechless. Seeing that the evil spirit didn't speak, he quickly sealed it up. Evil spirit, you are actually the follower of the evil spirit. Maxon's head suddenly spoke, his face full of horror. But he had to pretend to be calm. I didn't expect you to be the follower of the evil spirit. I admit defeat. You can kill me or cut me up. It's all up to you. After seeing what happened just now, the little bit of luck in Maxon's heart had been completely shattered. Knowing that he couldn't beat Mu Xing no matter what. Mu Xing lifted his head. Maxon, you are wrong. I am not the follower of the evil spirit. The evil spirit is my follower. What? Maxon's eyes widened. Mu Xing pointed a finger at Maxon's forehead, sealing all his perceptions. Chapter 434. The turbulency gradually died down, and the sky returned to normal. Those who survived seemed to have had a dream about the starry sky. The remaining members of the Iron Legion looked ashen. They saw with their own eyes that the invincible leader was chopped off by a joint force, his body turned into ashes, leaving only a head. On the top of the drilling platform, the last elite was covering Dawn to open the transmission device. Miss, leave here, I will stop them. Today, none of you can leave. The madman's cold voice sounded. Everyone on the platform was as if they were facing a great enemy, protecting the girl with ponytails in the center. The madman threw out the chain blade without hesitation, piercing the transmission device and cutting off their retreat. What should we do with these people? The madman looked at Mu Xing next to him. Mu Xing took out Maxon's head. Maxon, let's make a deal. Use your daughter's life in exchange for all the resources in your Iron Legion's treasury. Mu Xing spared Maxon's life for the wealth accumulated by the Iron Legion over the years. This time he spent all his money to hunt the Iron Legion. If he can't recover the cost, it will be a big loss. Father! The moment she saw Maxon's head, the girl with twin ponytails screamed subconsciously. Dawn protected the girl behind him, holding a sharp blade tightly in his hand. Maxon, I give you 30 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, I will kill everyone and then go to New Jersey Base 1 myself. Wait, I agree. Maxon finally chose to compromise. I am willing to give you all my props, but I only have one request. Let my daughter go. Otherwise, even if you kill me, you won't be able to get all the items in my storage space. Okay. Mu Xing nodded. Sign a contract and agree that you won't chase her. Of course. After a while, Mu Xing successfully drafted a contract and showed it to Maxon. Maxon read it over and over 3 times, and after confirming that there were no loopholes in the terms, he chose to sign the contract. With a few rumbles, several huge containers fell out of the storage space on the platform deck. Mu Xing glanced around and confirmed that it was full of props, then nodded with satisfaction. Can you let my daughter go now? Maxon said. Of course, they can leave at any time. Maxon gave Dawn a look, and Dawn quickly repaired the transmission device and restarted the transmission. The surviving members of the Iron Legion gathered on the deck, leaving their weapons and props behind and preparing to evacuate. Mu Xing unceremoniously swept away all the props and put them away. However, at the moment when the portal opened, dense gray flesh rushed out from the dark room around. Maxon's face suddenly changed. Blood Moon, you dare to break the contract. Mu Xing held his hands expressionlessly. Maxon, don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't do it, and it wasn't my men or other survivors who did it. Those things are plot monsters. What do they have to do with me? You? Maxon was furious, and didn't expect to be tricked by Mu Xing in the end. Dance, run! The remaining members of the Iron Legion were fighting with those monsters. Without their tools, and being severely injured, they were no match for these monsters. The most important thing was that these monsters evolved along with the evolution of the star color, and their combat powers soared. When they finally chopped those monsters apart, blue streamers rushed out, drilled into their bodies, and began to parasitize them. Screams continued to ring out. Blood Moon, I'm going to fight you. Maxon roared, wanting to self-destruct his soul. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? Throw his head to the sky. The madman next to him took the lead and slashed out with the fire blade blessed by the divine pattern. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the sky. A ball of blue soul flew out from the explosion, intending to escape into the distance. However, how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? With a finger of his right hand, the box of Floros flew out. The box opened, and the powerful suction made Maxon's soul unable to escape and was sealed in the box. At the same time, the hunt on the drilling platform also ushered in the final end. Everyone, including Dawn and the twin-tailed girl, was parasitized and assimilated by the blue light ball, and their wills were wiped out. Mu Xing waved his right hand, releasing illusions and evil spirits, swallowing up all the blue light balls, and eradicating them completely. Thus, the Iron Legion that invaded the Awakening Abyss world was completely wiped out. Having solved the big problem of Maxon, Mu Xing felt much better. Soon, Yi Fei drove the supply ship back to the drilling platform. Shuge Yu and his companions stood in front of Mu Xing and his companions with a reserved look. They wiped out the entire Iron Legion on their own, and it was easy to kill them with such strength. Mu Xing shook out a few contracts, signed them all. What is this? Don't worry, it's just a confidentiality contract. After all, we are teammates in a survival world. I won't do anything to you. With Mu Xing's assurance, the three of them subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Here, Yi Fei hugged Mu Xing's thigh excitedly. Brother, you are awesome. My admiration and worship for you is like a surging river. Go away, get out of here, go and open the box. Mu Xing pointed at the container on the deck. Yi Fei ran over to open the box. When he opened the combination lock and pulled open the container, everyone was stunned. Oh my god, we are rich. The first container was filled with dozens of purple suits flashing with purple light. It was roughly estimated that there were 30 or 40 pieces, some of which were not in boxes, and were just stuffed in the container. The second container was filled with various high-end equipment from the radiation world, laser guns, electromagnetic guns, microtransmission devices, etc. The third container was neatly lined with 20 sets of golden power armor. As for the last container, it turned out to be a space prop. It has thousands of square meters of independent space. It was transformed into a laboratory by Maxon, specializing in the fusion of mutant genes and nuclear energy. Mu Xing noticed some unfinished miniature nuclear reactors and a large number of specimens of flesh and steel fusion. Apparently Maxon's nuclear fusion form was created by his own research. As if to confirm Mu Xing's guess, in a room next to it, there was a mountain of experimental data. I didn't expect Maxon to be a research madman. The madman came to the conclusion after observing the laboratory. Yes, his power system is tailor-made for himself, so he can burst out with unimaginable combat power. Mu Xing looked at the sketch on the table with lingering fear. Here, he saw Maxon's vision for the next step. He planned to completely transform himself into a nuclear self-propelled vehicle, and even stabilize the nuclear fusion form to normal. If it really comes to that step, Mu Xing's current strength may not be able to defeat him. At this time, the reminder sound of the survival system finally sounded. Please note that there is still 1 hour before the end of this survival mission. It's finally over. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the stairs next to him without any image. Chapter 435. Original Beehive, 6th floor. As soon as the 6th floor was completed, he couldn't wait to come in and take a look. The 6th floor is different from the previous floors. It has no entity, just like an illusory world built by starlight. There is nothing here, only the flickering starlight, and it looks empty. Mu Xing grabbed the dozing evil spirit and said, "Tell me, what's going on? You are so annoying, do you want me to sleep?" "Sleep, sleep, sleep. What else do you do every day besides sleeping?" Mu Xing grabbed its ears. "Where is 1/3 of my astral energy? Why is there nothing here?" "Oh, don't worry. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." The evil spirit waved its claws and disturbed the starlight. Then flocculent sediments flew up, like transparent swimming fish. What the hell? At this time, the voice of the divine seal sounded. "Master, the 6th layer of the honeycomb is not completed. It can only be regarded as a semi-finished product." Mu Xing glared at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was furious. "It slandered me. It slandered me. 1/3 of the astral origin was not complete. It is already good enough to form this astral layer." "Then what's the use of it?" Mu Xing said with a dark face. "After you complete the spiritual dimension upgrade, you can call on the starlight energy here. How about it? Isn't it great? I'm a big head ghost, God Seal. Close the door, put the candy beans." Hey, hey, hey. I say, can you kid not be so impatient? Don't be anxious, I haven't told you the real surprise yet. Mu Xing put down his raised hand. "Tell me." The evil spirit was seen scratching the ground. The starlight below formed a spiral vortex. At the bottom of the vortex, Mu Xing saw a group of colorful fluids wriggling, about 1 meter long. Star color? Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. How is it? I am really nice. I have saved a section of star color for you. As long as you continue to feed it, this star color can grow at an extraordinary speed. Then what? Then you can rely on the rich starlight energy of the 6th layer to quickly transform, greatly compressing the speed of evolution. When it completes the transformation, you will harvest a complete starlight body. The evil spirit sharpened its claws on the ground. How is it? Does it sound exciting and thrilling? No, what use do I have for that thing? Mu Xing was speechless. Use it to make soup? Oh, my ancestor, it is a unique superior creature with different space rules. It can be used as a mount or a battle pet, and its nest will solidify into a stable miniature starry sky, which is definitely better than your previous layers. Mu Xing touched his chin. So it's interesting? Isn't that right? This is called taking money from others and helping them get rid of their misfortunes. If you have such good things in the future, come to me more often. I, a great evil spirit, will definitely not treat you unfairly. Mu Xing ignored the guy's boasting. He fell directly into the bottom of the vortex and came in front of Xing Jizai. The flowing colorful light sensed Mu Xing's approach and instantly turned from a docile streamer into a ferocious beast, biting towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and chaotic mycelium spread out from his fingertips. The Xing Jizai was frightened and retreated quickly, not daring to act rashly. Stay here obediently. I will feed you regularly. No matter whether Xing Jizai understood or not, Mu Xing left the starlight vortex after leaving a message. He used the observer's consciousness to observe the 6th floor, and it was indeed, as the evil spirit said, the 6th floor had great potential. But first, he had to raise Xing Jizai. He tried to throw a Mac clone in, and Xing Jizai pounced on it like a hungry wolf. The clone's body immediately twisted and alienated, as if it had released all its life potential in a very short time. Then it was quickly devoured by the starlight, and sucked into a shrunken empty shell. After devouring the clone, Mu Xing noticed that the starlight seemed to have grown a little bigger. Boy, remember to feed it with food with strong vitality, so that the starlight can grow faster. The evil spirit reminded him, and went back to the 4th floor to take a nap. Mu Xing noticed that after Huaming in the 5th floor devoured 1/3 of the essence of the astral body, it also fell into a digestive sleep state. It turned into a big white ball floating above the forest, surrounded by twinkling starlight. Mu Xing did not disturb Huaming's energy absorption and directly exited the original hive. At this time, there were less than 5 minutes left before the countdown ended. Yi Fei was describing his legendary experience vividly to Thomas and others in a big brother manner. As a result, Mu Xing pulled him aside by the ear. Don't listen to this kid's bragging. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and 4 purple weapons floated in the air. One for each of the 3 people, and there is an extra reward. You can divide it among yourselves. Thomas took the lead and grabbed a hand cannon. I want this. Sophie picked up the detector next to her. It was equipped with various detection functions. It was a purple weapon from the radiation world, and could be used in worlds with different rule backgrounds. For her, a trap master, it was an excellent prop. Obviously, she was planning to go all the way to the auxiliary road. As for Zhuge Yu, he directly put away the last 2 props. A purple energy laser gun and a purple defensive armor. Mu Xing selected all the equipment suitable for them, and they were naturally satisfied. Mr. Xueyue, I heard that you have established a battle group. Can I join? Zhuge Yu asked with courage. Yi Fei beside him said quickly, of course. Before he could finish his words, he was pulled aside by Mu Xing. Our battle group's assessment is very strict, not everyone can join. Can we also try? Thomas and Sophie beside him couldn't help asking. Mu Xing shook his head. With your strength, I guess you can't even pass the first test. The 2 smiled awkwardly and stepped aside tactfully. Mu Xing handed Zhuge Yu a business card. You can call this number when you arrive in Kowloon City. Okay. Zhuge Yu quickly took the business card and solemnly put it in his jacket pocket. Okay everyone, time is almost up, we see you later. Just then, transparent beams of light fell, covering everyone. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, Awakening Abyss. Rating, 95 note. Full score is 100 obtained items that cannot be taken out of this world. Twisted flesh, remains of parasites, collection lighter, oil company walkie-talkie. Obtained items that can be taken out of this world. Star color umbilical cord. Please choose the items to take out of this world. This time in the survival world, Mu Xing gained very little, mainly to fight against the Iron Legion, and other things became secondary. As the beam of light rose, his sight was instantly pulled up. When leaving this world, Mu Xing couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw dense streams of colorful light floating in space. At the same time, as the starlight faded, the huge barrier covering the sea area near the drilling platform also began to dissipate. The no-fly magnetic field gradually subsided. When Akaw suddenly sat up from the bow, he found that they were approaching the coast with the waves. The fog on the sea surface dissipated, and the sun shone on his messy hair. He saw his companion sleeping next to him, and hurried to wake him up. Roy, wake up. Roy looked up in confusion. AKA, where are we? We're almost home. He pointed to the rippling coast in front of him, and vaguely saw a familiar figure on the dock. It was his smiling wife, holding the child and waving at him. Chapter 436. When the morning sun shone through the window onto Mu Xing's face, he suddenly opened his eyes. Above his head was the familiar ceiling. Awake? The madman, who was busy in the kitchen, poked his head out. Mu Xing smelled the tempting aroma of food. Brother, the food is almost ready. Yi Fei also poked his head out and said, How long have I slept? I didn't disturb you because you didn't wake up. I slept for about an hour. The madman brought out the steaming, sizzling stir-fried beef. Mu Xing casually reached for the phone next to him. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Fei, is your sister back? She's back, she's driving here. He glanced at the time. About half an hour. In that case, don't eat yet, wait for them. Mu Xing sat up and started checking the messages on his phone. At the same time, he let Alicia and Tondo out. With one more person and one more cat in the room, it suddenly became lively. Fatty had reports almost every day, and regardless of whether Mu Xing read the messages or not, he would take a photo of the company report and send it to him every day. It seems that Fatty has already gotten used to Mu Xing's sudden disappearance. Anyway, he came back unexpectedly in a few days. In addition to Fatty, there was also a text message from Qin Yen, who said that the video she shot in the United States last time was very popular, and she planned to change her job to become a travel blogger. Mu Xing neither supported nor opposed this girl's strange ideas, and let this girl do it herself. Then there were the sales data tables sent by Zhang Ting every day. It can be seen that various serums are selling very well. Mu Xing's account has already added several million teracoins. Before, he might have been too excited to sleep, but he had just made a fortune, and there were dozens of purple weapons and various props in the warehouse. The flame of excitement was extinguished a lot. The text messages in the past 2 days were all urging for delivery, hoping that Mu Xing would replenish the stock in time after returning, because the serum in the store was about to run out. Mu Xing directly sent a text message to Zhang Ting, telling him that a new batch of serum would be mailed directly tomorrow. The other party replied to the text message almost immediately, looking forward to Mu Xing's supply, and at the same time asked for more. It looks like the serum business is good. Crazy said. It's okay, barely enough. Isn't this to accumulate funds for the development of the regiment? Mu Xing continued to look through the messages. Olina sent several messages of concern in succession. Of course, the concern was not for him, but for Crazy. He simply replied with an okay gesture, but the other party did not reply in time, probably because she was busy. Clicking on the next message, Mu Xing looked up. Crazy, sister, you sent a message to ask if you are dead. The madman who was cooking soup had a stiff expression. What do you think? Oh, then I sent a message saying that you are seriously ill and will not survive. Hey, don't send random messages. The madman came over in a hurry to grab the phone, but Mu Xing edited the message and sent it out first. You want to kill me? The madman was speechless. Haha, don't worry, I just invited her to dinner. You can't send this either. I've already sent it. Ding dong. The message came back. I've replied. What did she say? The madman had a strange expression. Okay. Mu Xing turned over the phone to show him. Is she really coming? The madman felt dizzy. Old people should be more reserved. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Then he opened the last message from EU. Madman, what does this nightmare call mean? What did you say? The madman looked up suddenly. I said nightmare call. The madman took the phone, glanced at the message, and called back directly. Soon, the other side picked up. It's me, Bailey. Yes, that's right. About the call-up order, I send you the location, come over. Looking at the serious expression on the madman's face, Mu Xing sensed the tense atmosphere. What's wrong? The madman handed over the phone. I thought the nightmare call-up order would come later, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Is there something wrong with the nightmare battlefield? The only thing Mu Xing could think of was the nightmare battlefield. Yes, there are two situations in which the system may issue a nightmare call-up order. First, the front line is in danger, and the survival system has issued a nightmare call to gather experts to consolidate the front line. Second, a large-scale battle is about to begin. What large-scale battle? Mu Xing asked subconsciously. The madman didn't say anything and kept silent. Obviously, this is also a confidential matter. Are you going to be called up? Not sure, it's not convenient over the phone. Let's talk about it in detail when Yu comes over. Yi Fei, who was playing with the cat next to him, also raised his head subconsciously. What is the nightmare battlefield? Mu Xing held his head with one hand. Don't ask around, kid. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the skull on his arm. The skull had already cracked 2/3. It looks like you will be completely shattered after one more world at most. You must prepare for the nightmare battlefield in the next world. The madman looked serious. What is the most important thing in the nightmare battlefield? Mu Xing asked. Staying alive. The madman uttered 2 words seriously. I understand. I go to the auction house to buy a world orientation item. The nightmare sign order is coming soon, and it may not be cheap, the madman said. Don't worry, I go find Zhang Ting. Mu Xing quickly sent a message to Zhang Ting, asking him to help pay attention to the world directional props. The so-called world directional props refer to props that can be used to select the next survival world within a certain range. After using the props, the survival system will directly teleport him to the designated world. The price is expensive, and the price of good designated world props is even higher. Mu Xing must act first, and get the right world directional props first. Soon, Zhang Ting replied, saying that he would use his connections to help search for relevant information. The few people were silent when a hurried horn sounded outside. Fei, open the door. Hey you dead girl, you don't even call me brother? Yi Fei hurried to open the door, only to find that it was Li Hongwei pinching his throat to imitate Yi Ling's words. Fatty, get down here, I'd beat the shit out of you. Brother Qigu, drive the car in. Yi Ling was directing from the side. Qigu still had a cold face, and drove the car into the yard meticulously. I'm back. Did you survive smoothly this time? Mu Xing asked. It's okay. The difficulty is average. My teammates are also very capable. It's not difficult to pass the level with cooperation, Qigu said. Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. I asked you to lead the newcomers. How did you lead them? No, my boss. This brother Qigu is very fierce. Why does he need me to lead him? I should have been led by him all the way. Li Hongwei looked aggrieved. Yi Ling said, this time, we really relied on brother Qigu to command us. Although he is relatively weak, he has a strong sense of the overall situation, and has led us to escape death several times. Qigu said shyly, it's because we all worked together, and were willing to trust me. If we were all newcomers, we would have been wiped out long ago. Mu Xing didn't expect that he had accidentally picked up a treasure. By the way, Blood Moon boss, did the Iron Legion cause you trouble this time? Li Hongwei asked. We did. What was the result? We were wiped out. Chapter 437. Today's courtyard is particularly lively. Not only Yu is here, but Yi Wei is here too. However, in the study room on the 2nd floor, a depressing atmosphere is spreading. So Yu, what you mean is that the system will soon issue a compulsory conscription order and send more troops into the nightmare battlefield. The madman's expression was solemn. Yu, who was sitting opposite, nodded. Yes, I got some news from Terra City. The situation in the nightmare battlefield is not good, and the survival system has to send more troops. How long will it take for the compulsory conscription to start? 1 week at the earliest, half a month at the latest. Beside him, Mu Xing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, how big is the scope of this conscription? For now, we are only conscripting veterans with more than 5 years of service. If the situation continues to deteriorate, the age limit may be reduced to 3 years of seniority. Yu said. The madman looked at Mu Xing and said, the time limit for this compulsory conscription order is very tight. I may not be able to participate in the next survival world with you. I may be locked by the survival system. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry about me, I'm just worried about you. Time is tight this time, and preparations are not sufficient. Don't worry about this. The survivor selected by the compulsory conscription order will be given very good supplies by the system, and there will be no shortage of resurrection items, the madman said. Yi Wei frowned at the side. There must be a chance to use the resurrection items. Resurrection is prohibited in many places in the nightmare battlefield. Don't worry, it will be fine. Don't worry, is this all you can say? Yue glared at the madman and pushed the door open. I didn't say anything. Why are you angry? The madman looked innocent. You should go and comfort her. Sister Yi is also worried about you. Mu Xing tugged at his clothes. Hey. The madman ran out immediately. Mu Xing looked at Yu. I'm afraid it's not just a simple compulsory conscription order, right? Yu took a deep breath. This time we may have to go to the main battlefield, and we may take the initiative to attack. An elite like the madman will definitely be sent to the assault team. Sister Yi should also understand this. Mu Xing thought for a moment and took out 5 purple weapons. What are you doing? There's not much I can do. Since you are already a member of our regiment, I need to ensure your safety. This time we have gained a lot from fighting the Iron Regiment. You can use these to improve your strength first. But they are too expensive. Yu hesitated. Take them, as long as you can come back alive and safe. Yu gritted her teeth and finally took the purple weapons. Whether she used these purple weapons herself or exchanged them for equipment that suited her, they could improve her strength to a higher level. She bowed to Mu Xing. Thank you, Captain. Mu Xing pushed the door open and walked out. Everyone, eat first, and then we will distribute the equipment. When he heard that the equipment was to be distributed, Li Hongwei's eyes began to glow green. Mu Xing was fair. This time, each member of the team got 2 purple weapons. As for Fengzi and Yu, they were going to enter the nightmare battlefield, and each of them got 5 pieces to improve their strength. Mu Xing seemed to think it was not enough, so he gave them 2 more pieces each. 7 purple weapons could arm them from head to toe, which was really rich. I go to New Jersey in the next 2 days. I think I can get some purple weapons from the Iron Core warehouse. Mu Xing said. Brother, I go with you. Yi Fei said. Take me with you. I be responsible for the hard labor of moving equipment. Li Hongwei raised his hand quickly. By the way, Captain, the issue of the Core's base needs to be put on the agenda. Yi reminded. What suggestions do you have? First, rent a Core base in Kowloon City. Although it's not cheap, for the future development of the Core, at least there must be a presentable facade. Okay, I leave this matter to you and Gut. By the way, I will design a battle group assessment plan. If you come across reliable seedlings in the future, you can report to me. As long as you pass the assessment, you can also absorb them. Mu Xing is increasingly aware of the benefits of the battle group. Although the survival system is now reducing the size of the battle group, it has not completely eliminated it. This shows that the survival system also intends to retain a certain size of the battle group. The Iron Battle Group has only been around for a few years, and it is only a medium-sized battle group. The resources gathered have stacked Maxon to such a height. If they want to speed up their strength improvement, they need to consume a lot of resources. The power of one person is always limited. If a group of people work together, they will make faster progress. In the afternoon, Mu Xing first went to Fatty's company, and then went straight to Kowloon City. Because just now, Zhang Ting sent a message saying that he had collected some information about the world's designated props. Mu Xing hurried to the store, and the line outside the store was getting longer and longer. It means that the reputation of his special serum has been thoroughly spread. As Zhang Ting said, even some large war groups have begun to purchase his amplification serum. Brother Blood Moon, you are finally here. Please give me some more. The demand has increased sharply recently. Even if it doubles, my store can still handle it. Mu Xing asked, has the news of the compulsory conscription order spread? Brother Blood Moon, do you know about this too? Do you have an exclusive official news? Zhang Ting immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. Wait a minute. After a while, he took out a booklet from the next room. This is a recruitment manual that has not been made public yet. I took it out because of our friendship. Please keep it confidential after reading it. When Mu Xing took the manual, he waved his right hand and boxes of special serum appeared in the room. Have someone move it out. Zhang Ting's eyes widened when he saw the serum. So much? Good opportunity. Of course, I am ready to make a fortune. By the way, during this period of time, you have to raise the price for me. Hee, I see. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. By the way, where is the news I asked you to find for me? Mu Xing looked up. Here. Zhang Ting took out a list. Here are the world selection props that are going to be auctioned in Kowloon City recently. See if you need any. Mu Xing quickly scanned the list. Although he had prepared for the high prices, he was still shocked by the prices of these props. The cheapest ones are all over 500,000 teracoins, and the ones worth millions or tens of millions are just ordinary ones. Tens of millions to hundreds of millions are just mid-range. Mu Xing even saw a world selection item worth tens of billions. For example, A prop selection item in the mythical world of conferred gods was priced at 10 billion teracoins. Who could afford it so expensive? Mu Xing couldn't help but say. However, when he looked at the bidding behind him, he realized his ignorance. There were already 3 different bids for the prop selection item in the conferred gods world. Of course, the items they took out were all high-value props, not really purchased with teracoins. Soon, Mu Xing locked onto a world selection item worth 2 million teracoins. Is this still available? I have to ask the auction house manager. Forget it, you're too busy, I ask myself. Zhang Ting on the opposite side immediately handed over a jade token. Brother Xueyue, you can see the manager directly with this. Thank you, I won't be polite with you. Chapter 438. Walking on the streets of Kowloon City, Mu Xing could feel the gradually tense atmosphere. Pedestrians came and went in a hurry, with many new faces and fewer old faces. Just as he approached the auction house, he was stopped by someone. Sorry, sir, the auction house will not open until 5 p.m. Mu Xing took out the white jade token. I'm looking for your manager Chen. The moment the servant at the door saw the jade token, he quickly lowered his head. So you're looking for manager Chen, please wait, I go and inform him. After a while, the servant came out from the side door. Sir, please follow me. Mu Xing followed the servant into the auction house, and found that the auction had already started. However, those who came here were either high-level VIPs or senior experts. They went all the way to the 3rd floor, and finally saw the target of this trip, Qin Yu. As one of the managers of the auction house, he had a good relationship with Zhang Ting. Before Mu Xing arrived, he had already made tea. This manager was younger than Mu Xing imagined, probably less than 30 years old. After seeing Mu Xing, he took the initiative to greet him. Meet Mr. Xueyue. I am Qin Yu, and I am here to show my respect. He extended his hand to Mu Xing. Hello, Manager Chen. I was introduced by Zhang Ting. Come on, please. He welcomed Mu Xing to the tea table. I have heard of Mr. Xueyue's name for a long time. My poor old friend has been wandering for half his life, and now he has finally turned his life around thanks to you. I am happy for him. Mu Xing smiled in response. I won't say polite words. Zhang Ting has already told you the purpose of my visit this time, right? Of course, since it is Mr. Xueyue's request, I, Qin Yu, will do my best. He took out a list and handed it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly scanned the list. Are these world selection props so much more expensive? He noticed that the world selection prop he had previously named had increased in price by more than double. Obviously, this Qin Yu looked smooth, but in fact he was not honest. But fortunately, he was careful, and the world selection prop he named was not the one he needed. Qin Yu smiled and said, as you know, the competition has started recently, and the nightmare recruitment order is imminent. The demand for various world selection props has increased sharply. Just now many people have bid. I tried to lower the price for you for Zhang Ting's sake. Mu Xing frowned deliberately. It has risen too much. Now the price has reached 5 million. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to come up with so many teracoins. Qin Yu pretended to be in deep thought, and looked up after a moment. Look, I will try to apply for the lowest member discount price. Of course, in order to go through the process, you can just put some special G-virus serum on the auction, and I will have more room for operation. Mu Xing had no expression on his face, but he cursed in his heart, so they were waiting for him here. He immediately looked embarrassed. I'm afraid this won't work. I have already authorized Zhang Ting to be the exclusive agent of the serum. I really can't afford this. I just picked 2 cheap ones. Mu Xing pointed to the 2 worlds next to him and chose props. One was only 500,000, and the other was worth 1 million. At the same time, he took out 2 purple weapons that the team didn't need. I want to entrust the auction house to auction these 2 purple weapons, just as the principal for buying props. Seeing that Mu Xing was about to back out, Qin Yu, who had failed to achieve his plan, was also stunned. Of course, no problem. I go get the props for Mr. Xueyue right away. About a minute later, Qin Yu came back. Oh, I'm so sorry. The 2 world selection props you chose have just been bought by someone. Mu Xing's expression was stiff. Forget it, I was planning to cooperate with Manager Chen for a long time. Since we can't reach an agreement, then goodbye. Mu Xing grabbed the 2 purple weapons and stood up directly. Hey, wait, Mr. Xueyue, it's really my fault that the information is not updated in time. How about you look at something else? Mu Xing shook his head. I have an appointment with Manager Zhou He and Manager Chen. Let's talk later. Qin Yu was anxious and stopped Mu Xing. Look at the situation. If you choose again, I will give you a 10% discount. How bad is that? Mu Xing hesitated. Mr. Shuiyue, I am a manager after all, and I still have this authority. I will take it as an apology to you. Mu Xing seemed to be nonchalant and randomly selected one. I can't afford the one I want. The two just sold out. I just buy one at random. I take this one. Mu Xing pointed at the world selection item worth more than 2 million. Please wait. This time Qinyu came back quite quickly, with an extra box in his hand. Mu Xing opened the box and breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly what he wanted. Hey, this one can barely work. Let's make do with it. Mu Xing took out a card and swiped it directly. Okay, Manager Qinyu, the money and goods are settled. Thank you for your help. Qinyu was confused. He suddenly felt that he was being tricked. Mr. Shuiyue, are you still auctioning these purple weapons? Oh sorry, I just received a call. These 2 purple weapons have just been ordered. I am really sorry. Qinyu's face turned red. Isn't this a slap at his face with his words? Manager Chen, you don't have to send me off. I look forward to our next cooperation. Mu Xing left the room radiantly, leaving Qinyu confused. Then he slapped himself hard. Qinyu, you are really blinded by greed and confused. Mu Xing returned to Zhang Ting's shop. After listening to Mu Xing's story, even Zhang Ting, who was always mild-tempered, couldn't help but swear. Qinyu, this bastard, how dare he tease Brother Blood Moon like this? I go find him. Okay. Mu Xing stopped him. It's just a small accident, nothing to worry about. Zhang Ting was ashamed. This guy used to be honest, and I recommended him before leaving the auction house. Who would have thought that it has only been a few months, and this kid has become like this? It really blinded my eyes. He looked at Mu Xing and bowed to apologize. I'm really sorry. If it weren't for my fault, I'm afraid that Brother Shuiyue would have suffered losses today. It doesn't matter. As long as the goal is achieved, people like Qinyu are not worth considering. Although Zhang Ting didn't say anything, he secretly made up his mind that he would get back the humiliation that Qinyu gave him one day. By the way, Brother Shuiyue, there is new news from the arena. What's wrong? The competition may be postponed. Is it because of the call-up order? Yes, it is said that the survival system will have a big move, and all competitions have been postponed. Mu Xing was not surprised, but he was surprised that it was not postponed. How long will it be postponed? Maybe it will be postponed from this month to next month, or the month after next, depending on the situation. Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh at how fast the situation changed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. It's just right that he can prepare for the next survival world with all his heart and soul, and try to get a perfect score. He is also more confident when facing the nightmare battlefield. Chapter 439. Mu Xing left the business district and headed straight for the competition area. Except for the fierce competition among the newcomers, there were fewer veterans participating in the competition. Most of them had entered the survival world, and they probably felt the tense atmosphere and began to prepare for the nightmare battlefield. There was almost no change in the rankings within 10,000, while the rankings outside 10,000 were still fiercely contested. He was preparing to play 2 warm-up games. Just then, a familiar figure was waving at him. Without seeing the person, the first thing I saw was the huge lollipop, which was too conspicuous in the crowd. She ran over and patted Mu Xing's arm. Long time no see. Do you still remember me? Of course, Miss Anchi, the gatekeeper of 10,000 people. Hey, are you here to play the ranking? Are you planning to directly enter 5,000 or 3,000 this time? Mu Xing shook her head. I see that many ranking lists are gray. I guess not many people will come to play the ranking at this critical time. Yeah, who would have thought that this would happen? Many people in our group have temporarily withdrawn from the competition. Angel sighed. By the way, Miss Angel, is there anything wrong? Mu Xing asked. Can't we just chat? Do you have time? Let's go have a drink? Mu Xing looked at the petite and cute girl in front of him, but she looked mature and old, thinking that maybe he could find out more information about the nightmare battlefield from her. Let's go! Mu Xing agreed generously. Arena Bar. This is a place where sports fans often come to relieve stress. As soon as I entered the bar, the noisy sound inside hit me. Lights, dance floor, alcohol everywhere. But she took Mu Xing to the backyard. Mu Xing didn't expect that there was a backyard in the bar, and the backyard was quieter than the front desk, like a paradise. I didn't expect that there was another world in the back. After a while, she took Mu Xing into a small courtyard, where there were already 5 or 6 people chatting, drinking tea and drinking. It's just that these people dress strangely, making Mu Xing feel like the most ordinary one in this group. Noticing Mu Xing, several people almost cast curious eyes at the same time. Why don't you make room? This is the dark horse I told everyone about. And she pointed at Mu Xing and said, So you are the dark horse? I've heard a lot about you. A man wearing hanfu and holding a folding fan next to him bowed to Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked at Enchi with a confused face. Hey, don't be shy. Sit down for a while, let's chat. Who are these people? Oh, I forgot to introduce them. They are all members of the 6th group of our 3rd group. They are all new talents with strong strength. Mu Xing understood Enchi's little trick. She wanted to pull him into the group. I heard that the competition was postponed. Mu Xing said. The others immediately stopped what they were doing. And she said, We just got the news. We heard that it will be postponed for 1 to 2 months, but it may not be a bad thing. As she said that, she pointed at the wine glass and teapot. Drink tea. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 people next to her jumped up and cheered. We won. The 3 people on the opposite side also took out a prop reluctantly. What are they doing? Don't worry about these 2-timers. They are betting on whether you are a tea party or a wine party. To be honest, Mu Xing just picked one at random. Which party are you? I am a milk tea party. And she was already happily holding a large cup of milk tea and drinking it. Mu Xing found that this group of people were all weird. In fact, our 6th group has another nickname, called the Hometown Mutual Aid Association. What does that mean? As the name suggests, it is a mutual aid association for mutual help and support. Suddenly, a guy dressed like a clown appeared behind Mu Xing, lowered his head, and whispered in Mu Xing's ear, Young people haven't received a full score evaluation yet, right? Mu Xing looked at him puzzled. Our mutual aid association has already produced many full score evaluations. This is the power of the team. The clown said with a smile. If you are willing to join our group, we can give you the next full score evaluation quota in our group. Mu Xing glanced at him and said, How can you get full marks so easily? There are many people who get 99 points, but how many people get 100 points? We have a unique secret recipe that can greatly increase the chance of getting full marks. He put his hand on Mu Xing's shoulder and said, I think you are a good candidate, and joining our 6th group is definitely the best choice. Mu Xing frowned. He wanted to leave this place. Suddenly, and she separated the 2 people with a lollipop in her hand. And she slapped the clown away with a lollipop without hesitation, and then kicked him into the wall. With a cry of ouch, the clown was embedded in the wall with his legs spread out. You talk so much nonsense, you scared brother Shueyue, you deserve a beating. And she waved her little fist. Then she put on a sweet smile and looked at Mu Xing. Don't mind, these idiots are not very smart, but don't worry, they are not evil people. If you have nothing to do, I leave first. Mu Xing stood up and was about to leave. He came here to get some information, not to be pulled into the group. Hey, don't be anxious. We sincerely invite brother Shueyue to join our group. The man in hanfu next to him hurriedly said. Well, it's about to rain, and I haven't collected the clothes drying at home yet. I go back to collect the clothes first. Mu Xing hurriedly ran away. He felt that these guys were unreliable. Before he left the backyard, he heard the sound of fighting from behind. You guys, if you didn't scare them, why would they run away when they saw you? I'm so pissed off. Team leader, spare me. A wailing sound came from the backyard. Mu Xing left the bar and stayed in the arena for a while. He finally ranked 5,000 in the arena and stopped. It might be difficult to move forward. Because most of the top-ranked competitors were not there, Mu Xing had to give up. He wanted to go to Lorenberg to collect the node first, but when he was going home, he suddenly received a Guardian task from the survival system. Guardian number 0513, your Guardian mission has been issued. Please go to the target location to guard the new node. Mu Xing took a look at the map and found that it was actually in China, and not far away, in Guangzhou. So close. To be honest, this was the first time Mu Xing saw a node guard in China. Confirmed to accept the guard mission. Mu Xing clicked the OK button and left Kowloon City at the fastest speed. He didn't have much time, just 3 hours. However, because it was in the nearby Guangzhou, it took less than half an hour to reach the target area. This place. Mu Xing looked at the downtown area in front of him. Would he have to perform the guarding mission here? But fortunately, after he arrived at the area, the accurate node location was quickly displayed. Looking to the left, it was the park. Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Divine Seal, start scanning the surrounding situation, and mark the survivors directly when they are found. Understood. Mu Xing walked into the park and continued to go deeper into the park. At this time, the survival system prompt sounded basic information of the new survivor target has been issued. Chapter 440. Target, Li Shui. Gender, female. Age, 25, from Guangzhou. Newcomer to the survival system. First survival world score, 97 points. Mu Xing was also stunned when he saw the score. It was also the first time he saw a newcomer with such a high score. You have to know that when I first passed the level, the score was only 96. Mu Xing searched quickly, and then quickly locked the target. If he was not a guardian and could directly mark the target, it would be difficult for him to recognize the target in the crowd. The other person was dressed in casual clothes, walking a Pomeranian in the park. Her breath was very stable, just like an ordinary person. She seemed to have planned a route to the singularity long ago. She was very cautious. Compared with the performance of this newcomer, my initial irritability was not at the same level. Her dog seemed to be unusual, not an ordinary puppy. The puppy's eyes were like radar, quietly scanning the surroundings, alerting everything. At this time, the divine seal marked all the survivors scanned. There are quite a few, with dozens of survivors within a 5-kilometer radius. There are 4 within a 500-meter radius. It is uncertain how many node hunters there are. Deep in the park, the time-space distortion point has begun to condense. However, the entire park seems to be covered with a layer of cognitive impairment, and ordinary people seem to be unable to see the time-space node that is taking shape. Mu Xing walked directly to the newcomer. Li Shui? The girl with glasses subconsciously raised her head, but her emotional control was quite perfect. Who are you? Let me introduce myself, Guardian number 0513, as your new node guardian. The other party was obviously stunned. Sorry, I don't know what you were talking about. Mu Xing pointed to the guardian badge on his chest, and then nodded his head. The other party's mind instantly rang with a reminder of the survival system. You are a smart person, from now on, follow me closely. Okay. The girl made her own decision after only a few seconds of hesitation. On the left, the woman in red clothes, the man with a brown hat on the right, the white-collar worker playing with the dog in the southwest, and the young man handing out flyers in the northeast. Who are these people? Li Shui asked calmly. Node hunters, specializing in hunting new nodes for a living. Are they strong? Very strong, at least not something a newcomer like you can deal with. Then you. Don't worry, I will protect your node. Li Shui did not speak, savoring what Mu Xing said. At this moment, the white-collar worker, who was originally playing with the dog, suddenly walked towards them. Mu Xing walked to Li Shui's left calmly. And just when the white-collar worker approached, he actually attacked Li Shui directly. Mu Xing frowned. This guy was not coming for the node, but for the newcomer. Enemy? Or someone else? The other party stabbed out with a sharp dagger in his hand, and a dazzling light flashed on the tip. Mu Xing's right hand was directly tempered, trying to grab the dagger. However, the flashing light on the dagger was more destructive than he imagined, and it actually shook his right hand back. Something's wrong. Mu Xing's face changed slightly. This guy was not an ordinary senior. He pulled Li Shui behind him, and his fierce mental power instantly bound the white-collar worker in front of him. He saw that the white-collar worker actually showed a stiff smile. That smile looked so weird, it was an emotionless smile. Suddenly his mouth split open, and a strong suction came. Mu Xing grabbed Li Shui and let him be sucked into an unknown dark space by the man's open mouth. Mr. Guardian, what is going on now? Even though the newcomer Li Shui was calm and had a good psychological quality, she was still shocked by this scene. Mu Xing took out the survival terminal and found that the display screen of the survival terminal was full of garbled characters. Don't worry. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and a rotating telekinetic shield protected Li Shui and the shield. Then he began to observe the surrounding situation. This was a dark space of tens of thousands of square meters, surrounded by fog, as if there were ghosts floating around. Xiao Xiao. Li Shui shouted, and the Pomeranian puppy that was sucked in with her instantly turned into a ferocious white lion, protecting her behind her. Did you offend anyone in the survival world? Mu Xing asked. No, I was processing files at home, and suddenly a pop-up window popped up on the computer. I randomly clicked on an option, and it sucked me into the computer. When I woke up again, I was already in the so-called survival world, a world full of ghosts and monsters. The spirit masters traveled through the mortal world and fought against the ghosts in the city. Xiao Xiao is my awakened spirit master. She pointed to the white lion guarding her. Do you have teammates? No, as far as I know, I am the only survivor in the entire survival world. I rely on Death Replay to constantly find a breakthrough, and finally kill the powerful ghost and return to reality. Mu Xing looked at Li Shui seriously, who had a similar experience with him. He turned around, activated the observer's consciousness, and immediately analyzed the essence of this mysterious space. This is a unique small space, but the atmosphere makes Mu Xing feel a little familiar. There is a faint smell of void chaos. But how can the survivors master the power of void chaos? It was just an accident, and he has never seen anyone else master similar power. And this space seems to be able to block his connection with the survival system, which is even more unusual. Li Shui couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Guardian, are you in trouble?" "It's not trouble, I'm just curious. Why are you being targeted?" Li Shui shook his head. "I don't know. Is it the wrong ghosts in the survival world who followed me?" Mu Xing didn't explain. "Anyway, let's get out first." Just then, a dense array of strange hands suddenly stretched out from the darkness. In addition to the strange hands, there were also creeping tentacles extending from the ground. Mu Xing woke up the evil spirit. It was well informed and might recognize it. "You come to bother me again. Didn't I say? Hey, I smell the breath of chaos. Boy, you didn't enter the void again?" "No, this was released by a guy who was suspected to be a killer." Chaos slaves, also known as chaos followers, are slaves that have been twisted by chaos will or specially cultivated by some chaos creatures. They are loyal to chaos, and are chaos usual minions when it invades other worlds. Mu Xing understood something. For example, the butchers under your command? The split-headed monsters under Huan Ming's command? Don't mention this to me. The evil spirit is still worried. Wait, this is the real world. How can there be chaos slaves? The evil spirit suddenly realized the problem. I don't know, it suddenly appeared. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. The evil spirit suddenly laughed strangely. What are you laughing at? What's so interesting? Let's talk about this later. Boy, take down this chaos slave first. Don't let it run away. Mu Xing found that the evil spirit seemed to show considerable interest in this chaos slave. Chapter 441. Countless black monster hands grabbed at Mu Xing and Li Shui, and the white lion rushed left and right, biting madly, trying to force these monster hands back. However, more and more monster hands began to make the white lion unable to resist. The tentacles were entangled and wanted to pull it into the ground. At the same time, those monster hands frantically scratched the shield that Mu Xing left on Li Shui. She stretched out her hand. Xiao, come back. However, this time, her spirit control seemed to be out of control and could not be taken back. Mu Xing waved his spiritual blade, cutting off one strange hand after another. However, the strange hands became more and more, turning into cages to bind him. At this moment, the white-collar worker with a strange expression appeared in this space. He tilted his head and looked at Mu Xing. His eyes had no whites, only black eyeballs, which looked very creepy. Are you the guardian among the survivors? Mu Xing was not in a hurry, staring at the other party, and began to ask questions. You are not a survivor, who are you? The guy waved his right hand, and two dull-looking survivors were pulled into this dark world. These two people should be node hunters, with average strength, and they all seem to be controlled by the chaos slave. What did you do to them? Don't worry, you will soon become their companion. The two controlled survivors walked towards him step by step, muttering strange words, like Your Majesty, sacrifice, and assimilation. The arms of the two seemed to melt, and turned into soft mud, which penetrated into the cage, trying to corrode Mu Xing in this way. The white-collar worker took 2 steps to Li Shui. He put one hand on the telekinetic shield. The shield, which was flowing with telekinetic force, began to corrode and melt. Roar, roar, roar! The white lion on the side was anxious and roared at the white-collar worker. Li Shui quickly took out a peachwood sword. The blade was engraved with some mysterious spell. She chanted the spell, and the blade glowed. The white-collar worker murmured to himself. It turns out that he is a good seedling selected by the survival system. His soul strength, mental strength, and combat awareness are all top-notch. Your Excellence's plan is correct. Only by attacking the rear of the survival system and cutting off the supply chain can we win the battle on the battlefield. As soon as he said this, he suddenly shattered the shield, and his right hand turned into a claw, grabbing Li Shui. Li Shui quickly did a backflip, formed seals with both hands, and the white lion collapsed directly. The next moment, the white lion gathered in front of her and bit the white collar. This fighting consciousness is not like that of an ordinary person at all, but more like a veteran who galloped on the battlefield. At the same time, she is very skilled in using magic, which should be a combination of spirit control and some Maoshan Taoism. Obviously, she has mastered some special power before becoming a survivor. The white-collar worker snorted coldly, and his terrifying claws tore the white lion to pieces, and continued to grab Li Shui. Li Shui's face changed slightly, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, when the white lion was torn to pieces. This was the backlash caused by the shattering of the spirit control. The white-collar worker was about to continue attacking, but he instinctively sensed a trace of danger. He suddenly turned sideways and heard a puff sound, and his right hand was instantly blown up by some force. He looked back and saw white mycelium spreading in the cage wrapped in the mud of the two assimilated bodies, instantly tearing the cage apart. Wherever he passed, the dark space began to tremble and became extremely unstable. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a look of horror. Chaos will. He made a decision almost instantly and prepared to self-destruct. However, at this moment, the entire black space froze. A lazy striped fat cat jumped out of Mu Xing's finger ring and walked in front of the white-collar worker with cat steps. The claws directly penetrated his forehead and pulled out a ball of squirming black mud. The mud rolled, and the two eyeballs trembled wildly. That was fear, endless fear. Mu Xing realized that this mass of mud was the real body, the slave of chaos in the mouth of the evil spirit. Interesting. Which chaotic will are you a servant of? The evil spirit asked. I. The mass of mud squirmed and trembled wildly, but could not move its body at all. No talk? Then I have to have some fun. The evil spirit only meowed and dragged the mass of mud away. Hey, wait, there are these two, take care of them. Mu Xing carried two unconscious node hunters. What a hassle. The evil spirit cursed, but still ran over, hooked its claws, and grabbed two lumps of mud that had not yet formed from their bodies. Take these two lumps to Terra City to claim your reward. The evil spirit disappeared directly into the ring. When the evil spirit disappeared, the space was directly broken, and Mu Xing and the stagnant Li Shui returned to reality. After a trance, Li Shui woke up. Mr. Guardian, what just happened? Mu Xing held two sealed bottles in his hands, which contained two lumps of black mud. Don't worry, it's all solved, go collect the nodes first. At this moment, a golden vortex began to take shape. It was a special golden node. Mu Xing woke up the node hunters. Hey, wake up! They are not dead, they are just occupied. Several people sat up in confusion. Hey, who are you? And where is this? Mu Xing would not give them a good face. With a thought, the surging mind power suppressed them. Boss, we are wrong. Several people quickly begged for mercy. This terrifying telekinesis also shocked the node hunters, who were ready to move around. Get out of here. Mu Xing looked around and drove all these guys away. He strengthened the scan to confirm that there were no other chaos slaves around. I ask you, what happened before you lost consciousness? Several people looked at each other. I don't know, we just returned from the survival world. In other words, you lost consciousness as soon as you returned? Several people nodded blankly. Mu Xing looked at the white-collar worker. What about you? Me too. You're talking nonsense. You'd better tell the truth. Confession will be treated leniently, while resistance will be treated severely. I don't know. I really don't know anything. Just as Mu Xing pressed further. Suddenly, two rays of light fell. Mu Xing looked up. They were all wearing silver armor, with the numbers of Terra City on their chests. One of them saluted Mu Xing first. Hello, I am Zhou He, the patrol captain of Terra City. Thank you, the Guardian, for suppressing the slaves of chaos. Mu Xing used the Guardian's authority to instantly check the public identities of the two people in the survival terminal. They were indeed the patrol team of Terra City. Do you know their situation? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. We just detected the abnormal chaos fluctuations and rushed here as soon as possible, but we didn't expect that they had been suppressed. No, that thing ran away. Mu Xing shook his head. The two looked at each other, as if they had been mentally prepared. Leave these few people to us. We will take them back to Terra City for soul purification. By the way, this is for you. When the two saw the sealed bottle in Mu Xing's hand, they were shocked. You actually captured the chaos slave? Na Zhou, he hurriedly said. Please be sure to follow me to Terra City. Mu Xing also wanted to find out what happened. Nodding. Wait for me for 3 minutes, I have new people to protect. The two looked at Li Shui and understood something at once. No wonder the chaos slave would take the risk of being exposed. It turns out that he is a rare genius seed. Chapter 442. Soon, Li Shui returned with a radiant look as she collected her nodes. Mu Xing could sense that some kind of power was awakening in her. It was obvious that she had acquired a powerful innate ability. Although she didn't know what had just happened in the dark space, Li Shui understood that if it weren't for Mu Xing, she might have been assassinated by the assassin who suddenly appeared. She bowed to Mu Xing to express her gratitude. This is my business card. I'm worried that those guys won't give up. If you have any questions, you can call me. Li Shui took the business card handed over by Mu Xing. Wait a minute, this is my business card. She quickly took out a business card from her bag. Mu Xing glanced at it casually. The president of Liyue Group Company Limited? Mu Xing was a little shocked. He didn't expect that it was a female president. The card turned in his hand and disappeared directly in his palm. Goodbye. Mu Xing waved at her and was relieved after confirming again that there were no chaos slaves around. Guardian number 0513, the Guardian mission has been completed. The reminder sound of the survival system also sounded in time. This newcomer is a potential seedling. If he hadn't been rushing to Terra City, he would definitely try to win him over. You two, let's go! The patrol captain named Zhou, he put one hand on the badge on his chest, and a beam of light fell, teleporting them away. Mu Xing never thought that he would enter the inner city of Terra City in this way. Looking at the towering buildings around, it was majestic and solemn, indeed different from the outer city. However, this seemed to be a separate space, and the surrounding buildings were all displayed in the form of space projection. In front of the gate, a scanning light was projected. Ding ding, chaos aura detected, warning. Warning! Soon, a large group of patrol officers in armor rushed out. A tall man walked out of the crowd. His armor was different from that of ordinary patrol officers. Report to the captain, the patrol team found traces of chaos slaves in Guangzhou. Here is the report. Zhou he respectfully handed over a report, which was grabbed by the man and quickly scanned. He walked in 2 steps to the 3 survivors and pinched the white-collar worker's chin. His eyes were like a scanner, directly looking through his memory. His expression was grim, and he waved his right hand. Traitor, suppress it. I'm not a traitor, I'm not a traitor. The white-collar worker suddenly screamed, and his body also showed signs of alienation. 2 patrolmen suddenly rushed up and put some kind of handcuffs directly on his neck. The blue light lit up and instantly suppressed his mutation. Mu Xing frowned. There was still a chaotic aura in this guy's body, hidden deep in his consciousness, and he didn't even notice it. Then, the man checked the other 2 people, send these 2 to be purified, and release them after clearing the relevant memories. The first impression this man gave Mu Xing was that he acted efficiently and without dragging his feet. Until he walked in front of Mu Xing looked up and found that he was actually a head taller than him. He had grown stronger recently, but compared to this man, he looked like a little kid. Guardian, number 0513, Blood Moon? He seemed to be looking up Mu Xing's information. Yes. Please introduce yourself. I'm Zhao Hui, the leader of the 13th Guard Patrol Group of Terra City. It was the first time that Mu Xing heard of the Guard Patrol Group. It should be part of some kind of early warning mechanism of Terra City. I know you have a lot of doubts, please follow me. He was about to invite Mu Xing in. However, at this time, the alarm began to make an extremely shrill sound. Warning, warning, chaos will detected. At this moment, all kinds of weapons were aimed at Mu Xing in front of them, surrounding him. The armor of Zhao Hui was shining with golden light. Mu Xing's expression froze, and he almost forgot that he also had chaos will. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, the alarm suddenly stopped. Zhao Hui seemed to have received some kind of information and raised his right hand. The patrolmen around him put down their weapons one after another. Don't surround us, disperse, we are on our own. Hearing this, the patrolmen around quickly dispersed without even an explanation. Mu Xing was puzzled. What just happened? Guardian, please follow me. Someone wants to see you. For some reason, Mu Xing felt that Zhao Hui's tone was much more respectful. What was going on? Mu Xing followed Zhao Hui to the gate with a puzzled look on his face, and the blue scanning light shone over and flashed again. Chaos slave larva detected. The surrounding guards became alert again, and Zhao Hui also raised his head. Oh, this! Mu Xing quickly took out 2 sealed bottles. Are they actually the captured chaos slaves? There was some disbelief in his eyes. Any questions? Mu Xing asked. Zhao Hui took a deep breath and quickly took out a special crystal box. Please put them in the box. Mu Xing didn't understand why Zhao Hui looked so nervous when he saw the 2 sealed bottles. But he still put them in the crystal box. When the sealed bottles left Mu Xing's hands, the mud inside seemed to be activated, shaking and squirming wildly. Quiet! Mu Xing frowned and scolded. The 2 sealed bottles suddenly quieted down. Until the crystal box closed, he looked up and saw Zhao Hui with an extremely strange expression. Please follow me. Entering the gate, the facilities inside are complete and look more like a military camp. What exactly does your security patrol team do? Mu Xing asked curiously. Zhao Hui did not mean to hide it. The security patrol team is affiliated with the Emergency Management Department of the Terra Council, responsible for patrolling the city of Terra and monitoring the safety of the real world. If we find an invasion, special crisis, etc., we will rush to deal with it as soon as possible. If we can't handle it, we will report it and let the professional department handle it. Mu Xing finally understood that this was a patrol team. The battlefield situation has been tense recently, and abnormal invasions of the real world have occurred from time to time. We have added new personnel, but the enemy is becoming more and more cunning, so we must be on our guard. Mu Xing didn't understand why Zhao Hui suddenly told him this. The two walked through the corridor and the public training area and arrived at the backyard. As soon as I entered the door, I sensed a strange breath, familiar yet strange. In the center of the backyard, a boy was floating in the air, sitting cross-legged in meditation. He looked only about 10 years old, with his eyes closed and his body slightly floating. As if sensing Mu Xing's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes and teleported in front of Mu Xing. At this moment, Mu Xing almost couldn't control the fungus ball in his sea of consciousness, and his chaotic consciousness shook violently, like a stress response. He quickly suppressed this stress response and slowly calmed down. Mu Xing looked into the boy's eyes. Those eyes were not human eyes, but like the abyss. Good control? He said such a strange sentence, and then landed lightly. Excuse me, who are you? I am the consultant of the security patrol group. You can call me Yuan. Mu Xing stared at the boy. He gave him a very strange feeling, like a chaotic will full of reason. Chapter 443. He looked at Zhao Hui. There is nothing wrong with this guardian. Give him the reward and send him off. Zhao Hui saluted respectfully. Yes. Then he whispered, Mr. Consultant, do you want to clear the relevant memories? No. What did the Grand Commander say? The Grand Commander asked me to check it. There is no problem. Just let him go. Yes. Mu Xing had too many doubts and too many questions at this time. Well, I have some questions. The boy named Yuan turned around and said, Don't ask too many questions. It won't do you any good now. Just be a good survivor and work hard to become stronger. Mu Xing sighed. He wanted to say something, but the boy waved his right hand. A beam of light directly teleported him away from the inner city of Terra. When he looked up again, he found himself standing on the street of the outer city of Terra. The crowd was bustling, much more lively than the last time. Many new faces that I had never seen before. They were in a hurry and looked very busy. It was as if a storm was about to come, and a war was imminent. Mu Xing's mind was full of questions and confusion at this time. He stood on the street and thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out why the patrol team took him there. Then, they sent him out again for no apparent reason. He shook his head, put aside his chaotic thoughts, and went to Lorenberg to collect the nodes first. Estimating the time, their nodes should be condensed soon. At the same time, in the quiet giant conference room, the candlelight flickered, and the withered yellow flame exuded a warm atmosphere. In front of the conference table, golden beams of light fell one after another. These people were dressed in strange clothes, and some were not even human. There were steam robots spewing steam, souls with their eyes closed, angels with wings, and humanoid slime that crawled like slime. These strange beings gathered in the conference hall, sitting around a round table. In the center of the round table was a rotating projection of the earth. The only similarity was the inspector badge on their chests. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out. That was the sound of metal hitting the ground. A 1.9-meter tall man in military uniform, with a dignified face, walked into the conference hall step by step with a cane. His left leg was disabled, and he had a prosthesis. So he walked a little strangely. His appearance silenced the discussion in the entire conference hall. Grandmaster. Everyone stood up and saluted. The badge on his chest not only had a number, but also a name. Ron. Ron waved his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Everyone, please report your intelligence. The huge virtual projection in the center of the conference table began to flash red dots. The red dots continued to increase, spreading all over the world, at least hundreds of them. There was a lot of discussion. Dong dong dong. The cane hit the floor heavily. Quiet. There was a little problem on the battlefield, and the rear was directly on fire. This is the negligence of our entire patrol team. There were so many invasions in a short period of time. I am very disappointed with your performance. One person couldn't help but say, Captain, this can't be blamed on us. After all, we are just a patrol team. It's good enough that we can find problems. It should be the responsibility of the security team to deal with these situations. Ron immediately glared at them. We can't even solve this kind of budding problem, and we still need to find the Security Defense Corps. What's the point of you? We might as well disband the patrol team. The entire conference room was silent, and no one dared to answer. It's been 3 days, and you haven't even found out the specific details of the source of the invaders. You disappoint me. Everyone at the table bowed their heads and said nothing. Just then, Zhao Hui raised his right hand. Captain, there is a situation to report. Ron nodded, motioning him to speak. Zhao Hui pointed with his right hand, and the projection of the earth disappeared, turning into projections of 3 survivors. These 3 people launched an assassination operation against a talented young man in Guang City today. Is it the Chaos Slave? Someone asked. Yes, and they have been successfully captured. Captain Zhao Hui, your 13th Regiment did a good job. Zhao Hui touched his nose. In fact, it was not us who captured it. A guardian caught it. The surrounding discussion started again. Silence. Ron knocked on the table. At this moment, a vortex formed, and a boy who was no more than 10 years old walked out. It was Yuan. Put 2 sealed bottles on the table. The mud in the bottle squirmed, and the eyeballs swam inside. Chaos Slave. Instantly, everyone's eyes gathered. Ron turned his head. Have you found out the details? I have found out. It should be the guy behind the 6th war zone. Ron stood up. I will go to make a plan now. Don't worry, Grand Commander. I found something interesting. Interesting stuff? The boy pointed with his right hand, and a sealed bottle was opened, and the sludge was suspended in the air. Watch carefully. They found that there was some kind of blue thread on the sludge. What is this? The winged angel next to him couldn't help asking. Blue Star Wars. The boy grabbed with his right hand, and the blue thread gradually gathered into a blue planet emblem. A cowboy at the conference table raised his head. I have long felt that the Blue Star Wars is weird. I have been watching them for a long time. It seems that this time, they are colluding inside and outside to let in these Chaos Slaves. I suggest drafting an arrest warrant immediately and controlling them first. Ron looked at the boy. As a consultant, what do you think? Although the target has been locked, I don't think it's necessary to alert the enemy. Leaving them behind may be a way to use them in reverse. Ron immediately understood what he meant. I will consider your opinion. By the way, is there really nothing wrong with the Guardian? The boy shook his head. Don't worry about him. This is an order issued by the survival system. Ron was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He turned his head. Everyone, it is a major breakthrough to catch the Chaos Slave this time. All of you quickly record the Chaos Slave's breath and signs. As he said, he raised his right hand. Order, within 12 hours, completely clear all invading Chaos Slaves. Yes. Instantly, everyone stood up. Action. Ron waved his right hand, and saw beams of light covering them, teleporting them away. Yuan frowned until everyone left. Captain, this matter can be big or small. Should we report it directly to the Parliament? No, although the Parliament has not spoken, the Parliament is well aware of everything. We just need to complete our tasks. Ron shook his head. By the way, is that Guardian also a member of the Seed Project? Ron asked. I don't know. I thought he was a member of the Seed Project at first, but later I found that it was not right. What do you mean? He doesn't have a seed mark on him. No seed mark? I'm suddenly interested in him. Ron smiled with interest. I think you can try to get in touch with him. Our patrol team is not as good as the security team, and there are not many people who can be of great use. Yuan nodded. I have no problem, but as the head of the team, why do you have to be in a patrol team? You should know that you are also a member of the Parliament. Okay, Yuan, don't mention the past. Ron waved his hand and pointed at himself. How can there be high and low jobs in Terra City? It's all for the future of our world. It doesn't matter. Chapter 444. After leaving Terra City, Mu Xing was teleported directly to Lorenberg. At this time, Crazy and Yifei arrived earlier than him. On the way, Mu Xing communicated with Crazy, and Crazy still checked him carefully when they met. No, what are you doing? To see if you have any missing arms or legs. I just went to the inspection team, not the Ministry of Justice prison. Crazy said seriously. That's the inspection team, responsible for the inspection of the entire real world, with amazing authority. If they suspect someone, they can arrest him if they want. Mu Xing was stunned. It's not as weird as you say, right? I think they are all very polite. I even met a consultant named Yuan. Crazy Man was shocked. Did you meet Yuan? A little boy. Is there something wrong with him? He actually joined the patrol team. Who is he? Lawful Chaos. What the hell? He used to be on the Lawful Chaos side. It seems that the survival system has won him over. What lawful chaos. The madman stopped talking. Apparently, he touched upon some kind of confidentiality agreement, which was related to the nightmare battlefield. Did he interrogate you? After all, you came into contact with the slaves of chaos. The madman asked. No, he just glared at me, and I glared at him, and then I was teleported away. The madman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no problems were found, otherwise it would be troublesome. I don't think there is any problem. I just think the group of people is very strange, and the ordinary members don't seem to be very strong. Mu Xing complained. Of course, you can understand that the patrol group is a group of patrol soldiers, and the real responsible for dealing with various troubles is the security defense group, which is full of tough guys. These two groups are agencies under the Terra Council, specializing in security work in the real world. Wait, these two groups are responsible for the security of the real world. What about the survival system? The survival system is very busy. How can it have time to take care of these? And the survival system is just a system. Everything still depends on us humans. As he said that, the madman patted his shoulder. Since you were not arrested on the spot, it means that there will be no problem in the future. Don't worry. At this time, 3 familiar figures appeared on the street and waved at them. It was Zhuge Yu and his 2 companions. Blood Moon Boss, Madman Boss. After they came back and met again, even the names changed. Are you here to get the node too? Yes, the node has just been condensed, and I am planning to go to the space-time tower to get it. In that case, let's go together. The 6 of them headed for the space-time tower. Although they didn't pass the level perfectly this time, the evaluations were very good, so almost all of them scored above 90 points. Mu Xing wandered outside the space-time tower for a long time before entering the tower with trepidation. The last chaos invasion activated the time defense mechanism of Lorenberg. I hope I won't be targeted this time. He randomly chose a space to enter. His node vortex began to be released. Mu Xing was accustomed to this kind of scene, and walked over to grab the star cluster in the vortex. Please choose your baptismal talent. Talent 1 Abnormal Investigator. Obtain the Abnormal Investigator profession and open the Abnormal Investigator special talent tree. Talent 2 Tidal Summoning. Obtain the Tidal Summoning ability, which can summon the tide to cause water element damage to the target. Talent 3 Astrologer. Obtain the Astrologer profession and open the Astrologer special professional skill. Then, the 4th talent appeared. Special Golden Talent Psychic Vision. Blessed by the astral body, obtain special true vision and can observe spirits and higher life forms. Note: humans always wander on the edge of death, and exploring the unknown is always dangerous. Mu Xing fell in love with this special golden talent at first sight. Although his observer consciousness can also observe, it observes the material world. With this clairvoyant talent, the observation range of his observer consciousness can be further improved. Are you sure to choose this talent? The selection cannot be changed or undone. Confirmed. Mu Xing is on the observer route, so this clairvoyant is simply a talent tailor-made for him. As a ray of light fell, Mu Xing suddenly felt that his vision was much clearer. He quickly tried to activate his psychic talent. He actually saw with his eyes the wisps of spiritual power floating around his body. These invisible and ethereal spirits turned into intuitive and visible things. Mu Xing expressed that he was very satisfied with this ability. However, psychic viewers may see something beyond common sense, which will interfere with their spirit and cognition, which is very dangerous. Fortunately, he has the knowledge of an observer, which is equivalent to adding a protective facility, observing from the perspective of a bystander instead of looking directly, which greatly reduces the risk of facing the unknown. Many observers have not been able to master this ability to directly see the truth of the non-material world. He picked up a big bargain this time. After the baptism was completed, Mu Xing absorbed the power of time and space according to the old rules. This time, not only the Blood Moon origin was absorbed, but also the Chaos Will was involved. In the end, the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin was increased to 280%, and the Chaos Fungus Ball in the Sea of Consciousness grew by 1/3. Mu Xing left the Time and Space Tower in a good mood, and the others also gained a lot, especially the newcomers, all of whom were radiant. At this time, Crazy and Yifei also came out. What did you get? Crazy said, I got an auxiliary ability, which can keep me awake when my anger is completely burning, reducing the risk of losing control and increasing the power at the same time. Fei, what about you? Brother, I got a talent for controlling vitality. From now on, I also have my own core energy. Mu Xing checked his talent and found that it was a talent for controlling his own life energy. By consuming life energy, He can enhance his combat effectiveness or launch attacks. His various transformation abilities combined with vitality control can be considered a good enhancement. At this time, Shuga, you came over. Brother Blood Moon, I want to participate in your regiment's assessment. I wonder if you can give me this opportunity. Mu Xing nodded and handed over a business card, which was EU's business card. Go back to Kowloon City to find EU. She will arrange for you to take the assessment. Crystal Rose? Obviously, Shuga, you also knew EU. Since you know her, it will be easier. You can just go to her directly. I have already said hello. Shuga Yu suppressed her excitement and bowed to Mu Xing. As for Thomas and Sophie, they hesitated and finally did not say that they wanted to take the test. Because they knew that even if they wanted to try, they did not have the strength to pass the test. Let's go to New Jersey to collect equipment. I want to see how much wealth the Iron Legion has left. Wait a minute, I will teleport to the Black Mountain Canyon first, and then open the portal to pull you over. Madman said. Then I will take the free bus without hesitation. Mu Xing smiled. Madman nodded and disappeared. After waiting for about a minute, a blue portal opened in front of them. Chapter 445. New Jersey. Iron Corps Base Number 1. This time, Maxon dispatched almost all the elite troops of the Corps to encircle Mu Xing and his group. The ones left behind were ordinary teams with weak strength. Maxon's fortune was in Newark, so his main base Number 1 was also in Newark. There was a low hilly area in the southwest of the city. It was this hill that looked ordinary, but there was a huge underground base hidden underground. Above the hill was a single-family villa, which seemed to be the only entrance to the underground base from a distance. Mu Xing took out the box of fluoros and released Maxon's soul. Where was Maxon's former pride and confidence at this moment? With only a weak soul left, he lowered his proud head completely. Mu Xing completely defeated both his strength and calculation. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other, and the two approached the villa directly. Who is it? As they approached the villa, a scolding sounded, and two lasers whizzed and landed accurately in front of them. Several soldiers with live ammunition and wearing power armor aimed at them. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, releasing terrifying telekinesis, and the solid power armor instantly twisted into a ball of dough, turning into a piece of iron-wrapped meat. The madmen grabbed their captain, broke his weapon, opened his helmet, and carried the captain into the villa like a chicken. The people who came to reinforce were twisted into a dough by Mu Xing before they could react. Yifei followed in, searched the room and said, I can't find the entrance. The madman pinched the captain's neck. Tell me, where is the entrance to the base? There is no entrance. The man rolled his eyes because of the pinch. The madman's hand was like an iron clamp, and some kind of force suppressed all his abilities, making him unable to move. Oh, you are still so tough? The madman continued to increase his strength, even breaking his fingers. Tell me, where is the entrance? There is no entrance, the man said painfully. The madman was about to continue the torture, but was stopped by Mu Xing. There is indeed no entrance. The underground base is not connected to the ground. No entrance? The madman was stunned. He looked at the captain who was being pinched. Is there really no entrance? The man nodded quickly. The madman was speechless. Tell me, how to get into the underground? You can only apply to the base to enter, and you can return to the base after getting permission. What do you mean? Next to him, Mu Xing held a box of fluoros in his hand. It should be like the academy in the radiation. They rely on teleportation to enter and exit. Am I right, Captain Maxon? Mu Xing stared at the soul floating on the box. Maxon was furious. No one can enter my base without my permission. The madman said, Isn't the base underground? I can dig it out, right? Ha ha, you can try. Maxon was full of sarcasm. Mu Xing said, If I guess correctly, it should be hidden in a special space. So what? No one can find it without my permission. I locked the permission before I left. Mu Xing looked calm. So, this is the real purpose of keeping your soul. He grabbed a corpse with his right hand, turned on the communication device, and began to imitate Maxon's voice, calling the base, I am Maxon, now applying for permission to restart the base. Maxon's soul was suppressed by Mu Xing, and could not move. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word, and only had an angry face. After a while, a voice came from the other side. Captain, is that you, Captain? Yes, it's me. You can start the remote soul verification, restart the authority, and take us back to the base. Congratulations to the captain on your triumphant return. Start the verification process now, and prepare to restart the authority. Maxon's soul body glared at Mu Xing, but he had no way to deal with him. At this time, a special verification device suddenly popped up on the wall of the villa. Muxing grabbed Maxon's soul body and pressed him on the verification device. After a while, a voice sounded on the device. Verification passed. You can restart the base, authority. Muxing said, start the transmission and take us back to the base. Understood, Captain. Behind him, Yifei and Crazy couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a portal opened in front of them, and a blue vortex slowly spun. Let's go, Maxon. Take me to your base for a tour. Blood Moon, kill me if you can. Maxon growled. Muxing collected his soul expressionlessly, then stepped into the vortex, followed closely by Crazy and Yifei. A trance. They were directly teleported to a large silver platform, surrounded by a group of regiment members and researchers who were preparing to welcome their leader back. In the end, it was not their leader who came in, but three strangers. A shrill alarm sounded throughout the base. Warning, warning, unknown invasion, unknown invasion. The defense program of the entire base was running quickly, and all the Legion soldiers with live ammunition rushed out. Muxing scanned the entire base in an instant. Don't say it, this place is quite large, covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, and there are 7 or 8 floors above and below. Although it is not as good as those in the main and secondary cities, it is not easy for a medium-sized war group to have such a special space prop. Invaders, kill them! Someone shouted and fired at Muxing and his men. Maxon looked ashen when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, he could not remind these people not to attack and run away quickly, otherwise they would die. Muxing held up a telekinetic shield to block all attacks, and those bullets and lasers were deflected. Do you want me to take action? The madman said. No need. Muxing waved his right hand, and the entire base was shrouded in starlight, as if suddenly coming from the base to the starry sky. Just as these people were puzzled, a group of flowing colorful light flowed out from the starlight. What is that? Fire quickly. However, all attacks on the colorful light stream had no effect. There was no entity, and it could not be attacked by lasers. Quick, use space teleportation. Someone quickly activated a special space device, trying to trap this group of colorful light and teleport it out. However, when the distorted space acted on the colorful light stream, the space transmission did not work at all. The space was distorted, but the colorful light stream did not deform. Its existence was like a concept. It still flowed quietly, and when it passed through a person, the person suddenly stiffened. Then he fell to the ground with a plop, and his body smashed into gray dust. Star color! Some people exclaimed, and some screamed. Get out of here quickly, everyone, retreat quickly. Apparently someone recognized Xing Jikai and lost the consciousness to resist. Just as the situation fell into chaos, Muxing and his team had already arrived at the second floor of the base. They frowned and looked at the laboratory in the base. Maxon, this bastard, actually captured ordinary people for experiments. The madman growled. Muxing narrowed his eyes. He only used unconscious clones for experiments. He didn't expect Maxon to be so crazy. And there were so many people, about 2,000 or 3,000. It is estimated that many people who disappeared in New Jersey every year are here, devouring all the people of the Iron Legion. Muxing gave an order to Xing Jikai. Chapter 446. Before entering the underground base, Muxing had the Divine Seal the space around the base. Unlike the survival system, the base's fragile teleportation ability would fail if it was disturbed. Those soldiers and researchers who tried to escape using the teleportation device were thrown back fiercely. The star color was cautious at first, but then gradually let go. In just a few minutes, it swallowed up the entire base. Wherever it passed, only gray dust was left. With the replenishment of these life energies, the star color grew directly from more than 1 meter to 3 meters long. It also wanted to devour the ordinary people who were captured as experimental subjects, but was taken back to the original hive by Muxing. They searched the entire base, and finally found the warehouse of the Iron Legion on the 7th floor. They followed the same method, and used Maxon's soul as a key to unlock it. The moment the door of the warehouse was opened, everyone was blinded by the props and equipment in the warehouse. But they soon calmed down from their excitement, and were even a little disappointed. Because although there were many things, there were not many valuable ones. Ordinary props piled up like a mountain, and there were very few fine products. The only consolation was the 10 purple weapons taken out from the safe. It seems that this is the last of the Iron Legion. The madman shoved the props, and shook his head. Muxing was not surprised. This time, Maxon almost used all his trump cards and elites to encircle them. He paid a huge price to invade the survival world. All the reserves were used up in that battle. Be content, and there are still the most valuable things here that we haven't taken. What? This base space? Madman suddenly realized. Yifei, Madman, you guys count the props, I go to the central core. By the way, brother, how do you deal with these ordinary people? Put them back after clearing this memory. Understood. After the last lesson, Yifei was no longer dragging his words. Just as they were counting the props, Mu Xing came to the 8th floor of the base. This is the lowest level of the base, and only the core members of the Iron Legion are qualified to enter. Mu Xing took out Maxon's head and pressed his face on the scanner. Welcome home, Captain. A synthesized electronic voice sounded. Oh, there's also an electronic butler. Mu Xing walked into the main control room, where he could control and set up every level of the base. Don't even think about taking away my hard work. Maxon's soul floated beside Mu Xing, shouting viciously. Mu Xing ignored the guy's final struggle and used his head to activate the authority. A transparent cylinder rose in the center of the main control room. In the cylinder, a prismatic crystal slowly rotated. This is the core of the base space. Tell me the password. Mu Xing glanced at Maxon's soul. Do you think I will tell you? He sneered. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the red divine seal emerged, allowing the divine seal to read the memory stored in his head directly. After a while, Master, the password has been successfully read. Input. Accompanied by a ding sound, the transparent cylinder opened, revealing the suspended space core. At this moment, Maxon's soul suddenly broke free from the shackles, rushed out quickly, and grabbed the space core with one hand. However, when his finger was less than 10 centimeters away from the core of the space, it was locked by the invisible mental force. Mu Xing snorted coldly. I knew you were not honest. If so, I will completely fulfill your wish. Chaos mycelium seeped out, Maxon screamed, and his soul was instantly corroded. Shanine, do you think I can create a slave similar to the Chaos Slave to drive? Shanine said, in theory, it is possible, but the practical application of this aspect probably needs to find evil spirits. Understood, I will go find that fat cat. As a result, before he entered the 4th layer of the original hive, the evil spirit threw out a ball of light. Take it, don't disturb my sleep. Apparently, after swallowing the astral body essence before, it has not yet completed the complete digestion. Mu Xing took the ball of light, and the relevant knowledge of how to create followers instantly appeared in his mind. I see. Mu Xing corroded and transformed Maxon's soul according to the knowledge in his mind, turning it into his own chaos slave. A moment. When Maxon, in the soul body state, stood up again, his soul had turned gray and white, and chaos hyphae were coiled in his soul. Completely transformed from a survivor soul to a chaotic soul. Maxon meets the master. Maxon bowed his head, extremely respectful. Go and release the connection with the space core. Yes, master. After receiving the instruction, Maxon directly released the connection with the space core in front of him. Mu Xing grabbed the core with his right hand, and it fell into his hand. Obtain the ownerless special space item. Do you want to bind it? Okay. He stamped his own mark in the core, and successfully took the complete base space into his pocket. Master, I have a spare mechanical body in the core area. Please allow me to control it. Spare body? Mu Xing looked up. He didn't expect there was a surprise. When the door of the warehouse in the core area opened, it was empty inside, with only a 1-to-1 restored mechanical body. Wearing black power armor, the body structure is completely mechanical. The huge nuclear reactor on the chest is much larger than those used by Maxon in the previous battle. Mu Xing, who has read Maxon's memory, already knows the purpose and origin of this mechanical body. Previously, Maxon had intended to completely break away from the constraints of the flesh and upload his soul and consciousness into this mechanical body. But he was held back by many reasons. First, the debugging of this mechanical body was not perfect enough. Second, once he was separated from the flesh, his emotions would gradually disappear, and he would become a cold and emotionless existence, so he was always hesitant. Now, after becoming a slave of chaos, Maxon has no scruples. Shanine, please help debug this mechanical body and enhance its adaptability. Understood. The red divine seal flew out, and red crystal threads flowed out from the eyes, starting to connect to the mechanical body and start debugging the system and structure. Not only that, Mu Xing tried to release the chaotic hyphae towards the mechanical body, allowing the hyphae to assimilate the mechanical body, minimizing its rejection of Maxon's soul, and enhancing its resistance to abnormal conditions. Go! When the mechanical body was debugged, Mu Xing stuffed Maxon's soul into the core of the mechanical body. Buzz! When the chest reactor started to operate, a mechanical version of Maxon opened his eyes. At the same time, the divine seal was also helping to adapt and debug, striving to achieve the most perfect state. This mechanical body consumed a huge amount of Maxon's resources. The structure is precise. Except for the gray-silver body, the body movements are no different from real people. And he doesn't need to eat or sleep, and he doesn't know fatigue. As long as the chest fusion reactor can still operate, he can keep fighting. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. After obtaining the body, Maxon knelt on one knee respectfully. Can this mechanical body still release the nuclear fusion form? Mu Xing asked. Yes, Master, but it consumes a lot of energy, and the fusion material needs to be refilled after the explosion. Mu Xing waved his hand. It was not a big deal. Chapter 447. When Mu Xing returned to the upper warehouse, Crazy and Yi Fei had already finished counting the items. They immediately noticed Maxon, who was wearing a black power armor, behind Mu Xing. Is this Maxon? To be exact, it's my chaos slave Maxon, who is now a mechanical body. Yi Fei approached curiously, touching it from left to right. Wow, it's really a piece of iron. Crazy asked. Then is he still a survivor? Mu Xing shook his head. This guy is no longer a survivor after we killed him. Now his soul has been assimilated by me and merged with the mechanical body. Now it is equivalent to a robot with Maxon's memory. This is very interesting. In the future, will we turn all those we don't like into chaos slaves? The madman also came over to observe Maxon with interest. How is it possible? Assimilation requires a lot of chaos will, and now I can only assimilate the soul body. I was lucky to create this Iron Man Maxon. Mu Xing looked at Yi Fei. By the way, how is your inventory going? Yi Fei quickly handed over a list. 3251 ordinary props, 156 advanced props, 12 purple weapons, and 1588 other consumables. Mu Xing nodded, and couldn't help sighing. It was really a killing and arson gold belt. Defeating an iron regiment can be equivalent to decades of struggle for ordinary survivors. If Maxon hadn't been extravagant, the harvest would probably be even greater. Let everyone in the regiment pick a few ordinary props that they can use, and all the others will be disposed of in the Kowloon City trading market. The advanced props and consumables will be kept and stored in the regiment warehouse, and can be exchanged according to contribution in the future. Yi Fei said expectantly. So many ordinary props, it is estimated that they can be sold for tens of millions. The madman said, leave these to me. Coming out of the base. The prismatic space core appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Collect. With a low shout, the entire base space was collected into the space core. Mu Xing planned to place it in the regiment's base, and the regiment members could come and go at will in the future. The area is also large, and everyone can build their own laboratories and research rooms. By the way, Big Brother, there are still some remnants outside the Iron Legion. What should we do with these people? Yi Fei said worriedly. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls, and the remaining ones are just some small shrimps. The iron core has completely collapsed. With the nature of these people, they will quickly change their allegiance and forget their old master. Just then, Mu Xing's phone rang. He looked up at the madman. It's Aelina. Do you want to answer it? The madman had a strange expression. If you want to answer it, it's none of my business. Mu Xing smiled and shook his head and answered the phone. Soon, they arrived at Aelina's coffee shop. I didn't expect Miss Orina to be so well informed. You received the news just after we came back. Olina looked at Mu Xing in front of her, and she was completely different from the shy one when they first met. Now Mu Xing is confident and strong, exuding a deterrent force that cannot be ignored. But she is calm and restrained, like a sword with a hidden edge. I'm worried that something will happen to you. After all, the Iron Legion is very powerful. But what I didn't expect is that you actually destroyed the Iron Legion. It's really surprising. As she said that, she glanced at the madman at the door. What are you doing standing outside? Can I eat you? The madman didn't say anything, but finally walked in, but tried to keep a distance from Aelina. Seeing the two people embarrassed, Mu Xing quickly changed the subject. Why did Miss Aelina invite us here this time? You should all know about the Nightmare Recruitment Order, right? Why? Does Miss Aelina have any exclusive news? It's not exclusive. I just want to invite you to cooperate again, as in the last survival competition. Cooperation? Olina picked up the coffee cup, put her red lips close to the cup, and took a sip with an elegant posture. I have obtained a lot of new information about the changes in the situation on the Nightmare battlefield. In the upcoming war, these are the evidence to save lives. I can provide you with information, and you can provide me with security guarantees. This is a win-win cooperation. I disagree. A madman's voice sounded. Olina chuckled. Blood Moon is the leader, you don't have the final say. The madman turned his head and stopped talking. Yi Fei sat awkwardly on the chair, not knowing whether to move or not. He could only bury his head in coffee. Aelina continued, Bailey, don't rush to refuse. I just got the news that a group of elites led by Taoist Qingju are in danger, and are surrounded. He is the grandfather of your old lover. Will you help him or not? What? Taoist Qingju is in danger? Mu Xing was stunned. He had heard of Taoist Qingju's strength. It was said that he was a cultivator who was about to reach the tribulation period. How could such a strong person be surrounded? Aelina took out an exquisite folding fan and shook it gently in her hand, not seeming to worry that the madman would not take the bait. I have a lot of relevant information here. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. The madman suddenly appeared in front of her, but that's all. Aelina covered her face with the folding fan. You look anxious. I don't know if you will come to save me if I get into danger one day? The madman did not say anything, but just sat back in his chair quietly. Mu Xing said, Miss Aelina, are you on the conscription list? Yes, in just 1 week, I will be recruited to the Nightmare Battlefield. She looked at Mu Xing. So what do you think of this cooperation, Captain Blood Moon? Since the madman has agreed, there is no problem on my side, but I am not qualified to enter the Nightmare Battlefield. After all, I am still a newcomer. Olina covered her face and smiled. You are such a powerful newcomer. This is the first time I have seen you. She put down the coffee cup. In this case, I will go ahead with Bailey. Mu Xing looked at the madman and asked for his opinion. In that case, let's do this for now. He stood up and pushed the door open. Mu Xing said, Ms. Arena, I need information about the survival world. Do you have any? Mu Xing wrote the name of a survival world in the air. I need a perfect score strategy for it. There is no perfect score strategy, but there is a high score strategy, and the price is not cheap, at least this amount. Olina held up a finger. 100,000? Yi Fei exclaimed beside him. It's 1 million. Aelina smiled. Mu Xing handed over a box without hesitation. Aelina opened the box and saw the purple light inside, and immediately smiled. Boss is generous. She clapped her hands. The maid outside seemed to have been prepared and sent in a file bag. Mu Xing was a little shocked. I didn't expect you to have an intelligence network in Kowloon City. Aelina said, Don't worry, I'm not collecting your intelligence intentionally, but I have something to ask for, so I naturally have to cater to their needs. Aelina spoke and acted smoothly. Mu Xing knew that she was investigating him, but he couldn't get angry. Thank you. Mu Xing grabbed the file bag and stood up to leave. Don't you want to take a look? I believe Miss Aelina's strategy will not disappoint me. Chapter 448. In the next few days, the atmosphere in Kowloon City became obviously more solemn. The news of the nightmare conscription gradually spread, and many people began to prepare in advance. All kinds of serums made by Mu Xing have been sold out in the past few days. Zhang Ting doubled the price all the way, but it was still in short supply. In just a few days, Mu Xing earned 20 million. During the special period, he had to seize the time to make money. After all, there would be no such store after this village. The rest of the time, he either practiced in Kowloon Tower or in the Spirit Time House in Terrace City. Finally, on the 7th day, the madman received the call-up order. How long will it take to enter the Nightmare Battlefield? 3 days later. As he said that, the madman looked at Yi Wei next to him. Ever since she learned about the news about Taoist Qingju, she has been in a low mood. He held her hand, and this time she did not dodge. Don't worry, I will enter the Nightmare Battlefield first to find out the situation. This always strong woman couldn't help but redden her eyes. No, it's too dangerous, don't mess around. Don't worry, I didn't get the title of Nightmare Battlefield Cockroach for nothing, the madman said. She stared at the madman. No, if you dare to go, I will turn against you. Even my grandfather was trapped in a place. How can you go there? What if something happens to you? The madman wanted to say something, but was pushed away by Mu Xing. Okay, madman. Sister Yi is also worried about you. Just listen to me, okay? The madman gritted his teeth. Okay, then I will collect more relevant information at the edge of the battlefield and ensure safety when you meet up. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. That's better. If you mess up, not only Sister Yi, but I will be angry with you. Then the madman gave Mu Xing a look. Mu Xing immediately understood. Well, Sister Yi, I need your help. Yi Wei wiped her tears, and looked up in confusion. It's like this, our skull mark is about to be broken, and I want to take advantage of the last chance to enter the survival world to get a perfect score again. You want to get a perfect score? Yi Wei was a little surprised. Everything depends on human effort. There are not many people in our group who can fight now. Crazy and EU are going to enter the nightmare battlefield, so the only person I can think of is Sister Yi. Yi Wei was hesitating, and Crazy quickly took her hand and said, Wei Wei, you can help him, and I am relieved that you two can conquer the survival world together. Then you can team up and enter the nightmare battlefield together. Yi Wei thought for a while. Okay, I promise you. But if you want to get full marks, you can't just randomly choose a world. Don't worry, Sister Yi. I have already prepared the props for world selection and bought the guide in advance. That's good. Show me what world it is, and I give you some reference. It was only then that she noticed that her hand was held by the madman, and she quickly broke free with a red face. Tomorrow, Sister Yi, there is still a week left, so there is no rush. As he said that, Mu Xing took the opportunity to slip away, giving the madman and Yi Wei a chance to be alone. By the way, he dragged Li Hongwei and Yi Fei, who were playing chess, away together. Hey, why are you pulling me? My general is pulling the car. Li Hongwei screamed. Outside the door. Yi Ling and Jie Gu were looking forward to it. Captain, what's going on? I have finally calmed down Sister Yi temporarily. There should be no problem. By the way, I need to get a perfect score in the next world. Li Hongwei, follow me. Me? Li Hongwei's face gradually became pleasantly surprised. Brother, what about me? You won't abandon me, right? Yi Fei looked at him eagerly. It's time to let you go out and experience life on your own. Mu Xing looked at Yi Ling. No one is allowed to team up with him this time. Let him go alone. No problem. This guy should really go out and experience life on his own. He is too dependent on me to team up with him. Yi Ling nodded. Ah, my invincible and lovely sister, are you going to abandon me too? Okay, it's settled. Mu Xing made the final decision. Yi Ling, you team up with Qigu this time. By the way, he looked at EU who was walking in with the battle group account book. EU, did you pass the assessment? This. EU touched his ear awkwardly. I set the difficulty too high and eliminated someone. Mu Xing, let him take the test again. If he passes, let him team up with Guts and Yi Ling. The three of them will form a powerful alliance. Wow. Yi Fei began to wail. There's no point crying. Go to the gravity training room by yourself. Oh. He quickly got up and ran outside. Li Hongwei laughed at him. Look at you, you're so cowardly. Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. What are you laughing at? Starting tomorrow, I will train you for the mission until you reach the target. Mu Xing said coldly. I don't need it, right? My little zombie has evolved into a flying zombie, so it should be enough, right? Gather at the Kowloon training ground tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're late, you know. Mu Xing left the room after saying this, leaving Li Hongwei with a confused look on his face. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei poked his head out from behind the door. Let you laugh at me. Mu Xing left the base and did not go to the training ground, but came to Guangshi. A week later, he received another call from Li Shui. He hurried over and looked up at the tall building in front of him. The whole building was her family's group company. He entered the top floor office without encountering any strange security guards blocking him. Obviously, the plot in the sand sculpture Dragon King skit did not exist at all. As soon as we entered the door, someone greeted us and led us all the way to the top floor. Sir, the president is waiting for you in the office. Mu Xing nodded and gently pushed open the door of the office. It must be said that the president of a large company is very generous. This office of several hundred square meters overlooks the whole city, and the floor-to-ceiling windows can see the city scenery of Guangzhou. Li Shui, who was wearing glasses, was busy at the table. When she heard the door being pushed open, she said, just put the documents on the table. However, there was no response from the other side, so she looked up and saw Mu Xing with a serious face. She stood up quickly. Sorry, Mr. Blood Moon, I didn't know you were here. Mu Xing shook her head, walked to the French window, and looked at the scenery outside the window. Presently, what happened? Suddenly, she began to take off her clothes. Hey, this is not allowed. Mu Xing turned her head quickly. No, Mr. Blood Moon, look at this mark. She pointed to a blue mark on the shoulder blade. Mu Xing frowned and looked at the mark, which looked like an illusory blue planet. Could it be left by the Chaos Slave? Mu Xing muttered to himself. When did it appear? Mu Xing asked. Probably yesterday, when I was taking a shower. I suddenly found that this blue mark suddenly became clear. Become clear? In other words, there was a mark a few days ago? Why didn't you call earlier? I thought it was just a bruise left from the last battle, and I was very busy at work, so I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't expect it to become a mark yesterday. Do you mind if I check it? Mu Xing said. Of course, no problem. Li Shui shook her head. Chapter 449. A phantom red eye mark appeared on Mu Xing's right hand, and he used the observer's consciousness to observe it. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary mark. When he tried to erase the mark, he found that it seemed to have grown out of Li Shui's body. Master, this doesn't look like a body mark or a soul mark, but more like a soul life form. The voice of the God Seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Soul life form? Mu Xing quickly switched to the new talent he had just acquired, Psychic Vision. The Psychic Vision talent allows him to see spiritual matter or life forms. The combination of the observer's sense and the Psychic Vision finally allowed Mu Xing to see the mark clearly this time. It looks like just a mark, but in fact it is a kind of soul parasite. It parasitizes on Li Shui's body through some kind of infection. It is sending soul information to the outside world all the time. Li Shui said, I have tried to ask Xiao to help erase this mark, use the newly acquired spiritual energy to remove it, and even use a knife to physically cut off this piece of skin. But no matter what method I use, it always exists. When the skin I cut off recovers, it reappears here. I really had no other choice but to ask Mr. Blood Moon for help. Mu Xing glanced at the female CEO. He didn't expect that a woman like her would act so decisively, and even resort to such means as cutting flesh. Mu Xing said, of course, it cannot be removed by ordinary methods, because it is not a mark at all, but a soul parasite. Without special psychic vision, its essence cannot be seen. Li Shui suddenly realized, no wonder I always feel that this mark is alive. When I saw the blue bug, I thought it was an illusion. Mu Xing was stunned. You also have psychic ability? Li Shui pointed to her eyes. Sir, can you see the difference in my eyes? Mu Xing observed her eyes, and found that her eyes were different from those of ordinary people. Grandpa told me that my eyes are yin and yang, so I can see things that ordinary people can't see since I was a child. Mu Xing brushed his hand across her eyes. You do have a certain degree of psychic ability, but the function is still very primitive. Since you have become a survivor, you can develop it well in the future. It will be helpful to you. Thank you, Mr. Shueyue, for reminding me. Mu Xing waved his hand. Don't say too much polite words. I can try to help you remove this soul parasite, but there may be some dangers. Li Shui made a decision immediately. Mr. Shueyue, I'm ready. She closed her eyes, as if ready to face the punishment. Mu Xing hooked his right hand, and the sofa next to him flew over. After signaling Li Shui to sit on the sofa, Mu Xing released the new divine seal. Don't be nervous, try to relax your body. Mu Xing began to communicate with the divine seal. Can it work? Master, this requires you to work with me, relying on your spiritual vision talent and my precise control, to catch the soul parasite in one go. Once it fails, it will hide in Li Shui's body, and it will be difficult to catch it again. Mu Xing nodded. Get ready. Just as he was about to make a move. Who? Suddenly, he looked up towards the French window. He saw a boy in his teens, wearing a black cloak, floating in the air, standing outside the glass window. He flew in through the glass so openly. He waved his right hand, and Li Shui fell into a coma. Consultant Yuan? See you again, Blood Moon. I wonder what advice Consultant Yuan has for you. Is he here for Li Shui as well? No. Yuan shook his head. Originally I came for you, but now it seems there is an unexpected surprise. He pointed at the mark on Li Shui's shoulder blade. Do you know what this is? It should be some kind of soul parasite. I didn't expect you to be able to see through its essence. Yuan looked at Mu Xing, and then saw the new divine seal floating beside him. So it's an observer. This is a rare profession. Mu Xing realized that Yuan might know the truth about the mark, and quickly asked, Does Consultant Yuan know what this thing is? You are right. It is indeed a special soul parasite. Mu Xing asked, Is it related to the Chaos Slave? No, it is not from Chaos, but from the survivors. Survivors? Mu Xing was stunned by the news. To be precise, it is the survivors of the Blue Star Regiment, which should now be called the Traitor Regiment. When saying this, Yuan's tone was full of disdain for traitors. Although the words were few, they had a strong impact on Mu Xing, and the amount of information contained was huge. There are survivors who have betrayed and helped the invaders to assassinate a genius like Li Shui. Advisor Yuan, just say what you want to say. Mu Xing looked at him and said, I need your help to lead out the traitor. Because of your protection, the Chaos Slaves failed to successfully assassinate Li Shui last time, but they were unwilling to give up and left a mark to prepare for another assassination later. As long as you help me catch the traitor, we can convict the Blue Star Corps and even track the invaders outside the world in reverse. Me? Mu Xing pointed at himself. Originally, this matter was the responsibility of the patrol team, but in order not to alert the enemy, they cannot take action this time. As for me, Yuan pointed at himself. I can't take action in the real world. Mu Xing groaned and refused directly. Sorry, my strength is limited, and I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. You kid, why don't you have any ideological awareness? You are making a contribution to protecting the world. Yuan suddenly appeared on his left, with a face full of earnest advice. If the sky falls, there are still tall people to support it. It's better for a small shrimp like me to grow up in a sleazy way. Mu Xing had a blank expression on his face, and was not shaken by this, and rejected Yuan's moral kidnapping. So, how about this as a reward for doing me this favor? A ball of constantly changing chaos appeared in Yuan's palm. Mu Xing immediately sensed that the chaotic fungus ball in the sea of consciousness began to tremble and exude desire. What is this? Good stuff. The little one in your body will need it very much. So what is it? Chaos soil. What? It's the essence of chaos creatures. The lazy voice of the evil spirit sounded in his mind. What's the use of this thing? Good stuff. At least it's good for the little thing in your mind. It's in its infancy, and needs to swallow enough chaos matter to transform and grow. Yuan looked at Mu Xing, who seemed to be still hesitating. He frowned and took out another piece. 2 pieces. Deal. Just after withdrawing from the communication with the evil spirit, Mu Xing saw Yuan taking out the second piece with pain and quickly agreed. Yuan was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that he acted too quickly and suffered a big loss. This kid seemed to have just reacted. Advisor Yuan, what should I do? You command, I will do it. Mu Xing patted his chest and vowed. Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling that he was tricked by Mu Xing. Chapter 450. First, take the soul parasite out of her body. Yuan pointed with his right hand, and a blue light shone on Li Shui's body. Mu Xing saw a blue thread starting from her shoulder blade, growing out like a tree root, penetrating into her body. Mu Xing could only see a vague outline of this thread, but now Yuan had revealed it directly. The thread was still growing slowly, and was very sensitive to changes in the outside world. Mu Xing was also a decisive person. He controlled the divine seal, and took action at the moment when those thin lines were exposed, grabbing the main root. After being caught by the red silk thread, the thing fled towards Li Shui's body in panic, and even wanted to escape into her sea of consciousness. But how could Mu Xing let it go, as he wished? The red silk thread wrapped the blue thread, and began to grow in a spiral. After wrapping it completely, it was pulled out directly. Although Li Shui was in a coma, she could still feel the pain. She groaned, and was almost awakened by the pain. Mu Xing acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, pulling out the soul parasite in one go. The thing twisted and struggled in the air after being pulled out, emitting rapid soul waves. Fortunately, Mu Xing was prepared and released the spirit shield to block all the soul waves. What's next? Mu Xing asked. Plant it in your body, and then I need you to be the bait. Mu Xing looked strange. What the hell? Why should I be the bait? Why? Do you want a newcomer to be the bait? Mu Xing glanced at Li Shui, who was beginning to wake up, and then glanced at the 2 pieces of chaos-breathing soil. He was determined to get them. Okay, I agree. Mu Xing was going to plant the soul parasite on himself. Before that, he took a variety of protective measures, fixed it in a certain position in his body, and then bound it layer by layer. Just then, Li Shui woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Mu Xing's actions. Mr. Xueyue, this is too dangerous. Although she was unconscious, her consciousness seemed to remain awake, and she knew what had just happened. It's okay, it can't hurt me. Mu Xing directly planted the thread on his body. The thread found a host again, and happily drilled into Mu Xing's body. However, the reserve channel had been prepared long ago, and there were not many areas where it could extend and take root. My little friend, it's too dangerous for you to let Mr. Xueyue do this. Li Shui looked at Yuan next to him, and said seriously. Yuan's young face twitched. I have lived for several epochs, and this is the first time I have been called a little friend. Ha ha ha, President Li, don't worry. Let me introduce you. This is Consultant Yuan from the Terra City Patrol Team. Yuan? Consultant? By the way, do you know Terra City? Mu Xing asked. Of course, When I returned from the survival world, the survival system issued a lot of common sense about the main city and Terra City. Mu Xing was a little confused. Is the survival system so user-friendly now? Yuan looked at Li Shui and said, "Little girl, let me borrow your office for you. We need to catch a thief." "Ah, okay, no problem." Li Shui nodded quickly. "Do you need my help?" Yuan touched his chin. "Originally, you shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Since you have encountered it, I really need your help. Please tell me." Yuan pointed at Mu Xing. "Do you have any extra women's clothes? Put them on him. A wig would be even better." Mu Xing was confused and ran out subconsciously, but Yuan hooked his hand and caught him back. Some mysterious power bound him and made him unable to move. "Advisor Yuan, can't you take action in the real world?" "I can't take action against the enemy to avoid being exposed, but I can't take action against you. You have to act in full. Why are you running away?" "I don't want to wear women's clothes." Mu Xing wailed. "You, a grown man, sit in the office as bait? You treat the killer as a fool?" Mu Xing regretted a little. He shouldn't have compromised for 2 pieces of chaos soil. Yuan pointed at Mu Xing. "Snow girl, dress him up, put on some makeup, and try to look as much like you as possible." Mu Xing sat on the chair, unable to move, and sighed to the sky. "Soon." Yuan created a mirror. "Look, isn't this a pretty girl?" Mu Xing rolled his eyes. He wanted to curse. "Can you not wear black stockings? Just your leg hair, Snow girl, put it on him." Finally, Li Shui looked up and down, took off the glasses on her nose, and put them on Mu Xing's eye sockets. "Perfect, already 70% similar." Yuan clapped his hands, expressing his satisfaction with Li Shui's makeup skills. "I ask for a price increase, otherwise, my sacrifice will be too great." Mu Xing gritted his teeth and growled. "How about adding a manual on the manipulation of the will of chaos? That's more like it." Mu Xing stood up and lifted the hem of his skirt in front of the mirror. He felt dizzy. Fortunately, he had a strong will and fought for the reward. In the evening, except for the top floor office, which was still lit, the whole building gradually dimmed. 3 shadows approached the building, 2 entered the building door, and 1 began to climb the outer wall. Wherever someone enters the building, the video surveillance system begins to distort. "That idiot Chen, you can't even kill a newcomer, and we have to clean up his mess." "Okay, stop complaining. During the day, we have the guardians to protect us, and the chaos slaves may not be able to stop us. But he planted a parasite on that woman, and she can't run away. Humph, we always do the dirty work, and the chaos power reward is so little. Those sons of bitches above are really stingy." Ding dong. Just then, the elevator reached the top floor. The man next to him raised his index finger, and the watch in his hand lit up. "Right here, Li Shui has not left." "She hasn't left yet so late? Is there any problem?" The assassin next to him hesitated. Just then, the companion outside sent a message. "There is only Li Shui in the office, working. Don't tell me, this girl is really attractive, and has a good figure. After killing her, can you let me have some fun? Can you put away your strange habit? Hurry up and set up the isolation space, don't attract the patrol team. Hee, it's quick, give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds passed in a flash, and soon the 2 people outside the door received a message. "The isolation space has been completed, you can act." The 2 looked at each other. Action. The 2 rushed into the big office almost at the same time, and the companion outside the window also jumped in directly, and saw Li Shui working at a glance. Office lady, hip skirt, black stockings and long legs, wearing glasses, sitting quietly at the desk and watching them. That's right, look at them. Hey, rare guests, 3 colleagues from the Blue Star Regiment. The faces of several people suddenly changed. What the hell is this rough voice? Is Li Shui disguised Nan Liang? No, it's a trap, retreat quickly. The leading assassin finally reacted and shouted. Don't be anxious, little brothers, you are a guest, have a cup of tea before leaving. Mu Xing stared at them with a cold face, and pulled them into a dream. Especially the guy who was lying outside the window like a toad and drooling at him. Mu Xing prepared a big punishment, and took out a high-power electric baton. I make you feel good.